Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3547 to Chapter 3597. The three of them slowly went underwater. Then Zhao Hai placed the plants on the bottom of the river. Then he began to mobilize the natural energy in his body to stimulate the growth of the plants. After the plants matured, he didn't stop the flow of natural energy. At the same time, the underwater plants grew rapidly. Soon, an underwater jungle appeared on the bottom of the river. Zhao looked at the underwater jungle and nodded. Yes, let the jungle grow naturally. Slowly, it will block the bottom of the river. And because this is the estuary, no one will fish here, so it won't affect the fisherman's income. Now we just have to wait for a few days, then we can carry out the final experiment. Zhao nodded and said, yes, let the jungle grow naturally. Slowly, it will cover the bottom of the river. And because this is the estuary, under normal circumstances, no one will fish here. After he said that, Zhao Hai led the two to the riverside. After they reached the shore, the dean of the Art Academy's lighthouse branch came over. His eyes shined as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, did you succeed? The dean looked to be around 40 years old. This was the youngest dean that Zhao Hai had seen. However, his strength wasn't bad. Although he was a bit fat and always had a smile on his face, he was very meticulous when it came to doing things. He was a rare talent. Zhao Hai looked at the dean and smiled faintly. Dean, we still have to wait a few days before we can see it. Although the underwater jungle has grown, there's something else that hasn't been put in place. Therefore, the warning network isn't a success. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the dean couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, what is this thing that you're talking about? What is it that hasn't been put in place? I'll immediately arrange for someone to look for it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there's no need to look for it. In fact, the warning network that I've set up can't be seen from the outside. Moreover, there's no need for people to look at it. As long as something enters the river, it will definitely react. When the dean heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be curious, is it that magical? Sir, what is this thing? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, it's very simple. It's a fish, a type of fish that's unique to the river. This kind of fish might live in the estuary. Although there aren't many of them, they like to hide in the seaweed. If they're frightened, they won't dive into the water or hide in the seaweed. Instead, they'll swim upstream and then jump out of the river. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the dean couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said with a puzzled expression, Mister, are you talking about the jumping fish? This is a very common fish at the estuary, but this fish is not only small, but also smells too fishy, so no one likes to eat it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, it's this kind of fish. There are actually a lot of them, but they usually hide in the water plants and eat them for a living. A few days ago, when I was observing the plants, I found these fish. So I decided to use them to help this person's warning net. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. After speaking up to this point, Zhao Hai stopped, then he pointed to the river and said, there's already a small underwater forest in the river. Moreover, there are a lot of seaweed growing in the underwater forest. Some of these seaweed are very popular with the jumping fish. In a few days, we can go and take a look. If the jumping fish really settle down there, then the warning network will be completed. You can imagine, if the fishmen enter the Wenji continent through the river and discover the underwater forest, what would they do? They would certainly go through the forest. If there are trees blocking their way, they might even cut them down. This would certainly alarm the jumping fish. And with the jumping fish's characteristics, they would certainly swim to the surface of the river and jump up. If only a small number of jumping fish do this, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if a large number of jumping fish do this, then it would mean that there's a situation under the water. At that time, everyone should be prepared to fight. When the dean heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he thought of something. He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, you might not know, but there's a fish tide in the river every year. These fishes will swim back to the river to breed and then swim back to the sea. According to what you said, when these fishes swim back to the river, wouldn't the jumping fish also jump up? Wouldn't that be a false alarm? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Dean, I've also thought about this problem. Dean, you've seen jumping fish before, but during the fish tide, have you seen any jumping fish? Jumping fish aren't wary of other fishes. They wouldn't be alarmed even if fishes were to swim past them. Only things that don't often come out of the river, such as people or other things, would make them jump up in fright. And the fishmen are the ones that don't often appear in the river. The dean nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, if it's successful, then wouldn't all rivers need to be transformed like this? Right, wouldn't the underwater forest grow more and more? Would it affect the fishing industry? Also, would they grow out of the water? If that's the case, then it would be the same as sealing the river. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, I've already thought about this problem. Dean, you don't need to worry. The underwater forest will only grow in the vicinity. This is because the underwater forest has certain requirements for its growth. In other words, it must grow in a place where fresh water and seawater are mixed. Moreover, the trees in the underwater forest are also afraid of light. Because of this, they will only grow to about 10 meters above the river surface. Therefore, Dean, you don't need to worry. The dean let out a long breath, then he looked at Zhao Hai and then suddenly bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Yu Chang would like to thank Mr. for everything that you've done for the Wenji continent. Mr.'s achievements will certainly go down in history. Zhao Hai quickly returned the courtesy and said, Dean, you're too polite. At this time, the warning net hasn't been completed yet. We'll have to wait for a few days. If the leapers live in the forest, then it means that the net has been successful. If they don't, then it means that the net is useless. Therefore, it's still too early to talk about achievements. Yu Chang shook his head and said, whether it's successful or not, everything that Mr. has done should be remembered. Mister, let's go back to the city and rest for a few days. It wouldn't be too late to check the results in a few days. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, all right, then we'll go back to the city and rest for a few days. Everyone has been working hard these past few days. If this experiment is successful, then we can proceed to the next experiment. When Yu Chang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. The next experiment? What experiment? If Mr.'s experiment is successful, then wouldn't that mean that the experiment has been completed? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, I'm not done yet. I want to set up a defensive perimeter in the sea. If the fishmen really come, then we can alert the cities so that they can be prepared. Otherwise, if the fishmen attack, then the cities and the continent can be prepared. But what about the coastal cities? Yu Chang stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, can you really do it? If it's not possible, then forget about it. The coastal cities will be the first line of defense against the fishmen. We'll do our best to improve their defenses. Zhao Hai smiled and said, let's give it a try. If it succeeds, then that would be great. If it doesn't, then it would just be a waste of time. Compared to the life and death of people, this doesn't mean anything. When Yu Chang heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, this one wishes Mr. success. No matter what Mr. needs, just tell me. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no need for that. All of the experimental materials are ready-made. We're just doing some experiments that haven't been completed yet. In fact, the formation of the underwater forest has given me a lot of inspiration. I'm going to make further improvements to the underwater forest. This way, it can be used as an outpost to guard against the fishmen. Yu Chang nodded and said, everything will be up to Mr. Mister, please. I've already prepared a banquet for Mr. in the city. No matter what, Mr. must participate. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't decline, so he followed the group into the city. In the next few days, Zhao Hai didn't stay in the city. He went to another laboratory by the sea and began another experiment. This time, the main purpose of the experiment was to plant the underwater forest in the sea and make it into an outpost. But this time, the underwater forest couldn't rely on the jumping fish to warn people. The reason why the jumping fish could be used to warn people was because there were a lot of people in the river. If a large number of jumping fish were to appear in the river, then it would certainly attract people's attention. However, this wasn't the case in the sea. There were a lot of people in the sea, so even if the jumping fish jumped out of the water, it wouldn't be discovered unless a ship passed by. Because of this, the underwater forest needed to be improved. This was tantamount to conducting a new experiment. The task wasn't small. After 5 days of this experiment, Zhao Hai finally stopped. He followed Pu Li and Gong Yu to the riverside. Then the three of them directly entered the river. At this time, the riverside was filled with people. It wasn't any less than when Zhao Hai went down the river 5 days ago. Yu Chang also appeared at the riverside. This was because he knew that 5 days ago, they were just sowing seeds. Now, it was time to harvest. Whether they would harvest a boat full of fish and shrimp or a boat full of useless garbage, it all depended on today. Zhao Hai and the others dived into the water and looked at the small underwater forest. The forest was growing very fast. Some small trees and grass had already sprouted. The aquatic plants were also growing very fast. Naturally, this wasn't because the forest was growing fast. Originally, it was also because they had digested the natural energy that Zhao Hai left in their bodies. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to look at these things. His attention was now focused on the aquatic plants in the forest. Before long, they discovered a small silver fish that was less than the size of a palm. This discovery made Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He knew that he had succeeded. In fact, if they really wanted to set up a warning system, then the aquatic plants would be enough. However, Zhao Hai made an underwater forest. His main purpose was to protect the jumping fish and prevent them from being eaten by larger fish. Now, it seems like he had succeeded. Pu Li and Gong Yu also saw the fish in the water. After following Zhao Hai these past few days, they had a certain understanding of plants. It can even be said that they understood the warning net better than other plant masters. Because of this, when they saw the silver fish, they couldn't help but be excited. Pu Li looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we did it. We did it." Gong Yu's face was also filled with excitement. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "It looks like it's a success on the surface. It's hard to say whether it's a success or not. Alright, we'll know when we get there. Let's go." Then he walked towards the forest. As Zhao Hai walked, the two naturally followed. Before long, the three entered the forest. As soon as they entered the forest, the silver fishes immediately came out of the water and swam towards the surface of the river. Their speed was very fast. When Zhao Hai saw this, he let out a long breath and said, "Alright, let's go out and take a look." The two nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai to the shore. Before long, the three came out of the river. Upon seeing them come out, Yu Chang immediately walked over and grabbed Zhao Hai's hand. Then he shook it and said, "Mister, we did it. We really did it. Look, there are so many jumping fish." So many jumping fish? He was the dean of a branch of the Academy of Arts. In the Wenji continent, he was definitely considered a high-ranking official. Yet, he was so excited when he saw a few jumping fishes. This was definitely very rare. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chang's excited expression, then he smiled and said, "Right, we did it. It really wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy." At this time, cheers could be heard from the shore. Some of the plant masters even shed tears of excitement. Many of these plant masters were Zhao Hai's assistants. They didn't think that one day, they would be of great help to the Wenji continent. This was something that they didn't expect. After some time, everyone's mood calmed down. The jumping fish also disappeared. At this time, Yu Chang also recovered. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we can finally celebrate today. Let's go, we must drink until we're drunk." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly as he followed Zhao Hai back to the city. The others quickly followed as well. The group returned to the city and had a good drink. At the same time, the news of the Alert Network's success spread throughout the Wenji continent in the shortest time possible. Everyone in the Wenji continent let out a sigh of relief as they celebrated. In the end, this celebration turned into a festival. Every year on this day, the people of the Wenji continent would celebrate it as a festival. This day was also known as the Fish Jumping Festival. Naturally, this was a story for the future. On the second day after the celebration, Zhao Hai returned to the laboratory on the sea and began to experiment. Because of the foundation of the experiment in the river, the experiment went very smoothly. At the same time, Zhao Hai now had more assistants. These assistants weren't as ignorant as before, so they helped Zhao Hai a lot. Because of this, the progress of the experiment was very fast. After 3 months, they were able to produce the first batch of experimental products. Then Zhao Hai and the others went out to sea. They stopped about 1,000 miles away from the city. Then Zhao Hai, Pu Li, and Gong Yu went to the sea. They used natural energy to grow the plants in the sea and finally formed a sea forest. The area of this sea forest wasn't too big. Moreover, this sea forest was different from the forest in the river. The forest in the river was very short. This couldn't be helped, the river wasn't a calm lake, nor was it a sea. The water level of the river wasn't very deep. The deepest part of the river was only a few dozen meters deep. Therefore, the trees in the river weren't very tall. However, the trees that Zhao Hai planted in the river were different. When Zhao Hai made improvements to these trees, he added some characteristics of other plants. These trees would spend most of their time in the sea and wouldn't come out of the water. But when there were too many things running on the seabed, these trees would grow rapidly in a short period of time. It would only take a few minutes for them to come out of the water. After a dozen or so may go, these trees that were originally afraid of light would catch on fire. When this fire was on the open sea, the flames would certainly spread far and wide. This would be seen by countless people. This would serve as a warning. Of course, this method of warning wasn't perfect, but it was already the best method that Zhao Hai could do right now. After planting the sea forest, Zhao Hai conducted another experiment. In the end, he discovered that this forest was very useful. As long as there were a lot of things running on the seabed, the trees would immediately grow crazily. When they reached the surface of the sea, they would immediately burn. Because the area of the forest wasn't small, the black smoke that filled the sky could be seen in Lighthouse City. This made Zhao Hai and the others feel relieved. However, the success of the experiment didn't mean that it was over. In fact, after the experiment was successful, the real work began. This was because they needed to plant underwater forests in every river. They also needed to plant a lot of undersea forests in the sea. This wasn't a trivial matter. Therefore, in the following period of time, Zhao Hai and the others began to move around the continent. They planted underwater forests in every river, planted warning forests in the sea, and also told other botanists how to take care of these forests. When Zhao Hai finished his work, it had already been 5 years since they accepted the mission. In these 5 years, nothing happened in the Wenji continent. The fishmen also didn't attack. However, an invisible net had been erected around the Wenji continent. This net protected the Wenji continent inside. If there was any movement, the net would immediately send out a warning. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. After 5 years of busy work, Zhao Hai began to study in various academies. At this time, Zhao Hai was a celebrity in the Wenji continent. If he wanted to go to an academy, the academy would welcome him with open arms. Moreover, there were books in those academies that he could read. His status was already higher than a branch dean. Zhao Jing had already noticed this situation, but he didn't say anything. He believed that he had already done enough. The people of the Wenji continent should give him the respect he deserved. In the past, Zhao Hai wanted to study in the Zither Music Academy. But after he succeeded, he was delayed by the Fishman race and the Warning Network. Now, he had to start all over again. After studying in the Zither Music Academy for a year, Zhao Hai went to the Painting Academy. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai saw his 2 old friends, Pu Li and Gong Yu. The two had been waiting for Zhao Hai for a long time. Moreover, this time, Zhao Hai didn't study in the Painting Academy's branch, but in the Painting Academy's headquarters. The Painting Academy's headquarters was located at the foot of a mountain called the Painted Screen Mountain. It occupied a very large area. When Zhao Hai arrived, he was immediately dragged by Pu Li and Gong Yu to drink. After drinking, they arranged a place for him to live. Zhao Hai studied in the Painting Academy for another year before he went to the Calligraphy Academy. With Zhao Hai's fame and his contributions to the Wenji continent, nobody made things difficult for Zhao Hai. The people of the Calligraphy Academy even sent people to protect Zhao Hai as soon as he entered their territory. Then they escorted him all the way to the headquarters. Then they sent their best teachers to teach Zhao Hai. The books in the library were also freely read by Zhao Hai. However, they also had a condition, that was to have Zhao Hai give lectures to the plant masters of the academy. Zhao Hai has been in the Wenji continent for several years now. The status of the plant masters in the Wenji continent had increased significantly. Plant masters were becoming more and more important in the Wenji continent. Especially with the refinement of mutated seeds, more and more plants were improved. The food production of the Wenji continent had increased, and the living standards of the people had improved. All of this was inseparable from the plant masters. Because of this, the status of the plant masters was now very high. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. He didn't refuse to teach the plant masters. However, the things that he taught the plant masters were very limited. He didn't dare teach too much about fighting because he didn't want the plant masters to suffer. In any case, the true rulers of the literary continent were the scholars. Moreover, they were doing very well. If Zhao Hai really trained the plant masters, then who knows what would happen. Perhaps the plant masters would suffer because of this. In the following years, Zhao Hai has been studying in the continent. He went to all the major academies and learned everything that a scholar should know. Most importantly, Zhao Hai also found a way to improve his strength. He gave life to the golden book and the golden pen using the black crystal. The golden book and the golden pen could now be considered demons. However, they couldn't transform, but they could still cultivate. Besides the golden book and the golden pen, the iron thread grass, the iron warp tree, the big flower, the sharp eye, and little feather, all of these demonic plants and animals that followed Zhao Hai in the beginning, had all successfully transformed. The little things that were given life by Zhao Hai had all grown up. Moreover, they could also be considered demons. Although they weren't very strong right now, their soul source was very powerful. Zhao Hai believed that after a few years of cultivation, they would be able to transform into humans. This was also one of Zhao Hai's major achievements in the past few years. Zhao Hai's soul source was getting stronger and stronger. He discovered that his soul source was different from others. For example, the stone hammer tree, who had transformed for a long time, could no longer absorb the black crystal. In fact, after absorbing the black crystal for a year, he couldn't absorb the black crystal anymore. The iron thread grass, the iron warp tree, and the big flower were already on the verge of transforming, but after absorbing the black crystal for a year, they couldn't absorb the black crystal anymore. Even the stone turtle and the other demons that were given life by Zhao Hai couldn't absorb the black crystal anymore. In other words, their soul source had reached its limit. However, Zhao Hai didn't. He was still absorbing the black crystal every day without stopping. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai stood on a mountain beside Taigyu City, looking at the sea from afar. Beside him stood a man who looked to be in his 30s, but his strength was not weak, having reached the consolidating equipment stage. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, he smiled bitterly and said, "You're leaving?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Dong Chuan, I'm leaving. Counting carefully, it has been 10 years since I came to the Wenji mainland from the Weapon Spirit mainland. Now, I have learned everything I can from the Wenji mainland, and I have done my best to help the Wenji mainland. Now, it is time for me to leave. I still want to go to the mutated continent to take a look before returning to the Weapon Spirit mainland. My family is still there." The man standing behind Zhao Hai was Dong Chuan. He could be considered one of Zhao Hai's few friends in the Wenji mainland. When the two met, Dong Chuan was still a hot-blooded student who loved to play and fool around. Now, Dong Chuan was the future head of the Dong family, and he had begun to take over the family's affairs. His strength had also reached the consolidating equipment stage. When Dong Chuan heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but sigh. Then, he said solemnly, "Yes, you have done enough for the Wenji mainland. Mister, I hope you can come back when you have time, and visit me again." Zhao Hai turned to look at Dong Chuan and smiled faintly, saying, "Don't worry, I will." Dong Chuan didn't say anything. He just stepped forward and hugged Zhao Hai. Then, he let go of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure moved, and he soared into the sky, flying straight to the sea. Just like when he came, he didn't disturb too many people when he left. It was nearly a month later when the people of the Wenji mainland knew that Zhao Hai had left. After the people of the Wenji mainland knew that Zhao Hai had left, they were very sad. Zhao Hai had done a lot for the Wenji mainland, and the academy didn't deliberately block his disappearance, so many people knew what Zhao Hai had done. It was also because of this that the people of the Wenji mainland felt very touched by Zhao Hai. Finally, at the ancient battlefield of Tidegang City and the estuary of Lighthouse City, 2 more steles were erected. These 2 steles mainly introduced Zhao Hai and described what he had done for the Wenji mainland. These 2 steles were gradually known by the people of the Wenji mainland. However, Zhao Hai didn't know that although he had left the Wenji mainland, he had left a legend about himself in the Wenji mainland. Now, he was flying on the sea, but he had already released the Jasper Golden Light Sword and kept flying forward. Sitting inside the Jasper Golden Light Sword, Zhao Hai gently frowned. After a while, he calmed down. Then he let out a long breath and said, "Really, I didn't think that suppressing my strength would be so troublesome. Unfortunately, in order to go around, I can only suppress my strength." Zhao Hai had his reasons for saying this. He was suppressing his strength. With the increase of his origin soul, Zhao Hai could have reached the Broken River level. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he suppressed his strength and made himself look like a sky dance expert. Although Broken River level was the pinnacle of strength in this world, but at the same time, it was also a power that was restricted. If one didn't want to go to other continents, then it wouldn't be a big deal to reach Broken River level. However, if one wanted to go to other continents, then one would have to suppress one's own strength. This was because a sky dance level expert could go everywhere, but a Broken River level expert couldn't go anywhere. It was even more impossible for one to rashly enter the other continent without notifying the other continent's Broken River level experts. Doing so would be seen as a provocation. Because of this, Zhao Hai suppressed his strength. He didn't want to become a Broken River expert right now. This was because he was very clear that even if he became a Broken River expert, he still wouldn't be able to leave the Soul Realm. Therefore, he might as well suppress his strength and give himself more freedom. At this time, Zhao Hai was already very far away from the Wenji continent. He also inquired about the Stranger Continent. In the Wenji continent, there were a lot of legends about the Stranger Continent. This was because the Stranger Continent was closer to the Wenji continent compared to the Soldier Spirit Continent. Experts from the Stranger Continent would often fly to the Wenji continent. Because of this, the information about the Stranger Continent was much more complete. From the Wenji continent to the Stranger Continent, it would take about 6 months, which was half a year. However, they already had a very safe flight route. Moreover, there were many islands along the way that allowed them to rest safely. However, for Zhao Hai, it wouldn't take that long. He sat on the golden jade light sword and flew towards the Stranger Continent. Zhao Hai calculated that with his current speed, it would take him about 10 days to reach the Stranger Continent. Of course, this was assuming that he didn't encounter any danger. Soon, 3 days had passed since Zhao Hai left the Wenji continent. At this time, he had already entered the deep sea. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. This was because he knew that this was the territory of the fishmen. Zhao Hai was very curious about the fishmen. However, he didn't plan to contact them right now. This was because he didn't want to cause any trouble. However, trouble wouldn't stop coming just because Zhao Hai didn't look for them. In fact, trouble came knocking on his door. On the 5th day of Zhao Hai's departure from the Wenji continent, Zhao Hai was flying above the sea. Suddenly, seawater rose up from the sea. The fishmen were like a huge rope as they wrapped around the sword. When Zhao Hai saw this, he wasn't surprised at all. He muttered, "They're finally here. I knew that these guys wouldn't let me pass so easily." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his sword and cut off the rope made of seawater. Zhao Hai didn't run. Instead, his figure moved as he flew out of the golden jade light sword. Then, the surface of the sea fluctuated as fishmen emerged one after another. There were crabs, turtles, and octopuses. Without exception, they were all very large. Zhao Hai looked at these fishmen and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, why are you stopping me?" These fishmen were obviously led by the sea turtle. It was a huge sea turtle. The sea turtle stood on a wave and looked at Zhao Hai with half-closed eyes. Its skin was full of wrinkles, and it looked very funny. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to laugh at it now. Moreover, he could feel that these fishmen surrounding him weren't weak. The weakest one had reached the consolidated equipment level. The sea turtle looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Strange mainlander, you should know that this is the territory of our fishmen. Who gave you the right to fly in our territory?" Zhao Hai looked at the turtle, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, your territory is the sea, but this is the sky. When did the sky become the territory of your fishman race? Everyone, please tell me your purpose for coming here." The turtle looked at Zhao Hai and then laughed, "Young man, I like your character. Ha ha ha. Very good, very good. I don't want to say anything else. Leave behind your flying tools and you can safely leave." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Young man, I like your character." Zhao Hai was stunned. Then, he turned to look at the jasper gold light sword that stopped beside him. He didn't expect these fishmen to come here for the jasper gold light sword. These guys had good eyesight. Zhao Hai turned to look at the sea turtle and said with a smile, "You want my flying sword?" "Ha ha ha, that's impossible. If you get the flying sword, do you want to use it to attack the mainland again?" "Ha ha, how can I agree to that?" When the sea turtle heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "I'm letting you leave your flying tool because I'm in a good mood. I don't want to kill anyone. If you don't agree, then I can only take it myself. Kill him." Along with the sea turtle's command, the surrounding fishmen immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai. Among them, the giant crab and the giant octopus took the lead. The octopus turtle's 8 tentacles went towards the jasper gold light sword while the giant crab attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and coldly smiled. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a group of strange people appeared around him. Although these people looked like humans, their appearances were very strange. There were big men wearing jade-like armor, there were women wearing red veils, there were also people wearing black scaled armor, there were people with small statures and wielding swords, there was also a big man wearing plate armor and holding a bull's head. There was also a big man wearing black clothes, his body was incomparably huge, and he was holding 2 hammers in his hands. In addition to these people, there were some other creatures. Some of these creatures were like stone turtles, some were like water balloons that could constantly change their shape. Some had limbs like blades, but their bodies were emitting cold air. In some places, one could only feel a wave of energy, but couldn't see the figure of a creature. These were Zhao Hai's subordinates in the space, as well as those who were given life by the black crystal. At this point, these creatures weren't weak, especially the stone hammer tree, iron thread grass, big flower, and iron warp tree. They were very strong. Naturally, Shopee and the others had also come out. At this point, they were already fighting against the fishmen. The strongest fishmen were only at the sky realm. On the other hand, Stonehammer and the others were also at this level. Therefore, when the two sides clashed, it was hard to see who would win. However, Zhao Hai didn't receive any attacks. He just stood by the side of the golden jade sword and coldly looked at the battle between the two sides. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also looking around to see if there were any other fishmen around. However, it was clear that he was thinking too much. There were no other fishmen around him. These fishmen that were attacking him were all of the nearby fishmen. Zhao Hai looked at the battle between the fishmen and couldn't help but smile. Now, Stonehammer and the others' fighting strength wasn't weak. In addition to the fishmen that were given life by him, their combined fighting strength wasn't small. However, Zhao Hai let Stonehammer and the others out today just to see how strong they were. Therefore, when he saw that they had already adapted to the battle, he didn't wait any longer. With a move of his hand, the golden shark sword and the golden jade sword flew out and attacked the fishmen. Zhao Hai's attack wasn't to kill those people, but to capture them. He first started with the consolidated equipment level fishmen. With the chain behind the golden jade sword, it wasn't difficult for him to capture those consolidated equipment level fishmen. After Zhao Hai captured those fishmen, Zhao Hai turned to deal with the void level fishmen. It wasn't that those void level fishmen didn't want to leave, but they found that they couldn't. The people fighting with them were all difficult to deal with. If they wanted to leave, they would definitely be seriously injured. And with their injuries, even if they returned to the sea, they wouldn't be able to escape death. The fishmen weren't a monolith. Seeing that they were weak, there would definitely be countless people who would want to attack them. Strictly speaking, the fishmen were also a type of monster race. When they cultivate, the source of their energy was their monster core. If other fishmen were to kill them and absorb their monster cores, their strength would increase. Because of this, if they were to return to the sea while being injured, the other fishmen would certainly come and kill them. In addition to this reason, these fishmen also discovered that they couldn't return to the sea even if they wanted to. This was because a thick layer of ice had formed on the surface of the sea below them. This ice not only blocked their connection to the sea, it also made it more difficult for them to return to the sea. Before long, under the joint attack of Xianxia and the monster race, the fishmen were also captured and sent to the space. After entering Xianxia's space, they naturally became Xianxia's subordinates. Although the space couldn't directly subdue the fishmen, with Xianxia's help and the space's power, the fishmen quickly submitted to Xianxia and became his subordinates. However, Xianxia also knew that if he were to use the golden jade sword to fly back to the alien continent, then it would be troublesome. If he didn't use the golden jade sword, then he could only fly towards the alien continent. Xianxia didn't dislike this at all. While flying forward, he asked the turtle about the fishmen's situation. He wanted to know more about them. After all, the fishmen might become his enemies in the future, so it was better to collect more information. What made Xianxia surprised was that the fishman race wasn't a unified force. It turned out that the fishman race was also divided into sea nations. Moreover, the number of fishman race members far exceeded Xianxia's imagination. But because the ocean was very large, each sea nation was very powerful. Turtle and the others belonged to the Stormy Sea Nation. Their status in the Stormy Sea Nation wasn't low, they were generals with their own territories. The Sea Nation had a total of 32 nations. The Stormy Sea Nation was a sea nation close to the Wenji continent. It wasn't the largest sea nation. All void-level fishmen were given the title of generals. They had their own independent territories. Besides the king's orders, they didn't need to listen to anyone else. They were the emperors of their own territories. The fishman race was a race that relied on strength to speak. Every king of the fishman race was generally at the Broken River level. Naturally, these kings wouldn't easily make a move. However, they would certainly have a lot of void experts under them. But if their generals dared to betray them, then they would be attacked by the king. At the same time, the 32 fishman nations weren't very peaceful. There would be wars between them. However, these wars had always been under the surface of the sea. Moreover, the fishmen generally wouldn't attack humans. Because of this, they had always maintained a peaceful relationship with humans. But recently, the king of the Stormy Sea country won a huge victory in a battle with a neighboring sea country. This victory made the king dizzy. He thought that he was strong enough to rule all living beings in the Soul Realm. Therefore, he sent troops to attack the Wenji continent. His attack was successful. The Wenji continent wasn't prepared. Through the Wenji continent's waterways, the king was able to smoothly invade the continent. However, the king soon discovered a big problem, and that was the problem of water. The fishmen couldn't leave water. Even if some of the more powerful fishmen could leave water for a period of time, they wouldn't be able to do so for a long time. Leaving water for a long time would not only reduce their strength, it might even cause them to die of thirst. Although the Wenji continent also had water, it was all freshwater. Freshwater wasn't suitable for the fishmen to live in. In the end, the fishmen had no choice but to stop their attack. However, this wasn't the end. Because of the fishmen's attack, the Broken River level experts of the Wenji continent were very worried. In the end, the Broken River level experts of the Wenji continent joined forces and rushed towards the Stormy Sea country. The Stormy Sea country paid a huge price to block the attack of the Broken River level experts. In the end, the Stormy Sea country had no choice but to reach an agreement with the Broken River level experts of the Wenji continent. They wouldn't attack the Wenji continent anymore. It can be said that this matter caused the prestige of the Stormy Sea country's king to drop a lot. However, it also caused the fishmen of the Stormy Sea country to hate the Wenji continent. Along with a bit of greed, the sea turtles attacked the king. As for the other fishmen, Xianxia hadn't heard of them attacking the continent. This was because in the hearts of the fishmen, the world below the sea was theirs, the world above the sea didn't belong to them. Hearing the turtle, Xianxia felt relieved. It seems like the fishmen wouldn't attack the Wenji continent, nor would they attack the other continents. This was a good thing. While chatting with the turtle, Zhao Hai continued to fly forward. Because his flying speed was slower than the golden jade sword, it took Zhao Hai nearly a month to reach the alien continent. And the reason why he was able to reach it so quickly was because he used the golden shark sword in the end. Looking at the alien continent from afar, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. With a thought, he put away the golden shark sword and sped up towards the alien continent. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived above the alien continent. The place that Zhao Hai arrived at this time was also a seaside. However, there weren't any people here, nor were there any cities. It was clear that this place wasn't suitable for a harbor. Zhao Hai's figure moved and landed on the beach. After looking around, he muttered, "Strange, there's actually a trace of spiritual qi here. But it's too little, it's not enough for cultivation. It seems like the people here cultivate natural energy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Strange, there's actually a trace of spiritual qi here." After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but slowly move forward. After crossing the beach, there was a place overgrown with weeds. This made Zhao Hai puzzled, he didn't know why there were no people here. Zhao Hai's figure moved and flew a meter above the ground. He didn't fly too high because it would attract too much attention. Therefore, he only flew a meter above the ground. After flying for about 10 li, Zhao Hai saw a small village in front of him. This village wasn't very big, it seems like there were only a few dozen families. On both sides of the village were crops. There were some plants that Zhao Hai didn't recognize. Zhao Hai was sure that these plants weren't present in the space. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He collected all of the plants and placed them in the space. Then he walked towards the village. The village was very small, it wasn't much different from the villages in other continents. However, it can be seen that the villagers were living a good life. Although their clothes weren't made of good materials, they didn't have any patches. Their complexions were also very rosy, they didn't look malnourished at all. When Zhao Hai entered the village, the villagers immediately saw him. Seeing such a big figure suddenly appear in the village, the villagers immediately became nervous. The women immediately took their children to hide inside their houses. At the same time, several strong men came over. When these men arrived beside Zhao Hai, they were about to speak when they suddenly saw the sole object above Zhao Hai's head. They couldn't help but stare, they didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai also looked at these men. Whether they were men or women, they didn't have any soul objects. To be honest, when these people didn't have any soul objects, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. However, Zhao Hai immediately recovered, then he cupped his fist and said, "Hello everyone. I came from the soldier spirit continent in order to travel to the stranger continent. I just arrived here today. Can I take a rest here?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm Zhao Hai." At this time, a 40-year-old man recovered. He immediately gave a bow to Zhao Hai and said, "Of course. It's an honor for Sir to rest in our village. Sir, please." Then he made an inviting gesture as he led Zhao Hai towards the village. The people in the village looked at Zhao Hai curiously. However, it was clear that these people had heard of the rumors. They knew that those who could travel between the two continents were all formidable experts. Therefore, although they were curious, they still treated Zhao Hai with respect. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't say anything, he just kept smiling. Not long after, they saw an old man hurrying towards them. When the sturdy man saw the old man, he immediately went forward to greet him and said, "Village chief, this mister came from the soldier spirit continent. He just arrived at the stranger continent and wanted to rest in the village." The sturdy man nodded and said, "Village chief, this mister came from the spirit soldier continent." When the old man heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and bowed to Zhao Hai, "Hello sir. I am the village chief of the Tian family village, Tian Yuliang. I welcome sir to the Tian family village. Sir, please come with me." Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Tian Yuliang and said, "I have seen the village chief. The village chief is too polite. Please." Zhao Hai and village chief Tian Yuliang arrived at Tian Yuliang's home. Tian Yuliang's house was the best in the village. Besides him, there were also his wife and 4 sons. Their entire family lived together. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that all the robust men and women in the village had energy fluctuations coming from their bodies. It seems like they had cultivated before. Moreover, their stature was much taller than the people from the Soldier Spirit continent and the Wenji continent. After Tian Yuliang invited Zhao Hai to the living room, he immediately had his daughter-in-law bring a pot of tea to Zhao Hai. At the same time, he had his wife lead his daughter-in-law to prepare a meal. Tian Yuliang stayed in the living room and chatted with Zhao Hai. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, you said that you came from the Soldier Spirit continent? The Soldier Spirit continent is very far away from the Stranger continent. In the past, it was the Stranger continent that went to the Wenji continent. Very few people from other continents came to the Soldier Spirit continent. It's our honor to see Sir here." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Village chief, you're too polite. I didn't come directly from the Soldier Spirit continent. I came from the Wenji continent. In fact, I went from the Soldier Spirit continent to the Wenji continent. Then I stayed there for 10 years before coming to the Stranger continent." When the village chief heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, you actually stayed in the Wenji continent for 10 years. Looking at your current age, you should be around 30 years old, right? In other words, you're already a sky dancing expert at the age of 20. You even flew from the Soldier Spirit continent to the Wenji continent. Sir, you're too amazing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Old mister is too polite. It's nothing. I just like to travel. After I heard about the Wenji continent and the Stranger continent from my family, I wanted to travel here. Moreover, I succeeded." The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, with your strength, you must be a genius. You'll certainly receive the king's treatment when you come to the Stranger continent. However, you need to go to a nearby city first. You need to let the king know that you're here." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's not important. I'm just here to travel." "Right, village chief, I can see that the people in the village are cultivating. Does that mean that everyone in the Stranger continent can cultivate? Is that so?" The village head nodded and said, "Yes, Your Excellency. In our alien continent, body cultivators are the main force. Moreover, all of us practice cultivation. Because of this, our speed of advancement isn't very fast. Therefore, there are very few experts. As long as you reach the divine statue level, you can be called a lord. In any country, you can obtain a noble title, let alone a sky dance expert." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the village chief with a puzzled expression. "Statue level? What kind of stage is that?" The village chief immediately said, "So sir doesn't know about this. In our Stranger continent, a grade 9 martial warrior is just an ordinary martial warrior. As for the god statue stage, you can release the chi in your body, forming a statue in your heart. That's the god statue stage." As soon as Zhao Hai heard that, he more or less understood. The god statue stage in the Stranger continent should be equivalent to a consolidated equipment stage expert. From Tian Yuliang's words, not only did Zhao Hai infer that the divine statue stage was the consolidating equipment stage, but he also understood that the education level of the people in the alien continent wasn't low. Moreover, they were very familiar with the classification of cultivators, perhaps even the Wenji continent. However, thinking about it, the alien continent would send powerhouses to the Wenji continent every once in a while. Naturally, they would be very familiar with the Wenji continent. Moreover, they should have heard about the Soldier Spirit continent from the Wenji continent. That's why the classification of cultivators in the alien continent was so similar to the Wenji continent and the Soldier Spirit continent. Zhao Hai looked at Tian Yuliang and said, "Village chief, can I know how long it has been since people from other continents came to the alien continent?" When Tian Yuliang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare, then he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, mister. I really don't know about this. But it should have been a long time ago. This is because there hasn't been any news about people from other continents for a long time. Ever since my grandfather's generation, there has been no news about people from other continents. On the contrary, from time to time, there would be news about people traveling to other continents, but most of them never returned." Zhao Hai nodded, confirming his guess. He looked at Tian Yuliang and said, "Village chief, do you know how many countries there are in the alien continent?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the old man immediately became spirited and said, "Of course I know. There are a total of 12 countries in the alien continent. Our city belongs to the dragon countries Huzhou." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Do you know about the other countries?" Tian Yuliang nodded and said, "Of course I know. The 12 countries in the alien continent are the Dragon Country, the Phoenix Country, the Horse Country, the Ant Country, the Strong Country, the Rooster Country, the Dog Country, the Black Mountain Country, the Sparrow Country, the Tiger Country, the Ox Country, and the Snake Country. Because of this, everyone in the alien continent has their own attributes. 12 years is a cycle, and the 12 countries are named according to the attributes. Therefore, the names of the 12 countries have never changed." Zhao Hai looked at Tian Yuliang with some confusion. Of course, he knew about the attributes, just like how he knew that he was a chicken and you were a dog. However, he had never heard of the ant and man attributes. Also, what was the Black Mountain Country? How could it have such an attribute? Zhao Hai looked at Tian Yuliang and said, "Village chief, I know about this attribute, but what is the Black Mountain Country's attribute? Also, is the strong man also an attribute?" Tian Yuliang smiled and said, "Sir, actually, Black Mountain's attribute is a pig." However, everyone thought that calling a country a pig country was a bit unpleasant, so they changed the name to Black Mountain. Legend has it that the pig is the god of Black Mountain. As for the strong man you mentioned, it's just for the sake of sounding nice. In fact, it's a human attribute. The human attribute isn't rare here, so there's no need to take offense. Zhao Hai nodded, he understood. The attributes of the people in the alien continent were different from the attributes of the 12 zodiac animals that he was familiar with. However, each plane had its own customs, so there was nothing strange about it. At this time, Tian Yuliang's wife called them to eat. Tian Yuliang immediately politely invited Zhao Hai to the dining room to eat. For this meal, Tian Yuliang and his 4 sons accompanied Zhao Hai while the women ate in another room. The food was very good, there were chicken and fish. It can be seen that Tian Yuliang took out all the good things in the house for Zhao Hai to eat. Zhao Hai wasn't very particular about food, so he was very happy with this meal. After eating, Tian Yuliang arranged a room for Zhao Hai to rest in. After flying for nearly a month, Zhao Hai was indeed tired. After returning to his room, he immediately fell asleep. On the other hand, Tian Yuliang and the others were very happy. After all, for them, being able to receive a person from another continent was an honor. Maybe they would even be rewarded when they arrive at the city. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. After a night of rest, his spirit was very good. When he went outside, he saw that the Tian family had also woken up. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood. He was now in a small village, and all the villagers were the same. They all woke up early. When the Tian family saw Zhao Hai, they immediately gave him a salute. There was no other way, Zhao Hai was an important person. In the alien continent, the hierarchy was very strict. Zhao Hai greeted the Tian family and then had breakfast. Then he left the village with Tian Yuliang's son. Tian Yuliang had his son send Zhao Hai to the nearest city. At the same time, he told the city officials about Zhao Hai's arrival. Tian Yuliang's family didn't have a horse. They only had an old ox and an ox cart. Zhao Hai sat on the ox head of Tian Yuliang's family as they headed to the city. After 2 hours of rushing, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at a small city near the Tian family village. This small city was called Fisherman's City. It was a small city with a population of 100,000 people. This city had a city wall. The wall was about 10 meters high and 2 meters thick. It looked a bit thin. However, this was only a small city, so having a city wall was already good enough. Tian Yuliang's son drove the ox cart to bring Zhao Hai into the city. There were no taxes in the city, but there were a lot of people entering the city. A lot of people were looking at Zhao Hai in a daze. The sole object on Zhao Hai's head clearly showed that he wasn't a person from the alien continent. Zhao Hai could only smile bitterly at these people's reactions. Although he had long been accustomed to the feeling of being the center of attention, he was still not used to the feeling of being watched like a monkey. The ox cart quickly arrived in front of the city's government office. Looking at the two words county government office written on the door, Zhao Hai felt as if he was in a different world. He felt as if he had returned to ancient China. This feeling was really strange. When they arrived at the county government office, Zhao Hai and Tian Yuliang's son got down from the ox cart. In front of the county government office, there were two officers holding water and fire sticks. When these two officers saw the sole object on Zhao Hai's head, their complexion couldn't help but change. Then one of them immediately ran towards the county government office while the other hurried towards Zhao Hai and gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings to Mr. Did Mr. come from another continent?" Zhao Hai looked at the polite officer and smiled faintly. Then he said, "This one came from the soldier spirit continent. Yesterday, I was resting at Tian family village's little brother's house. Today, I was sent here by this little brother." Just as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard coming from the courtyard. Before long, a person ran out of the courtyard. This person was wearing a green official's robe. He strode out of the county government office. Zhao Hai looked at this person. This person seemed to be in his 50s. His hair and beard were already white. He was very thin. The green official's robe looked a little shaky on his body. When this person arrived in front of Zhao Hai, he first looked at the sole object on Zhao Hai's head. Then he immediately cupped his fist and bowed, "Greetings to Mr. This one is Fisherman City's county magistrate, Yudishi. May I ask if Mr. came from the soldier spirit continent?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said to Yudishi, "Greetings to county magistrate. This one came from the soldier spirit continent." Yudishi quickly replied, "I don't dare to accept Mr.'s greeting. Mr., please come inside." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Tian Yuliang's son and said, "Brother Tian, thank you for sending me here. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." As he said that, Zhao Hai took out some gold coins from his ring and gave it to Tian Yuliang's son. When Tian Yuliang's son saw that Zhao Hai was going to give him some gold coins, he quickly shook his head and said, "I can't accept it. I must receive Mr. How can I accept money? I can't accept it." When Yudishi saw Zhao Hai's actions, he quickly stopped Zhao Hai and said, "Mr., there's no need to be like this. Just leave this small matter to me." Then he reached into his chest and took out a small token. Then he gave it to Tian Yuliang's son and said, "Little brother, take this token. You can go home first. I'll report this matter to the emperor. There will be a reward." Tian Yuliang's son respectfully received the token. After giving the county magistrate a salute, he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that he couldn't say anything else. He could only follow Yudishi into the county magistrate's office. The county magistrate's office wasn't very big. In the front was the courtroom, which was used to try cases. Zhao Hai and the others went directly to the backyard, where the county magistrate rested. The county magistrate invited Zhao Hai to the living room in the backyard. Then he had Zhao Hai sit on the seat of honor. Then he sat down and respectfully said to Zhao Hai, "It must have been hard for you to come all the way from the soldier spirit continent to the expert continent. I ask Mr. to take a rest in the county magistrate's office. After I report this matter to the emperor, I'll ask the emperor to send an angel to welcome Mr." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, "Mr., you're too polite. I'm just an ordinary plant master from the soldier spirit continent. I don't deserve this kind of treatment." Yudishi replied, "You deserve it, you deserve it. It's been several hundred years since anyone from the other continents came to the expert continent. Mr.'s arrival this time will surely cause a sensation. If the emperor doesn't send an angel to welcome you, then I'm afraid that the dragon nation will lose face. So Mr. can rest in the county magistrate's office and leave the other matters to me." Zhao Hai looked at Yudishi and didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he cupped his fist towards Yudishi and said, "I'll leave everything to Mr. However, I would like to play around Fisherman City for a few days. I wonder if Mr. is willing?" Yudishi immediately said, "Mr. misunderstands. I'm asking the emperor to send someone to welcome you, not to imprison you. You can go wherever you want. But please rest in the county magistrate's office for a few days. Otherwise, when the angel comes, I won't know where you are." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, that would be for the best." then I'll have to thank Mr. Yudishi cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, I wouldn't dare. Mr. is too polite. I've already prepared food and wine for Mr. Please. Zhao Hai stayed in Fisherman City for 10 days. During these 10 days, Yudishi was very polite to him. Every day, Yudishi would entertain him with good food and drinks. Whenever Zhao Hai wanted to go sightseeing, Yudishi would also send people to accompany him. However, Zhao Hai felt that there was a hint of surveillance. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He knew that with his status, he would be valued in a centralized country. Yudishi was afraid that he would leave. If he really did leave, then the Dragon Nation's king would send people to pick him up. If Yudishi couldn't hand over the person, then his head would immediately be removed. Therefore, although Zhao Hai felt that he was being watched, he didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to wander around Fisherman City every day, leading the servant that Yudishi arranged for him to play around. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't just playing around. He was mainly collecting plants and animals. It must be said that there were a lot of plants that Zhao Hai hadn't seen in the alien continent before. The servant that Yudishi arranged for Zhao Hai naturally told Yudishi about this. Yudishi didn't say anything. In the alien continent, there was a lot of knowledge about various professions. They also knew that botanists would sometimes have the habit of collecting plants. Because of this, Yudishi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Zhao Hai's research. 10 days later, Yudishi received news that the state government had sent people to pick up Zhao Hai. They wanted Zhao Hai to rest in the state government. At the same time, they also said that the king already knew about Zhao Hai's arrival. They were sending an angel to pick up Zhao Hai. Although Yudishi wasn't happy about this, he had no other choice. After all, he was just a small county magistrate. He had to listen to the orders of his superiors. Yudishi didn't want Zhao Hai to leave. It wasn't because he was reluctant to part with Zhao Hai, but because of the merits. It can be imagined that if Zhao Hai was picked up by an angel from Fisherman City, then the rewards that Yudishi would receive would be completely different from when he was picked up by the state. However, it was clear that Yudishi's superior, who was also the head of the state government, also understood this. If Zhao Hai was picked up from the state government, then the local magistrate would naturally receive greater benefits. Sitting in the carriage, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was a dignified sky dance expert, but now, he seemed to have become an auspicious sign in ancient China, a tool for promotion and wealth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, if it was in the past, then Zhao Hai would have already left. He wouldn't care about the life and death of these people. However, he had just arrived at the alien continent, so he didn't know much about the situation here. He only knew that this place was similar to ancient China. In this case, if he really offended the authorities of the alien continent, then it wouldn't be good for him. Although he wasn't afraid of river-breaking experts, he still wanted to stay in the alien continent for a while. He wanted to understand the situation here. If he really attracted the attention of a river-breaking expert, then he would be in big trouble. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very clear that although he could change his appearance, for those river-breaking experts, his method of changing his appearance wasn't very safe. If the other party wanted to discover him, they could still do so. A river-breaking expert, who could become the strongest existence in the soul world and the ultimate weapon against the destroyer, wasn't that simple. Although Zhao Hai hadn't reached the river-breaking expert yet, and had been suppressing his strength, he already had a certain understanding of the river-breaking expert. It was a mysterious feeling, which let him know the extraordinary strength of a river-breaking expert. According to cultivators, before reaching the consolidating equipment stage, one could only be considered an ordinary martial artist, not even a cultivator. After reaching the consolidating equipment stage, one could only be considered a cultivator. After reaching the consolidating equipment stage, one could only be considered a cultivator. After reaching the void stage, one could only be considered a cultivator at the middle stage of the chi refining stage. Reaching the river-breaking expert was almost equivalent to the foundation establishment stage, and reaching the foundation establishment stage meant that you had officially become a cultivator, officially breaking away from the ranks of ordinary people, and could officially become a cultivator. Of course, in the soul world, the levels wouldn't be divided like this, and the river-breaking expert wasn't that simple. After all, the cultivation method was different. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't want to offend people here. Now, the other party's approach made him a little disgusted, but it wasn't unacceptable. After all, he would only stay in the state capital for a few days, and then he would have to meet the king. After meeting the king, he would be free. The king of hell was easy to meet, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Zhao Hai was very clear about this sentence. He might not have any problem meeting the king, but these county magistrates and magistrates were definitely more difficult to deal with than the king. The carriage traveled for 3 days before they arrived at the state capital, which was Huzhou City. Huzhou City was a big place. The city wasn't small, the city walls were very thick, and there were a lot of pedestrians on the streets. However, Zhao Hai was currently sitting in a carriage, so the people outside didn't know that a person from another continent was sitting inside the carriage. Before long, Zhao Hai's carriage arrived at the government office, where the magistrate was already waiting for Zhao Hai. The magistrate was a fat man in his 50s, and in contrast to Yu Dishi's thin figure, this magistrate was very fat. He had a smile on his face, making him look like a Maitreya Buddha. When Zhao Hai got down from the carriage, the magistrate immediately cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, "This lowly official Ma Yu has seen Mr. Mr. has had a hard journey." Zhao Hai was very clear about these officials. He knew that these people cannot be offended, otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. Therefore, he quickly cupped his fist to Ma Yu and said, "I have seen Lord Ma. Zhao Hai is very polite." Ma Yu quickly replied, "Mr. is too polite. Come, let's go inside." Then he led Zhao Hai inside. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Yu's appearance and didn't say anything. He just politely followed Ma Yu into the government office. Before long, the two arrived at the back of the government office. This government office was much more imposing than the county government office. Moreover, Ma Yu had more servants than Yu Dishi. Ma Yu was also very polite to Zhao Hai. After hosting a banquet to entertain Zhao Hai, he arranged a good guest room for Zhao Hai to rest. Zhao Hai also felt that although Ma Yu's strength wasn't very strong, he was very tactful. Moreover, he was a smooth and slick person. It wasn't surprising that such a person could sit in this position. Zhao Hai didn't want to offend Ma Yu. This was because the situation in the expert continent was completely different from the Wenji continent. It wouldn't be wise for him to offend a local snake like Ma Yu right now. Zhao Hai stayed in Huzhou for 7 days. During these 7 days, he went out of Huzhou City and went to the outskirts of the city to collect some plants. There was nothing special about it. On this day, when Zhao Hai went out, Ma Yu came to Zhao Hai's room. Upon entering the door, Ma Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, don't go out today. The angels will arrive at noon. When the time comes, they will definitely want to see Mr. If they don't see Mr., then they might blame me. I hope Mr. can forgive me." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly replied, "Mr. Ma is too polite. Then I'll wait here for the angel's arrival." "But Mr. Ma, do you have any books to read?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mr. Ma, you're too polite." When Ma Yu heard that Zhao Hai agreed to not go out, he immediately became happy and said, "All right, I'll have someone send some books to Mr. Mister, please wait for a moment." Then he gave Zhao Hai a salute before he turned around and left. Before long, Ma Yu returned with some books. It can be seen that Ma Yu was very good at handling matters. The books that he sent to Zhao Hai weren't ancient books, but rather history books and travel books. It seems like he wanted Zhao Hai to understand the expert continent through these books. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel Ma Yu's ability to handle matters. It must be said that Ma Yu was a very good person. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about it. He immediately picked up the books and used his thought force to communicate with them. Zhao Hai's thinking speed was very fast. Ever since his origin force increased, his thinking speed also became faster and faster. Now, Zhao Hai's reading speed was also getting faster and faster. In the morning, Zhao Hai finished reading the books that Ma Yu sent. However, he didn't have anyone send him more books. Instead, he just sat there and closed his eyes, carefully digesting the contents of the books. When it was almost noon, suddenly, footsteps could be heard outside Zhao Hai's room. Then a voice was heard, "Mister, the magistrate asked you to go with him to the lobby." Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and said, "All right, I'll go." Then he stood up and slowly walked outside. At this time, Zhao Hai already had some understanding of the alien continent. The people of the expert continent were indeed mainly body cultivators. However, this didn't mean that all of the profound techniques here were body cultivators. In fact, this wasn't the case. There were indeed a lot of body cultivators here, but there were even more chi cultivators. Moreover, the people of the expert continent believed that body cultivators were just preparing for chi cultivators. In the end, chi cultivators still needed to be cultivated. But in the alien continent, it was true that everyone practiced martial arts. However, what they learned were the most superficial martial arts. It might have been modified by someone, but it didn't have any power. This was just like China's Taiji fist. Generally, the Taiji fist that old people learned couldn't be used in battle. It was just a way to stretch one's muscles and bones. However, there were some people who could use Taiji fist to fight. Moreover, it was very powerful. Although the alien continent didn't reach this level, what was certain was that the martial arts that ordinary people learned weren't anything good. At most, it would only make one's body stronger. However, this also made the ordinary people of the alien continent more powerful than the ordinary people of other continents. If they practiced well, an ordinary person of the alien continent could deal with a dozen ordinary people of other continents. There were certainly a lot of experts in the alien continent. However, the status of these experts wasn't necessarily as high as the status of the martial spirit continent and the Wenji continent. This was because the alien continent was very powerful. The king here wasn't necessarily an expert, but they had a strange method that allowed them to combine their strength with the entire country. In other words, if you want to make a move on the king of the alien continent, then you would have to make a move on the entire country. Unless it was an internal rebellion, it would be very difficult for external forces to deal with the king. The army here was also very strong. The generals here also had the same ability as kings. However, this ability can only be used in the army under their command. In other words, a general has 10,000 people under his command. When necessary, he can use the strength of these 10,000 people to increase his strength. However, it was impossible for him to use all of the strength of these 10,000 people. He can only use a portion of the strength of these 10,000 people to increase his strength. But of course, it was impossible for him to use all of the strength of these 10,000 people. He can only use a portion of the strength of these 10,000 people to strengthen himself. In addition to these, Zhao Hai also discovered a word that was mentioned in the books of the alien continent, and that was weapons. These weren't ordinary weapons. In this place, generals had weapons, kings had weapons, magistrates had weapons, county magistrates had weapons, and county magistrates had weapons. These weapons could play a very powerful role, and that was to extract the strength of the people under one's rule for one's own use. When a king wields a nation weapon, he can extract the strength of all the people in the country to strengthen himself. This would allow him to instantly become an incomparably powerful expert. He could even kill a breaking river expert. The same was true for a county magistrate. He can also use a county weapon to extract the strength of the people under his rule. Although he couldn't be as powerful as a king, he still couldn't be underestimated. High-level weapons have a strong restraining effect on low-level weapons. If a county magistrate wanted to deal with a magistrate, then it would be impossible for him to succeed. Zhao Hai hadn't encountered this strange method before. He didn't know what was going on with this weapon. To be honest, although Zhao Hai had countless subordinates in the space, he never thought that one day he would be able to use all of their strength to strengthen himself. Think about it, how many people would a king have in his country? If he were to use all of their strength to strengthen himself, then how much strength would he have? It's scary when you think about it. However, Zhao Hai also discovered another point from the books. These kings weren't invincible. The ones who defeated them weren't other people, but their own people. This was what people called a rebellion. The alien continent had 12 countries. Since ancient times, the names of the countries had never been changed. The weapons that the kings used had also never been changed. However, the kings had changed countless times. Most of these kings had died of old age, but there were also a few who were killed. And the ones who killed these kings weren't other people, but their subordinates. If a king was muddle-headed and tyrannical, causing the people to suffer, then the people would rebel. But the king wouldn't be able to absorb the strength of the people who rebelled. A king who had lost his strength was naturally nothing to be afraid of. In fact, so far, Zhao Hai was not surprised by the alien continent. Whether it was the body cultivation technique or the so-called qi cultivation technique, they were not attractive to Zhao Hai. After all, a place like this had insufficient energy. Even the energy called qi was not of a high level. Otherwise, the alien continent would have unified the soul world a long time ago. But now that he heard about the existence of this weapon, Zhao Hai was really curious. It was the first time that Zhao Hai heard about this weapon. He really wanted to know what it was. But it was a pity that this weapon was very precious in the alien continent. Moreover, officials like Ma Yu could use the corresponding weapon after he took the official position. Except for him, if anyone else touched this weapon, he would immediately feel it. So even if Zhao Hai wanted to secretly observe this weapon, it was impossible. Zhao Hai was thinking about his own worries while following the servant to the front hall. In the front hall, Ma Yu was already standing there in his official robe. He had already set up the incense table and was leading all the officials in the mansion to stand there respectfully. In front of them, there were 12 people in yellow robes with swords on their waists. These 12 people were all tall and strong. They looked mighty and imposing. At first glance, one could tell that they were experts. Now, these 12 people were standing there like statues, but no one dared to look down on them. Zhao Hai knew that they were the so-called angels. Angels were the local officials' name for the emissaries sent by the emperor. Zhao Hai had already thought of this, but he did not expect that the other party would pay so much attention to him. These 12 people, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that they had reached the strength of the consolidated equipment level. Of course, according to the saying here, they should be called the statue level. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared, the angels immediately focused their attention on Zhao Hai. Their eyes were as sharp as swords as they stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't see them at all. He slowly walked to Ma Yu's side and cupped his fist. "Mr. Ma." Ma Yu hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, you are here. These are the angels. This is the commander of the Imperial Blade Guard, Jia Mingdao. Lord Jia, this is Mr. Zhao Hai from the Soldier Spirit Continent." Jia Mingdao looked at Zhao Hai, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Jia Mingdao has seen Mr. His Majesty has an official decree. Mr. is a guest from afar, but you don't need to kneel in front of His Majesty. I ask Lord Ma and Mr. Zhao Hai to accept the decree." The meaning of Jia Mingdao's words was very obvious. He wanted to tell Zhao Hai that he was a guest from afar, so he didn't need to kneel in front of him. However, Ma Yu didn't receive such treatment. He led the bailiffs to kneel down to receive the decree. Although Zhao Hai didn't need to kneel, he didn't show too much arrogance and just bowed. Jia Mingdao was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance, but he didn't show it. Instead, he took out the imperial decree and read it out loud. The imperial decree was very long, it took Zhao Hai a long time to understand it. It was nothing more than having him follow Jia Mingdao to the capital city. Ma Yu and the others would be promoted to grade 1, their original positions would be retained. At the same time, the Tian family village would also receive some rewards. After Jia Mingdao finished reading, Zhao Hai and Ma Yu thanked him. Then Ma Yu respectfully received the imperial decree and carefully placed it on the incense table. After that, he invited Jia Mingdao and the others to sit in the mansion. After Jia Mingdao and the others entered the mansion, Ma Yu naturally prepared a banquet to entertain them. Naturally, Zhao Hai also accompanied them. He was the main character, so he had to accompany them. After eating and drinking, Jia Mingdao and the others went to rest. Zhao Hai also returned to his room. Tomorrow, he would follow Jia Mingdao and the others to the capital city of the Dragon Nation. Naturally, he needed to have a good rest. After a quiet night, early the next morning, Zhao Hai and Jia Mingdao rode their horses and left Huzhou City. They went straight to the capital city of the Dragon Nation, Coiling Dragon City. From Huzhou to Coiling Dragon City, it wasn't enough to just ride a horse. They also needed to take a boat, which would be faster. Therefore, after a day of riding, they boarded the boat. The boat began to sail towards Coiling Dragon City day and night. Zhao Hai was very relaxed on the city wall. Although the boat wasn't big, it was a fast boat. Moreover, the rooms on the boat weren't small, so Zhao Hai didn't feel bored. After more than 10 days of living on the boat, Zhao Hai finally saw their destination. From afar, Zhao Hai could see countless sails, as well as tall and mighty city walls. The city walls were very tall and very long. Zhao Hai felt that he couldn't see the end of it. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the city walls weren't flat. They were like mountains, rising and falling. At this time, Jiao Mingdao arrived at Zhao Hai's side and said, "Mister, that's Coiling Dragon City. My city is built on a mountain, so the city walls rise and fall along with the mountain. The Dragon Palace is located at the peak of the mountain." Zhao Hai carefully looked at the city. Suddenly, he saw a tall building in the city. It was even higher than the city walls. This was really inconceivable. Zhao Hai exclaimed, "What a majestic city. A majestic city like this is really terrifying." Jiao Mingdao smiled faintly and said, "Coiling Dragon City is the capital of our dragon nation. Currently, the population of the city has reached 3 million people. The city has an army of 300,000. It's one of the largest cities in the entire alien continent." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. At this time, Jiao Mingdao began to talk to Zhao Hai about Coiling Dragon City. It can be seen that Jiao Mingdao had a lot of feelings for Coiling Dragon City. He was very happy for the city. After more than an hour, Zhao Hai's ship finally stopped at the pier. The pier that they were currently using was the imperial family's pier. Other ships couldn't dock there. Because of this, the ship stopped very smoothly. After the ship stopped, Jiao Mingdao and the others led Zhao Hai to disembark. Then they had Zhao Hai sit in the carriage while they rode their horses towards the city. Zhao Hai's carriage was very spacious. The carriage looked like a small room. Moreover, there was a coiling dragon engraving on the carriage. The carriage looked very imposing. At the same time, it also showed the status of the carriage. This was something used by the imperial family. Everyone on the road had to make way for it. The carriage was pulled by 4 strong horses as it rushed towards the city. Everywhere it went, people would automatically make way for it. The group's speed was very fast as they rushed into the city and headed straight towards the Dragon Palace. From the city gate to the entrance of the Dragon Palace, they walked for nearly 2 hours. When they arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, Jiao Mingdao flashed a token to the guard at the gate. Only then did the carriage enter the Dragon Palace smoothly. The Dragon Palace was much bigger than Zhao Hai imagined. The carriage walked for about 10 minutes before it stopped. At this time, they arrived in front of the Dragon Palace. At this time, Zhao Hai also got down from the carriage. After getting down from the carriage, Zhao Hai followed Jiao Mingdao and the others into the Dragon Palace. Along the way, there was a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The security was very tight. Before long, Zhao Hai's group arrived in front of a large hall. This hall was more than 10 meters high and occupied a large area. Outside the hall, there were 12 coiling dragon pillars. In front of the pillars were 12 steps. In the middle of the steps, there was a coiling dragon engraved on it. It looked very majestic and extraordinary. Jiao Mingdao led Zhao Hai to the front of the great hall. Then he cupped his fist towards a blue-robed eunuch who was holding a horsetail whisk and said, "Eunuch, please pass on my message. Mr. Zhao Hai, the envoy of the Soldier Spirit Continent, has arrived." The eunuch didn't dare to be negligent. He complied and then turned around to enter the hall. Before long, a sharp voice was heard, "Envoy of the Soldier Spirit Continent, Mr. Zhao Hai, has arrived." Jiao Mingdao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr., please. Mr. is a guest, so you don't have to pay your respects." Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Jiao Mingdao. Then he didn't say anything and just walked towards the hall. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Hai saw that the hall was now full of people. On his left, there was a group of armored generals. These generals were all armed with weapons. On his right, there was a group of scholars wearing robes. These scholars were all holding shields in their hands. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, all of these generals and officials turned their gaze towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't seem to feel their gazes. He just walked into the hall with his head held high. After looking at the people on both sides, he turned his gaze towards the person in the innermost part of the hall. This person was sitting on a platform that was 2 meters high. From the platform to the platform, there were 12 steps. In front of this person was a huge desk. On top of this desk were many notebooks, as well as a pen, paper, and a box. This person was sitting on a golden dragon throne. The golden dragon head was on top of this person's head. It was as if a dragon was overlooking the common people. Behind him, there was a huge screen. The screen was made of wood, but there was a picture of 9 dragons on a platinum handkerchief. The 9 dragons had different shapes and were very lifelike. In front of the screen, there were 2 palace maids. These 2 palace maids were holding the sun and moon fan in their hands. There was a coiling dragon picture on the fan. A very old eunuch was standing beside the dragon throne with a horsetail whisk in his hand. Sitting on the dragon throne was a very dignified old man wearing a bright yellow robe with 9 dragons. He looked to be around 60 years old and had a golden crown on his head. Zhao Hai gave a deep bow to the old man and loudly said, "Soldier Spirit Continent Saber Soul Zhao Hai greets your majesty. Long live your majesty." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you don't need to be so polite. I didn't expect to see someone from the Soldier Spirit Continent in my lifetime." Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fists. "Thank you, your majesty." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that Mr. stayed in the Wenji continent for 10 years. Is this true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. I left the Soldier Spirit Continent and went to the Wenji continent first. I traveled there for 10 years before I left for the Variant Human continent." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. actually studied in the Wenji continent for 10 years? Could it be that Sir is learning the cultivation method of the scholars from the Wenji mainland?" Zhao Hai cupped his fists and said, "Yes, your majesty. I studied the scholar cultivation method of the Wenji continent." When the emperor heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, did you really study the scholar's cultivation method? Could it be that Mister has a variant physique that allows you to cultivate literary force?" Zhao Hai only heard about the term variant physique after arriving in the alien continent. He didn't hear about it in the weapon spirit continent. The so-called mutated physique was actually a person with a special body. However, this type of person was usually a mutant, a person without a soul. Mutants with mutated physiques could learn the cultivation methods of soul soldiers, scholars' cultivation methods, soul beasts, plant masters, and craftsmen. They could also learn the cultivation methods of soul beasts, plant masters, and craftsmen. However, this would depend on which profession their mutated physique was more suitable for. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Replying to your majesty, I can't cultivate literary force. The reason why I want to study the scholar's cultivation method is because I want to return to the weapon spirit continent and bring back some of the books from the literature continent. This way, there will be more scholars in the weapon spirit continent." When the emperor heard Zhao Hai, he nodded slightly and said, "Good. While traveling, you still forgot about your homeland. Zhao Hai, you're very good." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "I thank your majesty for the praise." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, now that you're in the alien continent, what do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai replied, "Replying to your majesty, this one wants to travel around the alien continent for some time. I want to observe the plants here. There are a lot of plants and animals here that the weapon spirit continent and the Wenji continent don't have. Because of this one wants to take a good look at it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When the emperor heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then he nodded and said, "All right, Mister's idea is very good. I can give you a token that will allow you to travel around the continent unimpeded. I hope that Mister can complete his observations as soon as possible." Zhao Hai bowed to the emperor and said, "Many thanks to your majesty." The emperor nodded and said, "All right, you can withdraw. Someone come and take Mister to the outside of the palace. You're not allowed to interfere with Mister's actions. Take a token and give it to Mister. In addition, everyone will give Mister 1,000 gold coins for his expenses." 2 guards immediately came in and led Zhao Hai's as they nodded. Zhao Hai thanked the emperor before leaving the hall. After Zhao Hai left, the emperor looked at the ministers and said, "Everyone, what do you think of Zhao Hai?" A civil servant on the right opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, this Zhao Hai is a plant master from the spirit weapon continent. Plant masters don't have high status in the spirit weapon continent or the literature continent. I think your Majesty doesn't need to be too polite to him. Otherwise." As soon as the minister's voice fell, a rebuttal was immediately heard. This time, a civil official came forward and said, "Your Majesty, although this Zhao Hai is only a plant master, if he wants to cross the endless sea from the spirit soldier continent to the Wenji continent, then from the Wenji continent to the stranger continent, then from there, it would be impossible for him to reach the Sky Void realm. Any Sky Void realm expert cannot be underestimated. Moreover, as the first person to set foot on the stranger continent in more than 300 years, the stranger continent should treat him with respect. If one day, Zhao Hai has the opportunity to return to the spirit soldier continent, then he should bring this news back to the spirit soldier continent. This way, more people from the spirit soldier continent would be able to travel to the spirit soldier continent. This would promote the exchange between the two sides. This is a good thing. Therefore, this minister thinks that we should give Zhao Hai the greatest treatment." Upon hearing his words, everyone nodded subconsciously. The emperor also nodded and said, "My dear minister, you're right. However, I've heard that plant masters are very skilled in treating plant masters. If there's a chance, we can get him to write down some of his experience in treating plant masters. This will be beneficial to us as well. Alright, the court is dismissed." Following his words, the old eunuch standing next to him immediately raised his voice and loudly said, "Court is dismissed." Following this, all the officials knelt down and respectfully sent the emperor off. At this time, Zhao Hai followed the two guards to a relay station outside the Dragon Palace. This relay station was specially prepared for foreign envoys. It was very luxurious. Moreover, the pass and gold coins were also given to him. At the same time, they told Zhao Hai that if he needs help in the future, he can go to any government office in the Dragon Nation for help. After Zhao Hai thanked the person, he rested for a day in the relay station. He wasn't very tired from the journey. After all, he was already used to sitting on ships. Naturally, he didn't feel anything. However, he still took a good rest in the relay station. At the same time, he also needed to plan what he would do in the future. It seems like he wasn't in a hurry to study plants. It was more important to understand the alien continent first. Naturally, the most important thing was to study the artifacts in the alien continent. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early and had his breakfast in the relay station. The people in the relay station already knew about Zhao Hai's identity. They were very polite to Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai was also very polite to them. After having his breakfast, Zhao Hai left the relay station and strolled around the city. Zhao Hai wanted to have a better understanding of Coiling Dragon City, so he wandered around the city. In the end, he found the city's largest library and bought all the books that he hadn't seen before. Then he returned to the station and locked himself in his room. Then he began to seriously read the books. There weren't a lot of books in the alien continent's bookstores. Most of them were books on enlightenment, some were ancient books, and some were travel books. Zhao Hai didn't buy any ancient books because he had already seen them in the literary records continent. Therefore, he didn't need those books at all. However, Zhao Hai bought a lot of travel books and history books. He spent a day reading all the books that he bought and digesting them. After that, he went to the city and went to the seed shop. He bought a bit of each seed before returning to the relay station. Zhao Hai was a bit surprised. He didn't want to waste any more time. 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 After that, Zhao Hai spent another 3 days strolling around Coiling Dragon City. After that, he prepared to leave the city. In these few days, he became famous in Coiling Dragon City. Everyone knew that a big guy from the Soldier Spirit continent was wandering around the city. Many people from Coiling Dragon City came to see him. At this time, the emperor no longer summoned Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was only traveling to the alien continent. Moreover, he was only a plant master. Strictly speaking, he wasn't an official emissary from the Soldier Spirit continent. There was no need for the emperor to see him all the time. Giving him this kind of treatment was already very good. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't dissatisfied. He had already ordered a wooden box for himself in Coiling Dragon City. Then he began to buy some dry food and salt in preparation for his trip. Although Zhao Hai has been staying in Coiling Dragon City, he didn't have the opportunity to see the weapons of the alien continent. Naturally, the weapons of the alien continent were very different. One type of weapon was naturally formed. These weapons were generally passed down from ancient times. Just like the nation weapons and prefecture weapons, many of these weapons were passed down from ancient times. As for when these weapons were passed down, no one knew. These weapons were called Xianxia heavy weapons. Another type of weapon was discovered later. For example, some county weapons were created later. These weapons weren't naturally formed. Instead, they were made by the emperor using his own nation weapons. These weapons were called crafting weapons. Compared to Xiantian heavy weapons, crafting weapons were far worse. Whether it was in terms of power or the ability to extract people's energy, they were much worse. However, after so many years, a lot of Xiantian heavy weapons were lost. This seemed impossible because as long as someone was in that position, they would be able to sense their weapon. Therefore, it shouldn't be possible for a Xiantian heavy weapon to be lost. However, this wasn't the case. In fact, a lot of Xiantian heavy weapons were lost in the alien continent. There were many reasons for this. One reason was that Xiantian heavy weapons were damaged during battles, causing them to lose their spirituality. In the future, even if someone was in that position, they wouldn't be able to sense their weapon. Therefore, they could only rely on crafting weapons. Another reason was the change of position. Since ancient times in the alien continent, the dynasties had been replaced countless times. Although the names didn't change, the royal family had changed many times. During this process, some positions slowly disappeared. For example, it was said that in the past, the alien continent had the position of Minister of War. This position was equivalent to the position of Minister of Defense or Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armies on Earth. However, due to some reasons, such an important position was never established and the Minister of War was slowly lost. Nobody knew where the good things were lost. Because of this, there were a lot of Xiantian heavy artifacts that were lost. On the other hand, there weren't a lot of artifacts that were lost. This was because artifacts were made by kings using nation weapons. Because of this, it was very difficult for artifacts to be lost. Even if they were lost, as long as a nation weapon was used to search, it would be very easy to find them. However, whether it was Xiantian heavy weapons or crafting weapons, they were very important in the alien continent. They couldn't be easily taken out. Of course, in the stranger continent, not all officials had weapons. Weapons were only issued up to the county level. For example, the stewards of relay stations, although they were officials, they didn't have weapons. They only had official seals and couldn't wield weapons. Because of this, even though Zhao Hai had been in Coiling Dragon City for a long time, and even though he was a guest and had a token issued by the emperor, he still hadn't seen a single artifact. He had only heard about the mystical properties of artifacts, but he had never seen one with his own eyes. This made Zhao Hai curious, and at the same time, he attached more importance to artifacts. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. Therefore, he decided to do his own things first. He would collect all the plants and animals first. The emperor was sitting in his study room. A person was standing in front of him. This person was wearing a green robe. At first glance, one could see that this person wasn't a high-ranking official. However, this person didn't seem to be uncomfortable as he stood there. It was as if he was born to stand there. The emperor was looking at a memorial in his hand. After reading the memorial, the emperor opened his mouth and said, "How was Zhao Hai's performance these past few days? Were you able to see what kind of person he is?" If Zhao Hai was here, he would certainly be able to recognize this person. This person was the steward of the relay station. He was a small official with a seal but no weapon. Upon hearing the emperor, the person immediately replied, "Replying to your majesty, this minister has been observing Zhao Hai for the past few days. I discovered that he isn't a bad person. On the contrary, this person's mind is very calm. Because of this, this minister believes that Zhao Hai must be an extraordinary person in the spirit soldier continent. Moreover, his background shouldn't be low. When the emperor heard this, he couldn't help but nod. Then he said, "As long as you're sure that he isn't a threat to our dragon country, then that's good. You're dismissed." The person nodded before he turned around and left. After the person left, the emperor opened his mouth and said, "Come in." A small eunuch pushed the door and came in. Then the eunuch knelt down and said, "Present." The emperor looked at the eunuch and said, "Pass down my orders. When officials see Mr. Zhao Hai, they must take good care of him. Don't neglect him. Go." The eunuch nodded before he turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai carried his new wooden chest and left Coiling Dragon City. He didn't ride a horse, instead, he walked. Because of this, the people on the street saw him. However, Zhao Hai didn't care as he walked step by step out of Coiling Dragon City. When he arrived outside Coiling Dragon City, Zhao Hai directly entered the mountains and disappeared from the forest. Then Zhao Hai stayed inside the forest, collecting plants and animals along the way. He was very comfortable being alone. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about anything else. Zhao Hai's life was very good. However, the people who were monitoring Zhao Hai weren't doing so well. After Zhao Hai entered the forest, they followed him. But after a short while, they lost track of Zhao Hai. They wanted to use their own tracking techniques to track Zhao Hai. However, they discovered that their tracking techniques were useless in the forest. Whether it was from traces or smell, they couldn't find Zhao Hai. It can be said that after entering the forest, they completely lost track of Zhao Hai. In fact, Zhao Hai already knew that someone was following him. It was just that he didn't show it. Once he entered the forest, those people would be dreaming if they still wanted to track him. The forest was the domain of a plant master. Even if Zhao Hai didn't use other types of energy, he could still use natural energy to prevent those people from finding him. After entering the forest, Zhao Hai could finally let out a long breath. To be honest, compared to those people, it was better to stay with these plants. Especially those officials. When you're with them, you always have to wear a mask. Zhao Hai didn't like this feeling at all. Along the way, Zhao Hai kept collecting plants and animals. He already set a goal for himself. This goal was a very famous place in the Dragon Nation. It was called the Emperor's Mausoleum. The Emperor's Mausoleum didn't refer to the Emperor's Mausoleum, instead, it referred to a ruin. This ruin used to be the capital of the Dragon Nation. But more than 1,000 years ago, it was destroyed by the flames of war. Then, the Dragon Nation's people migrated and formed the present Coiling Dragon City. And the reason why Zhao Hai wanted to go to the Emperor's Mausoleum was for one thing, it was to find artifacts. Zhao Hai was very curious about artifacts. But he couldn't do anything about it. Artifacts were very important to the people of the alien continent. No officials dared to lend them to him. Because of this, Zhao Hai had only heard about artifacts but never seen one. This was a pity. But ever since Zhao Hai learned that a lot of Xianxia artifacts had been lost, Zhao Hai began to have an idea. And since he knew about the Emperor's Mausoleum, Zhao Hai decided to go to the Emperor's Mausoleum to see if he could find any Xianxia artifacts. If he could, then that would be great. But if he couldn't, then it wouldn't be a big deal. In any case, he came out to travel. At this time, maps were not a big deal. You could sell a lot of maps. Of course, these maps were all general goods. For example, there were no military secrets such as where the troops were stationed and how strong they were. It must be said that the alien continent wasn't very peaceful. Although it could be said that since ancient times, there were 12 countries. Moreover, the names of these 12 countries had never been changed. However, a long time ago, a powerful empire appeared in the alien continent. At that time, this empire occupied the land of the 6 countries, becoming a huge empire. This empire kept the names of the 6 countries but used the Dao continent instead. In other words, the Dragon Country didn't exist at that time. Instead, there was a dragon island that managed half of the Dragon Country's territory. Later on, this empire fell and the Dragon Country rose up, restoring the name of the country. This was how the 12 countries came to be. But from this point, it can be seen that the 12 countries didn't always exist in the alien continent. Take the current situation for example, the 12 countries weren't very peaceful. There would still be some friction between them. Therefore, although there was a map, there wasn't anything related to military secrets. Zhao Hai had already read the map of the entire alien continent. Therefore, he knew where to go in order to reach the imperial tomb. After more than a month of traveling, Zhao Hai finally arrived at the imperial tomb. Actually, if one were to ride a horse, then the distance from Coiling Dragon City to the imperial tomb wasn't very far. It would only take about 5 days to reach the imperial tomb. If one were to ride a carriage, then it would only take about 10 days. The reason why Zhao Hai took more than a month was because he had been walking in the mountains. He also had to collect plants and animals. When Zhao Hai arrived at the imperial tomb, he couldn't help but be shocked. Zhao Hai had never seen such a large ruin before. He estimated that the area of the ruins wasn't any smaller than Coiling Dragon City. Such a large ruin was something that he didn't expect to see. The reason why the imperial mausoleum had such a name was because it represented the fall of an empire. This place was very famous. Every year, some people would come here to visit. However, there was no one to take care of this place. Because of this, weeds grew everywhere and there were a lot of small tricks. Zhao Hai looked at the ruins and couldn't help but let out a long breath. He didn't think that this place would be this big. However, this made him even more excited. He wanted to know if he could find the things he needed here. After some time, Zhao Hai decided to live in the imperial tomb. Although this place was in ruins, there were still a lot of stones. Zhao Hai built a small stone house here and lived in peace. Every day, he would wander around the ruins. First, he would look for tools. Second, he would collect plants. Zhao Hai actually found some plants and animals that he had never seen before. On this day, while Zhao Hai was looking for things, he suddenly felt a trace of energy fluctuation in front of him. This energy fluctuation was very strange and very weak. However, Zhao Hai believed that he wasn't mistaken. This was the energy fluctuation of a tool. Although Zhao Hai hadn't seen an artifact before, he knew what it was. He also knew what kind of energy fluctuations it emitted. For example, the Emperor's Nation weapon was placed on his desk. Zhao Hai could feel that the Emperor's Nation weapon was actually a large seal. This seal was made of jade and had a flying dragon engraved on its back. Inside this seal, there was a steady energy fluctuation like a mountain. This energy fluctuation was very strange. It was similar to the fluctuations of faith power, but it wasn't the same. It was a kind of energy fluctuation that Zhao Hai had never felt before. Moreover, Zhao Hai had also felt the energy fluctuation of a tool from Yudishi and Mayu. Because of this, he was very clear about this energy fluctuation. Just now, he clearly felt a trace of it. It was very weak, but it was indeed a tool's energy fluctuation. However, this fluctuation disappeared in a flash. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be puzzled. This was because he was very clear that the energy fluctuation of a tool was very stable. How could it disappear in a flash? Zhao Hai immediately increased his spiritual force and slowly searched the surroundings. He wanted to see where the energy fluctuation came from. He wanted to see if there was really a lost tool here. After searching for more than an hour, Zhao Hai stopped at a place. At this time, it was a wasteland. There were a few short stone strips on the wasteland. Before, Zhao Hai thought that it was a stone strip that fell and was buried here. But now, it seems that this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai looked at the stone strips and then carefully looked at the traces on the stone strips. In the end, he determined that these stone strips were actually the mouth of a well. However, this well had already been buried. What was exposed now were only a few strangely shaped stone strips. These stone strips must have been the mouth of this well. After discovering this, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The soil on the ground fluctuated as a golden box slowly rose from the ground and appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai picked up the golden box and discovered that it was very heavy. It was actually made of pure gold and had a golden lock on it. Zhao Hai wiped away the dirt and rust on the golden box and carefully looked at it. Although this golden box had been buried for a long time, it could still be seen from the patterns on it. The workmanship of this golden box was very exquisite. There was also a coiling dragon pattern engraved on the box. With just a glance, one could see that it was a royal item. After carefully looking at the golden box, Zhao Hai finally discovered that there was a place on the golden box that was slightly damaged. The energy fluctuation that he felt before came from that place. Because of this, it felt very weak. Zhao Hai stretched his hand and grabbed the golden lock. The lock was opened by him, and then he opened the golden box. Just as he opened the golden box, 3 golden lights shot out from the golden box. However, Zhao Hai was already prepared. He had already placed several layers of energy in front of him. But even so, the 3 golden lights almost pierced through Zhao Hai's layers of energy. In the end, they almost touched Zhao Hai's skin before they stopped. Zhao Hai was surprised to see the 3 golden lights. He discovered that they were 3 golden dragon-shaped nails. These nails were square-shaped and looked very beautiful. Although they were blocked by Zhao Hai's energy, they were still shaking as if they were struggling. However, Zhao Hai was sure that these 3 golden dragon nails didn't have any souls. They were just ordinary weapons. But why were they struggling? This made Zhao Hai puzzled. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the 3 golden dragon nails into the space. When the 3 golden dragon nails entered the space, they immediately became obedient and fell to the ground, just like 3 ordinary gold nuggets. Zhao Hai was too lazy to leave them, so he focused his attention on the things inside the box. Inside the golden box were several small seals. These small seals weren't made of jade, but were instead made of gold. These seals weren't very big and were engraved with images of tigers, lions, wolves, and other animals. But what made Zhao Hai surprised was that among these small seals, only the tiger-shaped seal had very slight energy fluctuations. The other seals didn't have any energy fluctuations at all. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't know what was going on. At this time, under Zhao Hai's gaze, except for the tiger-shaped golden seal, the other golden seals slowly collapsed. Finally, they turned into piles of golden dust. One could see that the golden seals were completely destroyed. Only the tiger-shaped seal was still inside the golden box. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he took out the tiger-shaped seal. He carefully looked at it and saw that it was a tiger dismounted. The engraving was very lifelike and was very lifelike. Looking at the bottom of the seal, there was a simple tiger engraving. However, the word tiger looked very powerful and domineering. It made people think of a fierce tiger when they saw it. When Zhao Hai saw this seal, he immediately thought that this seal must have been used by a soldier. A civil official wouldn't be able to use such a seal. This was because the seal's aura was too domineering. A civil official wouldn't be able to control it. At this time, Zhao Hai was certain that this seal was Mr.'s artifact. It was the Xianxia heavy artifact that he had been looking for. Moreover, the other seals inside the box were also Xianxia heavy artifacts. However, he didn't know why they were destroyed. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He thought for a moment before he received the golden box and the gold dust inside. Then Zhao Hai took the tiger-shaped seal and returned to his residence. After arriving at the stone house, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released Stonemer and the others. Then he entered the stone house and took the golden seal. Then he slowly mobilized his mind power and sent it towards the seal. Zhao Hai's mind power began to move towards the golden seal. This was a very chaotic world. There was nothing here, only clouds of fog. There was nothing here. The fog gathered here as if it had always existed since ancient times. Suddenly, a golden light flashed and a huge but very blurry figure appeared in this world. This figure seemed to have just woken up. He stretched his body and looked around, but all he saw was fog, endless fog. This made the black figure very unhappy. He said something and then waved his hand. The black gas slowly separated. Half of it rose up into the sky, while the other half fell down into the ground. Then, the man stood up and kept running and jumping between the heaven and earth, as if he was very happy. Time went by and the man grew bigger and bigger. In the end, the heaven and earth could no longer accommodate him. He could only lie there, unable to move. He was very sad, very sad. He wanted to stand up, he wanted to run, he wanted to jump, he didn't want to lie there, but he couldn't do anything now. He could only lie there, unable to move. He was very sad. He struggled, but he couldn't. In the end, he ran out of strength. He lay there gasping for breath. His eyes were full of despair. Suddenly, he roared. Then his body slowly disintegrated. His eyes turned into the sun and moon. His body turned into mountains and rivers. His hair and beard turned into stars. His hair turned into plants. But at this time, a lot of monsters appeared in the world. These monsters kept destroying the giant's body. The giant died, but he couldn't allow others to do so. Therefore, he shouted loudly. His voice turned into sound waves. When the monsters heard his voice, they all knelt on the ground and submitted to him. At this time, the giant died. But at this time, the monsters also changed. They turned into small square seals. These small seals were suspended in the world, suppressing the four directions. This stabilized the four directions and prevented the monsters from appearing. As time passed, other creatures began to appear on the ground. Finally, people began to appear. But at this time, black lights suddenly flew from the sky and attacked the world. The square seals also began to fight back. When the square seals repelled the black lights, the square seals became dim and fell to the ground. The Great War also split into 3 continents and countless fragments. The square seals all fell on one of the continents. Slowly, more and more people appeared in the continent. These people instinctively worshipped the golden seals. However, as they grew stronger and smarter, they stopped worshipping the golden seals. Instead, they began to make use of the golden seals. Later on, the golden seals passed through countless people's hands. After countless battles, some of the golden seals were placed in a box by a person. Then the person jumped into a well while holding the box in his arms. At this point, the scene completely disappeared. Then another scene appeared. This scene told Zhao Hai what the golden seals were used for and how to use them. It wasn't until now that Zhao Hai discovered that the golden seals had many uses. However, the injuries of the golden seals weren't healed yet. Later on, they could only absorb the power of worship from people in order to slowly recover. But before they could recover, people began to use them to fight each other. In the end, both sides were injured. After being sealed by the golden box, they could no longer absorb the power of worship. Slowly, their injuries became more and more serious. In the end, the other golden seals gave their power to the golden tiger seal. Only then did the golden tiger seal last until the end, while the other golden seals all died and shattered. It was only now that Zhao Hai knew that the golden seal was a natural treasure. No wonder it was so strong. However, absorbing the power of worship was a bit troublesome. Zhao Hai slowly organized his thoughts. Then he looked at the tiger seal in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly moved his hand and received the tiger seal into the space. As soon as the tiger seal entered the space, it immediately floated in midair and began to absorb the power of the space. Nature's power, destruction's power, and civilization's power were all absorbed. Just like a whale drinking water, the power of the space continued to enter the tiger seal. It seems like the tiger seal didn't have any intention of stopping. Zhao Hai looked at the tiger seal that was absorbing the power of the space. He wasn't worried at all. He knew that the tiger seal needed to absorb energy to heal itself. Since the tiger seal was a high-grade item, the amount of energy needed to heal itself was also very large. The place where the giant came from was the Soul Realm. It can be said that the Soul Realm was a world created by the giant. Moreover, the mist at that time must have been very powerful. Therefore, it was able to give birth to high-grade items like the giant and the tiger seal. However, after the battle, the spiritual veins here were almost destroyed. The battle also allowed the tiger seal and the others to absorb all the high-grade energy here. Although they managed to repel the enemy, the Soul Realm became a place without any high-grade energy. Without energy, the tiger seal and the others could only absorb the power of faith to heal themselves. However, this kind of energy wasn't very useful. Therefore, they didn't manage to recover for a long time. Now that the tiger seal entered the space, the energy inside the space was much stronger compared to the Soul Realm. Therefore, the tiger seal naturally needed to absorb energy to heal itself. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. When the energy inside the space disappeared by a third, the tiger seal stopped. At this time, the tiger seal had become very large and was quietly floating in midair. Suddenly, a tiger roar was heard. The tiger on the tiger seal slowly moved, as if it was about to reveal itself. And that was the truth. The tiger was slowly revealing itself. Before long, a huge golden tiger appeared in the space. It faced the sky and roared, causing the entire space to tremble. Then the tiger looked around, as if it was patrolling its territory. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the space, "Form." It was just a simple word. After the tiger roared unwillingly, its figure slowly became smaller and finally turned back into the tiger seal. Then the tiger seal floated in midair. Then the tiger seal moved and disappeared from the space before it appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. After Zhao Hai took out the tiger seal, he walked out of the room. Stonemer and the others were still outside the stone house, guarding Zhao Hai. They didn't want anyone to disturb Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Stonemer and the others and said, "I'll be doing an experiment in a while. Some of the energy inside your body might be sucked away. Don't be surprised." When Stonemer and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, young master." Zhao Hai nodded. Then with a thought, he felt an incomparably powerful energy coming from the space as well as Stonemer and the others. This energy directly entered his body. Although this energy was very powerful, it didn't cause any harm to his body. On the contrary, it only made him feel that his strength had become incomparably powerful. Zhao felt that it wasn't just Stonemer and the others, but also all the creatures with souls in the space. Whether it was the demonic plants or the demonic animals, whether it was the insects, or the creatures that he gave life to, all of them had a surge of power flowing into his body. All of this power had become a part of his body's strength. Zhao Hai turned to Stonemer and said, "Stonemer, do you feel any fluctuations in your strength?" Stonemer shook his head and said, replying to the young master, "We don't. We just feel that there's something connecting us to the young master. Moreover, this feeling is very vague. If the young master didn't say it before, then we wouldn't have felt it. The energy inside our bodies didn't seem to have any changes." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "What do you feel now?" Stonemer shook his head and said, "Nothing, young master. We don't feel anything." Zhao Hai's mind moved, then he said to Stonemer, "What about now? What do you feel?" Stonemer immediately replied, "I feel it." "Young master, do you want us to stand in a formation?" After he said that, Stonemer and the others immediately stood together. Before long, a square formation appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction, then he put away the tiger seal. At this point, he finally understood how to use the tiger seal. The tiger seal was like an incomparably powerful tool. It can extract the strength of Stonemer and the others and give it to Zhao Hai. However, the extracted strength was similar to the soul space exchanging energy with the plants. Stonemer and the others wouldn't feel the loss of energy. In other words, after they gave their strength to Zhao Hai, they still had their own strength. This was very strange, but the tiger seal was able to do it. In addition to extracting strength, it could also transmit orders. After using the tiger seal, as long as Zhao Hai's mind moved, Stonemer and the others would immediately know what he was thinking. It was as if Zhao Hai was a general commanding a battle, but he had a computer in his hand that could communicate with everyone. He could send orders to his soldiers in an instant. This was very important on the battlefield. These two functions looked very ordinary, but for Zhao Hai, these two functions were very useful. Perhaps for other cultivators, these two functions were a bit of a chicken rib. Unless one was a sect master, the usefulness of these two functions wasn't that great. But for Zhao Hai, these two functions were very useful. Even if he doesn't leave the soul realm, he still has a lot of subordinates. He can even use the black crystal to make a lot of subordinates in a short period of time. When he fights, he can gather the strength of these subordinates and use them for his own use. How formidable would this force be? Any enemy would tremble in fear. Once Zhao Hai leaves the soul realm, it would be even more terrifying. How many subordinates does he have in the space? Zhao Hai couldn't count them all. When the time comes, all of them would be gathered together. Just thinking about it made people afraid. The main reason why Zhao Hai believed that the tiger seal wouldn't be very useful in the hands of other cultivators was because other cultivators simply didn't have the space. And without the space, it would be impossible for a group of people to follow you around forever. If a sect master had the golden seal, then the tiger seal would only be useful when he was in the sect. If he left the sect, then the tiger seal wouldn't be able to help him extract the strength of other people in the sect. However, if it could only be used in the sect, then it meant that he would have to wait for other people to attack his sect before he could use the tiger seal to counterattack. In that case, he would only be able to defend himself and wouldn't have much offensive power at all. Speaking of which, if someone really attacked his sect, it would be impossible for him to make a comeback with just the tiger seal. The reason why the tiger seal had this kind of power was mainly because of the people's hearts. If a king was recognized by the people, then he would be able to extract strength from them. If the people didn't recognize him, then he wouldn't be able to extract strength from them. It wasn't easy to get the people of a country to acknowledge you, but it wasn't difficult either. This was because ordinary people had very low requirements. As long as they could eat their fill, wear warm clothes, have a house to live in, have land to farm, and have a little money to spend, they would be very satisfied. They would recognize the king. However, cultivators and ordinary people weren't the same. Cultivators needed strength. Making a cultivator sincerely recognize someone was much more difficult than making an ordinary person recognize someone. Moreover, cultivators were selfish. If they knew that someone could extract their strength to fight, then they wouldn't be willing. Because of this, if the tiger seal were to fall into the hands of a cultivator, then it would be useless. The amount of strength that the tiger seal could extract from a person was also calculated based on the person's recognition of the tiger seal. If a person only recognized you as their king, then the amount of strength that the tiger seal could extract from them would be very small. For example, if a person approved of you, then the amount of strength that you could extract from them would be very large. If a person was willing to die for you at any time and was loyal to you, then not only would you be able to extract all of their strength, the tiger seal would also return this strength, benefiting both of them at the same time. Moreover, the person whose strength was extracted would also know that when the tiger seal was commanding them, they would also be able to clearly feel the command of the tiger seal. If the other party only recognized you as their king, but didn't approve of you, and didn't want to be loyal to you, then the tiger seal wouldn't be able to directly give them orders through the tiger seal. And Zhao Hai, the tiger seal holder, belonged to the kind of people who were loyal to him and would die for him at any time. Therefore, after he obtained the tiger seal, he would benefit the most. And if the tiger seal was in the hands of others, then perhaps they wouldn't be able to use even 1% of its strength. Zhao Hai received the tiger seal, and also received the stone hammer and the others. He already understood the function of the tiger seal, so the attraction of the imperial mausoleum to him also disappeared. However, Zhao Hai still stayed here for a few days. He wanted to see if he could find Mr.'s treasures. If he could, then it would be even better. However, Zhao Hai was soon disappointed. He didn't find any treasures. Aside from the ruins, there was nothing else. This was also very normal. After all, this place had been abandoned for thousands of years. Besides things like the tiger seal, there was almost nothing else that could be preserved. Since the Imperial Mausoleum's mission had been completed, Zhao Hai naturally had to leave. After he left the Imperial Mausoleum, he went deep into the mountains, still mainly collecting plants. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that while he was collecting plants and animals in the mountains, the alien continent was in chaos. The Ant Kingdom, which was close to the Dragon Nation, suddenly launched an attack on the Dragon Nation. And the reason that the Ant Kingdom used was that the Dragon Nation was good at contacting other continents and betraying the alien continent. It could be said that this excuse was completely aimed at Zhao Hai. And this excuse naturally made the other countries dissatisfied. However, the Ant Kingdom didn't care so much and still launched an attack on the Dragon Nation. What happened next was somewhat unexpected. After the Ant Kingdom sent envoys to the other countries didn't intervene in the war between the two countries for a short period of time. They seemed to have acquiesced to the Ant Kingdom's approach. It could also be said that they wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The development of the matter was beyond the Dragon Nation's expectations. The Emperor of the Dragon Nation knew that the Ant Kingdom had wanted to deal with him for a long time, but he didn't expect that the Ant Kingdom would find such a lousy excuse. Moreover, they used Zhao Hai to talk about it. And now, Zhao Hai had disappeared. If Zhao Hai wasn't a plant master, the emperor would really think that this was a conspiracy of the Ant Kingdom. Although Zhao Hai had disappeared, the Dragon Nation had no choice but to fight. Speaking of which, the Dragon Nation had developed well over the years. Unfortunately, the Dragon Nation wasn't a powerful country among the 12 countries. They had been destroyed by a big country before. Later, although that big country was destroyed, they restored the name of the Dragon Nation. However, the Dragon Nation was relatively weak at that time. Therefore, when they were fighting for territory, they couldn't take back all the land that originally belonged to the Dragon Nation. Therefore, the Dragon Nation's national strength was the weakest among the 12 countries. Even so, the Ant Kingdom couldn't deal with the Dragon Nation. However, the emperor didn't expect that the Ant Kingdom had obtained an ancient cultivation method from an unknown city. This cultivation method was a kind of body cultivation method. The level of this body cultivation method wasn't very high. Even if it was cultivated to the highest level, it could only reach the consolidated equipment level. However, this cultivation method had a characteristic. It was very easy to learn. This also made it very easy to learn and very suitable for large-scale learning. The Ant Kingdom directly taught this cultivation method to the army so that the people in their army could learn this cultivation method in large numbers. This improved the combat strength of their army by several levels. The improvement of the combat strength of the army wasn't as simple as the increase of the army's strength. At the same time, it also meant that the strength of many generals would also be greatly improved. This was because the weapons didn't care about the strength of your subordinates. They extracted the energy according to the ratio. For example, a soldier only had 200 gene of strength before he cultivated the ant race's body cultivation method. After cultivating the body cultivation method, he had 400 gene of strength. After a general held the seal, he could extract 1/10 of the soldier's strength and add it to himself. No matter how much strength the soldier had, he could extract 1/10 of the soldier's strength and add it to himself. A soldier with 200 gene of strength would only have 20 gene of strength if 1/10 of the soldier's strength was extracted. On the other hand, a soldier with 400 gene of strength would have 40 gene of strength if 1/10 of the soldier's strength was extracted. The difference between 20 gene of strength and 40 gene of strength was doubled. This also meant that the general's strength would almost double. This was a very shocking number. Of course, it was impossible for those generals to extract 1/10 of the soldier's strength. To be able to extract 1/10 of the soldier's strength and add it to himself, the general's prestige must be very high. At the same time, the weapon he held must be an innate heavy weapon, not a weapon maker. If it was a weapon maker, he wouldn't be able to extract so much strength. But even so, the soldiers and generals of the Ant Kingdom were much stronger than the soldiers and generals of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, the Ant Kingdom had been having a lot of disputes with the Dragon Nation over the past few years. This time, they used Zhao Hai as an excuse to attack the Dragon Nation. Obviously, they didn't have any good intentions, they wanted to destroy the Dragon Nation in one fell swoop. As for Zhao Hai, he wasn't in the Ant Kingdom's consideration at all. In the Ant Kingdom's view, Zhao Hai was just a Void Realm expert. The Ant Kingdom didn't want to borrow any Void Realm experts. They could just send a few of them to deal with Zhao Hai. As for Zhao Hai's identity as a messenger of the Soldier Spirit Continent, the Ant Kingdom didn't care about it. The Soldier Spirit Continent was too far away from the Expert Continent. Moreover, going to another continent was already very dangerous. Even if Zhao Hai died here, the people of the Soldier Spirit Continent wouldn't know about it. Zhao Hai didn't know about this at all. He had been staying in the secret forest all this time. His contact with the outside world was basically cut off. Naturally, he didn't know what was going on outside. However, Zhao Hai still hadn't left the Dragon Country. The people of the Dragon Country had been very polite to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't a rude person who would leave without saying goodbye. Even if he wanted to leave the Dragon Country, he would at least inform the people of the Dragon Country first. Then he would inform the emperor that he was leaving. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable for him to do so. Zhao Hai stayed in the secret forest for another 2 months before he came out. He planned to leave. His current location wasn't far from Coiling Dragon City. It can be said that he used these months to walk around the Dragon Nation. Naturally, he was always in the forest or the mountains. He didn't have any contact with the outside world. Naturally, he didn't know about the war between the Ant Kingdom and the Dragon Nation. After Zhao Hai came out of the forest, he slowly walked towards Coiling Dragon City. This time, he walked on the main road. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he didn't meet many people along the way. This made Zhao Hai surprised. One must know that Coiling Dragon City was the capital of the Dragon Nation. It was also the political, economic, and cultural center. Every day, a lot of people would go to Coiling Dragon City to do business. There were all kinds of caravans, carriages, and people coming and going. When he came out of Coiling Dragon City, the main road was very busy. How come there were so few people now? Moreover, after walking for half a day, he didn't meet any carriages. This was very strange. After walking for more than an hour, Coiling Dragon City was already in sight. However, he still didn't meet anyone. This made Zhao Hai even more puzzled. But before long, he understood why he didn't meet anyone. It was because Coiling Dragon City was full of people. These people should be soldiers. However, the number of soldiers was at least twice as many as when he first saw Coiling Dragon City. Moreover, although he was still some distance away from Coiling Dragon City, he could still see that the city gates were closed. Something happened. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately thought that something must have happened to the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, Coiling Dragon City wouldn't be like this. Ouyang was the guard of Coiling Dragon City. At this moment, he was standing on top of the city walls. He was also nervous because the war wasn't going well. The Ant Race's army had taken down more than a dozen cities of the Dragon Nation. Their forces couldn't stop them for a while, they could even threaten the capital of the Dragon Nation. Currently, Coiling Dragon City would only open twice a day. The rest of the time, the city gates would be closed. Moreover, anyone who approached the city gates before the time of opening would be sentenced to death without mercy. Ouyang was still young, he had never experienced a war before. This was the first time a war was so close to him, this made Ouyang even more nervous. He tightly grasped the spear in his hand, his eyes fixed on the outside of the city, he was afraid that the enemy would suddenly appear outside the city. At this time, a person's silhouette suddenly appeared outside the city. Ouyang couldn't help but feel nervous. He immediately shouted, "Sir, sir, there's someone outside the city." Upon hearing this, the sound of armor clanging could be heard. A person quickly walked to Ouyang's side and looked outside the city. Sure enough, a person was slowly walking towards Coiling Dragon City. However, this person was still quite far away from the city. The soldiers guarding the city became nervous. The general shouted, "Everyone, be on guard. Prepare to attack at any time." At this time, the person stopped 2 li away from Coiling Dragon City. Then he loudly said, "Everyone in Coiling Dragon City, what's going on? What happened?" The general stared at Zhao Hai. After some time, he suddenly said, "Zhao Hai, the person outside the city is Zhao Hai. Quickly, send someone to inform Sir Void Dancer." Hearing this, everyone stared. Then someone immediately went to inform Void Dancer. At the same time, the general looked at Zhao Hai and loudly said, "Is the person outside the city Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai replied, "It is." "Everyone, what happened in Coiling Dragon City? Why are the city gates closed in broad daylight?" When the general heard Zhao Hai, he didn't know what to say. After some time, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, do you really not know what happened?" Zhao Hai looked at the guards in confusion and said, "I don't know. I've been observing and looking for plants in the forest. I haven't come in contact with anyone, so I don't know what's going on." "What's going on?" The general didn't know how to respond. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. When the general saw this person, he immediately gave a salute and said, "Greetings, sir." The man nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai outside the city and frowned, "What's going on? Why did Zhao Hai suddenly appear?" The general replied, "Sir, he said that he had been observing and looking for plants in the forest. He didn't know what had happened. I really don't know how to answer him." The sir opened his mouth and said, "I've already sent someone to inform His Majesty. We just need to delay him." The general nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and loudly said, "Mister, please wait a moment. Something happened in the city recently, so the city gates were closed. I've already sent someone to inform His Majesty." "Mister, don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he loudly said, "All right." Then he placed the wooden box down and sat on it to rest. Not long after Zhao Hai sat down, a eunuch came out of the dragon palace and said, "His Majesty has ordered us to open the gates and let Mr. Zhao Hai in." The general nodded, then he loudly said, "Open the gates." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, His Majesty has asked you to come in." Zhao Hai nodded, then he carried the wooden box and entered the city. Upon entering the city, Zhao Hai felt that something must have happened. Coiling Dragon City used to be very lively, but now it looked like an empty city. There were almost no pedestrians on the streets. On the contrary, groups of soldiers were patrolling the streets. The entire city was filled with a tense atmosphere. Zhao Hai frowned, but he didn't stop and continued to walk forward. Just as he walked out of the city gate, two people came to greet him. These two people cupped their fists to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, welcome back. Mister, please come with us. His Majesty is waiting for you in the palace." Zhao Hai looked at these two people and his frown deepened. This was because these two people were sky dancing experts. This formation didn't seem to be welcoming him, but rather guarding against him. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "All right, please." Then he followed the two people towards the dragon palace. Although they didn't fly, their footsteps were still very fast. Before long, they arrived in front of the dragon palace. There were several eunuchs standing in front of the dragon palace. These eunuchs didn't seem to be very young. Each and every one of them bowed, just like the old eunuchs in the palace. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate these eunuchs. These eunuchs were all sky dancing experts. They absolutely couldn't be underestimated. The two sky dancing experts led Zhao Hai to the front of the palace. One of them held a horsetail whisk and cupped his fist to the two sky dancing experts and said, "Two sirs, please return. This old servant will lead Mr. Zhao Hai into the palace." The two sky dancing experts didn't say anything, they just cupped their fist to the eunuchs before turning around and leaving. The old eunuch looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please come with me. His Majesty is waiting for you in the Great Hall." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'll have to trouble eunuch." "Eunuch, may I know what happened? Why are the gates closed? Also, the city seems to be under martial law." The eunuch smiled faintly and said, "Mister will know once you arrive at the Great Hall. Mister, please." When Zhao Hai heard this, he didn't ask anything and just followed the eunuch into the palace. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived outside the Great Hall. The eunuch directly said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, please come in. His Majesty has decreed that Mister can directly enter." Zhao Hai nodded, then he didn't become polite as he directly entered the Great Hall. Upon entering the Great Hall, Zhao Hai stared, he discovered that the Great Hall was full of people. However, the civil officials were still present, while the generals were missing. Zhao Hai looked at the emperor who was sitting on the dragon throne, then he bowed and said, "I have seen your Majesty." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did Mister just come back?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, your Majesty. After I left Coiling Dragon City, I went to the forest to collect plants. Then I went to the imperial tomb and stayed there for a few days before coming back." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister went to the imperial tomb? Is it all right?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's just a ruin, nothing much. I built a small stone house there and found some plants. The imperial tomb has some plants that can't be found anywhere else." The emperor nodded and said, "To be honest, Mister, something happened to the Dragon Nation recently. This matter has something to do with Mister." Zhao Hai looked at the emperor with a puzzled expression, then he said, "It has something to do with me? I ask your Majesty to explain." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Not long after Mister left, the Ant Kingdom suddenly announced that the Dragon Nation was colluding with the outsiders. This is bad for the outsider continent. Therefore, they sent troops to attack the Dragon Nation. They have already taken over 10 cities of the Dragon Nation. Because of this, Coiling Dragon City closed its gates during the day." Zhao Hai's body shook, Then he looked at the emperor with a puzzled expression and said, "Is your majesty telling the truth?" The emperor nodded and said, "Why would I lie to Mr. about this matter?" Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light, then he said, "Your majesty, please rest assured. This matter happened because of me, so naturally I will be the one to deal with it. Your majesty, please tell me where the Ant Kingdom's army is. I will immediately go and fight them." When the emperor heard Zhao Hai, he stared, then he waved his hand and said, "Mister, there's no need to take this matter to heart. The Ant Kingdom is just looking for an excuse. In the past few years, the Ant Kingdom's army has been much stronger than before. They have long coveted the Dragon Nation. This time, they are just looking for an excuse. How can they let Mr. go and fight the enemy?" Zhao Hai kept his fist to the emperor and said, "Your majesty, it doesn't matter if this is an excuse for the Ant Kingdom or not. In the end, this matter has already involved me. Naturally, I would like to ask your majesty to tell me where the Ant army is right now." The emperor was now in a difficult position. He can see that Zhao Hai's words were very serious. It seems like he really wanted to deal with the Ant Kingdom. But in the end, this was the Dragon Nation's matter. It would be unreasonable for Zhao Hai to fight the enemy. Zhao Hai looked at the emperor and said, "Even if your majesty doesn't want to tell me, I will still ask and look for them. In short, I will go to the front lines and kill the Ant Kingdom's people." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai's words were very calm, but the killing intent in his words made the emperor feel apprehensive. The emperor looked at Zhao Hai. He knew a bit about plant masters, but he never thought that a plant master would have such a strong killing intent. This was too abnormal. The emperor looked at Zhao Hai for a while before he said, "Mister, the Ant Kingdom's army has arrived at Lone Dragon Ridge. Our army is defending against the enemy there. However, the situation isn't very good. Lone Dragon Ridge is a natural stronghold, but we have sent several rescue letters. Once we pass Lone Dragon Ridge, it will be a flat land with no place to defend. When the time comes, we can only fight them in Coiling Dragon City." When Zhao Hai heard the emperor, he couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, your majesty, please forgive me for my rudeness." After he said that, Zhao Hai disappeared from the hall. Nobody in the hall noticed how he disappeared. Upon seeing Zhao Hai disappear, the emperor couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Quickly go and see if Mr. has left." An old eunuch in the hall nodded. Then he rushed out of the hall and flew to the sky. Before long, he returned to the hall and said, "Reporting to your majesty, Mr. Zhao Hai has left Coiling Dragon City." The emperor sighed and said, "I didn't think that Mr. Zhao Hai's temper would be so unyielding. Dear ministers, what do you think will happen to Mr. Zhao Hai?" No one in the hall made a sound. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's trip was fraught with grim possibilities. Although Zhao Hai's strength wasn't bad, he was still only one person. The Ant Kingdom had a lot of Sky Dance Realm experts. If he were to face so many Sky Dance Realm experts, then it wouldn't be good for him. Seeing that no one was speaking, the emperor couldn't help but sigh. Then he said, "All right, pass down the order to strengthen the defenses. The opening of the city will be reduced to 2 hours each day." Then the emperor waved his hand. The ministers in the hall nodded and bowed to the emperor before leaving the hall. However, everyone's expression was heavy. There was no other way, their expressions couldn't be heavy. The Dragon Kingdom was now at a point of life and death. If the Dragon Kingdom were to fall, then they wouldn't have a good end. At this time, Zhao Hai stepped on the golden shark sword and flew towards the Lone Dragon Ridge. Zhao Hai had heard about the Lone Dragon Ridge. It was a natural stronghold. Aside from a canyon, the rest of the place was filled with mountains and precipitous cliffs. It was definitely a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. And the Dragon Kingdom had built a strong city there to block the enemy. If it was the ancient times on Earth, then one would have to pay a heavy price to take down the Lone Dragon Ridge. But it was different in the Soul Realm. There were Sky Dance Realm experts here as well as all kinds of magical techniques. The combat strength of the soldiers here was also much stronger than the people on Earth. In this case, it was hard to say how long the Lone Dragon Ridge could hold on. Moreover, looking at the Emperor's appearance, it seems like he didn't have many troops left. Zhao Hai paid attention when he entered the city. Although there were a lot of guards on the city wall, from their eyes and movements, he could see that they were all new soldiers. They were veterans who hadn't been to the battlefield. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom was actually defended by these new soldiers. One could imagine how serious the Dragon Kingdom's situation was. Therefore, when Zhao Hai heard the news, he immediately rushed to Lone Dragon City. This time, Zhao Hai was really angry, very angry. He didn't think that someone would use him as an excuse to start a war. Although he was attacked in the Wenji continent, most of those attacks were directed at him. The chess hall also didn't think of using him as an excuse to start a war. Moreover, the chess hall treated him well and even took the initiative to repair their relationship with him. This was completely different from the current situation. Now, the Ant Kingdom actually used him as an excuse to start a war with the Dragon Kingdom. This made Zhao Hai very angry. He really didn't understand what the Ant Kingdom was thinking. The Lone Dragon Ridge wasn't too far away from Coiling Dragon City. And since Zhao Hai was flying with his flying sword, his speed was even faster. In less than 3 hours, Zhao Hai could already see the Lone Dragon Ridge. From afar, he could see the flames of war raging. It was clear that someone had set the fire. The flames and black smoke could be seen from afar. In the sky above the Lone Dragon Ridge, there were still some sky dance experts fighting. Both sides were going all out, exchanging blows back and forth. Fortunately, the title of sky dance expert wasn't just for show. Although both sides were fighting fiercely, no one had died. However, Zhao Hai could see that one side had fallen into a disadvantage. However, they were still clenching their teeth and persevering. Moreover, the sky dance experts were all injured. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. He didn't need to ask to know that this group was from the Dragon Kingdom while the other was from the Ant Kingdom. Zhao Hai's mind moved as a cold energy rushed towards the people who were fighting. Those people were busy fighting, but Zhao Hai's sudden addition made them somewhat confused. The two sides coincidentally separated, and then looked towards the direction of the cold air. At this time, Zhao Hai slowly flew over. This time, he didn't put away the golden shark sword. Instead, he stood on the sword and looked at the two sides fighting. When the group that was at a disadvantage saw Zhao Hai, they immediately said, "Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai looked at them and nodded. Then he turned his head to look at the group that had the upper hand and said, "You are from the Ant Kingdom? Did you use me as an excuse to start this war?" One of the people from the Ant Kingdom looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "A plant master from the Soldier Soul Kingdom dares to behave atrociously in our alien continent. Kid, you're too bold." Zhao Hai looked at the Ant-Man and coldly smiled, "My courage depends on who I'm dealing with." This Zhao Hai came to the alien continent with good intentions in mind for a friendly exchange. "I didn't think that you would use this opportunity to start a war." "Ha ha ha. Good, since you're using this as an excuse, then I can't just ignore this matter. You're out of luck, I've already retracted my killing intent, but you made me want to kill again. Now you have to bear the consequences of making me want to kill. Now that I'm going to kill you, I have to bear the consequences." After he said that, Zhao Hai's mind moved as the golden shark sword flew towards the Ant Kingdom. When the Ant Kingdom's people saw Zhao Hai, they were already on guard. Now that they saw Zhao Hai make a move, they naturally wouldn't be polite. They took out their weapons and attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly smiled. He was multitasking. On one hand, he commanded the golden shark sword to attack the Ant Kingdom's flying void experts. On the other hand, he looked at the Lone Dragon Ridge and discovered that the trees there were already on fire. Naturally, this fire was deliberately set by someone. They must have put some flammable things in the forest and then ignited the fire, causing the forest to burn. With a thought, a blue light flew out from Zhao Hai's hand and landed on top of the forest. Then the blue light suddenly exploded, turning into a heavy rain that poured down on the fire. Before long, the fire was extinguished. At this time, the golden shark sword was still engaged in a fierce battle with the Sky Dance Realm experts. The Sky Dance Realm experts discovered that the golden shark sword was not only incomparably fast, but also exceptionally powerful. A single sword was able to block all of their attacks. After Zhao Hai extinguished the fire, he didn't pay attention to the golden shark sword. He was now completely distracted. This was because the situation at the Lone Dragon Ridge was very dangerous. The Ant Kingdom was attacking the city with all their might. They even placed ladders on the city walls. If this continues, then the city would fall sooner or later. Zhao Hai coldly smiled. Then he waved his hand and threw seeds onto the city walls. As soon as the seeds landed on the city walls, they immediately grew into all kinds of mutant plants. After these plants grew, they immediately attacked the Ant Kingdom. However, they didn't show any hostility towards the Dragon Kingdom. When the Dragon Kingdom and the Ant Kingdom saw the mutant plants, they couldn't help but stare. They haven't seen this kind of attack before. Now that they encountered it, they couldn't help but be stunned. Before long, the Dragon Kingdom's people began to cheer loudly. This was because they discovered that these trees were on their side. This made them very happy. On the other hand, the Ant Kingdom's situation wasn't very good. This kind of attack was too strange. They didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai didn't intend to let them go. Then he flew out of the city. Outside the city were the Ant Kingdom's troops. This time, in order to deal with the Dragon Kingdom, the Ant Kingdom had sent millions of troops. They wanted to destroy the Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop. Therefore, there were a lot of troops outside the city. This gave Zhao Hai an opportunity. Zhao Hai threw out a handful of mutant seeds. These seeds fell into the crowd and then began to attack the people around them. Among these seeds, the ones that were most lethal to the Ant Kingdom's people were the baobab tree's fruits. Zhao Hai's baobab tree was divided into several types. The first type was the ordinary mutant. This type of baobab tree could only produce baobab. However, this type of baobab tree produced the most baobab tree. It was also the best choice to provide food for the army. The second type of baobab tree was used to make walls, just like the outer walls of Plant City on Demon Island. This type of baobab tree was the hardest and wasn't afraid of fire. It could also produce baobab trees. This type of baobab tree could attack enemies, but it wasn't the most powerful. The third type of baobab tree was the one that Zhao Hai released. This type of baobab tree was specially prepared for battle. Their defense wasn't very strong, but the fruits they produced could be launched. Moreover, they would explode. After the explosion, the seeds in the fruit would shoot out like bullets, causing a large area of damage. Moreover, if this baobab tree encountered a powerful attack and was about to be shattered, the tree itself would also explode. The power of the explosion was very great. Zhao Hai hadn't used this type of baobab tree before. This was because this type of baobab tree was most suitable for use on the battlefield. This was because the large area of effect of the explosion couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. The soldiers of the alien continent were indeed stronger than the ordinary people of the Weapon Spirit continent and the Wenji continent. However, they were facing Zhao Hai this time. Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. In front of Zhao Hai, these people simply didn't have a chance to counterattack. Whether it was the people from the dragon race or the ant race, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would use all kinds of methods to make the ant race suffer a huge loss. At this time, the flying void experts of the Ant Kingdom started to suffer casualties. The golden shark sword wasn't easy to deal with. Although their weapons were the best, compared to the golden shark sword that was made using refining methods, their weapons were still far inferior. In the past, they were able to block a few attacks from the golden shark sword. But now that their weapons were broken, the only thing that awaited them was death. As the flying void experts in the sky were killed one after another, their army was continuously attacked by Zhao Hai's mutated plants. Finally, the Ant Kingdom's army couldn't hold on any longer. A series of sounds was heard as the Ant Kingdom's army slowly retreated. At the same time, several figures flew up from the Ant Kingdom's army. However, these people didn't attack Zhao Hai. It seems like they were only guarding against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at these figures and sneered, "You want to leave? Do you think it's that easy?" After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as plants appeared on the ground. These plants weren't mutated plants, they were demonic plants. All of them were demonic plants that had been transformed by the space. They still haven't reached the transformation realm. Naturally, even if they did reach the transformation realm, they would still have the appearance of plants. Then the plant army went straight towards the Ant Kingdom's army. Although Zhao Hai didn't want to go all out, he still wanted to teach the Ant Kingdom an unforgettable lesson. At the same time, he wanted to let the people of the alien continent know about Zhao Hai's strength. He wanted to make the people of the alien continent feel fear just by hearing his name. Zhao Hai didn't want to go all out, but he still wanted to give the Ant Kingdom an unforgettable lesson. At the same time, he wanted to let the people of the alien continent know about his strength. When the Ant Kingdom discovered that Zhao Hai's plant army was chasing after them, they were very surprised. Before long, the flying void experts flew out and attacked the plant army. But at this time, Stonehammer and the others suddenly rushed out of the plant army. They also soared into the sky and fought with the flying void experts of the Ant Kingdom. Although Stonehammer and the others can now transform into humans, Zhao Hai didn't want people to doubt him. Therefore, he still made Stonehammer and the others turn into plants to fight against the sky dancing experts. This way, Stonehammer and the others' strength wouldn't decrease. On the contrary, Stonehammer and the others were at their strongest in their plant form. The flying void experts of the Ant Kingdom were all blocked by Stonehammer and the others. At the same time, the demonic plants were chasing after the Ant Kingdom's army. However, it wasn't as if the Ant Kingdom didn't have a chance to counterattack. The idols of the Ant Kingdom finally made their move. This time, the Ant Kingdom had a lot of idols. Unexpectedly, they managed to block Zhao Hai's plant army. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking at the statue-level experts of the Ant Kingdom with interest. The statue-level experts of the Ant Kingdom were really similar to the consolidated equipment-level experts. However, the difference was that those who had a soul object would have something similar to their soul object after they consolidated. As for the statue-level experts, the things that appeared around them were related to their cultivation method. Zhao Hai saw the image of an arhat, the image of a stone tablet, the image of a rolling stone, and other god elephants. Obviously, these god elephants were related to their cultivation method. Frankly speaking, their god elephants were quite powerful. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He was confident in his plant army. If he wasn't a plant, he would have released all the animals in his space. At that time, with the addition of the plant army and the animal army, the Ant Kingdom's army would definitely be less able to escape. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do that. This time, he wanted to deal with the higher-ups of the Ant Kingdom first. This was enough to make the Ant Kingdom's heart ache. He didn't want to destroy the Ant Kingdom yet. Zhao Hai quietly watched the battle below. Now, the golden shark sword had killed the last void dance-level Ant Kingdom's warrior. The golden shark sword flew back to Zhao Hai's feet and was stepped on by Zhao Hai. He didn't let the golden shark sword attack the Ant Kingdom's people because he wanted to see how powerful Stonehammer and the others were and how much help they could bring to him. The Ant Kingdom's people were now secretly complaining. They never thought that Stonehammer and the others would be so powerful. They were obviously some strange plants, but the strength of these plants was completely beyond their expectations. They had never even heard of such plants, let alone seen them. Demonic plants had appeared in their alien continent, but that was a long time ago. Moreover, those demonic plants weren't as powerful as Zhao Hai's demonic plants. The soldiers of the Dragon Nation stared blankly at all of this. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. One by one, the sky dance experts were beheaded by the flying sword. Then the plant army opened their eyes. One person changed the situation of the battlefield. This was too shocking. However, the people of the Dragon Nation also saw that Zhao Hai wasn't using his full strength. This was because he only had the plants fight the sky dance experts of the Ant Kingdom. The flying sword didn't move at all. At this time, the battle between the plant army and the Ant Kingdom's god-level experts was slowly coming to an end. Zhao Hai's plant army had been nurtured in the space. After being nourished by nature's energy, they had become very powerful. Some of the plants were even about to reach the metamorphosis realm. With the addition of the demonic plants, the plant army slowly gained the upper hand. From time to time, the god-level experts of the Ant Kingdom would be killed. At the same time, Stonehammer and the others were also slowly gaining the upper hand in the battle against the sky dance experts of the Ant Kingdom. If the battle continued, then it would only be a matter of time before they defeated and killed the sky dance experts. Zhao Hai didn't move. He just stood on the golden shark sword and watched the battlefield. He didn't make a move because he had a feeling that he shouldn't make a move today. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. It was because of this feeling that Zhao Hai didn't make a move. He just stood there and watched the battle below. Just as Stonemer and the others gained the upper hand and were about to kill the flying void experts of the Ant Kingdom, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly pressed down on the city from afar. Then a voice was heard, "Enough, everyone stop." Although he said this, the only ones that were suppressed on the battlefield were Zhao Hai's plant army. The Skydance experts and God-level experts of the Ant Kingdom weren't suppressed. Zhao Hai stared. This aura was the strongest he had seen since he arrived in the Soul Realm. Even he felt threatened by it. Zhao Hai immediately knew who was releasing this aura. He didn't need to think to know that it was a Broken River expert. Otherwise, no one would be able to release this kind of aura. However, the other party's aura was clearly biased. Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but flash with a cold light. He wanted to see what the Ant Kingdom would do. If they dared to deal with his plant army, then he wouldn't be polite. Sure enough, when the Ant Spirit Kingdom's people saw that their plant army was being suppressed, they immediately seized the opportunity to attack. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. He wanted to make a move to break the aura released by this person. Although the aura released by this person was very strong, it was impossible for it to trap Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could make a move at any time. But if he did, then it would be equivalent to him clashing with a Broken River expert. This wouldn't do him any good. Therefore, he didn't make a move. Then a voice was heard, "Yi Wushuang, you're still as shameless as ever. At this time, you still want to take sides. You really don't deserve your name. You should know why this happened. You should also know that you shouldn't care about this matter. But now, you're jumping in. What do you mean by this?" Yi Wushuang said, "Yi Wushuang, you're still as shameless as ever. At this time, you still want to take sides. You really don't deserve your name. Do you want to have a fight with me?" The Ant Kingdom's Broken River expert should be Yi Wushuang. When he heard this voice, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Long Zitian, even if you want to have a fight, I'm not afraid of you. Look at your Dragon Kingdom, you already need an outsider to help you block a disaster. I really don't see what you're proud of." Long Zitian should be the Dragon Kingdom's Broken River expert. When he heard Yi Wushuang, he couldn't help but sneer and said, "Don't think that I don't know that you secretly passed your cultivation method to the Ant Kingdom. I'm just not as shameless as you. Alright, since you dare to say that, then after this matter, I'll pass the cultivation method to the Dragon Kingdom. When the time comes, I want to see what your Ant Kingdom can do." "Enough. Both of you shut up. This is the last time I'm warning you. If the two of you get involved in the lower realms matters, then I'll personally lock you up." Just when Long Zitian and Yi Wushuang were quarreling, a voice suddenly sounded. This voice was a bit old, but it was full of majesty, making Long Zitian and Yi Wushuang both shut their mouths in an instant. At this time, Zhao Hai's mouth couldn't help but smile. He knew that the person in charge had arrived. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he received the plant army into the space. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he said, "It's good that you didn't make a move. Otherwise, I can guarantee that the Ant Kingdom would be wiped out. Don't think that I'm joking, and don't think that just because you're a Broken River expert that you can order me around. Let me tell you, you don't have the qualifications. I, Zhao Hai, came to the alien continent to travel. I don't have any malicious intentions, so don't force me to be malicious. Let me tell you, you can't afford it." Humph. 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 3 cold snorts were issued almost at the same time. At the same time, 3 auras pressed down on Zhao Hai. Naturally, they felt that their dignity was being challenged. They wanted to teach Zhao Hai an unforgettable lesson. Just as their auras pressed down on Zhao Hai's body, Zhao Hai also coldly snorted. Then his body emitted a murderous aura like a sea of blood. This murderous aura contained the power of destruction. The 3 auras that were pressing down on him were instantly shattered by Zhao Hai's murderous aura. The 3 Broken River experts couldn't help but muffle a groan. It was clear that they had suffered a loss in this battle of auras. When one's strength reached their level, aura was also a part of one's strength. Losing in terms of aura was the same as losing in a battle of life and death. Therefore, they had suffered a loss this time. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Don't think that you can dominate the world just because you're a Broken River expert. Remember our agreement, Broken River experts shouldn't intervene in the affairs of the human world. This time, I didn't destroy the Ant Kingdom because they didn't deserve to die. If there's a next time, I can easily destroy the Ant Kingdom's royal family. Don't test my patience. After saying that, Zhao Hai withdrew his aura and turned his head to look at the Ant Kingdom's camp below. Suddenly, a huge whirlwind formed beside him. Then, the whirlwind rushed towards the Ant Kingdom's camp. In the blink of an eye, the huge camp of the Ant Kingdom's army was destroyed. Countless materials were lost, and there were even more casualties. Fortunately, Zhao Hai only sent out a whirlwind. Although the Ant Kingdom's losses were great, it wasn't unacceptable. Zhao Hai looked at the whirlwind that was slowly disappearing in the distance and said, "This is a lesson. There are some things that you shouldn't intervene in. Remember my words, Broken River experts, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a Broken River expert. You're not qualified." The three voices were silent. This was because of the aura that Zhao Hai displayed. The aura that was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood made them very apprehensive. Most importantly, they discovered that although Zhao Hai's strength seemed to be at the void realm, they had a feeling that if they made a move against Zhao Hai, then they might not be able to stop him. They might even be in danger. Let's not talk about whether Zhao Hai could put them in danger or not. If they let Zhao Hai escape, then their families in the alien continent would be in trouble. The revenge of someone who wasn't weaker than a Breaking River expert was something that no one wanted to face. They also didn't dare to bear it. They also saw that Zhao Hai really wanted to teach the Ant Kingdom a lesson this time. And he really didn't want to destroy the Ant Kingdom, even if Zhao Hai had the ability to do so. In this case, the three Broken River experts were afraid that Zhao Hai would cause trouble in the alien continent. If Zhao Hai really did cause trouble, then who knows how many people would die in the alien continent. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he turned around and flew towards the direction of Coiling Dragon City. He didn't talk to anyone, nor did he care about the three Broken River experts. He knew that he had achieved his goal. Whatever he did in the alien continent, those people wouldn't care. Naturally, the premise was that he didn't do anything outrageous. Otherwise, those people would certainly appear in front of him and deal with him. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to speak ruthlessly to the three Breaking River experts was because of his strength. His strength allowed him to speak ruthlessly to the three Breaking River experts. Another reason was that Zhao Hai was a native of the Spirit Weapon continent, he wasn't a native of the Stranger continent. The Soul Realm was divided into 3 continents. Each continent had its own river-breaking experts. Zhao Hai was sure that even if these river-breaking experts knew each other, they would still have their own circle. And this circle was most likely divided according to the region. In other words, even if the river-breaking experts of the Soul Realm were to fight amongst themselves, they would still be in the same circle when facing river-breaking experts of the other 2 continents. They would still be united against the outside world. Zhao Hai's strength was enough to show that his status in the Soldier Spirit continent wasn't low. It was impossible for the Broken River experts of the Soldier Spirit continent to not know about Zhao Hai's potential. They would certainly pay attention to Zhao Hai. But if something were to happen to Zhao Hai in the alien continent, the Broken River experts of the Soldier Spirit continent wouldn't agree. At that time, it would lead to a war between the Broken River experts. It was precisely because of this that the Broken River experts of the alien continent didn't dare to take the risk to deal with Zhao Hai. Not to mention, Zhao Hai's strength was still there. Even if they wanted to deal with him, they would have to pay a big price. Zhao Hai had already calculated this. Therefore, he dared to act ruthlessly in front of the 3 Broken River experts. Moreover, the aura he released this time was mostly killing chi. The purpose of this was to let the 3 Broken River experts know that he wasn't a soft-hearted person. The number of people he had killed was much more than them. They shouldn't push him too far. Otherwise, the alien continent would certainly suffer. Sure enough, the 3 Broken River experts didn't make a move, allowing Zhao Hai to smoothly return to Coiling Dragon City. Zhao Hai calmly flew back to Coiling Dragon City. When the people of Coiling Dragon City saw Zhao Hai flying back, they couldn't help but stare. They clearly saw Zhao Hai leave, they didn't expect him to return so quickly. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them as he directly flew towards the Dragon Palace. However, he didn't enter the palace, instead, he calmed down outside. Just as Zhao Hai landed on the ground, an old eunuch greeted him. The eunuch cupped his fist and said, "Mister, you're back. What do you need?" Zhao Hai looked at the old eunuch. This old eunuch was also a sky dance expert. Moreover, the energy coming from his body was very strange. Zhao Hai didn't want to have a conflict with him, so he cupped his fist and said, "I ask eunuch Zhao to pass on a message. This one wishes to see His Majesty. I have something important to tell him." When the old eunuch heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately said, "All right, mister, please come with me." Then he led Zhao Hai to the imperial palace. It was clear that his status in the imperial palace wasn't low, since he could directly lead Zhao Hai to the palace. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he followed the old eunuch into the palace. Not long after they entered the palace, another old eunuch came to greet them. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen Mr. Zhao Hai. His Majesty has ordered Mr. to go to his study." Zhao Hai nodded. Then the two old eunuchs led Zhao Hai to the imperial palace's study. Before long, they arrived at the door of the study. Then the eunuch went in to pass the message. After that, Zhao Hai entered the study. Upon entering the study, Zhao Hai stared. This was because other than the emperor, there were also several other people in the study. These people were all wearing gorgeous clothes. Moreover, they didn't look young. However, their complexions weren't very good right now. The emperor looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Mister, you came back so quickly. Did you miss me? The Lone Dragon Ridge has been broken. How long until the Ant Kingdom's army arrives at Coiling Dragon City?" Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood what the emperor meant. It must be said that his battle with the Ant Kingdom took a long time. Including the time he spent fighting, it didn't even take a day. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood what the emperor meant. He came back in a day. Of course, the emperor and the others did not know that Zhao Hai had already solved the siege of Dulong Ridge. It could even be said that he had already ended the war. They thought that Zhao Hai had encountered the army of the Ant Kingdom and found out that Dulong Ridge had been broken, so he rushed back to deliver the message. Zhao Hai looked at the emperor, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty might have misunderstood. I came back to tell Your Majesty that the danger in Lone Dragon Ridge has been resolved. Moreover, the Ant Kingdom should be retreating in the shortest time possible." The emperor stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Mister, what did you just say? What do you mean by that?" It was clear that the emperor couldn't believe what he just heard. Zhao Hai looked at the emperor, then he smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, the army at Lone Dragon Ridge has already retreated. The Ant Kingdom will also retreat as soon as possible. Your Majesty can rest assured. I came back to deliver a message to Your Majesty. I believe that it won't be long before Your Majesty receives the news." The emperor stared, then he suddenly stood up and said, "Send an order. Immediately send people to Lone Dragon Ridge to inquire about the news. Use the fastest speed. Send sky dance experts to inquire about the news. Hurry." A voice was heard from outside the door. The emperor nodded, then footsteps could be heard. At this time, the emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what's going on? Why did the Ant Kingdom suddenly retreat?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "There are Broken River experts involved, both sides. Of course, I also contributed a bit." When the emperor heard that a Breaking River level expert had intervened, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he said, "Good, so it was a Breaking River level expert who intervened. Good, the heavens didn't destroy my dragon country." The other people in the study were also very happy. They stood up and congratulated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, he didn't say anything. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't tell them how much effort he put into this matter. This was because Zhao Hai didn't think that it was necessary. After a while, the emperor's mood calmed down. The emperor stood up and cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, thank you for your help. Mister, please take a rest. After the war, there are still a lot of things to deal with. When I'm done, I'll thank Mister." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty is too polite. This matter wasn't caused by me, so there's no need to thank me. I'll be taking my leave." Then he cupped his fist to the emperor before he turned around and left. After Zhao Hai left, a great noble turned to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, why are you being so polite to him? This matter was caused by him. It's good that we didn't punish him. Moreover, he has been rude to your Majesty several times. Such a person isn't worthy of our attention." The emperor looked at the great noble, then he shook his head and said, "No, this matter isn't that simple. Forget it, let's not worry about him for now. We'll wait for the news. As long as the news is confirmed, we'll think about other things." Then he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Unknowingly, the night passed by. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the station to rest. The emperor and the other great nobles didn't leave the study room, they were waiting for news. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Just as the sky began to brighten, there was a sudden knock on the door. The emperor, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Come in." Following his voice, an old eunuch pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as the old eunuch came in, he knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, great news. The Ant Kingdom has retreated, and they're still retreating. It seems like they want to withdraw from our dragon nation." Hearing this, the emperor couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he said, "Tell me in detail, what happened? Why did the Ant Kingdom retreat? Did a breaking river expert intervene?" The old eunuch clearly understood what happened, so he nodded and told the emperor what happened. When he finished, the emperor and the others' expressions changed as they stared at the old eunuch. The emperor looked at the old eunuch and said, "You're saying that Mr. Zhao Hai repelled the Ant Kingdom's army by himself? And he can also release countless plants for his own army? In the end, he even threatened 3 breaking river experts?" The old eunuch replied in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Majesty. There's no mistake. The people this old servant sent out encountered a Sky Dance Realm expert from the garrison at Lone Dragon Ridge. They only returned after listening to his narration of the entire battle." The emperor took a deep breath. Then he turned to the great nobles and said, "My dear ministers, how do you think this matter should be handled?" It was clear that the emperor was scratching his head this time because he felt that this matter was a little tricky. This was because this matter actually involved 3 breaking river level masters. There was also someone who dared to threaten 3 breaking river level masters and still managed to escape unscathed in the end. Didn't that mean that this person was even more terrifying than the breaking river level masters? And this person was still in Coiling Dragon City. The great nobles pondered for a moment. Then one of them said, "Your Majesty, this is a good thing. Mr. Zhao Hai's strength doesn't matter to us. This is because the Dragon Nation and Mr. Zhao Hai have no enmity. In fact, our relationship has always been good. In this case, what do we have to be afraid of? I think we should give Mr. Zhao Hai a big reward to express our gratitude." The other people in the room nodded. It was clear that they agreed with the great nobles. If they wanted to thank Zhao Hai, then giving him a big reward would be enough. The emperor pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Is this good? With Mr. Zhao Hai's strength, I'm afraid that a normal reward wouldn't be able to move him. If he thinks that the reward is too small, then he might be dissatisfied with us. What should we do then?" Everyone stared, then one of the nobles opened his mouth and said, "I don't think the situation that Your Majesty is worried about will happen. Zhao Hai is very strong, and he doesn't seem to be a greedy person. He shouldn't care too much about rewards." The emperor thought for a moment, then he sighed and said, "Now, we can only test Mr. Zhao Hai's reaction. However, we don't know what Mr. Zhao Hai likes. If he likes something, then we can give him something that will satisfy him." Everyone was silent. They haven't been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time. They didn't know much about Zhao Hai. Naturally, they didn't know what Zhao Hai likes. This made them feel awkward. Zhao Hai really didn't want any reward. The only thing that could move him in the alien continent was the great noble's treasures. But now that he has the tiger seal, these treasures have lost their attraction to him. As for other things, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Zhao Hai has seen all kinds of good things. For him, being able to return home was the best reward. Unfortunately, the Dragon Nation couldn't give him this reward. Zhao Hai woke up early in the morning. After eating something, he went to the relay station. As soon as he walked out, Zhao Hai knew that the emperor had received the news that the ant kingdom had retreated. Now, the streets were filled with excited people. Coiling Dragon City was also lifted, allowing people to go out on the streets. And since the war was over, people were naturally very happy. Many people were discussing excitedly on the streets. They were guessing why the ant kingdom suddenly retreated. Naturally, they still haven't received any concrete information. There were all kinds of guesses. Some people said that the army repelled the ant kingdom's attack at Lone Dragon Ridge. Therefore, the ant kingdom retreated. Some people said that the ant kingdom retreated because other countries intervened. In any case, there were all kinds of rumors. When Zhao Hai heard these rumors, he couldn't help but laugh. However, Zhao Hai quickly discovered that his decision to go out and play was wrong. This was because the Dragon Nation knew that the Ant Kingdom was using him as an excuse to attack. Because of this, when Zhao Hai appeared on the streets, he couldn't help but be pointed at. Some people even looked at Zhao Hai with hatred. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. In the end, he returned to the relay station to read. He didn't go out again. At the same time, he entered the space to study the plants and animals inside. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At this time, the storm outside had gradually calmed down. People were no longer hostile towards Zhao Hai. They all knew that Zhao Hai participated in the battle against the Ant Kingdom. Moreover, the Ant Kingdom retreated thanks to Zhao Hai. This made those who had complaints about Zhao Hai change their view of Zhao Hai. Although outsiders have changed their view of Zhao Hai still didn't leave the relay station. He was still studying the plants inside the space. This was because some of the demonic plants inside the space were able to transform after the last battle. This was a pleasant surprise. Sure enough, fighting was the fastest way to increase one's strength. As long as you don't die in battle, you would be able to obtain some benefits. This was the case for the demonic plants. They didn't die in the last battle and were able to transform. For Zhao Hai, this was also good news. The demonic plants were able to transform. In other words, they had become official demonic beasts. In the future, they would be able to practice demonic arts. In Zhao Hai's mind, there were a lot of demonic arts that the demonic beasts could practice. This was enough for them to rest. Zhao Hai believed that their strength would increase in a short period of time. As for Stonemer and the others, they were the strongest. After the last battle, their strength had increased. Ordinary void dance experts simply weren't their opponents. Because Zhao Hai was busy with this matter, he had already forgotten about the time. When he heard a knock on the door, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he recovered and immediately opened the door to see an old eunuch standing outside. This old eunuch was one of the void dance level eunuchs in the palace. Zhao Hai had seen him a few times before. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist towards the old eunuch and said, "I've seen Eunuch Zhao. May I know what Eunuch Zhao is looking for today?" If the emperor didn't want to see him, then it would be impossible for this old eunuch to appear here. The old eunuch gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, His Majesty asked Mr. to enter the palace." These days, His Majesty has been busy with the post-war reconstruction, so he didn't have time to see Mr. Now that His Majesty is finally done, he immediately sent this old servant to invite Mr. to the palace. Does Mr. have time? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Naturally, he couldn't say that he didn't have time at this time. Therefore, he immediately nodded and said, "All right, Eunuch Zhao, please wait a moment. I've been busy writing some things recently, so I didn't have time to freshen up. Let me freshen up before going to see His Majesty." The old eunuch immediately said, "Mr., please. This old servant will wait for Mr. here." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. He turned around and returned to his room. After freshening up and tidying up his clothes, he went out of the room and followed the old eunuch out of the relay station. Outside the station, there was already a carriage waiting for them. The old eunuch invited Zhao Hai to get on the carriage. Then the old eunuch went along with the carriage and headed towards the imperial palace. Zhao Hai didn't want the old eunuch to sit in the carriage. Although the old eunuch looked ordinary, his strength was at the void dance level. With such strength, walking a few steps wouldn't tire him out. Before long, Zhao Hai followed the old eunuch to the imperial palace. They went straight to the imperial hall. The imperial hall was already filled with people. These people were all important officials of the Dragon Nation. They all had high status. However, these people didn't speak. Everyone was looking at the door as they watched Xiao Hai slowly walking towards them. They were all waiting for Xiao Hai. When Xiao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised. However, he quickly calmed down and walked into the hall. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Xiao Hai has seen your majesty." The emperor stood up and extended his hand to support Xiao Hai as he said, "Mr. is too polite. Please dispense with the formalities. Come, give Mr. a seat." Being given a seat in the imperial hall was a privilege that ordinary people didn't have. Xiao Hai quickly thanked the emperor. Then the eunuch brought a seat for Xiao Hai and let Xiao Hai sit down. Xiao Hai wasn't polite and directly sat down. At this time, the emperor also sat down. After the emperor sat on the dragon throne, he looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Mr. Xiao Hai, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what the Dragon Nation would be like. This time, you have helped the Dragon Nation a lot." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty is too polite. This is nothing. This matter started because of me. Naturally, I will be responsible for solving this matter." The emperor looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Mr. is too polite. Everyone knows about this matter. The Ant Kingdom is just using you as an excuse. Even without you, the Ant Kingdom would still send their troops." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter if they use other people as an excuse or not. But this time, they are using me as an excuse. Although I, Xiao Hai, am not an important person in the soldier spirit continent, I still represent the continent. If they dare to use me as an excuse, then they should be prepared to face my wrath. I, Xiao Hai, came out this time to travel. I came with good intentions. I don't want to be enemies with anyone. But if others treat me as an enemy, then I can't just let them do whatever they want to me. I have a habit of dealing with my enemies. If they don't want to be enemies with me, then I won't let them go." When the emperor heard Xiao Hai's words, he was secretly shocked. He could hear from Xiao Hai's words that if someone really wanted to be an enemy of Xiao Hai, then Xiao Hai wouldn't be polite. Moreover, he wouldn't give the other party a chance to make a move. Take this war as an example. Xiao Hai arrived at the battlefield only a few hours ago. But in these few hours, more than a dozen void experts of the Ant Kingdom died in Xiao Hai's hands. The number of divine statue experts reached several hundred. The most terrifying thing was the ordinary soldiers. The number of ordinary soldiers that died in Xiao Hai's hands numbered in the tens of thousands. In just a few hours, Xiao Hai caused tens of thousands of casualties in the Ant Kingdom. This kind of strength was really shocking. The most important thing was his killing intent. Without killing intent, how could he kill tens of thousands of people? Killing tens of thousands of people at once was something that those Breaking River experts could do. However, there wasn't a Breaking River expert who could kill tens of thousands of people at once. They didn't have the same killing intent as Xiao Hai. Moreover, the emperor also heard people say that when Xiao Hai clashed with the 3 Breaking River experts, his body released a murderous aura that made the Sky Dance experts feel like they were in hell. This kind of killing intent, this kind of murderous aura, wasn't something that an average person could have. The emperor secretly sighed and rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, when Xiao Hai arrived in the Dragon Nation, he had shown enough respect to Xiao Hai. If he really offended Xiao Hai, then the consequences would be unimaginable. The emperor looked at Xiao Hai and said, "No matter what the reason is, the Dragon Nation's crisis was indeed solved by Mr. This emperor has been busy with the post-war matters. This emperor invited Mr. here to express my gratitude. From today onwards, Mr. will be the imperial prince of the Dragon Soul Nation. Mr. can open a residence and set up a tent. Mr. will receive the same treatment as a prince. Additionally, Mr. will be bestowed with a prince's residence, 100 servants, 100 maids, and 500 relatives. Mr. will also be bestowed with a prince's seal, 1,000,000 gold coins, 2 merchant groups, 10 ships, 10 horses, and everything in Mr.'s residence will be provided by the imperial palace." The emperor's decree didn't only shock Xiao Hai, but everyone else as well. They didn't think that the emperor would actually give Xiao Hai such a huge reward. It can be said that this was the biggest reward the Dragon Soul Nation had ever given out since its establishment. Among the rewards, there were only two things that people envied the most. One was a merchant group and a ship. These two things could bring great benefits to people. This was especially true for ships. The ships that the emperor gave Zhao Hai wouldn't be inferior, they would be the best ships. And these ships could bring unimaginable benefits to people. Besides the ships, the most enviable thing was Zhao Hai's status as a prince. If he was just an ordinary prince, then no one would be envious of him. However, he was a prince who could open a residence and set up a tent. Moreover, he had a prince's seal and a prince's seal. This was amazing. Opening a residence, setting up a tent, holding a prince's seal, all of these things could be put together. They would only give you one right, and that was to have your own army. The alien continent's countries were centralized. In other words, the emperor would give you a title and a fief. However, you could only get some money from the fief. You wouldn't have the authority to manage your fief. Your title could be very high, but you wouldn't have the authority to have an army. If you dared to have a private army, then it would be tantamount to rebellion. However, if the emperor allowed you to open a residence and set up a tent, then you would have the authority to have a private army. Moreover, not only can you have a private army, you can also appoint civil and military officials. These civil and military officials would be recorded by the country. In other words, if you appointed an official, then he would be an official recognized by the country. This kind of authority wasn't small. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only Zhao Hai had this kind of authority. Zhao Hai was given a fleet to make money, and Zhao Hai was also given the authority to open a residence and set up a tent. If it was someone else, then with these two powers, then they would be able to create a country within a country. In the future, when Changzi came along, he might even rebel. Zhao Hai was also surprised by the emperor's reward. However, in his opinion, these rewards were useless to him. Because of this, after hearing the emperor's reward, Zhao Hai immediately stood up and cupped his fist towards the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, I cannot accept this kind of reward. I ask your Majesty to take it back." When the emperor heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but say, "Oh? Mister, are you dissatisfied with my reward? If there's anything you're dissatisfied with, then you can tell me. I'll give you an additional reward." Zhao Hai replied, "Your Majesty misunderstood. The reward you gave me is too generous. I don't dare accept it. I'm from the Soldier Spirit continent. Sooner or later, I will return to the continent. Because of this, even if your Majesty rewards me with a lot of things, it would still be useless. Therefore, I ask your Majesty to take it back." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, then he sighed and said, "Mister's words really put me in a difficult position. Mister has done a great favor for the Dragon Kingdom. If I don't reward you, then how can I face the world? But Mister wants to leave. What should I do?" At this time, a civil official stood up and bowed to the emperor. "Your Majesty, this subject has something to say. I don't know if I should be rewarded." The emperor looked at the man and said, "What does Minister Chen have to say? Speak quickly." Mister would still be a grand prince, but he would be able to wield this staff without a seal. Seeing this staff would be like seeing the seal of a grand prince. Moreover, Mister can also pass down this staff to his descendants. If Mister returns to the Spirit Soldier continent and has a descendant, Mister can pass down this staff to his descendants. If his descendants have the opportunity to visit the stranger continent, they can bring this staff to our Dragon Nation and receive the treatment of a grand prince. Wouldn't that be even better? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Since Mister is a grand prince, then Mister can also pass down this staff to his descendants. If Mister returns to the Spirit Soldier continent and has a descendant, then Mister can pass this staff to his descendants." When the emperor heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "What does Mister think about this proposal?" Zhao Hai looked at the emperor. He understood that although this proposal was proposed by the official surnamed Chen, it seems like they had already discussed it. In other words, the other party had already discussed several plans. If Zhao Hai didn't want the rewards, then he would be given authority. If Zhao Hai accepted the rewards, then it would be another matter altogether. Zhao Hai thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with having authority. If he didn't want the authority, then the emperor would surely give him something else. Moreover, no matter what, the emperor was still an emperor. For him to talk to Zhao Hai like this was already very impressive. If Zhao Hai didn't agree, then he wouldn't be giving the emperor any face. Zhao Hai knew that he had helped the dragon country a lot this time. And with his strength, the dragon country would give him a lot of rewards. Moreover, after he accepts these rewards, then his relationship with the dragon country would officially enter the secret moon period. If Zhao Hai were to decline, then good things might turn bad. He had helped the dragon country a lot, but in the end, he might end up incurring their hatred. At this time, he really didn't want to offend anyone in the alien continent. Therefore, Zhao Hai kept his fist to the emperor and said, "That's a good idea. Then I'll have to thank your majesty." When the emperor heard Zhao Hai agree, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He quickly said, "Mr. is too polite. Please take a seat. What kind of staff does Mr. want? Do you have any special requirements for it?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Your majesty is too polite. I ask your majesty to be the host." The emperor nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. In a few days, the forged staff will be sent to Mr. Mr. must remember, with this staff in the dragon country, you can enjoy the treatment of a prince." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Yes, your majesty can rest assured. This one will make good use of it." The emperor nodded, then he looked at the people in the hall and said, "I'm very happy today. Come, prepare a banquet. Today, we'll hold a celebration banquet in the hall." Then someone went outside to arrange it. After returning to the relay station from the imperial palace, Zhao Hai went straight to his room to rest. Today, he drank a lot. The people from the Dragon Kingdom were lining up to give Zhao Hai a toast. Zhao Hai couldn't help but drink a lot. If it weren't for his formidable strength and his amazing physique, then he might have already passed out. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai sat down and couldn't help but laugh. Today's matter seemed like a joke to him. The emperor's previous rewards were just a test. The emperor knew about Zhao Hai's strength. If Zhao Hai accepted the reward, then the emperor wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well in the future. However, the emperor couldn't refuse to reward Zhao Hai. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, then the emperor would lose a lot of face. Because of this, the emperor came up with this idea. He gave Zhao Hai a cane. This cane represented the status of a prince, and it could be passed down to his descendants. However, this was a joke in Zhao Hai's eyes. Not to mention the fact that it was impossible for the emperor to pass down this cane to his descendants. Even if he did give it to the Hu clan, what use would it be? The soldier spirit continent was too far away from the expert continent. Even an ordinary void dance expert wouldn't be able to reach the continent. The most likely outcome was that the void dance expert would die in the sea. If that happened, then the cane could only be thrown into the sea to feed the fishes. After the Hu clan received the cane, they wouldn't be able to obtain any practical benefits. Secondly, they wouldn't be able to use the expert continent as a retreat. Because of this, the cane was of little value to Zhao Hai. After fighting a battle and helping the Dragon Empire, he finally received a cane. Ha ha ha. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. However, he didn't take this matter to heart. The power and status of the Dragon Empire were of no use to him. He might as well just take it as an ordinary cane. After drinking a pot of tea, Zhao Hai fell asleep. When he woke up, the moon was already high up in the sky. Just like that, Zhao Hai slept for the entire day. Looking at the moonlight outside, Zhao Hai drank some water. Then his body flashed and entered the space. At this time, his biggest reliance was the space. Moreover, Zhao Hai believed that even if he left the soul realm, the space would still be of great help to him. After staying in the space until the next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the space early. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he went to the restaurant of the relay station to eat something. After that, he didn't leave the courtyard and instead returned to his room. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave the courtyard, he just didn't want to trouble himself. The matter of him being rewarded yesterday should have already spread throughout the world. At this time, if he went out, everyone in Coiling Dragon City would be looking at him. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of people looking at him, it still made him uncomfortable. Zhao Hai stayed in the relay station for a few days. During these days, he kept asking the people in the relay station about the outside world. The people in the relay station told Zhao Hai that the people outside already knew that he had become a prince. They also heard that his prince's mansion was about to be prepared. In the future, he would be living in the relay station. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't think that the emperor would actually prepare a prince's mansion for him. On the 7th day after Zhao Hai returned from the imperial palace, the old eunuch came to the relay station. The old eunuch brought two things to Zhao Hai. One of them was a scepter. This scepter was very special, it looked like a coiling dragon. The head of the scepter could be held in one's hand and there was a ball in the dragon's mouth. It looked very good. The other thing was the key to the prince's mansion. In fact, the prince's mansion didn't need a key, but the emperor still prepared one for him. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. After receiving the key, he went back to his room and tidied up his things. Then he followed the old eunuch to the prince's mansion. The prince's mansion was very good. It had more than 20 mu of land. The houses inside were divided into several sections. There were also reeds, artificial lakes, rockeries, and strange rocks. Moreover, they were all designed by an expert. One could see a different scenery with every step. The prince's mansion was already filled with servants and maids. The old eunuch was the new head steward of the prince's mansion. From today onwards, he would help Zhao Hai take care of the prince's mansion. Zhao Hai didn't have any objections to this arrangement. As for whether the old eunuch would help him take care of the prince's mansion or just monitor him, it didn't matter. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. In any case, he wouldn't be staying here for a long time. Zhao Hai wandered around the prince's mansion. He had a general idea about the Dragon Nation's recent strange behavior. It seems like the Dragon Nation's river-breaking expert was the one who told them to do this. Otherwise, the Dragon Nation's emperor wouldn't have dared to do this. However, this didn't matter. Sooner or later, Zhao Hai would leave the Dragon Nation and the alien continent. The reason why he didn't leave yet was because he wanted to collect some plants in the alien continent before leaving. The other things in the alien continent weren't very attractive to him. The old eunuch followed Zhao Hai and introduced everything about the prince's mansion to him. After Zhao Hai toured the prince's mansion, Zhao Hai turned his head to the old eunuch and said, "Eunuch, if one day I leave, what will happen to the prince's mansion?" The old eunuch immediately replied to Zhao Hai, "I'm not worthy of being called eunuch. This old servant is called Laishi. If one day the prince leaves, the prince's mansion will be taken back. But if the prince returns, or if the prince's descendants come to the alien continent, the Dragon Nation will prepare a new prince's mansion for the prince. Please don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'm not worried. I'm just afraid that after I leave, the prince's mansion won't be taken back. Then it would be a waste to leave it here." The old eunuch didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "I'm afraid that I can't stay in the mansion for a long time. Plant masters belong to the outside world. The place we should stay is the forest outside. After a few days, I'll leave and travel to the continent. When I come back, I'm afraid that I'll have to leave." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm afraid that I won't be able to stay in the mansion for long." Laishi nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai sighed and followed Laishi to the dining room to eat. Then they went to the study of the prince's mansion. There were a lot of books in the study. When the emperor heard that Zhao Hai liked to read, he prepared a pile of books for Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai very happy, so he spent the day in the study. In the next few days, Zhao Hai was reading books. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the Dragon Nation. This was because he knew that the Dragon Nation was still being rebuilt after the war. The same was true for the Ant Kingdom. If Zhao Hai left the Dragon Nation and entered the Ant Kingdom at this time, then it might cause a misunderstanding. It must be said that there was nothing in the Dragon Nation that could attract Zhao Hai's attention. He already had everything that the Dragon Nation needed. Aside from reading some books, there was nothing else that could attract Zhao Hai's attention. Zhao Hai moved to the prince's mansion for 10 days. Today, he got up in the morning, washed his face and rinsed his mouth. Then he went out of his room and walked around the garden of the prince's mansion. While he was walking, he suddenly heard footsteps. The footsteps were quite hurried. Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because he already knew that these footsteps belonged to Lai Shi. Usually, when Lai Shi was in the manor, his steps were very steady and light. He always had that kind of unhurried appearance. What was wrong with him today? Why did she run so early in the morning? Zhao Hai stood there and quietly waited for Lai Shi. Before long, Lai Shi arrived at the garden. When she saw Zhao Hai, she immediately walked over and loudly said, "Your Highness, His Majesty has something to tell you. He wants to see you in the palace." Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned and said, "Did His Majesty say what it is?" Lai Shi shook her head and said, "He didn't. But the messenger said that His Majesty seemed to be in a hurry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go. Let's go." Then he led Lai Shi to the front courtyard. When they arrived, Zhao Hai saw a young eunuch standing there. This eunuch didn't look very old, only about 10 years old. He was very white and looked very pleasing to the eye. When Zhao Hai and Lai Shi arrived in front of the young eunuch immediately knelt down and saluted Zhao Hai. "This servant has seen your highness." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Get up. Do you know why His Majesty wants to see me?" The young eunuch immediately replied, "Replying to your highness, this servant doesn't know." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he turned to Lai Shi and said, "Lai Shi, prepare the carriage. I'll go to the palace." Lai Shi said, "The carriage has been prepared. It's already stopped in front of the mansion." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Then he led the young eunuch to the mansion's front door. When they left the mansion, they saw a carriage parked there. Zhao Hai directly got on the carriage. The coachman raised his whip and the carriage went straight towards the palace. Before long, they arrived at the palace. Under the guidance of the young eunuch, Zhao Hai went to the emperor's study. When he arrived outside the emperor's study, the emperor immediately sent someone to invite him inside. When Zhao Hai entered the study and was about to give a salute, the emperor waved his hand and said, "Mister, there's no need to be so polite. I asked Mister to come here today because there's something I need your help with. This matter needs Mister's help." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, please speak frankly. What matter does Mister need my help?" If it was an ordinary imperial prince of the Dragon Nation, then they wouldn't dare to talk to the emperor like this. However, Zhao Hai's situation was special. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to cause trouble, Zhao Hai wouldn't even want to talk to someone like the emperor. The emperor didn't get angry because of Zhao Hai's rudeness. He opened his mouth and said, "On the coastal Dragon God Mountain, a lot of plants suddenly appeared. I heard reports that these plants are similar to your plant army. However, they rely on eating other plants to survive. Moreover, they are very aggressive. Whether it's humans or animals, they will attack them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Eat other plants?" When Zhao Hai heard the emperor, he couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai had been in contact with plants for a long time. He had seen all kinds of plants, but he had never seen a plant that ate other plants to survive. At most, it was a parasitic existence. Although it was also eating, it was completely different from eating in the general sense. The emperor nodded and said, "Right, they eat. They eat like humans. They eat other plants and become stronger. Moreover, they also attack people and animals. But whether they eat humans or not, this hasn't been reported yet. Because the speed of these plants is very slow, even if they attack people and animals are only injured, not dead." The emperor nodded and said, "Yes, they eat. They eat like humans." At this time, a voice came from outside, "Your Majesty, there's an urgent matter to report." The emperor said, "Come in." The voice outside the door responded, then the person pushed the door and walked in. This person wasn't a eunuch, but he was wearing a suit of armor. Unexpectedly, he was a general. The general cupped his fist towards the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, there's news from Mount Dragon God. These plants don't only eat other plants, they also eat people and animals. Now, a lot of people and animals have fallen into the hands of these plants." The emperor nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "I know, you can leave." The general nodded, then he gave a salute to Zhao Hai and the emperor before he turned around and left. After the general left, the emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, What do you think about this matter? Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, this is the first time I've heard about this. I've heard about trees that eat people, but it's the first time I've heard about trees that eat plants. How about this? I'll immediately go to Mount Dragon God and take a look. I'll try to solve this matter as soon as possible. Your Majesty, you don't need to worry. The Emperor nodded and said, all right, then I'll have to trouble Mr. May I know what Mr. needs? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't need anything. Your Majesty, I'll return to my residence and take my things. However, I need to inform Your Majesty that I might need to fly around the city. I hope Your Majesty will agree. The Emperor waved his hand and said, Sir, please go ahead. There's no need to be so polite. I've already told them that in the future, the ban on flying in the city does not include Sir. Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave the Emperor a salute before turning around to leave. After Zhao Hai left the room, the Emperor said in a deep voice, someone come. Following his voice, an old eunuch came in from outside and knelt in front of him. The Emperor looked at the old eunuch and said, pass down the order. In the future, Prince Zhao Hai will not be restricted by the ban on flying in the Dragon Soul Nation. Go. The old eunuch complied and immediately went to pass down the order. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to his home. After informing Lai Shi, he carried the wooden box and flew out of the residence. In the blink of an eye, he had already left Coiling Dragon City. However, the sound of him flying out alarmed a lot of people in the city. Everyone curiously looked at the direction where Zhao Hai left. One must know that in the alien continent, all of the cities were forbidden from flying. If you were to fly in the city's airspace, then the highwaymen and sky dance experts would attack you, regardless of whether you were a native or not. Therefore, in the alien continent, it was very difficult for ordinary people to see sky dance experts flying. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. After determining the direction, he directly flew towards Mount Dragon God. Zhao Hai knew about Mount Dragon God. Mount Dragon God got its name because it looked like a divine dragon. Moreover, Mount Dragon God was the longest mountain range in the Dragon Soul Nation. However, the Emperor just said that something happened near the sea. Therefore, Zhao Hai directly flew towards the sea. He wanted to see what kind of plant it was. Not only did it eat plants, it also ate people. Coiling Dragon City was quite far from Mount Dragon God. When Zhao Hai flew from Coiling Dragon City, he immediately released the golden shark sword. Then he increased his speed and flew towards Mount Dragon God. After a few hours of flying, Zhao Hai finally saw Mount Dragon God. From afar, he could see a mountain range that looked like a huge dragon lying on the ground. This huge dragon's head stretched towards the sea, but its body stretched straight towards the inland. The entire mountain range looked very imposing, just like a huge dragon. However, when Zhao Hai saw Mount Dragon God, he couldn't help but frown. This was because he saw a mass of black gas on top of the mountain. This black gas wasn't from the dark clouds in the sky. This black gas came from Mount Dragon God. It was definitely not a normal black gas. Looking at the appearance of the black gas, Zhao Hai was also stunned. This was because he had seen this black gas before and was very familiar with it. In his original space, he could often see this black gas. This black gas came from hell. What kind of place was hell? It was a place where devils lived. This devil didn't refer to one thing, but two things. Devils and ghosts. These two things couldn't be mixed together. Naturally, Zhao Hai arrived at the Soul Realm. He always thought that hell wouldn't exist in this place. But now, it seems like he was wrong. Hell should exist in this place. But at the same time, Zhao Hai felt very strange. He didn't understand why the black gas from hell would appear here. What was going on? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately increased his speed and flew towards Mount Dragon God. Before long, Zhao Hai saw a barracks at the foot of Mount Dragon God. This barracks didn't look small. There were about 5,000 troops stationed inside. Zhao Hai's figure moved and flew directly above the barracks. Then he slowly descended into the barracks. The soldiers in the barracks all saw Zhao Hai. They weren't vigilant. On the contrary, some generals in armor came out of their tents and stood there respectfully. After Zhao Hai landed in the barracks, the generals immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Zhao Hai nodded. He was still holding the cane in his hand. This cane was a symbol of his status. If he didn't hold it, then he would be letting down the emperor. Zhao Hai followed the generals into the tent. After sitting down, he said to one of the generals, "What's the situation in Mount Dragon God? How many of those man-eating plants have been found?" The general immediately replied, "Replying to your highness, there aren't many of those plants. There are only about 100 trees in total. There are also some vines." "How many vines are there?" "It's impossible to count them. Now, Mount Dragon God is under martial law. No one is allowed to enter. However, those trees are eating other trees. Moreover, they are getting stronger and stronger." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but frown and said, "They're eating other trees? What's the strength of those trees?" The general immediately replied, "They're very strong. Although their movement speed is very slow, they have a certain degree of immunity to attacks. If we use 10% of our strength to attack them, they'll only receive 50% of our strength. This isn't because their defense is strong, but because they're immune to attacks. This is the first time I've seen such a defensive method in all these years." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but frown. Zhao Hai had some understanding of the general's situation. But it was precisely because of this understanding that he felt uneasy. This was because the general's situation was very similar to that of ghosts. Ghosts were divided into several types. In Zhao Hai's previous hellspace, there were a lot of liches. Strictly speaking, these liches that didn't have a physical body were also considered a type of ghost. And these liches were immune to ordinary physical attacks. They didn't have a physical body, so physical attacks were useless against them. Just like punching the air with your fist, the air wouldn't be injured. The same was true for ghosts. If you want to deal with ghosts, you must use energy attacks. The situation of the trees that the general described was very similar to that of ghosts. Among the things that Zhao Hai knew, only ghosts were immune to physical attacks. Nothing else was immune. And with the addition of the black gas on Mount Dragon God, this made Zhao Hai even more uneasy. Zhao Hai didn't sit in the tent, he suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go to the mountain to take a look. You guard the camp well. Remember, don't let anyone go up the mountain. The plants on the mountain might be very dangerous." When the general heard Zhao Hai, he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Yes, Your Highness. Rest assured, I'll guard the camp well." "Your Highness, should I send some people to follow you up the mountain?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need. If they follow me, it would be more troublesome. Just let them stay here." After he said that, Zhao Hai walked out of the tent. Before long, he left the army and headed towards Dragon God Mountain. He didn't fly this time, instead, he walked. He wanted to communicate with the plants on Dragon God Mountain. He wanted to see what was going on here and why these strange plants would appear. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai walked towards Mount Dragon God while communicating with the plants on the mountain. No one knew more about what happened on Mount Dragon God than these plants. Zhao Hai heard from the plants that there was a very cold and strange energy on Mount Dragon God, especially the area near the sea. It was because of this energy that there were very few plants growing on Mount Dragon God. However, after a long time, some plants would grow there. Moreover, all kinds of trees would slowly adapt to the energy and grow there. However, the trees that grew there were different from ordinary trees. The trees that grew there were very strange. Not only did they have very few leaves, but they also looked like ghosts. They always gave people a gloomy and strange feeling. In addition to their strange appearance, the trees there were also very different from the other plants on Mount Dragon God. The trees there wouldn't take the initiative to communicate with other plants. Even if other plants were to communicate with them, they wouldn't make a sound. However, they seemed to be able to communicate with each other. In other words, the trees there formed their own country and didn't communicate with other plants. Originally, it didn't matter if they didn't communicate. Plants weren't as curious as humans. However, not long ago, these strange plants suddenly started to attack other plants and animals. In the beginning, it was very difficult for them to attack other plants. This was because their movements were very slow and their strength wasn't very strong. Therefore, it took a long time for them to attack other plants. However, as they ate more and more plants, their strength became stronger and stronger. In fact, by the time the people of the Dragon Nation discovered these strange trees, they had already been there for a long time. But because Mount Dragon God was near the sea, people simply couldn't climb it. Because of this, very few people would come here. If it weren't for a herbalist from the Dragon Nation coming here to collect herbs, they wouldn't have discovered these strange trees. After the strange trees were discovered, the Dragon Nation didn't care about them at first. They thought that as long as they sent a few people, they would be able to deal with them. However, they soon discovered that the soldiers who came to deal with the strange trees were all injured. Moreover, their injuries weren't light. This attracted the attention of the Dragon Nation, so they immediately sent troops. But at this time, the strange trees had already grown. It wasn't easy for them to deal with them. The people of the Dragon Nation thought of using fire to burn the strange trees. However, they discovered that it was useless. The strange trees weren't afraid of fire at all. Instead, they would release black gas. Once the black gas touched the fire, it would quickly extinguish it. Therefore, using fire to attack the strange trees was useless. Since they couldn't use fire, they could only use people to attack the strange trees. However, because the strange trees were deep in the forest, it wasn't easy to deal with them. They couldn't send an army, and even if they sent a small number of troops, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to the strange trees. Because of this, even if the Dragon Nation sent 5,000 troops, they still couldn't do anything to the strange trees. Naturally, the Dragon Nation didn't think of sending void experts to deal with the strange trees. However, when the news reached Coiling Dragon City, the Emperor immediately thought of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a plant master and had been collecting all kinds of plants. He was very interested in all kinds of strange plants. Because of this, the Emperor decided to send someone to Zhao Hai and inform him of this news. Then he would ask Zhao Hai to deal with the strange trees. Zhao Hai combined the information of the plants and understood the cause and effect. Then he didn't say anything and just went straight to the mountain. At the same time, he was exchanging energy with the plants around him. Before long, Zhao arrived at the dense forest and went straight to the seaside. While walking, Zhao felt the energy around him. He wanted to see what kind of energy it was. Soon, Zhao felt that his surroundings were filled with a kind of energy that he was somewhat familiar with, but also somewhat unfamiliar at the same time. The reason why Zhao Hai was familiar with this energy was because he had a lot of it in the space, especially in the hell space. The reason he was unfamiliar with it was because this energy was different from the energy he was familiar with. Most importantly, this energy wasn't under his control. However, Zhao Hai still missed this energy. He stood there and took a deep breath. At the same time, he took some of this energy into the space. When the energy entered the space, it immediately merged with the destructive force. This was something that Zhao Hai expected. Nature energy focused on life, while the power of destruction focused on ghosts. Strictly speaking, the power of destruction was a death energy of a higher level than the black gas in hell. Therefore, it was normal for the black gas to fuse with the power of destruction. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that although the black gas was integrated into the destruction energy, there was still a small part of it that was integrated into the natural energy. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai always thought that the black gas was death energy. He didn't expect the black gas to have a trace of natural energy. In other words, the black gas was a kind of life energy, it wasn't completely death energy. However, Zhao Hai thought about it and understood. It wasn't strange for the black gas to have a trace of life energy. If the black gas didn't have life energy, then there wouldn't be ghosts. Ghosts were created by this life energy. Zhao returned to his senses and continued to walk into the jungle. Now he wanted to know where this energy came from. After walking for about an hour, Zhao Hai felt that the black gas in front of him was getting thicker and thicker. More and more hell energy appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai knew that he was about to reach his destination. Moreover, Zhao Hai looked at the plants around him and discovered that many of them were about to die. However, the way these plants died was very strange. They were dying, but their natural energy was still there. One must know that when plants die, their natural energy wouldn't exist. The reason why plants were alive was because of their natural energy. Therefore, when plants die, their natural energy would disappear in the shortest time possible. However, the plants here were already dead, but their natural energy was still there. It was just that the natural energy in these plants was like a pool of stagnant water, it didn't have any active fluctuations. Natural energy was also active, this was the characteristic of natural energy. But now, the natural energy in these plants had stopped. It was as if something was imprisoning it inside the plants. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. He now understood why these plants would eat these plants. It was because these plants had energy inside them, and it was natural energy. At this time, a roar was suddenly heard. This roar was very strange. It sounded like the wind blowing through the forest, but it also sounded like an animal's roar. In short, it was very strange. Zhao Hai swept with his spiritual force and immediately discovered that there were some plants a few hundred meters away from him. They were eating other plants like animals. These plants were very strange. They looked very strange, their branches were strangely shaped, giving people a gloomy feeling. On the trunk of the tree, there was a face. This face only had 2 eyes and a big mouth. The mouth was chewing from time to time. Inside the mouth, one could see black wooden fangs. These fangs looked very sharp, they looked like sardines. The eyes of these plants were flashing with blue flames. These flames were flickering in their eyes, making them look like will-o'-the-wisps. It was very frightening. Zhao Hai could feel a strong hell energy coming from these plants. Moreover, these trees had completely mutated. Zhao Hai didn't feel any natural energy coming from these trees. On the contrary, Zhao Hai could feel a ghost-like energy coming from them. Moreover, the trees that they ate transformed into this energy in the shortest time possible. This made the energy in their bodies stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai sensed the trees and didn't stop. Before long, Zhao Hai saw the trees. The trees also saw Zhao Hai. They issued strange roars and then slowly moved towards Zhao Hai. The speed of these trees wasn't very fast. Their movement speed was equivalent to a normal person's walking speed. It wasn't a particularly fast walking speed, but a very slow walking speed. Looking at these strange trees, Zhao Hai's expression slowly turned strange. It would be too easy for him to deal with these monsters. Now, he just wanted to know why hell's energy appeared in Mount Dragon God. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt movement under his feet. Then several vines emerged from under his feet and wrapped around him. What surprised Zhao Hai even more was that these vines didn't look like anything. Instead, they had tentacle-like things that were as thick as a hand and about 20 centimeters long. On top of these tentacle-like things, there was a mouth full of sharp teeth. The moment the vines wrapped around Zhao Hai, the big mouths on these tentacles immediately bit towards Zhao Hai's body. Their movements were very fast. Unfortunately, these vines might be effective against other people, but they couldn't deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a body cultivator. How could his skin be bitten so easily? Therefore, Zhao Hai just struggled and broke the vines. However, the broken vines didn't die. Instead, they were like a broken snake. They kept struggling on the ground and twisted. In the end, they drilled into the ground and disappeared. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be curious. With a thought, the ground began to bulge as the strange vines were pushed out of the ground. What surprised Zhao Hai was that in just a short time, the vines had already recovered. The places that were broken were already regrown. This speed of recovery was too astonishing. Zhao Hai looked at the vines and then sent them to the space. When the vines entered the space, they immediately became well-behaved. Then they drilled into the ground. However, Zhao Hai immediately discovered that when the vines entered the space, a trace of destruction force was immediately separated from the half of the primal chaos diagram. Then this trace of destruction force directly entered the vines. After absorbing the destruction force, the vines' growth speed increased. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. Then his eyes lit up. To be honest, when it came to offensive strength, these vines that contained hell energy were much stronger than the iron thread grass. If he could cultivate more of these vines, then he would have a lot of help in the future. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the other vines into the space. Then more vines attacked Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He directly tore the vines apart and sent them to the space. At this time, the trees also came over. They waved their trunks and attacked Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at the trees and didn't immediately knock them down. He wanted to see how strong they were. After receiving a few attacks from the trees, Xiao Hai discovered that the trees were very strong. This made Xiao Hai surprised. Then Xiao Hai released the golden sand sword. Then he released the golden shark sword and used the golden shark sword to hit the tree. When the golden shark sword hit the tree stopped moving. The blue flames in the tree's eyes were no longer flashing, it was as if the tree was frozen. Xiao Hai also felt this. He could even feel that the hell energy inside the tree was no longer usable. All of it was suppressed by the space's seal. This discovery made Xiao Hai very happy. This was the first time that Xiao Hai used the space's seal against an enemy. He didn't expect the effect to be this good. The reason why the tree could move and attack people was all because of the hellish energy in their bodies. But now that the hellish energy was sealed, the tree naturally became a strange-looking tree. Naturally, it couldn't move anymore. Naturally, Xiao Hai wouldn't be polite as he directly received the tree into the space. After the tree entered the space, Xiao Hai immediately removed the restriction on its body. The tree was now able to move again. However, it didn't move as it stood inside the space, just like an ordinary tree, constantly absorbing the destructive force. Seeing that the tree was living well inside the space, Xiao Hai finally felt relieved. He began to absorb the trees and vines with all his strength. With the help of the space's seal, the process was very smooth. There weren't a lot of strange trees and vines to begin with. In less than 2 hours, Xiao Hai was able to absorb them all into the space. After the strange trees and vines were absorbed into the space, Xiao Hai continued to walk towards the seaside. This was because he knew where the hell energy came from. The reason why the trees became like this was because of the pollution of the hell energy. Because of this, Xiao Hai decided to go to the source to take a look. After walking for nearly an hour, Xiao Hai finally arrived at the seaside cliff. At the same time, he also saw the source of the hell energy. The source of the hell energy wasn't very big, it was just a rock. However, from the bottom of the rock, black gas was constantly being emitted. The black gas that was emitted slowly dissipated into the air. Naturally, this was the case in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in Xiao Hai's eyes, this wasn't the case. The black gas didn't dissipate into the air, it was just diluted by the air. However, the black gas still existed. The black gas wrapped around the air and slowly turned into a mass of black gas. Then it slowly rose up into the sky. These were the energy masses that Xiao Hai saw in the beginning. After some time, Xiao Hai calmed down. He looked at the energy masses and then at the rock. He didn't rush to remove the rock to see what was inside. Instead, he slowly drew a magic formation on the ground. Before long, a very complex magic formation was drawn. Then Xiao Hai waved his hand as a silver liquid metal flowed into the magic formation. After the liquid metal filled the magic runes, a white light flashed on the magic formation. Then the black gas that was emitted from the rock couldn't disperse into the air and was instead confined inside the magic formation. This was the method that Xiao Hai came up with. First, he would confine the hell energy here. Then he would wait for the other matters to be dealt with before looking at the rock. After Xiao Hai activated the magic formation, he looked around and discovered that there was no more hell energy flowing out. He looked up at the sky and saw that the black gas was still there. If he allowed it to dissipate, then it would take a long time. Naturally, Xiao Hai wouldn't allow the black gas to float in the air. That would cause a lot of trouble. If there were any animals that were contaminated by the black gas, then he would have to face a ghost beast. Xiao Hai didn't want to cause trouble again. Therefore, with a thought, a black hole appeared with him as the center. Like a whale drinking water, the black gas floating in the air was sucked into the space inside his body. After doing this, Xiao Hai waved his hand. The land that was contaminated by hell energy grew a lot of grass and trees. In a short time, the land was restored to its original state. It was full of plants, and it didn't look like it was damaged at all. Then Xiao Hai treated the other plants that were contaminated by the strange trees. Then he slowly walked down the mountain. After 3 hours, he finally returned to the barracks. When Zhao Hai arrived at the barracks entrance, the general immediately came out and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. "I have seen your highness." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The trouble has been solved. All the strange trees have been cleaned up, and the vegetation has also been restored. You don't need to worry anymore. However, when the army will withdraw, it will be up to His Majesty to decide. I'll go back now and tell His Majesty about the situation here. You just need to wait for the news." When the general heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your Highness, are you telling the truth? Did you really deal with the strange trees?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I've dealt with them." "Alright, I'll go back and tell His Majesty. You can wait here for the news." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved, he soared into the sky and disappeared in a blink of an eye. At this time, a person beside the general asked, "General, do you think the prince is telling the truth? Did he really get rid of those strange trees?" The general replied, "I don't think His Highness would joke about this kind of thing. However, we still need to go and take a look. Send some people to the mountain and see what the situation is like." The general nodded and immediately went to arrange people. At this time, Zhao Hai was about to arrive at Coiling Dragon City. When Zhao Hai arrived at Coiling Dragon City, he immediately returned to his mansion and took a carriage to the imperial palace. The emperor also heard the news of Zhao Hai's return. So when he heard that Zhao Hai had arrived, he immediately had someone invite Zhao Hai to his study. When Zhao Hai arrived, the emperor immediately asked Zhao Hai, "Mister, how is the situation?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's been solved. However, it can only be considered a temporary solution. It's not completely solved yet." When the emperor heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you mean by that? Are those plants still alive?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Those plants are already dead. However, I discovered a problem. Those plants weren't born like that. They were contaminated by some kind of energy. I discovered that the energy that caused them to mutate came from under a rock. That rock seems to be blocking the energy from spreading. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be a few trees in Dragon God Mountain that were contaminated. I've already found a way to seal that energy. But I think that if we want to thoroughly solve this matter, it's best to look at what's under the rock." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right." When the emperor heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown and said, "How do we look at this? Don't tell me you're going to dig up that rock and then dig deeper?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, I came back today to talk to you about this matter. I can use my magic plants to go under the rock and see what's down there. However, I can only go down by myself, I can't take others with me. Therefore, I hope that your Majesty can send a few people to keep watch outside the rock. This way, those people would be able to stay in Dragon God Mountain for a long time. Moreover, this matter isn't something that ordinary soldiers can solve. Therefore, I hope that your Majesty can withdraw the army from Dragon God Mountain. At the same time, Dragon God Mountain will be temporarily designated as a restricted area. Until this matter is completely resolved, then we can talk again." The emperor thought for a moment, then he said, "Alright, I understand. How about this, I'll send 5 void dance experts to help you go to Mount Dragon God. After you go under the stone, they'll guard it and won't let anyone go up until you come out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Then I'll go back and prepare before setting out. The sooner this matter is solved, the better. If the energy leaks out in a large area, then it might contaminate plants and animals. Plants move slowly, but as their strength increases, their speed would also increase. Animals, on the other hand, are different. If animals are contaminated, then they would become more terrifying than demonic beasts. Therefore, this matter needs to be solved as soon as possible." The emperor nodded, then he said, "What about you? Are you in any danger?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about me. I'll be fine. When I was in the Spirit Soldier continent, I went to the Destruction Realm to train. There's nothing that can affect my mind." The emperor nodded and said, "Alright, then you can go back first. I also need to prepare. When I'm ready, I'll send someone to inform you. Then you can set off together." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, Your Majesty. Then I'll go back first." When you're ready, just send someone to inform me. After he said that, Zhao Hai cupped his fist to the emperor before he turned around and left the study. The emperor waited for Zhao Hai to leave, then he immediately said, "Come, Guoben and Xiafeng, let's go to the palace." Someone outside the door immediately responded before he turned around and left. Before long, Guoben and Xiafeng entered the palace and went to the study. These two people weren't simple. One of them was the prime minister of the Dragon Nation while the other was the minister of war. After the two entered the room, the emperor told them about what Zhao Hai said. Then he looked at the two and said, "My two beloved ministers, do you think that Zhao Hai is telling the truth?" Guoben was dressed like a scholar. He looked thin and was about 60 years old. His hair and beard were somewhat white. He stroked his beard and said, "Your Majesty, this old minister thinks that Zhao Hai might be telling the truth. He shouldn't be joking about this matter." Xiafeng also nodded and said, "Right, Your Majesty, I also think that it might be true. And even if it's false, there's no loss for us. He's the one who went under the rock, we don't need to do anything." The emperor thought for a moment and then said, "All right, then it's settled. Immediately arrange for 5 Void Dance Realm experts to go with him to Mount Dragon God. As for the army below Mount Dragon God, don't retreat for the time being. It can be used as a supply point and can also be used to monitor the situation on Mount Dragon God. Go and make the necessary arrangements." The two nodded and then turned around to leave. When Zhao Hai returned to the mansion, he immediately called Lai Shi to his study. After Lai Shi arrived, Zhao Hai turned to Lai Shi and said, "Lai Shi, I'll be going out for the next 2 days. I'll leave the mansion to you." Lai Shi replied, "Yes, Your Highness can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Lai Shi and said, "I'll leave the mansion's matters to you. Every month, the Imperial Palace will provide you with a monthly allowance. I believe that you'll be able to handle these matters better than me." "Alright, you can go back, I want to take a rest." Lai Shi nodded before he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai saw Lai Shi leave, he turned his attention to the space. At this time, the strange vines and trees inside the space had been transformed by the destructive force. The strange vines and trees had also undergone a certain degree of transformation. The vines and trees looked more powerful compared to before. Naturally, they were also more ferocious and terrifying. However, this allowed Zhao Hai to discover another way to use the power of destruction. He discovered that it wasn't impossible for destruction and natural energy to coexist. As long as one side was determined to be the dominant one, then destruction and natural energy could coexist. And the result of their coexistence was that they could create plants and animals with stronger offensive power. And these animals could also absorb the soul source inside the black crystal. Zhao Hai was a bit surprised when he discovered that destruction and nature couldn't coexist. While Zhao Hai was studying these things in the mansion, the emperor had also finished his preparations. 5 Skydance experts were selected to follow Zhao Hai to Mount Dragon God the next day. After the preparations were made, the emperor sent someone to inform Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai readily agreed. Now, Zhao really wanted to know what was under the rock. What was it that was emitting this kind of power that was similar to hell energy? The next morning, the 5 people who followed Zhao Hai to Mount Dragon God arrived at Zhao Hai's mansion. Zhao Hai wasn't polite to them. After greeting them and introducing themselves, Zhao Hai led them to set off. Because of the 5 Skydance experts, Zhao Hai's speed wasn't very fast. It took them more than a day before they arrived at the barracks. After arriving at the barracks, Zhao Hai led the 5 Skydance experts to take a rest. At the same time, he summoned the general. After the general arrived and gave Zhao Hai a salute, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered us to temporarily preserve this barracks as your supply point. May I ask if Your Highness has any instructions?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, this is good. Using this place as a supply point, you can also provide support nearby. At the same time, you can also monitor this place and prevent other people from approaching. However, you should also pay attention, there might be people from other countries coming here to investigate. If you encounter such people, if you aren't their opponent, then don't make things difficult for them. Just let them go up the mountain and leave it to us." The general nodded, then Zhao Hai waved his hand and dismissed him. Zhao Hai led the 5 Sky Dance Realm experts and flew directly to Mount Dragon God. When they arrived at the cliff, Zhao Hai brought them to the stone that he sealed. At this time, the stone was filled with black gas. Moreover, this black gas was completely different from before. At this time, the stone seemed to have turned into a black fog. It was constantly churning, but because of the magic formation, the black fog couldn't leave. The situation looked strange. Originally, the Sky Dance Realm experts who came with Zhao Hai didn't take this matter to heart. But now that they saw this situation, they immediately felt that things weren't as simple as they thought. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people and said, "The plants in Dragon God Mountain mutated because of this black mist. I don't know what this black mist is, but it seems to be similar to the destruction force. Because of this black mist might have nothing to do with the destroyer. Originally, when the black mist floated up from the bottom of the rock, it would be diluted by the air. But now, this black mist is different. Because of my confinement, its concentration is getting higher and higher. Naturally, people can see it." Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people and said, "But this black mist is different. Because of this black mist, it's getting denser and denser. Because of this, it can naturally be seen." After saying that, Zhao Hai turned around and took out a small rabbit from his wooden box. This rabbit was something that he had the people in the barracks prepare for him. It was a live rabbit. The group looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do with this rabbit. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Then he didn't say anything. He just walked to the side of the stone and placed the rabbit next to it. The rabbit seemed to have felt danger. It kept struggling. However, Zhao Hai's magic formation was very strange. It can only be entered, but not exited. Therefore, after the rabbit entered, it couldn't come out. However, the rabbit kept attacking the invisible barrier, as if it was desperately trying to avoid something. Before long, the rabbit slowly stopped moving. It laid on the ground, its breathing became weaker and weaker. Finally, it kicked its legs and stopped breathing. It was completely dead. The Sky Dance Realm experts looked at the rabbit in surprise. They didn't think that the black fog would be this tyrannical. It killed the rabbit in just a short time. However, Zhao Hai didn't move. He was still looking at the rabbit. He was paying attention to the rabbit's changes. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai expected, although the rabbit was dead, its changes didn't stop. The rabbit's fur became dim in a short time. Then its fur began to fall down, as if it had been dead for many days. These changes were naturally noticed by the other Sky Dance Realm experts. They looked at the dead rabbit in surprise. They didn't think that the rabbit would become like this in such a short time. Could it be that the black fog can speed up the passage of time? Zhao Hai didn't think so. He calmly stood there and felt the soul of the rabbit. When the rabbit died, its soul source didn't leave its body. Instead, it slowly shrank. In the end, the soul source slowly shrank into a ball. Then the black fog began to invade the soul source. As more and more of the black fog entered, the rabbit's changes became more and more obvious. In the end, the rabbit looked like a dried rabbit. Its skin was wrapped around its bones. There were even some hairs on its skin. This made the rabbit look even more strange. When Zhao Hai felt that the soul source of the rabbit had been completely invaded by the black fog, Zhao Hai saw the rabbit's legs move slightly. Then the rabbit slowly got up. Both of its eyes were flashing with blue flames. It actually came back to life. Seeing this situation, even the experienced and knowledgeable sky dance experts couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, the rabbit had already begun to crawl around with a stiff posture. His movements were very stiff, as if he was a puppet. Zhao Hai looked at the rabbit and let out a long breath. Then he waved his hand and an energy ball hit the rabbit's body, directly destroying the rabbit's soul source. After the rabbit's soul source disappeared, it immediately fell to the ground and didn't move. This time, it was completely dead. The sky dance expert stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "That rabbit has been contaminated. Now it can eat other plants or bite other people to death. Nobody knows what it will become in the end. But what I know is that we can't let the rabbit leave. If we let it continue to grow, then one day it might bring unimaginable losses to the Dragon Nation." Now, I'm even more curious about what's under the rock. The sky dance expert stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, the rabbit has been contaminated. One of the sky dance realm experts looked at Zhao Hai and said, Your Highness, do you still want to go down? It's too dangerous. Look at the rabbit, it was clearly dead, but then it came back to life. This isn't normal, it's too abnormal. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Actually, it's nothing. Although you can see that the rabbit is still alive, it's already dead. It can be said that after it came back to life, it had already become a living corpse. A living corpse? Isn't that a zombie? Another sky dance realm expert said. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He knew that there were legends about zombies in the alien continent. In Zhao Hai's view, these legendary zombies might be corpses that have been contaminated by the energy of hell. Zhao Hai said, It's somewhat similar. It can also be called a zombie. It's precisely because of this that I'm paying attention to this matter. Think about it, if this energy erupts and all the animals in Dragon Head Mountain turn into zombies, what kind of situation would that be? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the expressions of the 5 sky dance realm experts couldn't help but change. When they imagined the situation, they couldn't help but shudder. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, You guys keep an eye on the surroundings of the rock. Don't let anyone get close to it. It's best if you don't let any animals get close. However, I think those animals won't get close to the rock. Animals have an instinctive reaction, they can sense danger, so they won't get close to the rock. You just need to pay attention to not let anyone get close. The people of the Dragon Empire shouldn't get close to the rock because of the army at the foot of the mountain. And with what happened before, ordinary people wouldn't come here, but it's hard to say for the people of other countries. As soon as Zhao Hai said this, the others couldn't help but stare. They weren't idiots, so they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. With such a big incident happening in Dragon God Mountain, and the use of several Sky Dance Realm experts, it was impossible for the people of other countries to not know about it. If those people found out that they entered Dragon God Mountain and didn't leave, and that there was an army camp at the foot of the mountain, then they would certainly inquire about it. Moreover, paper can't wrap fire, sooner or later, they would know about it. And once they know about it, they would certainly send people to secretly investigate the situation of Dragon God Mountain. At that time, the job of protecting the rock and not letting those people get close to it would be up to them. When the others thought of this, they all nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, All right, I'll leave this place to you guys. I'll go down and take a look. Don't worry about me, I might need to go down for a long time. If you don't see me, you also don't need to worry about me. I brought a lot of food, and I'm also a plant master, eating isn't a problem. You just need to remember, don't let people get close to the rock. After he said that, a black vine suddenly appeared on Zhao Hai's body. Then the vine wrapped around Zhao Hai and began to spin rapidly. Then Zhao Hai and the black vine slowly sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. The other Sky Dance Realm experts immediately went to the place where Zhao Hai disappeared. When they looked, they couldn't help but be startled. This was because they discovered that the place where Zhao Hai disappeared didn't have a hole. The ground was still the same as before, it didn't look like someone had sunk into the ground at all. This made them startled. A Sky Dance Realm expert said to the person beside him, Brother Lin, what's going on? Didn't the prince just sink down? How come the ground didn't change at all? Brother Lin looked at the ground and said, What's there to be surprised about? Don't forget His Highness's identity, he's a plant master. Moreover, he's not like those useless plant masters from the Wenji continent. He's a plant master from the Soldier Spirit continent. I remember reading in a book that a senior came across a collection of books in the Wenji continent. Those books were written by a plant master from the Soldier Spirit continent who had been in contact with him for a long time. In that book, there was a sentence that was very shocking. It said that a plant master is invincible in the forest, nobody should make an enemy out of a plant master in the forest. That senior didn't agree with this sentence because the plant masters he came in contact with in the Wenji continent were very ordinary. There was no such thing as invincible in the forest. Now it seems like His Highness is indeed very strong, much stronger than the plant masters from the Wenji continent. When the others heard this, they looked at the intact ground and didn't know what to say. Brother Lin looked at them and said, "Don't think too much about it. Look at this place carefully. Don't let even a fly fly to the stone. Otherwise, if the prince blames us, we won't be able to afford it." The several people's hearts turned cold. They nodded and each of them looked for a place not far from the stone and sat down, surrounding the stone in the middle. At this time, Zhao Hai was diving underground. He didn't dive directly into the ground from the stone, but from the side. Because of this, he immediately dived into the ground. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that there seemed to be something like a well under the stone. The walls of the well were made of stone. There were also some mysterious patterns on the walls. These patterns didn't seem to be simple decorations. The hell energy that Zhao Hai felt before was the black gas. The black gas just rose from the well and didn't permeate to other places. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. Zhao Hai really wanted to know what this well was, who built it, when it was built, why it was built, and who placed the stone on top of the well. All of these were unsolved mysteries. However, Zhao Hai was now inside the well and was slowly drilling down. The well was filled with mud. However, the mud here was different from the mud in other places. Because of the influence of the hell energy, the mud here was very corrosive. Zhao Hai knew that this was a destructive force. In the words of cultivators, this was death qi. This death qi had a great effect on cultivators. Naturally, this death qi had no effect on Zhao Hai. Not only that, Zhao Hai was also absorbing the death qi as he dived down. When the death qi entered the space, it was immediately absorbed by the destructive force. Because of this, Zhao Hai's diving speed wasn't very fast. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that the well he was in was very big. The well was straight up and down. The diameter of the well was more than 10 meters. The stone that he saw before wasn't as small as it was on the surface. The part of the stone that was buried underground was the largest. Moreover, the stone seemed to be special. The attribute of the stone seemed to be the opposite of the hell energy. Zhao Hai followed the well and slowly went down. While going down, Zhao Hai calculated the depth of his dive. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1000 meters. Although he had already dived 1000 meters, Zhao Hai still couldn't see the bottom of the well. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. This was because the altitude of Mount Dragon God wasn't low. Zhao Hai calculated that the altitude of Mount Dragon God was about 2000 meters. In other words, Zhao Hai had only reached half of the hidden Dragon God mountain. He hadn't even touched the ground yet. He was still far from his goal. Zhao Hai went all the way down. After 2 hours, Zhao Hai reached 2000 meters. Now that he had drilled through the entire Mount Dragon God, the next step would be to enter the ground. Zhao Hai was sure that the reason why he hadn't dived to the bottom of the well was because the walls of the well had always been there. Zhao Hai had never thought that there would be such a big well in Mount Dragon God. This was too shocking. Then, Zhao Hai felt that the hell energy around him was getting stronger and stronger. However, Zhao Hai knew that this was a normal phenomenon. He should be close to the bottom of the well. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai calculated the depth of his dive. He was now more than 1000 meters underground, but he still couldn't feel the bottom of the well. In other words, if the height of the Dragon God mountain was included, then the well should be more than 3000 meters deep. This was a huge project. Who did it? Zhao Hai thought to himself, all right. Boom. Zhao Hai's figure suddenly appeared in a black space. This black space was very large, about 10 acres in size. Inside the space, there was a black mist formed by hell energy. Because of this, the entire space looked misty and incomparably dark. Zhao Hai stood inside the space and felt his surroundings. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, the hell energy had a suppressive effect on spiritual force. With his current spiritual force, the range of his spiritual force was reduced by 4/5 compared to when he was on the ground. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He could clearly feel that there were no people here, nor were there any ghosts. This was just a space with nothing in it. However, Zhao Hai was still worried. He looked around the space and discovered that it might be a place to hide soldiers. This was because the facilities here were very simple. However, there were also some stone rooms. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He had never heard of any battles with ghosts in the alien continent. In other words, the people of the alien continent didn't have any contact with ghosts. So where did the space come from? Where did the hell's energy come from? With a belly full of questions, Zhao Hai looked around the space. He wanted to see if he could find any clues. Then Zhao Hai saw a lot of patterns on the ground. These patterns looked like the patterns of a formation. However, Zhao Hai was sure that this was a formation that he had never seen before. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. Now that he had deduced the formation used by the destroyer, his understanding of formations had deepened. But now, he was even more curious. This was because he discovered a new formation that he had never seen before. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the formation. He discovered that the formation was very large. The battlefield was very large. Even if 1,000 people stood on the formation, it wouldn't feel crowded. Moreover, the hell energy was being emitted from the formation. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai guessed that this formation might be a transmission formation. After having this idea, Zhao Hai decided to give it a try. He wanted to see if this formation was really what he thought it was. If it was, then he might have to enter another place. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the formation. The formation's appearance was very strange. It wasn't circular, triangular, or square. The entire formation looked like a skull. It looked scary. Zhao Hai looked at the formation. Although he hadn't seen it before, he knew that most formations were similar. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to deduce the destroyer's formation in such a short time. After Zhao Hai recorded the formation, he immediately found the nodes of the formation, which were the formation eyes. Any formation that wanted to travel long distances needed energy. Naturally, this formation was the same. If one wanted to input energy into the formation, they could only rely on the formation eyes. The formation eyes were the key to the formation. After finding the formation eyes, Zhao Hai directly input energy into the formation eyes. With Zhao Hai's input, the formation slowly lit up. Finally, a faint black light appeared. Then Zhao Hai, along with the black gas, disappeared. Zhao Hai felt that he was surrounded by black energy. It was constantly rotating, as if he had entered a huge vortex. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt his surroundings become quiet. Zhao Hai looked around and finally discovered that he was still standing on a formation. And this formation was located in a square. However, this was an abandoned square. Stone buildings could be seen all around, but many of these buildings had already collapsed. One could see that this place had been empty for a long time. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and saw a moon-like thing. It was hanging in the air, emitting a faint white light. This light only allowed Zhao Hai to see things within a few dozen meters. This was because there was still a lot of black gas around him. However, the density of the black gas wasn't as high as the previous space. Zhao Hai looked around and understood what was going on. This place should be an abandoned military camp. From the looks of it, this place didn't experience any war before it was abandoned. Naturally, it wasn't because of a war. The transmission formation was also abandoned along with the military camp. Although he didn't know why this place was abandoned, Zhao Hai could feel that this place was similar to the hell space. The reason why Zhao Hai was so sure was because he could feel hell's energy here. There was a lot of destruction energy here, but there was also natural energy here. On the contrary, there was also a lot of natural energy here. Moreover, there was also a strange trace of life in the death chi. All of this was very similar to the hell space. Zhao Hai stood in the abandoned military camp and looked around. This military camp shouldn't be small. Before it was abandoned, it could accommodate at least 100,000 soldiers. This was already a large military camp. Zhao Hai looked at the barracks, then he slowly flew up and circled around the barracks. Finally, he was able to see the situation around the barracks. The military camp was surrounded by high mountains. The military camp was located on top of a mountain, surrounded by cliffs. There was also a plank road outside the camp. This plank road was made of wood, but it was already damaged. It was clear that it hadn't been used for a long time. Around this area, there was only one military camp on top of the mountain. The other mountains were barren. Most importantly, there were a lot of mountains here. Zhao Hai flew outside the military camp for a long time, but he was still in the mountains. The mountains seemed to be endless. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Besides the military camp, the other mountains didn't have any buildings. There wasn't even any trace of human activity. However, Zhao Hai noticed the plants here. There were a lot of plants growing on the mountains. These plants were mainly trees. These trees weren't very long, the tallest one was only a dozen mago. Moreover, these trees were similar to the strange trees that Zhao Hai subdued in Mount Dragon God. They all had strange shapes and looked very gloomy. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that these trees didn't have any soul origin. However, they were still alive. In other words, although these trees looked strange, they couldn't attack the enemy like the trees in Mount Dragon God. After flying for a while, Zhao decided to go back to the barracks and take a look. He wanted to see if there were any clues left in the barracks. After returning to the military camp, Zhao Hai finally determined that the military camp had been abandoned for at least 1,000 years. Although there were some maps, books, and other things left in the military camp, and these things were mostly made of animal skin, which could be preserved for a long time. But when Zhao Hai found these things, they were already completely decayed. When Zhao Hai touched them, they immediately scattered. They were of no help to Zhao Hai at all. Since the military camp didn't provide anything useful to Zhao Hai decided to go to other places to see where this place was. Although he wanted to know where this place was, there was one thing that Zhao Hai was sure of, and that was that this place was still part of the soul realm. This was because Zhao Hai's soul object was still there. This place was still part of the soul realm. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. But this also made him even more curious. He really wanted to know where this place was in the soul realm. He had read so many books about the soul realm, but there was no record of this place. Whether it was the books of the Hu clan, the books of other clans, the books of the Soldier Spirit continent, or the Wenji continent, there was no record of this place. This was too strange. After Zhao Hai flew out of the military camp, he directly landed on a nearby mountain. He only had one purpose for landing on this mountain, and that was to collect plants. In a place like this, the plants that grew here would certainly be different from the ones in the soul realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to collect the plants here. In any case, he was going to head out of the mountain, so collecting plants along the way wasn't a bad idea. However, Zhao Hai's speed was very fast this time. He flew all the way out. Naturally, he was flying at a very low altitude. He was very close to the ground, and was almost flying in a straight line. As long as there were plants or animals that he hadn't seen before, they would all be thrown into the space. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the plants here didn't have any source of soul force. This was also the reason why the plants here didn't turn into those strange trees that attacked people in the Dragon God Mountain. But the animals here actually had source of soul force. However, their movements were very different compared to the animals on the ground. The animals here were more aggressive and more powerful. Most importantly, many of the animals here were immune to ordinary physical attacks. These animals were like ghosts, but they could eat grass, attack other animals, and even attack Zhao Hai. Although they were immune to physical attacks, they were still very lethal when it came to physical attacks. If an ordinary person from the soul realm were to encounter these animals, they would certainly have a headache. This was because these animals were very rogue. When you attack them, your attack would just pass through their body, just like a phantom. But when they attack you, you can't treat it as a phantom attack. This was because when they attack you, they would become more powerful, just like a phantom suddenly becoming real. If you attack these animals at this time, you might be able to hit them. This was because it took time for them to transform from a physical body to a phantom. But even so, it was already very amazing. Along the way, Zhao Hai continued to collect things. Not to mention this strange place, the things that were produced here were also very strange. After these things entered the space underwent a huge change compared to before. Now, Zhao Hai's space was slowly divided into two parts. One part was the ordinary plants that he collected from the soul realm, while the other part was the things that he collected from the space. These two parts seemed to be separated by an invisible layer, they didn't have any intersection at all. The only place where these two parts intersected with each other was the Taiji diagram. The space's changes were very big, and it also helped Zhao Hai a lot. Before, when Zhao Hai entered the space, his spiritual force was suppressed. Moreover, the energy inside his body was also suppressed. This made Zhao Hai only able to use 50% of his strength. But now it was different. Since Zhao Hai received the plants and animals, as well as the air, water, soil, and stones, Zhao Hai felt that the suppression of the space was slowly disappearing. In the end, he couldn't feel it at all. Zhao Hai knew that this was because he received the energy of the space. Because of this, the space's energy was slowly being absorbed into his body. This made the space's laws think that he was also a creature of the space, so naturally, it didn't suppress him anymore. Zhao Hai thought that it would be dark when he entered the space. This was because the round thing in the sky looked like the moon to Zhao Hai. However, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai realized that he was wrong. The thing in the sky wasn't the moon, but the sun of the space. When he entered the space, it wasn't dark at all, but daytime. After Zhao Hai entered the space for a few hours, the space slowly darkened. The moon-like sun in the sky completely disappeared. Then, stars appeared in the sky. These stars were all blue, they looked like little will-o'-the-wisps floating in the sky. This wasn't all. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the plants in the space. Almost all of the plants in the space emitted light. Although the light wasn't very big, they were still able to emit light. Zhao Hai looked around and discovered that the plants in the space were very beautiful at night. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Stepping on the plants, Zhao Hai continued to move forward. The animals that Zhao Hai encountered were also getting stronger and stronger. The night passed by quickly. Zhao Hai's harvest was much better than during the day. Naturally, his speed was also much slower than during the day. When the sun appeared in the space, Zhao Hai finally decided to stop and take a good rest. After all, his body wasn't as good as his original body. Although his body cultivation method was very powerful, compared to his original body, it was still far worse. After finding a good place, Zhao Hai released several animals to act as sentries. Zhao Hai was finally able to take a good rest. If it was in the soul realm, then Zhao Hai wouldn't need to worry about the animals. The plants would be able to help him act as sentries. However, this wasn't the case here. In this space, the plants didn't have any source of soul force. Therefore, there was no way for them to communicate with him. Therefore, he could only rely on the animals to act as sentries. Naturally, the plants that were received by Zhao Hai were no longer the same. After these plants were received by Zhao Hai would have them absorb a black crystal. After absorbing the black crystal, they would have their own source of soul force. In a short time, these plants would turn into plants like the ones in Dragon God Mountain. They would even be stronger than the plants in Dragon God Mountain. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. After resting for several hours, Zhao Hai's body finally recovered to its peak state. Then he ate something and continued to move forward. This journey took more than 10 days. In these 10 days, Zhao Hai didn't meet anyone. He didn't even leave the mountain. This mountain was too big, much bigger than any mountain that Zhao Hai knew. He was sure that he was moving forward in a straight line. However, after walking for more than 10 days, he still wasn't able to leave the mountain. This showed how big the mountain was. Looking at the mountain, Zhao felt very strange. If the mountain was so big, then why was there a military camp built in the mountains? Why was it abandoned later on? This was too strange. After walking for another day, Zhao Hai suddenly heard voices. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare, then he was overjoyed. However, he didn't immediately make contact with the other party. He was very clear that this place wasn't the soul realm. Moreover, from the looks of it, this place was like hell. If the people here were aggressive, then it would be troublesome. However, Zhao Hai still decided to go and take a look at the people who were talking. Soon, Zhao Hai felt that he was getting closer and closer to the people who were talking. Zhao Hai became more careful. Before long, his spiritual force was able to see the other party. Zhao Hai also saw the appearance of the place. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel strange. The other party had a total of 12 people. All of them were wearing ordinary clothes, and their bodies were very strong. They looked like ordinary people. Most importantly, they had soul items on their heads. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the plants on their heads were all weapons. Among the 12 people, 2 of them had bows and arrows, 3 of them had swords, 3 of them had spears, and 4 of them had swords. In their hands were some prey. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that aside from the prey, these people didn't have any weapons. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. It was obvious that these people were hunters, but why didn't they bring any weapons? How can they hunt without weapons? Did they also store their weapons in their soul space? While thinking about this, one of the 2 people with bows and arrows suddenly stopped. Then he waved his hand and said, "Stop, there seems to be someone in front." Zhao Hai understood what he said. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. But at the same time, he was surprised by the strength of this person. One must know that Zhao Hai was currently using his spiritual force to observe these people. He was still far away from them. He didn't expect the other party to be able to sense him. This made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, a voice was suddenly heard. "May I ask which village you are from?" "I am Gongsheng from the Baotooth village." "Friend, please tell me your name." Zhao Hai stared. He thought for a moment and then decided not to make contact with these people. He didn't know anything about the space, so it wasn't a wise choice to make contact with them. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make a sound. Although his spiritual force was still observing the other party, it was more concealed. At the same time, he also converged his aura. When Zhao Hai converged his aura, Gongsheng couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he showed a puzzled expression. This made the people around him who were on high alert. Then the other Bao soul opened his mouth and said, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Gongsheng replied, "I don't know what's going on, but I suddenly can't feel the other party. It's as if they were never there. What's going on? Could it be that I'm mistaken?" The other Bao soul shook his head and said, "No, big brother, your intuition has never been wrong. It seems like the other party has left. It might be a powerful senior. Since the other party has left, then we don't need to worry about it. Big brother, let's hunt a few more prey and then go home. It's getting late." Gongsheng nodded and said, "All right, let's go. Don't go inside. Let's look around and see if there's anything else. If there's something, then we'll hunt it." The group nodded and then immediately went around. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was still paying attention to them. He wanted to see how these people hunt. Before long, Gongsheng and the others found a group of wild boars. There were 5 of them, 1 big and 4 small. They were digging through the grass in the forest. When they discovered the 5 wild boars, Shooting Bao immediately commanded the others to surround the wild boars. Then they launched their attack. Gongsheng and the others put down the prey in their hands. Then their bodies flashed with white light. After the white light disappeared, Zhao Hai stared. This was because he discovered that the group had disappeared. In their place were weapons. These weapons were 2 bows, 3 swords, 3 spears, and 4 swords. Moreover, the shape of these weapons were exactly the same as the soul objects of the group. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai was stunned. He now understood why the group didn't bring any weapons. It turned out that they were weapons themselves. They could actually transform into weapons. This was too strange. But then something even stranger happened. Zhao Hai knew that in this space, all animals could turn their bodies into nothingness. However, when these animals faced the attacks of these people, even if they turned their bodies into nothingness, they would still be attacked. It seems like the other party's weapons were their nemesis. This discovery made Zhao Hai startled. He didn't think that the people of this world would be this strange. It seems like he didn't want to get in contact with them. He needed to observe their situation first and then find a way to get in contact with them. This way, he would be able to blend in with them in the shortest amount of time. Moreover, he wouldn't be suspected by them. The weapons that they turned into weren't very strong. The strongest ones were the 2 bows. The other weapons weren't that strong. Although they could still attack the wild boars, they couldn't deal any fatal damage to them. In other words, if they attacked the wild boars under normal circumstances, then they might be able to hit the boar's vital points and kill them. But after the boars turn into nothingness, although they could still attack the boars, they couldn't hit the boar's vital points. Moreover, they could only leave a wound on the boar's body. Among the weapons, the 2 bows dealt the most damage, followed by the spears, followed by the swords and the swords. Under the attack of the 12 people, 1 big and 4 small wild boars were quickly killed. The 12 people happily carried the wild boars back while Zhao Hai silently followed behind them. This was the first time he saw someone turn into a weapon. This feeling was very strange. Zhao Hai followed the people all the way down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Hai saw a small village. Most of the houses in this village were wooden houses, but it can be seen that these wooden houses were very sturdy. Moreover, in the middle of the village, there was a small river with several small bridges. There wasn't anything special about the village. The entire village had a total of more than 100 households, but their houses weren't very far from each other. The entire village seemed to be very orderly, there was nothing special about it. There were also a lot of people in the village, they also raised some livestock. From time to time, the sound of dogs barking could be heard. The entire village wasn't any different from the ordinary villages in the Soul Realm. Zhao Hai didn't enter the village, he just hid in the woods outside the village. He used his spiritual force to observe the village. Everyone in the village had a soul, but their souls didn't have the so-called object souls of the Soul Realm. All of them were weapon souls, beast souls, plant souls, and craftsman souls, but they didn't have object souls. In this village, most of the women's souls were plant souls, craftsman souls, and weapon souls. There were almost no beast souls. On the other hand, most of the men's souls were weapon souls, beast souls, and craftsman souls. There were almost no plant souls. If it was just looking at the souls, then this village was completely different from the Soul Realm. In the Soul Realm, it was impossible for any village to have so many professions. Zhao Hai was now curious about whether or not everyone in this village could transform into their soul. If it was really like this, then this world would be very surprising. However, what made Zhao Hai disappointed was that the people in this village wouldn't transform into their own soul. They would also use all kinds of tools. It seems like they would only transform into their own soul when they were fighting or when they were in a special situation. After observing for a few days outside the village, he was finally sure that the people in the village wouldn't turn into their souls when they had nothing to do. They would only do so when it was necessary. He clearly saw that there were several women in the village who turned into their souls when they were working in the fields. Their souls were originally plant souls, so after they turned into their souls, they seemed to become very powerful. Zhao clearly saw a grass-planted woman turn into a 2-meter-tall grass. Then with a wave of the grass's leaves, all the weeds in the field flew out with faint blue energy. The energy directly integrated into the woman's body, and all the weeds died. The weeds were weeded very quickly. Zhao clearly saw a grass-planted woman turn into a 2-meter-tall grass. Then with a wave of the grass's leaves, all the weeds in the field flew out with faint blue energy. The energy directly integrated into the woman's body, and all the weeds died. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that when the people in the village worked in the fields, they would divide the work and cooperate. Some plants were suitable for loosening the soil, so they would be responsible for loosening the soil. Some plants were suitable for weeding, so they would be responsible for weeding. Some people would be responsible for getting rid of insects. In short, their division of labor was very clear, and their cooperation was very good. The entire village was like a machine, running very well. Although each family had their own house, when they worked together. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. After a few days, Zhao Hai finally understood the village. The village had a total of 400 people. There were very few elderly people, and there weren't many children. Most of them were young adults. Every day, these young adults would gather together to train. When they were training, they would transform into their own soul. Moreover, their training method was to constantly attack the enemy. At the same time, Zhao Hai also discovered that the duration of these soul transformations wasn't very long. When the young adults in the village were training, they could transform into their own soul for an hour or so. After an hour, they would turn back into their human form. Moreover, they would look very tired. However, after an hour of rest, they would recover and then begin their day of work. Looking at the semi-military training method of the village, Zhao Hai was very surprised. He couldn't understand why a small village like this would have such training. It seemed to be a bit abnormal. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to get in touch with the people of the village. Through the villagers, he would understand this place. Finally, after observing the village for 10 days, Zhao Hai carried a wooden box and walked out of the woods. In fact, these days, Zhao Hai wasn't just observing the village. He was also observing the plants of this world. Because the plants of this world couldn't communicate with him, some methods that required communication in the soul realm couldn't be used here. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that if you only use natural energy to treat a plant, then it would be equivalent to killing it. If you want to treat the plants here, then you must use hell energy. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was already very familiar with hell energy. Moreover, he was very good at using it. Treating some common diseases of plants wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai discovered that although there wasn't a single man in the village who was a plant master, the villagers seemed to be very friendly. They didn't laugh at anyone. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Zhao Hai carried the wooden box out of the woods and slowly walked towards the village. Before long, people in the village discovered him. The men of the village immediately surrounded him. Zhao Hai quickly slowed down his pace. When he was about 50 steps away from the men, he stopped. Then he looked at the men and said, "Everyone, I don't have any bad intentions. Really, everyone, I'm just lost." At this time, Zhao Hai saw the man called Gong Sheng. He looked at Zhao Hai and then looked at the soul object on top of Zhao Hai's head. His eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "Mister, are you an ascetic? Why did you come here?" Zhao Hai was surprised for a moment, but he immediately said, "Mister, I really just lost my way. I just saw a village here, so I came here to ask for a bite to eat. I really don't have any malicious intent. Please rest assured." Gong Sheng looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "I believe that you don't have any bad intentions. Mister, please come with me to the village." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly gave Gong Sheng a salute and then followed him into the village. Gong Sheng led Zhao Hai to his home. Gong Sheng was the village chief. He had a wife as well as 2 children. His 2 children were a boy and a girl. The boy was older, around 13 or 14 years old. The girl was younger, around 7 or 8 years old. The boy's soul object was also a Bao soul object. Zhao Hai had already seen that the boy had already started his morning training with the adults of the village. On the other hand, the girl was a plant soul. Her plant soul was a vine. Gong Sheng's wife was also a plant soul. She was also a vine. When Gong Sheng's wife saw Gong Sheng leading a tall man into the house, she immediately went over. Gong Sheng nodded to his wife and said, Man, go make me a cup of tea." His wife nodded, then she turned around and left. Zhao Hai and Gong Sheng went to the living room and sat down. Gong Sheng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you an ascetic cultivator?" Zhao Hai looked at Gong Sheng, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Mister, I'm not an ascetic cultivator. In fact, I don't know where I came from. I remember that I was observing the plants in the forest, but then I suddenly fainted. When I woke up, I was outside the village. I don't know where I am." When Gong Sheng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. "Mister, you're not an ascetic cultivator? That's impossible. Looking at Mister, you're an ascetic cultivator. How could you not be an ascetic cultivator? If you're not an ascetic cultivator, then why did you go to the forest to observe the plants? The forest is very dangerous. Only ascetics would enter the forest alone." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say. Gong Sheng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we have a lot of respect for ascetics. Ascetics are great people. Because your soul objects aren't suitable for fighting. You've been training your body. Although ascetics aren't very strong, they are still people worthy of respect. For you to come to our village, I'm very honored." When Zhao Hai heard Gong Sheng, he roughly understood what ascetics were. The ascetics here were the same as the body cultivators in the soul realm. However, there weren't many body cultivators in the soul realm. Here, it seems like there were a lot of ascetics. Moreover, they were very respected. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, Gongsheng couldn't help but ask, "Mister, which city did you come from?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I came from the variant human city. Not long after I came out, I encountered an accident. At that time, I was observing plants in the wild. I don't know what happened, but I suddenly felt a black gas surrounding me. After that, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself in a forest that I hadn't been to before. I wandered around the forest for a few days before I came out and saw this village." Gongsheng thought for a moment, then he said, "Maybe Mr. came across an abandoned transmission formation. Variant human city, I haven't heard of it before. You're now in the Green Fire Mountain village of the Green Wolf City." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Green Wolf City? How come I haven't heard of it? It seems like this place is really far from the variant human city. Mister, can you tell me more about this place?" At this time, Gongsheng's wife brought them tea. After Gongsheng poured a cup of tea for Zhao Hai, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you should try our wild tea. Maybe you're not used to it, but there's no other way. We only have this kind of tea. Mister, please don't laugh at us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What are you talking about? I've been in the forest these past few days. Drinking water is very difficult. Now that I have tea to drink, it's already very good. Moreover, the tea smell is very good. Thank you for your hospitality." Gongsheng smiled and said, "Mister is too polite. Come and have a taste." Then he took a sip of the tea. Zhao Hai also took a sip. Gongsheng's tea tasted very good. He felt very good when he drank it. Gongsheng put down his cup and said, "Mister, you're now in the Soul Enchantment Mountain. The Green Wolf City is a city near the mountain. The city is in charge of more than a dozen cities. In the Soul Enchantment Mountain, there are more than a dozen cities like the Green Wolf City. Moreover, they're constantly fighting against each other. The Green Wolf City has only been in charge for the past few years. Therefore, it's not surprising that Mister hasn't heard of the Green Wolf City." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Gongsheng and said, "This place is very chaotic. I really can't tell that the village is very peaceful." Zhao Hai was actually probing. Every word that Gongsheng said would help Zhao Hai a lot. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to keep probing and make Gongsheng speak as much as possible. Only in this way would he be able to get more information. Gongsheng sighed and said, "That's because our Green Fire Mountain village is very far away from Kaoshan City. It's very remote. If we were close to Kaoshan City, then I'm afraid that there wouldn't be many youths left in the village. Moreover, in the past few years, because Green Wolf City had just taken over, there haven't been any major battles. Everyone's life is very peaceful." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Then how do we get to Kaoshan City from here?" Gongsheng replied, "From here to Kaoshan City, it would take about 10 days to walk. Moreover, these 10 days are all mountainous roads. It's very difficult to walk. The people of the village only go to Kaoshan City once or twice a year to trade for some daily necessities. Although we are very far from Kaoshan City, it's also because of this that the people of our village didn't join the army. I heard that in some villages close to the city, it's almost impossible to see young men." Gongsheng nodded. Zhao Hai was very surprised. He didn't think that the situation here would be like this. Seeing that Zhao Hai was silent, Gongsheng sighed and said, "Looking at Mister's appearance, it seems like you're from another country. I really hope that we can be like your hometown and restore peace as soon as possible. I really hope that the spirit weapon realm can be restored to the Heavenly Sword Empire." Upon hearing Gongsheng, Zhao Hai was very happy. This was because he finally knew the name of this realm from Gongsheng's mouth. This place was originally called the Spirit Weapon Realm. Moreover, there was a large empire here called the Heavenly Sword Empire. This information was very helpful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai followed Gongsheng's words and said, "Right, I hope so. However, I'm afraid that those big shots don't want to return to the Heavenly Sword Empire. If that's the case, they wouldn't be able to dominate the world." Gongsheng sighed and said, "Right, it's a pity. Those big shots only care about their own power. They don't care about the life and death of small people like us. My father died in Kaoshan City when he was exchanging things. He was captured and became a soldier and never came back. Alas, a lot of old people in the village were also captured and became soldiers at that time. After that, they died outside. Zhao Hai didn't speak, he just listened to Gong Xiying. Gong Xiying paused for a moment before he continued, because of this, very few people go out of the village every day. Even if they go out, they would first look at the situation in the city. Then they would go in and exchange their things in the shortest time possible before coming back. Because of this, we don't know what's going on in the city. Therefore, we can't provide much help to Mr. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is already very good. Thank you, Mr. Gong Shang shook his head, then he sighed and said, "In the past, a bitter cultivator came to our village, and he even helped us. Therefore, I'm very happy to see a bitter cultivator like Mr. here. The reason why Mr. came here this time might be because of the transmission formation of the Heavenly Sword Empire. I heard that during the Heavenly Sword Empire's era, the empire was incomparably powerful. At that time, the emperor wanted to organize an expedition, but nobody knows where his goal was. He only knew that he built a fortress in the Soul Enchantment Mountain and wanted to attack other continents from there. Nobody knows what happened in the end, but it wasn't long before the fortress was abandoned. No one has ever used it again, and no one has ever seen it again. Now, the fortress has become a legend." Zhao Hai stared, he was sure that the fortress that Gong Xiying was talking about was the fortress that he appeared in before. However, he didn't expect that after so many years, nobody was able to find the fortress. This didn't seem right. Although the fortress was in the mountains, if someone really wanted to find it, how could they not find it? What was going on? Zhao Hai looked at Gong Xiying, he was puzzled and said, "There's such a thing? I really haven't heard of it. After so many years, has nobody really found the fortress?" Gong Xiying sighed, then he shook his head and said, "No, nobody has ever found the fortress. Mister, you might not know, but during my grandfather's time, experts would come to the Soul Enchantment Mountain to look for the fortress. But after the wars between the cities became more and more frequent, nobody came here to look for the fortress. Even the people who mentioned it were very few. I'm afraid that a lot of people in Kaoshan City have already forgotten about the fortress. Therefore, it's normal for Mr. to not have heard of it. However, I heard that the fortress really does exist. Moreover, it also hides the route of the Heavenly Sword Empire's army." When Zhao Hai heard Gong Xiying, he understood what was going on. It seems like the fortress wasn't simple. Moreover, the Soul Enchantment Mountain wasn't simple as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the people of the spiritual weapon realm to not find the fortress after so long. This might be related to the Soul Enchantment Mountain. As for what Gong Xiying said about the route of the Heavenly Sword Empire's army, that was even easier to deal with. The route of the Heavenly Sword Empire's army should be the transmission formation. Gong Xiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, if you want to go home, then it's best for you to go to Kaoshan City first. Then you can leave from there and find a big city nearby. There's a legendary transmission formation there. You just need to use it to leave." Hearing Gong Xiying, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shine. Then he said, "What's wrong? Kaoshan City doesn't have a transmission formation? Is Kaoshan City small?" Gong Xiying smiled bitterly and said, "Kaoshan City really isn't that big. Therefore, there isn't a transmission formation there. In fact, there aren't many transmission formations in the Soul Enchantment Mountain. This is because the maintenance of transmission formations requires money. Moreover, nobody is willing to spend money to come here. This place is too chaotic. Even if there are merchants who come here to do business, they can't guarantee their safety. Because of this, even if there are transmission formations in the cities, they would slowly be abandoned." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Gong Xiying's wife, Man, entered the living room and said, "Husband, the meal is ready. Let's invite the guest to eat." Gong Xiying nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, let's go eat something. These days, Mister has been in the forest. I'm afraid that you haven't eaten anything. Let's try our Green Fire Mountain Villages game. It's very authentic." Zhao Haiying smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll have to thank Mr." Then he stood up along with Gong Xiying and walked towards the dining room. In a small village like this, as long as you have the ability, nobody would care how big your house is. This was because as long as you can ask someone to help you build a house, you can build as big as you want. Because of this, every house in the village wasn't small. Naturally, Gong Shiying's house wasn't small. Moreover, there was a house that had a kitchen and dining room. The inside of the house was the kitchen while the outside was the dining room. At the back of the house, there was also a small room filled with firewood. Zhao Haiying and Gong Shiying's family were sitting in the dining room. They didn't sit separately. Obviously, in the spirit weapon realm, the rules weren't as big as the soul realm. Of course, it could also be because this was a small mountain village. Zhao Haiying didn't oppose this point. On the contrary, eating with the family made the atmosphere more warm. In order to entertain Zhao Hai, Gong Xin deliberately took out some of his homebrewed wine. Although this wine was brewed by himself, the taste was still very good. The two drank happily. Of course, in the process, Zhao Haiying also obtained a lot of information about the soul realm. Zhao Haiying didn't dare to ask simple questions. If he really did, then it would certainly arouse Gong Shiying's suspicion. In fact, if there were no ascetics in the soul realm, then Zhao Haiying's identity would have already been suspected. After eating, Zhao Haiying arranged a room for him to rest. The next morning, Zhao Haiying woke up early. Speaking of which, the daytime in the soul realm was really dark. If it wasn't for Zhao Haiying's amazing eyesight, then he really wouldn't be able to see anything. Zhao Haiying felt that in the soul realm, the daytime wasn't as good as the dark. This was because when it was dark, the plants here would emit light, allowing people to see their surroundings. But during the day, the light here was a bit dim. However, Zhao Hai had also noticed yesterday that the eyes of the people from the spirit weapon world were generally bigger than the eyes of the people from the soul world. However, there weren't a lot of people whose eyes were bigger. Zhao Hai had a tall stature and a pair of big round eyes. Hence, they didn't notice the problem with Zhao Hai's eyes, but Zhao Hai had noticed this detail. It must be said that Zhao Hai wouldn't have noticed this detail in the past. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai had the biological brain. And since he was new to the spirit weapon realm, he wasn't familiar with the place. Therefore, he was able to notice this detail. Perhaps this was a natural evolution. Because they had been living in an environment with insufficient light, the eyes of the people here were generally bigger than the people from the soul realm. Zhao Haiying woke up early in the morning and left Gong Shiying's courtyard. Then he walked towards the center of the village. In the middle of the village, there was an open space. Every morning, the youths of the village would go to the open space to train. When they were training, they weren't afraid of being seen by others. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that there would be women and children watching the youths training. When Zhao Hai arrived at the field, he discovered that the training had already begun. Bows, spears, swords, blades, and beasts were the most common types of soul objects in the Green Fire Mountain village. Their training was also very good. The spearmen were in the front, the archers were in the middle, the swords and blades were in the back, and the beasts were in the wings. Although their formation was simple, it was indeed a battle formation, which was very surprising. Now, all the youths in the village had turned into their soul objects and were seriously training. They had already seen Zhao Hai, but no one cared about him. They were still seriously training. Just like what Zhao Hai thought, they weren't afraid of being seen by others. To be honest, seeing so many weapons in the field and not seeing a single person was a very strange feeling. Perhaps this was the reason why this place was called the Spirit Weapon Realm. After an hour, the village's training was over. Gong Shiying and Zhao Hai returned home and saw that Man had already prepared a meal. After the two ate, Gong Shiying turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, today we'll be going hunting in the mountains. I won't be able to accompany you at home. I hope Mister will forgive me." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly said, "Going hunting? That's great. I also want to go. Let's go together." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Gong Shiying stared for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, hunting is very dangerous. Although our village has lived here for many years and there aren't any beasts in the mountains, there are still people who get injured while hunting. Some even die. Mister shouldn't go." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I'll go take a look. I've lived in the forest for a while, so I can deal with ordinary beasts. You don't have to worry." Seeing that Zhao Hai wanted to go, Gong Shuring couldn't help but say, "Alright, mister, you and I will go now." "Right, mister, you're a bitter cultivator." Although most bitter cultivators don't use weapons, going into the mountains is still very dangerous. "Mister, it's better if you bring a weapon with you." "Mister, do you have a weapon? Do you need me to prepare a weapon for you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't need that, I have a weapon." Then he took out the coiling dragon cane from his wooden box. The coiling dragon cane was originally more than a meter long, and it couldn't be extended or retracted. But after Zhao got his hands on it, he placed it in the space to refine it. Now, the coiling dragon cane could be extended or retracted up to 5 meters long, making it a long weapon. At its shortest, it was only 30 centimeters long, which made it look like a short stick. Now, Zhao Hai's coiling dragon cane was only a meter long. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's wooden box being tailor-made for him, it wouldn't have been able to fit the cane. When Gong Shuring saw Zhao Hai's cane, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you must be a noble. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using a golden cane." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, he now knew that gold was also a hard currency in the world of spiritual weapons. In any realm, you can't do anything without money. Without money, there were a lot of things that couldn't be done. However, Zhao Hai had always been worried about one thing, that was whether or not money was useful in the spirit weapon realm. One couldn't blame him for having such thoughts. This was because when Zhao Hai was in the Hell Plane, money was useless. The undead didn't have anything to spend their money on. In the Hell Plane, the currency used was soul fire. At that time, Zhao Hai thought that the soul fire was something that strengthened the soul. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The soul fire could only nourish the peripheral soul force, but it had no effect on the origin soul force. Now that Zhao Hai was in the spirit weapon realm, if money couldn't be used here, then it would be very troublesome. Now that he heard Gong Shoot Shadow say that he was a noble, and that the main reason was because of his staff, Zhao Hai knew that money was useful here. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, Gong Shoot Shadow didn't say anything. He just led Zhao Hai to the village. Every few days, the villagers would go hunting in the mountains. The meat of the prey could be eaten, but the skin would be kept. When the villagers go to the city, they would exchange the skin for things that they could use. This was the only thing that the village had. It can be said that because the roads in the Green Fire Mountain village were very difficult to travel, and it was very far from the city, the villagers had been living in isolation. However, there weren't many biological materials in the village. For example, salt, sugar, ironware, and other tools. These things needed to be exchanged with the villagers in the city. The village itself didn't produce these things. Since there weren't any strong beasts in the vicinity of the village, it was impossible for the villagers to gather in one place when they went out to hunt. Instead, they would scatter in different places. This way, their harvest would be better. Zhao Hai's group was led by Gong Shoot Shadow. They didn't bring any weapons because they could turn into weapons themselves. Therefore, they didn't need any weapons. Zhao Hai followed Gong Shoot Shadow and the others up the mountain. Along the way, the villagers looked at Zhao Hai with envy. This made Zhao Hai very confused. He looked at the villagers and asked, "What's wrong?" Gong Shoot Shadow looked at the villagers, then he looked at the weapon in Zhao Hai's hand and said, "It's nothing, they're just envious of you. You might not know this, but for commoners like us, it's very difficult to get a weapon that can conduct energy. And the higher the metal content, the more powerful the weapon would be. Moreover, with a weapon that can conduct energy, we would consume less energy and be able to fight for a longer time. Because of this, we're very envious of you. Not to mention our village, even Kaoshan City wouldn't have a weapon like yours." When Zhao Hai heard Gong Shoot Shadow, he stared for a moment. Then he couldn't help but mutter, "Is that so? I really didn't know. This is because I didn't find this weapon myself, it was given to me by someone else." Gong Shoot Shadow nodded and said, "That's understandable. This is also the reason why we're envious of you. Alright, everyone be careful. After entering the forest, you must pay attention. Look for snakes and insects under your feet." The group nodded, then they became more careful. In fact, they were reminding Zhao Hai. This was because the other villagers were wearing leather boots. Ordinary snakes, insects, rats, and ants wouldn't be able to harm them. Although Zhao Hai was also wearing leather boots, they were different. Moreover, Gongshu's shadow was afraid that Zhao Hai didn't know about the dangers of the forest, so he reminded Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was very clear about what Gongshu's shadow meant. However, he just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. With his strength, it would be strange if he couldn't be attacked by snakes, insects, rats, and ants. In fact, not only could he not be attacked by snakes, insects, rats, and ants, as long as he released his aura, the snakes and insects would immediately run away as far as they could. How would they dare to attack him? Zhao Hai held his cane as he walked forward. At the same time, he gently stirred the surrounding grass. The insects were startled and ran away. It was impossible for them to attack Zhao Hai. When Gongshu's shadow saw Zhao Hai's movements, he knew that Zhao Hai was also a veteran in the forest. Although they didn't have anything in their hands, they still knew about this method. The reason why they didn't use this method was because they were carrying something on their bodies, and that was the wolf fang. Although the wolf's fang wasn't very big, it was very useful. With the wolf's fang on your body, ordinary snakes, insects, rats, and ants wouldn't dare to come close to you. Of course, this didn't mean that there wouldn't be any danger in the jungle after you brought the wolf's fang. On the contrary, if you were to move around the periphery of the jungle, there wouldn't be too much danger. But if you were to go deep into the jungle with the wolf's fang on your body, then you would be in danger. It would be even more dangerous than outside the jungle. Wolves were very territorial animals. Moreover, they were very vengeful. If you brought the wolf fang from somewhere else, then you would enter the territory of the forest wolves. The forest wolves would think that you were an outsider and would attack you. If you brought the wolf fang from the forest wolves' territory, then it would be even more troublesome. The forest wolves would avenge their people and attack you with all their strength. You would still be in danger. In fact, if Gongshu's shadow and the others wanted to go deep into the forest, then they wouldn't bring any wolf fang or wolf skin. They might even cover themselves with tiger feces. Naturally, if the village didn't have any tiger feces, then they could only carry nothing. Zhao Hai was the same as well. This way, they would be able to alert the enemy. Seeing Zhao Hai's actions, Gongshu's shadow was now completely relieved. He led the group to carefully move forward while observing the traces in the forest. Zhao Hai was also observing. Just like Gongshu's shadow, he also had a lot of experience living in the forest. Although he couldn't communicate with the surrounding plants, he still had the experience of living in the forest. From the traces in the surroundings, he could determine what animals were moving around. After walking for more than an hour, Gongsheng waved his hand, signaling for everyone to stop. Then he said, "There's a herd of deer nearby. There should be about 10 of them. If we can catch them, then our hunt will be considered a success." Gongsheng nodded, then he looked at Gongsheng. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the traces left behind by the herd of deer. Because of this, he didn't say anything and just followed Gongshu's shadow and the others. Time quickly passed by. After moving forward for more than an hour, they still hadn't caught up with the herd of deer. However, Gongshu's shadow had a heavy expression on his face as he waved his hand and had everyone stop. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Gongshu's shadow looked around and said, "We're about to reach the border river. Everyone should know where it is. The herd of deer might have gone there to drink water. We can't go there, there are always wolves there. If we go there, then we might be attacked by the wolves. That would be troublesome. Everyone wait here, I'll go and take a look." Then Gongshu's shadow took out a necklace that looked very ordinary. This necklace was made of rope and had an animal tooth on it. It was Gongshu's shadow's wolf tooth necklace. After Gongshu's shadow gave the wolf tooth necklace to his brother, he went forward. Zhao Hai looked at the necklace and knew what was going on. He turned his head to the others and said, "I'll go and take a look. 2 people can take care of each other." Then he carried the wooden box and followed Gongshu's shadow. When Gongshu's shadow heard Zhao Hai, he wanted to stop them. But in the end, he didn't say anything and just silently walked forward. He could see that Zhao Hai wasn't an ordinary person. He believed that Zhao Hai would be able to protect himself in the forest. Therefore, Gongshoot's shadow didn't say anything. The two walked forward one after the other. This time, they only walked about a li before they heard the sound of water in front of him. Archer's shadow was even more careful. Every step he took was light and quiet. When he walked, there wasn't even a bit of sound. Zhao was the same. The two moved forward for less than 100 meters before they saw a small river in front of them. It must be said that this river was really strange. Generally, rivers that flowed down from the mountains went straight down, even if there were a few bends in the middle, it wouldn't be too serious. But this strange river went sideways, flowing sideways across the mountains. Such a river was really rare. After all, water flowed downhill, but this river was completely different. It was really strange. Zhao Hai looked at the river strangely. He hadn't seen such a river before. This river was really strange. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just paid attention to the riverside. On the riverside, there was a herd of deer drinking water. Several deer were drinking water while two of them were standing guard, paying attention to the surroundings. In addition to the deer, they also saw the footprints of other animals. It was clear that they came here to drink water every day. Gongshoot's shadow looked around and then looked at the herd of deer. He pondered for a moment before he sighed and said, "It seems like we won't be able to hunt these deer today." Zhao Hai understood what Gongshoot's shadow meant. Although the deer were here, the river wasn't very deep. If the deer crossed the river and entered the depths of the forest, then they would be in danger. This was especially true with the wolf Fang. Zhao Hai didn't speak, he just looked at Gongshoot's shadow and said, "I'll go call the others. Let's hunt as many as we can." "How about that?" Gongshang shook his head and said, "It's useless. Generally, we don't hunt animals in the border river because the smell of blood will attract other large animals. Similarly, the smell of blood will make other small animals not dare to come here. In that case, there will be less and less activity in the hunting area. I'm afraid that it will take a long time for the hunting area to recover. Moreover, it's unlikely that large animals will be attracted here. When that time comes, the hunting area will be abandoned, and it might even threaten the village." When Zhao Hai heard Gong Shiying's words, he understood what he meant. The hunting area they were in was too close to the village. If they attracted the beasts, then the beasts might attack the village, which would bring danger to the village. Therefore, for the safety of the village, they wouldn't kill the beasts near the river. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded. Gong Xiying and Zhao Hai slowly retreated. Although it was possible for the deer to return to their previous location, they might also cross the river. Moreover, the probability of them crossing the river was even higher. This was because the deer weren't in this hunting area before, they were just passing by. Moreover, it was impossible for Gong Xiying and the others to spend their time on the deer. There were too many things to hunt in this forest, so there was no need to hunt these deer. The two slowly retreated back to the group. Gong Xiying looked at everyone and said, "All right, let's go look for other things." The deer ran to the river, "Don't touch them." The others didn't say anything and all nodded. Then, they followed Shooting Bao to other places and began to look for other prey. Before long, they found some prey. However, these prey weren't too big. There were also some pheasants, rabbits, and the like. The income from these prey was very small. However, Gong Xiying and the others weren't disappointed. In any case, they still had a lot of time. It was precisely because of this that they didn't want to take risks. After all, for a village like theirs, losing a strong youth would have a huge impact on the village. A day of hunting quickly passed by. Although Gong Xiying and the others didn't have a lot of harvest, it was still good. Everyone happily went back. Zhao Haiying looked at the harvest of these people and couldn't help but feel strange. He said to Gong Xiying, "I can see that everyone's harvest isn't a lot. According to this, your annual income shouldn't be much. Is that enough?" Gong Xiying smiled and said, "Mister, you don't know much about the Enchantment Mountains. The Enchantment Mountains are very dangerous during the spring, summer, and autumn seasons. This is because there are too many snakes and insects. Beasts will also be active at night. But winter is different. During winter, snakes and insects will disappear, and beasts will rarely come out. Because of this, winter is the best time to hunt." Gongxiang smiled and said, Mister, you don't know much about the mountains. Zhao Hai nodded. If they were to really compare, there was still a big difference between him and these people who had lived their entire lives in the enchanted mountain. After returning to the village, the other hunting teams had also returned. Today's harvest was not very good. Everyone did not have a lot of prey, but everyone was very satisfied. Each family was given some meat to improve their meals. This was already very good. Zhao Hai followed Gongxiang back to his house. After the two had dinner, they went to Gongxiang's living room and sat down. Then Zhao Hai said to Gongxiang, Mr. Gong, I'm preparing to go to Kaohsian City tomorrow. I've troubled you these past 2 days, I'm really sorry. When Gongxiang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, Mr. Zhao Hai, you're leaving tomorrow? Why are you in such a hurry? Do you have any urgent matters? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, No, I just want to go to Kaohsian City and take a look. Then I'll think of a way to go home. When Gongxiang heard Zhao Hai, he didn't try to persuade him. Instead, he said, All right, then I'll have them prepare some rations for Mr. Mr. must remember that when you arrive at Kaohsian City, you must pay attention to the situation there. If Kaohsian City is about to go to war, then the city's defenses are very strong. Mr. must not enter the city. Otherwise, you might be captured by them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, All right, I understand. Thank you, Mr. for your reminder. Gongxiang shook his head and said, Since Mr. is leaving tomorrow, then you should rest early. I'll inform them to prepare rations for Mr. Zhao Hai didn't decline. After giving Gongxiang a salute, he turned around and left. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early and discovered that Gongxiang and the others were already up. After Zhao Hai had breakfast with Gongxiang brought a bag over to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, this is the rations I prepared for you. Take it with you, I'll lead Mister to that path. Zhao Hai nodded and took the bag. Then he looked at Gongxiang and said, Mr. Gong, don't you have any training today? Gongxiang smiled and said, It's fine if we don't train for a day. Mister, since you're leaving today, we don't have any training today. I'll take you to that path later. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a small pouch from the wooden box on his back and placed it on the table. Then he turned to Bao Shadow and said, Mister, this is a small gift from me, I hope you won't refuse it. I know that Mister treats me as a friend and wouldn't accept my money, but this money is for the people of the village. When they go to the city, they can buy more things and improve their lives. This is also something that I can do for the villagers. You should know that I don't lack money, so please accept it. Gongxiang wanted to decline, but when he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't refuse. He nodded and said, Then I'll accept it. Thank you, Mr. Gongxiang nodded and said. Zhao Hai laughed and said, Mr. Gong, you're too polite. All right, I won't bother you any longer. The earlier we leave, the earlier we can reach Kaohsian City. Gongxiang nodded, he didn't take the pouch on the table, instead, he led Zhao Hai out of the village. Before long, they arrived at a small path outside the village. Gongxiang pointed at the path and said, Mister, this is the path to leave the village and head to Mountain Leaning City. If you keep going forward, then you will reach Mountain Leaning City. But Mister must pay attention, if you encounter a village on the way, whether it's noon or night, you must rest in the village. If you miss your lodging, then you might have to rest in the mountains. The mountains are very dangerous at this time. Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist and said, Thank you Mr. Gong for the reminder. I'll be taking my leave. Then he walked towards the small path and before long, his silhouette disappeared. It wasn't until Zhao Hai had completely disappeared into the forest that Gongxiang returned to his home. After arriving home, he opened the bag that Zhao Hai left behind. When he opened the bag, Gongxiang couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that the bag wasn't filled with silver coins, instead, it was filled with gold coins. However, these gold coins didn't have any words on them, they looked just like small gold pancakes. When Gongxiang saw these gold coins, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Although gold coins were a form of currency in the world of spirit weapons, very few people would directly use gold coins to make transactions. This was because gold coins were very useful in the world of spirit weapons. Gold coins can be made into weapons that can be used against spirit weapons as well as spirit beasts that can transform into spirit weapons. Generally, gold coins and gold products would be collected by powerful clans. Silver coins were the most common currency that circulated outside. But he didn't expect that Zhao Xianxia would leave behind a bag of gold coins. This really surprised him. Looking at the bag of gold coins, Gongxing took 2 deep breaths and bitterly smiled. To be honest, he was really reluctant to use these gold coins to buy things. It just so happened that the village also had blacksmiths. He was prepared to use these gold coins as well as some metals to make weapons for the village. This would increase the strength of the village. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know what Gongxing was thinking. He also didn't want to know. After arriving at the small road, he immediately flew forward. He wanted to reach Kaoshan City as soon as possible. Although Zhao Hai saw a few villages along the way, Zhao Hai didn't stop there. In one breath, he arrived at the outskirts of Kaoshan City. This journey didn't take long because he was flying. Naturally, it was faster than walking. After arriving at the outskirts of Kaoshan City, Zhao Hai carefully looked at the situation. Although he wasn't afraid that the other party would capture him, Zhao Hai was afraid of trouble. He didn't want to cause too much trouble. Therefore, it would be best if he didn't attract the attention of those people. If Kaoshan City was really capturing people, then he wouldn't enter the city. However, Kaoshan City didn't have any problems. The city's defenses weren't particularly strict. All kinds of people went in and out of the city without any abnormalities. Seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he slowly walked towards Kaoshan City. When Zhao Hai arrived at Kaoshan City, he attracted the attention of the city guards. This couldn't be helped. In the world of spirit weapons, there were very few men with spirit plants. And with Zhao Hai's tall stature, it was normal for the city guards to pay attention to him. Zhao Hai didn't care about it and walked straight into the city. It must be said that Kaoshan City was really a small city. The entire city could only hold about 100,000 people. Such a city couldn't be considered a big city. Zhao Hai entered the city and looked around. He couldn't help but be surprised. Although Kaoshan City was a small city, it was still very prosperous. One could see people selling things everywhere in the city. Most of these people were dressed in coarse clothes. With a glance, one could see that they were mountain people. There were also some people pushing small carts. It seems like they were poor people in the city. The things they sold were very interesting. From vegetables to meat, they had everything. However, there were very few good things. Zhao Hai looked around the city. At the same time, he released his spiritual force and paid attention to his surroundings. Soon, he noticed a phenomenon. When the people in the city were doing business, they would use silver or copper coins. He didn't see anyone using gold coins. Even those who were wearing luxurious clothes were using silver coins. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai understood. Gold can be integrated into weapons in the world of spirit weapons. This meant that it was a very precious thing. It was normal for the people here to not use gold coins. Fortunately, he had a lot of silver and copper coins in the space. He didn't need to worry about money. He also didn't need to use gold to attract the attention of people. Zhao Hai looked at the sky. It was already quite late. He should find a place to settle down first. Then he would stay in Kaoshan City for a few days and gain a better understanding of the world of spirit weapons. Afterwards, he would go to other places to take a look. After strolling around the city, Zhao Hai found a good hotel to stay in. After having dinner in the hotel, Zhao Hai didn't go out. He just rested in his room. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that when the sky turned dark, the sound of drums would be heard from the city walls. When the drums sounded, the people on the street would immediately go home. Those who didn't go home would immediately leave the city or find a place to stay. After 3 rounds of drumming, no one could be seen on the street. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai knew what it meant. It seems like the city was implementing a curfew. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't want to look for trouble. Therefore, he stayed in the hotel and didn't go out. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early and ate his breakfast in the hotel. Then he saw that there were already people on the street. He went out of the hotel and strolled around. Around 7:30 to 8 in the morning, the sound of bells could be heard from the city walls. Then the city gates opened. People outside the city could enter and people inside the city could leave. At this time, the city was officially opened. Zhao Hai strolled around the city before he finally found the place he requested. It was a bookstore. Not only did the store have books, there were also things like ink, paper, and ink stones. Zhao Hai directly entered the bookstore. The bookstore was very big. There were 3 clerks as well as an old man sitting behind a counter, reading a book in his hand. When Zhao Hai entered the store, the people inside immediately looked at him. When they saw the sole object on Zhao Hai's head as well as Zhao Hai's stature, the people inside the store stared. Then a clerk immediately greeted Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, do you want to buy books or pens? Our store has everything. Moreover, I guarantee that all of them are of high quality." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want to buy a few books." "How about this? How many types of books does your store have?" "I want one of each type." Zhao Hai wanted to find some books about the world of spiritual weapons. Through these books, he wanted to understand the world of spiritual weapons. If you want to understand a plane, then there's nothing wrong with reading the books of that plane. Even if it's the most useless of books, you can still see a lot of things. If a plane has a lot of novels, then it means that the people in that plane have a good life. They still have the time and money to read novels. If a plane has a lot of novels, then it means that the gap between the rich and the poor is very big. If you can see a lot of things in novels, then there's no need to talk about other books. From other books, you can certainly see a lot of things. However, Zhao Hai's request was very strange for the clerk. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you want one of all the books in the store?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, as long as it's not the same book, then I want one. Also, give me 2 pieces of paper, a pen, and ink. Remember, I want the best of the best." When the clerk heard Zhao Hai, he finally confirmed that he had a big customer today. He immediately said, "All right, mister, please take a seat. I'll immediately prepare it for you." After he said that, he led Zhao Hai to a nearby chair. Then he gave Zhao Hai a cup of tea before leaving. At this time, the owner of the study also noticed Zhao Hai. However, he couldn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to buy so many books. This was too illogical. The owner put down the book and walked towards Zhao Hai. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Mister, I'm the owner of this small shop. This old man's surname is Wu. How should I address Mister?" When Zhao Hai heard Boss Wu, he quickly replied, "So it's Boss Wu. This one is Zhao Hai. Nice to meet you." Boss Wu immediately replied, "Mister is too polite." This old man is very puzzled. "I want to ask Mister, why did Mister buy so many books? Our shop has more than 200 types of books, all of which are different. Among these books, there are classics, biographies, and even novels. This old man doesn't understand, why did Mister buy all of these books?" Zhao Hai smiled at Boss Wu and said, "I've let Boss Wu see a joke. I believe that with Boss Wu's eyesight, you should be able to see that I'm an ascetic cultivator. I just recently came out of the Lost Mountain Range and wanted to rest for a while. However, the Lost Mountain Range is very special. I found that this place is the best place for ascetic cultivation, so I wanted to go to the Lost Mountain Range. Kaoshan City is the closest city to the Lost Mountain Range, so I wanted to find a place to stay first. Once I've rested, I can go back to the Lost Mountain Range and rest for a while. I have a habit of reading books, so I wanted to install a study room in my room. This requires a lot of books, but I'm also in a hurry. I still haven't found a place to stay yet, so I came here to buy books. But it doesn't matter, I'll send the books to the hotel first and then find a place to stay as soon as possible." Boss Wu nodded and said, "So it's like that. But I don't know if Mister is going to live in the city for a long time. Are you planning to rent a house or buy one? Do you have any requirements for a house?" When Zhao Hai heard Boss Wu, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "What's wrong? Does Boss Wu have a good house to recommend?" "I want to buy a house. The house doesn't need to be too good. Naturally, it's fine if it's a bit better. I just want to say that it's fine if the conditions aren't good." But I like to be quiet, so it's best to have a quiet place around the house. The price isn't an issue. Mister, this old man knows of a house that is for sale. The location is in the city, and the location is very good. The house is very quiet, the layout is very good, and the price is very cheap. But a few years ago, a tragedy happened in that house. It belonged to a rich businessman, but one day, the rich businessman and his family were found dead in the house. After an investigation, it was found that the rich businessman's guard was the culprit. The guard was a bandit, and when he entered the house, he found an opportunity to kill the rich businessman with his accomplices. Only the rich businessman's son was able to escape because he was out drinking with his friends. But after the tragedy, the rich businessman's son no longer dared to live in the house. He wanted to sell the house, but everyone in the city knew about the house's situation, so no one was willing to buy it. Now, the rich businessman's son has left Mountain City, and before he left, he asked this old man to help him sell the house. The price is negotiable, and all the furniture and other things in the house will be given to the buyer. I don't know if Mr. is interested in this house. Mr., the rich businessman's son didn't dare to live in the house anymore, but after the tragedy, the rich businessman's son didn't dare to live in the house anymore. He wanted to sell the house, but everyone in the city knew about the house's situation, so no one was willing to buy it. Now, the rich businessman's son has left Mountain City, and before he left, he asked this old man to help him sell the house. The price is negotiable, and all the furniture and other things in the house will be given to the buyer. I don't know if Mr. is interested in this house? Mr. nodded. Xianxia frowned and said, I'm not afraid of people dying, but the house has been empty for a few years. Can people still live in it? I bought the house to move in directly. If I have to spend a lot of time to renovate it, it would be too troublesome. Boss Wu immediately said, Mister, please rest assured. This old man often sends people to clean the house. Everything inside is as good as new. Mister, you only need to prepare some luggage and you can move in immediately. There's absolutely no problem. Zhao nodded. Alright, then I want to see the house now. If there is really no problem, then I will buy it. If it is really uninhabitable, then I will not buy it. Zhao nodded. Then I will not buy it. Boss Wu immediately said, of course. Mister, if you want to buy a house, then you naturally have to see if you like it or not. If you don't like it, then you won't be able to live comfortably. Mister, why don't you come with me to see the house now? It will take some time to prepare the books. If Mister really likes the house, then you can come back and have the books delivered directly. Xianxia nodded and followed Boss Wu out of the study. The two walked all the way to a residential area in the city. Looking at the direction Boss Wu went, Xianxia knew that Boss Wu didn't lie to him. This was because Xianxia also knew that the residential area was a high-end residential area in the city. The houses there were very good. Boss Wu led Xianxia into the residential area. The residential area was indeed different from other places. There was a large archway here that looked very stylish. Moreover, there were a lot of houses here. But when you get closer, you will find that the houses here were much better than the houses in other places. Although there were many houses here, many of them were in a courtyard. In other words, those houses belonged to a family. There weren't a lot of people living in this residential area. But from the size of the houses, it was clear that the people living here were very rich. Boss Wu led Xianxia to a courtyard. This courtyard wasn't any different from the other courtyards here. If there was a difference, it would be that this courtyard looked a bit old. Some places had paint peeling off. One could see that no one had taken care of it for a long time. Boss Wu pointed to the courtyard and said, Mister, it's here. Don't look at the courtyard's old appearance. In fact, it's just because no one has lived here for a few years. If someone is willing to paint this courtyard, then it will quickly become brand new. Although this old man will take care of this courtyard, I will only send people to clean it. It's impossible to make it perfect. Mister, please come in. Boss Wu took out a key and opened the door. Then he opened the door and invited Xianxia inside. Xianxia followed Boss Wu into the courtyard. Although the outside of the courtyard looked a bit old, the inside looked very good. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw a large field paved with stones. Boss Wu pointed to the field and said, "This is the training field for the guards. When there are no guests, the guards will practice here. When there are important guests, they will line up here to welcome them." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Boss Wu inside. The two entered the second gate. Upon entering the second gate, Zhao Hai immediately discovered the difference. It was different from the training field in the first gate. The second gate was a small courtyard. There were plants, flowers, grass, and trees. He believed that at night, this place would be very beautiful. This was because the plants here would emit light, making the courtyard very beautiful at night. There were several rooms in the courtyard. In addition to the main house, there were also side rooms on both sides. The main house was for the master while the side rooms were for the servants. After this courtyard was the backyard. There was a kitchen and a stable. Aside from these, there was nothing else. Frankly speaking, the courtyard scenery wasn't very good. However, Zhao Hai still thought that it was a mistake. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Boss Wu and said, "Boss Wu, how much is this courtyard?" When Boss Wu heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he immediately said, "It's only 1,000 silver coins. If Mr. wants to pay in gold coins, then it's only 10 gold coins." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I want this courtyard. Where is the deed? Let's go and transfer the house to my name. Money isn't a problem, I'll naturally give it to you when the time comes." When Boss Wu heard Zhao, he was completely relieved. "Mister, please come with me. The deed is in my shop. We can transfer the house to your name when we get back." Zhao nodded. Boss Wu nodded. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Boss Wu back to his shop. After going through the formalities, Zhao Hai took out 1,000 silver coins and gave it to Boss Wu. He didn't give Boss Wu any gold coins. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that although gold coins were hard currency in the world of spiritual weapons, they were rarely used. This was because everyone would keep their gold coins. Even if they had gold coins, they wouldn't use them in transactions. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't use gold coins. That would only attract attention. For him, this wasn't a good thing. After giving the money to Boss Wu immediately sent people to deliver Zhao Hai's books to his courtyard. He also asked Zhao Hai if he wanted to recruit people. However, Zhao Hai didn't agree. After Boss Wu's people left, Zhao Hai returned to the hotel. Then he took out all of his things and returned them to his courtyard. After Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard, he waved his hand as a group of people appeared. These people were the demon race that had transformed in the space. They were guarded by Stone Hammer. However, all kinds of souls appeared above their heads. Naturally, these were created by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai used a magic formation to create illusions. After all, strictly speaking, Stone Hammer and the others weren't humans, they didn't have souls. After Stone Hammer and the others appeared, they immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Stone Hammer and the others and said, "All right, you should go out and familiarize yourself with the surroundings as soon as possible. Also, don't be too ostentatious, especially the clothes that you're wearing. Don't go overboard. After you're familiar with the environment, buy everything that you need. Go." Stone Hammer and the others nodded and then went to do their own things. When Zhao Hai bought the courtyard, he had already thought about it. He wanted Stone Hammer and the others to live outside for some time. This would make them more familiar with how people live. This would be good for their cultivation. Stone Hammer and the others were demons. However, they were very different from the demons that Zhao Hai knew. Among them, Stone Hammer and Safflower was the original big flower, but now it has changed its name, were better. They were plant soldiers in the beginning and had followed their masters everywhere. Therefore, they had some understanding of human relationships. But things like the iron thread grass and the iron warp tree were far from it. Besides the time they spent with Zhao, they didn't have any contact with humans, so they didn't understand the way humans lived. However, if they want to go further in their cultivation path, then they need to understand more about humans and adapt to their lifestyle. Why was it that once the demon clan had enough strength, they would definitely transform? The main reason was that the human body was more suitable for cultivation. Humans also had the greatest potential. Besides these, the complex way of living in human society, as well as the complex way of communication, all of these would become a form of tempering their state of mind. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the opportunity to let Stonehammer and the others out. This was because this wasn't an easy matter. Zhao Hai couldn't let Stonehammer and the others out in the Spirit Soldier continent. This was because everyone wanted to know where they came from. In the Spirit Soldier continent, Zhao Hai was a famous person. Therefore, people couldn't help but suspect that he had several experts with him. It was the same in the Wenji continent. How could a plant master who crossed the sea have so many experts with him? This didn't make sense. Therefore, Stonehammer and the others couldn't come out. As for the expert continent, the situation was similar. When Zhao Hai arrived in the expert continent, he would have made enemies. At the same time, he would attract attention. If Stonehammer and the others were released, it would also attract attention. One must know that Zhao Hai's enemies in the expert continent weren't simple. Aside from a country, there were also Broken River experts. If Zhao Hai were to make a move, it would certainly attract the attention of these Broken River experts. But now, it was different here. In the spiritual weapon world, no one suspected Zhao Hai. Moreover, Kaoshan City was extremely chaotic. Therefore, when Zhao Hai released Stonehammer and the others, it would definitely not attract anyone's attention. Stonehammer and the others were also very happy. Although cultivating inside the space was very good, after all, there were only a few of them inside. Moreover, most of their time inside the space was spent communicating with Zhao Hai mentally. But now, they could follow Zhao Hai and live like normal people. Wasn't this good? Stonehammer and the rest went to the main street and began to familiarize themselves with Kaoshan City, especially the surroundings of the courtyard that Zhao Hai bought. Stonehammer and the rest paid more attention to it. At the same time, they bought a lot of things. For people like Iron Thread Grass, buying things was definitely a novel experience. However, they weren't fools. Moreover, Stonehammer and the others had some experience in life. Therefore, when they bought things, they didn't make any mistakes. In the following days, not only did Zhao Hai's courtyard have been repainted, Zhao Hai also had Stonehammer and the others go to the local government to make a note. Zhao Hai did this just in case. According to Gong Sheng and the others, Kaoshan City wasn't a peaceful place. If one day, Kaoshan City suddenly changed owners and the other party didn't find Zhao Hai's name among the residents of Kaoshan City, then it would certainly cause a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai didn't want to cause any trouble, so he went to the local government to make a note, giving himself a legal identity. In a place like Kaoshan City, where there were many different banners, the local government would rarely be able to strictly check. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai's identity was problematic, as long as he had his own house in the city and paid some money, then he would be able to obtain a legal identity in Kaoshan City. Finally, on the 10th day of Zhao Hai's arrival in Kaoshan City, everything was arranged. In Kaoshan City, they could be considered to have their own home. At the same time, Stonehammer and the others also had their own legal identities. In these 10 days, although Zhao Hai spent most of his time reading books, he would still take some time out to stroll around Kaoshan City. He would go to the restaurants in Kaoshan City to eat and inquire about some information. This allowed him to have a better understanding of Kaoshan City and the world of spiritual weapons. Although it had only been a few days since they came out of the space, Stonehammer and the others had already become more and more like humans. However, they didn't attract any attention. After all, no one knew about Zhao Hai's strength. Kaoshan City wasn't a military stronghold. There weren't many guards here. Compared to the entire Azure Wolf City, Kaoshan City wasn't that important. After more than 10 days, Zhao Hai finally finished reading all the books that he had sold. After reading those books, Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of the world of spiritual weapons. The Soul Realm was very chaotic right now. Everything here was governed by city-states. The Heavenly Sword Empire that Gong Sheng had mentioned before was already a legend from 10,000 years ago. Ever since the Heavenly Sword Emperor perished 10,000 years ago, the world of spiritual weapons had never been truly unified. There wasn't even the emergence of a powerful country. At this time, the world of spiritual weapons was divided into several hundred city-states. Each city-state was in charge of several cities. However, no one dared to proclaim themselves as kings or emperors. This was because they didn't have the strength to do so. If they dared to proclaim themselves as kings or emperors, then they would certainly be attacked and destroyed. At this time, the strongest city-state in the world of spiritual weapons was the Yalong city. The Yalong city controlled dozens of large cities and countless small cities. It could be said that it was the most powerful city-state. However, the Yalong city wasn't very peaceful. The Yalong city was established more than 1,000 years ago. In the beginning, it was just a city-state that managed 5 small cities. Later on, several powerful city lords appeared in the Yalong city. Not only were these city lords powerful, they were also very resourceful. Under their leadership, the Yalong city was able to reach its current status. But now, the situation had changed. The recent 5 generations of city lords of the Yalong city didn't have the resourcefulness of their ancestors. Each generation was more debauched than the previous. If it weren't for the support of some loyal families, then the Yalong city would have already been finished. In addition to the Yalong city, there were some other city-states that weren't bad. However, these city-states didn't have the strength to expand themselves. This was because they had opponents of equal strength. It was precisely because of this that the world of spiritual weapons was relatively peaceful. This was because no one dared to move their troops. Compared to the entire Yalong city, the Lost Soul Mountain was different. There wasn't a single day of peace in the Lost Soul Mountain. It was normal for city-states to attack each other. The longest reign of a city-state was about 20 years. The shortest reign of a city-state might be as short as a year. It can be said that the Lost Soul Mountain was a place where the king's flag was changed. After many years of war, the economy of the Lost Soul Mountain was almost completely destroyed. It was precisely because of this that the Lost Soul Mountain was relatively peaceful. It wasn't that the city-states didn't want to fight each other, but they didn't have the ability to do so. At this time, the various city-states in the Lost Soul Mountain weren't able to gather 100,000 troops. If they were to fight each other, it would be no different from courting death. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he didn't think that the spiritual weapon realm would be this chaotic. However, there was no reason for this chaos. It was because the fall of the Sky Sword Empire was somewhat unjustifiable. The entire Sky Sword Empire seemed to have perished all of a sudden. Who was the one who destroyed them? What kind of power caused their demise? This was really puzzling. However, Zhao Hai felt that now wasn't the time to think about this. This time, he came to the spiritual weapon realm by accident. It was impossible for him to stay in Kaoshan City forever. He only wanted to travel around the continent and take a look at the spiritual weapon realm before returning to the Soul realm. After staying in Kaoshan City for a full month, Zhao Hai was prepared to leave. He wanted to take a look at the other cities in the spiritual weapon realm. On this day, Zhao Hai called Stonemer and the others to the living room. After having them sit down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I'm going to take a look at other places. Go and prepare tomorrow. Find some reliable people and have them look after the house. If they're afraid, tell them that they don't need to stay in the house. They just need to help with the cleaning. Money isn't a problem." Stonemer nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Rest assured, I'll take care of it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The situation of the spiritual weapon realm is similar to the soul realm. However, there are also a lot of differences. I just want to know why there's such a place. At the same time, I want to collect more plants and put them into the space. This is because the plants and animals in the spiritual weapon realm have very strange attributes. They actually have a half-ghost physique. I've never seen such a physique before. Therefore, I'm afraid that we'll have to travel around the spiritual weapon realm in the future." Stonemer and the others nodded. Nobody spoke. They didn't oppose Zhao Hai's decision. In fact, although the speed of cultivation in the spiritual weapon realm couldn't be compared to the space, they were still very happy to be able to accompany Zhao Hai every day. Zhao Hai looked at Stonemer and the others and said, "All right, go and prepare. If you're ready, then we'll leave the day after tomorrow. We can't buy horses in the spiritual weapon realm, so we can only walk. Moreover, the situation here is special. The light is very dim, and the animals here are stronger than the soul realm. Therefore, we must be careful when we travel around the spiritual weapon realm. We haven't seen any experts in the spiritual weapon realm yet, but this doesn't mean that there aren't any. In my opinion, there should be a lot of experts in the spiritual weapon realm. This is because the Yin energy here is too strong. There should be a lot of Yin experts here. You must be careful. Stonemer and the others nodded and then turned around to prepare. The next day, Xianxia and the others went out to look for people to take care of the residents. Although the people in Kaohsian City knew that a lot of people had died in Zhao Hai's residence, they were still willing to clean it. After all, the living conditions in Kaohsian City were very harsh. Many people were already at the point where they couldn't afford to eat 3 meals a day. Having a bit more income was also good. While Xianxia and the others were discussing the price, the sound of a bell was suddenly heard from the city. Then the city gates suddenly closed. Upon seeing this, the person who was discussing the price with Xianxia immediately turned around and ran. He didn't say a word. When Xianxia saw the person's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. He quickly grabbed the person and said, "Friend, why are you running?" The person who was running was held back by Xianxia. He couldn't help but be anxious as he loudly said, "That's an alarm. Someone is attacking the city. Quickly go home and hide." Xianxia stared. The person took the opportunity to break free from Xianxia's hand and quickly ran home. Xianxia looked around and saw that everyone on the street was running home. Even the small tea house that he was in was closed. Xianxia didn't stop, he immediately threw down 2 copper coins and ran out of the tea house. He ran straight towards the residence and before long, he returned to the residence. When he arrived, he saw that the others were already back. They were sitting in the living room and talking to Zhao Hai. Xianxia immediately went to the living room. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, you're back. Why do you seem to be in a hurry?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Right now, the outside is in chaos. Everyone is running home. I also ran back." Zhao Hai said, "What's going on?" "I just heard the sound of a bell." Xianxia nodded and said, "It's the sound of a bell. Young master, I heard that someone is attacking the city. This is an alarm. Young master, what should we do?" Zhao Hai stared, then he muttered, "Attacking the city? So there's a war? This is interesting. Hee, we can't force our way out of the city now. Let's just wait in the city. I want to see what will happen next." As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, he heard a series of knocks on the door. A loud voice shouted, open the door, we are the city guards, quickly open the door." Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head and gave Xianxia a look. Xianxia nodded and walked out quickly. As he walked, he said loudly, "I'm coming." Then he opened the door. Sure enough, there were 5 armored soldiers standing outside the door. These soldiers looked at Xianxia and asked in a deep voice, "Where are your masters? Let him come out." At this time, Zhao Hai also stood up. He looked at the city guards and said, "Everyone, I'm the owner of this house. Do you have any orders?" The city guards looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're the owner of this house? Alright, listen up. Pass down the city lord's orders. Every 5 families in the city, choose 1 person to help defend the city. For every 10 families, choose 2 people, and for every 15 families, choose 3. How many people do you have in your family?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare, then he said, "Our family has less than 10 people." "Stonehammer, you can follow Mr. to the city walls to take a look." Stonehammer complied, then he followed the city guards. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed the city guards. At this time, Safflower said, "Young master, what do these city guards want to do? Why are they sending people to defend the city? Can they really defend the city?" Safflower was the only female among Zhao Hai's group. Moreover, she was the one who spent the most time outside after Xianxia. Because of this, she found it strange. Zhao Hai said, "It seems like this is the norm here. Otherwise, the city guards wouldn't be able to do it so smoothly." "Alright, let's wait and see." The others nodded and didn't say anything. They were also very curious about today's matter. They already knew that the Soul Confusion Mountains weren't peaceful. However, they didn't expect people to attack the city at this time. This was very interesting. They really wanted to know what kind of battle this place was. Time passed by little by little. About an hour after Xianxia and the others left, sounds of killing could be heard coming from the city walls. Zhao Hai also sent his spiritual force to investigate. The city walls were now full of people. Most of these people hadn't turned into weapons yet. Only some Bao soul beasts and soul beasts had turned into weapons. They were constantly shooting down the city walls. At this time, many of the enemies attacking the city walls had already turned into weapons. These people were all soul beasts. However, the people below the city walls were well equipped. They were all clad in black scale armor. Many of them wore devil masks on their faces. Among their troops, there was also a large flag embroidered with a large snake spitting out its tongue. Xianxia and the others were still standing on the city walls. They didn't transform, nor did they take out their weapons. They just stood there and observed the situation. Zhao Hai calculated that the number of troops below the city was about 50,000. On the other hand, the number of people guarding the city was about 15,000. This ratio wasn't very high. If the people on the city walls worked together, then they would be able to defend the city. However, when Zhao Hai looked at the people guarding the city, he couldn't help but shake his head. There were a lot of people guarding the city who didn't seem to be in a hurry. On the contrary, they seemed to be indifferent. It was impossible to rely on such people to defend the city. Zhao Hai looked at the people guarding the city and knew what was going on. A large number of these people were summoned from the city. They didn't want to fight, so naturally, they wouldn't contribute. Additionally, the Soul Enchantment Mountains have been at war for many years. Everyone had a desire to fight. In the eyes of the people here, it didn't matter who ruled them. They didn't care about their country at all. Because of this, they didn't go all out during the battle. Instead, they were very lazy. Compared to the people on the city walls, the army below the city walls seemed to be more professional. Their formation was also very good. Moreover, their long-range firepower was also very strong. They looked very professional. After both sides shot at each other for a while, the army below retreated. Then they set up camp outside the city. It seemed like they were ready to fight at any time. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't continue to watch. He knew that some of the people on the city walls would be released. And just as he thought, it didn't take long before Stonemer was released. However, the city guards made a rule that when they heard the signal, they must go up the city walls and participate in the defense. If they don't go, then they would come and arrest them. Moreover, they would deal with them according to military law. Zhao Hai naturally knew what military law meant. However, he didn't care. He just wanted to see how long this battle would last and what the final result would be. Zhao Hai had Stonemer Tree forge a soul object. His goal was to make people think that Stonemer Tree was also a bitter cultivator. This way, he would be able to transform and use weapons. The weapons that Zhao Hai prepared for Stonemer Tree were 2 sledgehammers. These 2 sledgehammers were made of metal. There was a certain amount of gold inside, but it wasn't a lot. Therefore, although the sledgehammers looked silver, they weren't gold. When Xianxia was on the wall, he was holding these 2 hammers. The people on the wall thought that he was just an ascetic, so they didn't make things difficult for him. They just let him stand on the wall. If the enemy attacked the wall, he would go up and kill the enemy. After Stonemer returned from the city walls, Zhao Hai called him over and said, "Did you hear any news?" Stonemer Tree nodded and said, "Yes, young master. I just heard that the army outside is from Spirit Snake City State. Spirit Snake City State and Azure Wolf City State are neighbors. The 2 city-states have some friction, but this time, it's the first time that a large-scale siege has happened. Moreover, I heard that Spirit Snake City State has more troops than Azure Wolf City State. However, Azure Wolf City State's cavalry is stronger than Spirit Snake City State's cavalry. This time, Spirit Snake City State sent 50,000 troops to attack Kaoshan City. This is equivalent to half of Spirit Snake City State's military strength. It seems like they are determined to win. Moreover, I can see that the people in the city don't have the heart to defend. In a few days, Spirit Snake City State won't make things difficult for them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There is such a possibility. In the eyes of the people in the city, they won't be able to defend the city. However, they still have to pretend to defend for a few days. This way, even if they surrender, nobody would say anything. If Spirit Snake City State can't do anything to Azure Wolf City State, then when they go to Azure Wolf City State in the future, they would say that they did their best to defend the city, but they didn't manage to. This way, both sides wouldn't blame them. It seems like this is the law of survival in troubled times. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Stonemer and the others suddenly understood. They understood the intentions of the people on the city walls. No wonder the people on the city walls looked indifferent when they were defending the city. So it was because of this. Stonemer looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, then what should I do? Should I go up the city walls and defend the city?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course you should go up. However, you don't need to do anything. Just put on an act and learn from the people around you. Just follow them and don't stand out." Stonemer nodded. Zhao Hai turned his head to Iron Thread Grass and said, "Iron Thread, go out and take a look. See if people are allowed to walk on the streets. If people are allowed to walk, then come back. If people are allowed to walk, then see if there are people outside. If there are people outside, then listen to what they are saying. Remember, try not to let the defenders discover you." Iron Thread Grass nodded before he turned around and left. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted him to go outside and ask for information was because Iron Thread Grass could escape underground. If he went out to ask for information, then he wouldn't be discovered. However, other people couldn't. Before long, Iron Thread Grass returned. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Shi and said, "Young master, there aren't any restrictions on people walking outside. I just saw some people on the street, they were buying food. Some of the grain stores in the city have also opened. However, the price of food seems to have increased a bit, but not by a lot. Looking at the people in the city, they don't seem to be in a hurry. They're just discussing how long the war will last, they don't seem to be worried." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's just as I thought. It seems like the people in the city have already adapted to the war. This isn't a good thing. The more they do this, the more chaotic the Lost Soul Mountain will be." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Safflower looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, what should we do? Do we just stay in the city? With our strength, we should be able to leave without anyone noticing. Why should we stay in the city?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to be in a hurry to leave. We'll stay in the city. I want to see how far the war will go. The Lost Soul Mountains are just a microcosm of the spirit realm. The spirit weapon realm is still relatively peaceful, but this peace is only temporary. Once something breaks this balance, I'm afraid that the war in the spirit realm would immediately begin. At that time, it wouldn't just be a battle between two city-states, it would be a battle between the entire spirit weapon realm." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." Everyone didn't speak, they just nodded. Zhao Hai said, "All right, let's go back and rest. Iron Wire, you'll have to work hard this time. If you have nothing to do, go out and take a look. Listen to what the people on the street are saying. If possible, go to the city lord's mansion and see what they're planning to do. Also, it's best to take a look at the barracks outside the city." Iron Wire nodded. Then the group gave Zhao Hai a salute before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything as he returned to his room to rest. But at this time, Zhao Hai already had a plan. But for now, it was only a plan. It would depend on how things develop. The first day of Spirit Snake City State's attack was a bit anticlimactic. This was because after the initial probing attack, they didn't attack again. They just set up their camp. When they finished setting up their camp, the sky had already turned dark. Although there was light coming from the plants, the night was still darker than the day. After all, this was a city, not a jungle. The next morning, just as the group had their breakfast, the sound of horns could be heard from the city. When Stonemer heard the horns, he immediately took his twin hammers and went out. When Stonemer left, Iron Wire also left. He wanted to go to the city to inquire about the situation. He wanted to see the city lord's mansion and the barracks outside the city to see if he could get any new information. Not long after Stonemer arrived at the city wall, sounds of fighting could be heard. These sounds didn't affect Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai was still sitting in his room reading a book. From time to time, he would enter the space to study the plants. The others were the same as Zhao Hai, they were also reading books. Originally, Stonemer and the others weren't literate. But after entering the space, they were illuminated by the golden light from the golden pen and book. Now, they were able to recognize a lot of characters. Zhao Hai had them read books as well. They wanted to understand the world as much as possible. Although this kind of understanding was one-sided, it was still better than doing nothing. The war came out of nowhere, but both sides were fighting casually. One side didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack, while the other side didn't seem to be in a hurry to defend. Both sides fought casually in front of Kaoshan City for a full 5 days. The number of casualties on both sides didn't even reach 100. Only a few unlucky fellows were injured by stray arrows, but there wasn't a single casualty. This couldn't be described as a war, but more like a drill. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation. Seeing the performance of both sides, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was now somewhat confused about what the Spirit Snake City-State wanted to do. The Green Wolf City-State would certainly know about this. Although the Green Wolf City-State didn't have as many troops as the Spirit Snake City-State, their numbers weren't that small either. If the Green Wolf City-State were to attack, then wouldn't the Spirit Snake City-State have to withdraw? On the 6th day, Stonehammer went to the top of the wall to defend the city. However, everyone was no longer worried. Stonehammer wasn't defending the city, he was simply going to the top of the wall to look at the scenery. Or it could be said that he was watching the people below the wall practicing their formations. However, Zhao Hai and the others quickly realized that today's battle wasn't ordinary. This was because the battle cries coming from the city walls were louder than usual. Moreover, the battle cries lasted longer than usual. At the same time, Zhao Hai, who was reading a book in his room, was also attracted. He stood in the courtyard as he looked at the city walls. At this time, Safflower and the others appeared beside Zhao Hai. At this time, a person suddenly appeared in the courtyard. When this person appeared, he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Young master, the situation isn't good. I don't know why those fellows from Spirit Snake City-State suddenly increased their attack. The people in the city didn't react in time and were now on the city walls. Moreover, I can see that something is wrong, the murderous aura coming from those people is too strong. It's very strange." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Young master, the situation isn't good. I don't know why those fellows from Spirit Snake City-State suddenly increased their attack." Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "I can see that the city walls are filled with killing intent. Moreover, I can smell the stench of blood. It seems like the casualties aren't small. This situation shouldn't have happened. Iron Wire, go to the barracks outside the city and see what their orders are." Iron Wire nodded and then disappeared from the courtyard. Zhao Hai was still frowning. After some time, he turned his head to the others and said, "There must be something fishy going on. Today's matter isn't right. Everyone needs to be prepared to fight." The group nodded. Before long, Iron Wire appeared in the courtyard. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I heard it. The Spirit Snake City-State's general's order is that after the city is breached, they won't be able to seal their weapons for 3 days. Zhao Hai's eyes shrunk. Then he said, "Good, good. He wants to massacre the city. Iron Wire, can you find the direction of the city lord's mansion? Lead me there." Iron Wire nodded. Then he led Zhao Hai to the city lord's mansion. Safflower and the others followed behind Zhao Hai. Before long, the group arrived at the city lord's mansion. But when they arrived, Zhao Hai discovered that there wasn't a single person inside. He couldn't help but stare. Then he scanned the city with his spiritual force. Then he smiled bitterly. There wasn't a single person inside. Not only was there no one, all the valuables were gone. The city lord's mansion was now an empty shell. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to find a secret passage inside the city lord's mansion. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that this passage was actually connected to an underground river. There was also a simple pier in the river, but he couldn't see any ships there. It seems like the city lord's mansion had taken the city away. Zhao Hai shook his head and sighed. Then he turned to Iron Wire and the others and said, "Go up the city walls and beat down those fellows from the Spirit Snake City-State." If they want to break the city, they'll have to ask me first. Safflower and the others nodded. Then they saw Zhao Hai's body flying towards the city walls. Naturally, Safflower and the others didn't say anything as they followed Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived above the city walls, the people on the city walls were stunned. One must know that there weren't many experts in the Lost Soul Mountain. Having a few Void Realm experts on the city walls was already a very good thing. Even in a small place like the Azure Wolf City-State, there wouldn't be more than 5 Void Realm experts. But now, who were Zhao Hai's subordinates? Safflower, Iron Wire Tree, Stonehammer Tree, Iron Pineapple, Sharpei, Little Mao, Model Bamboo, Hawk, Flying Hawk, and Zhao Hai himself. There were more than 10 Void Realm experts. Although the Stonehammer Tree didn't fly, the others were still by Zhao Hai's side. Because of this, everyone was shocked. Whether they were inside or outside the city, everyone was stunned. Zhao Hai floated to the top of the city walls and looked at the army outside. Then he said, "People outside the city, listen up. The city lord of Kaoshan City has already run away. Now, Kaoshan City is under the control of this Zhao Hai. From today onwards, Kaoshan City will be separated from the Azure Wolf City-State. If you want to attack Azure Wolf City-State, then I hope that you can return. But if you want to attack Kaoshan City, then don't blame me for being impolite." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the people on the city wall couldn't help but gasp. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say such a thing. What made them even more surprised was that the city lord actually ran away. This made them feel that they were fools in the previous battle. Zhao Hai's words made them feel like they were fools. Zhao Hai's words made Zhao Hai's expression change. However, they couldn't help but feel their hearts heat up. This was because Zhao Hai was too domineering. He actually ordered the army outside the city to retreat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be polite. This was in sharp contrast to the city lord who ran away. One must know that the cities near the Lost Soul Mountains didn't have a sense of belonging. Things like changing the city's flag happened from time to time. For the people here, it didn't matter who was in charge of the city. What was important was that they could live in peace. The same was true for the city lords. After they arrived in the city, they didn't care about anything other than collecting taxes. And the taxes they collected were the highest in the city. In other words, the city lords came here mainly for money. It was precisely because of this that the city lord of Kaoshan City decided to run away. The previous city lords of Kaoshan City also acted the same way. Especially when the army was pressuring the city, there were several city lords who didn't even organize a resistance. They just directly gave the city to others. Zhao Hai was the first one who was as domineering as him. At this time, the army outside the city didn't know what to do. They had an army of several tens of thousands, but the other side had a lot of void experts. Void experts were people who could change the direction of a battle. With this ability, should they attack or retreat, the general of Spirit Snake City-State looked at Zhao Hai, who was floating on top of the city walls. His eyes were blood red as he suddenly shouted, "Attack, attack! They only have a dozen people, what's there to be afraid of? Kill your way into the city. After entering the city, don't seal your blade for 3 days." Because of the appearance of Zhao Hai and the others, the battlefield was very quiet. But because the general's voice was very loud, it didn't take long for the people on top of the city to hear his words. Upon hearing the general's words, the people on top of the city walls and below the city walls were stunned. The people on top of the city walls immediately showed an angry expression while the people below the city walls showed a smile. For soldiers like them, what did they like the most? It was the order to not seal their blade. With this order, it meant that after they enter the city, they can burn, kill, and plunder without any restrictions. Besides their own salary, they can also get a lot of things. Naturally, these things would need to be taken by themselves. But this way, they would still be very happy. This was an additional income. Greed made the mind dizzy. Now, this was the case for these people in the army. Their rationality and their cowardice had all been shaken away by the order of 3 days without sealing the blade. On the other hand, the people on top of the city walls all showed a trace of madness. These people had been living in the war zone for a long time, so they were very clear about what this order meant. The reason why they didn't oppose the people who ruled them before was because after those people captured the city, they would need to work and pay taxes. Therefore, they wouldn't make things difficult for ordinary people like them. However, once the order was issued, the situation was completely different. Not sealing the blade for 3 days meant that after the army entered the city, their wives and children would be hacked to death at any time. It also meant that they would be hacked to death at any time. It meant that their hard-earned savings would become someone else's money. This was something they couldn't accept and couldn't tolerate. However, the news of the city lord's escape made them furious. This made the people on the city walls reveal a trace of madness in their eyes. Naturally, Zhao Hai also heard the general's order. His face couldn't help but sink, then he coldly snorted and said, "I originally wanted to get involved in this matter, but because I heard your order to not restrain your blade for 3 days, I decided to stand up. I didn't expect you to actually give such an order. It seems like you really want to die, then I'll help you." Zhao Hai's face sank. After Zhao Hai said that, he waved his hand as Shi Chui and the others rushed towards the general. At this time, the 50,000 soldiers outside the city began to attack with all their might. But soon, the army outside the city would know that they weren't facing the city guards of the past. They were facing the crazy city guards as well as Zhao Hai, who had countless subordinates. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large number of magic plants and magic beasts were released from the space. Most of these magic plants and magic beasts were collected in the spiritual weapon realm. Zhao Hai had been in the spiritual weapon realm for some time now, so he had collected a lot of magic plants and magic beasts. And these magic plants and magic beasts were much stronger than the magic plants and magic beasts in the soul realm. Zhao Hai just stood there and didn't make a move. At the same time, the people of Kaoshan City were dumbfounded as they looked at the plant army. In the spirit weapon realm, soul grafters weren't called plant masters. This was because their cultivation method was different from the soul realm. Here, soul grafters could only transform into plants. They couldn't command plant masters, nor could they communicate with the plants here. This was because the plants here didn't have any source of soul power. Because of this, soul grafters didn't have a high status in the spirit weapon realm. Moreover, there were very few men who were soul grafters. However, this time, Zhao Hai suddenly released his plant army. This made the people on and below the city dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. Why were the plants moving? Why were the plants so powerful? People have a great sense of fear towards the unknown. The people of Spirit Snake City State were afraid, but they couldn't not be afraid. This was because when you see a tree attacking you, the branches of the tree would be like a big stick, you would also be afraid. The general who had given the order and promised not to hide his blade for 3 days had already been killed by the Iron Thread Scarecrow. After the Iron Thread Scarecrow went underground, it suddenly appeared behind the general and killed him. When the general died, the entire army of Spirit Snake City fell into chaos. The people of Spirit Snake City had already forgotten about the 3 days of not having their weapons sealed. What promotion and wealth! Each and every one of them hated that their parents didn't give them 2 more legs. They ran as fast as they could. On the other hand, although Zhao Hai's plant army was very powerful, its movement speed wasn't very fast. Even if they wanted to chase, they wouldn't be able to. This gave the people of Spirit Snake City an opportunity to escape. Most of the people of Spirit Snake City managed to escape. Only a few of them were unlucky enough to be killed by the plant army. The speed at which the battle ended was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. In less than 2 hours, the battle had already ended. The Spirit Snake City's army was defeated. The general was killed, the army was routed, and the army was no longer an army. Seeing the Spirit Snake City State's army being repelled, Zhao Hai waved his hand and had all the plants return to the space. Then Stonemer and the others returned to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "Let's go. Since I've accepted the city lord's position, then I need to do something. Stonehammer, you go and clean up the battlefield. Also, the city needs to be repaired. Let's go to the city lord's mansion." Stonehammer and the others responded and went to prepare. Zhao Hai led the iron warp tree and the iron thread grass to the city lord's mansion. It must be said that Kaoshan City was very strange. Zhao Hai said that he was in charge of Kaoshan City, repelled the enemy, and then entered the city lord's mansion. The people of Kaoshan City actually accepted him and thought that he was the city lord. Not long after Zhao Hai entered the city lord's mansion, some of the influential people of Kaoshan City came to pay their respects to the city lord. At the same time, they gave him a large number of gifts. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't know what to say. He didn't think that being a city lord in the spiritual weapon realm would be this easy. After repelling the Spirit Snake City-State's army, Stonehammer and the others organized people to clean up the battlefield. All the useful things were taken into the city. Then they arranged for the original city guards to defend the city. The city's warning was also lifted. After all of this was done, Zhao Hai realized how strong the adaptability of people in war-torn areas was. When the war ended, there were already people in the city moving around. Shops were also opened. The people in the city went out to work, they went out to buy things. Aside from talking about the war and the sudden appearance of the city lord, they didn't feel any tension after the war. Naturally, the Spirit Snake City-State's general's order to not seal his blade for 3 days was also made known to the people in the city. Everyone in the city cried bitterly. On the other hand, the people in the city didn't have any objections to Zhao Hai's sudden appearance as the city lord. They simply accepted him as the new city lord. After that, officials of various levels appeared in the city. They were all locals and were at the bottom of the hierarchy. This was because no matter who the city lord was, they would need to rely on them to govern Kaoshan City. After these officials arrived, Zhao Hai carefully asked them about the tax situation of Kaoshan City, the income of the people in Kaoshan City, and other issues related to the people's livelihood. Because these officials couldn't understand Zhao Hai's temperament, they didn't dare to be sloppy. They answered all of the questions that Zhao Hai wanted to ask. Naturally, not everyone could answer, there were still many people who couldn't. Very quickly, Zhao Hai understood the current officials of Kaoshan City through his questioning. The current officials of Kaoshan City were divided into 2 types. The first type was those who didn't know anything. They only knew how to cheat and deceive their superiors and subordinates. These kinds of people relied on others to get to where they were today. The second type was those who did things. Some of these people had been officials of Kaoshan City for generations. No matter how the city lord changed, they were still indispensable subordinates of the city lord. Although these people had some problems, they were much better than the first type when it came to doing things. After talking to all the officials of Kaoshan City, Zhao Hai also talked to the influential people of Kaoshan City. These influential people of Kaoshan City didn't have simple identities. Many of them had families who were officials of Kaoshan City. There were also some who came from influential families of other cities. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to talk to these people was because he wanted to know how the officials of Kaoshan City were doing. At the same time, he wanted to understand the situation of the factions among the officials of Kaoshan City. Don't think that in a small place like Kaoshan City, the officials of Kaoshan City weren't divided into factions. In fact, this wasn't the case at all. Among the officials of Kaoshan City, the factions were still very fierce. This was because although Kaoshan City was small, the benefits were not small. After chatting with these people, Zhao Hai made a rough decision. He wanted to keep some people and release some people. At the same time, he wanted to control the officials of the city. Time passed little by little. In the next few days, the people of Kaoshan City were a little flustered. They couldn't help but be flustered. This was because according to convention, after the city lord of Kaoshan City changed, the city lord would issue a city lord token. This city lord token would contain information about the city's taxes, military, appointment of officials, and so on. These were all closely related to the entire city. At the same time, he also wanted to know why the people from Spirit Snake City-State would suddenly attack Green Wolf City-State. Why did they attack Green Wolf City-State in the past few days? Why did they attack Green Wolf City-State so ferociously on the last day? There must be something going on here. Zhao Hai didn't think that Green Wolf City-State would attack Green Wolf City-State. Zhao Hai sent Iron Thread Grass to inquire about this matter. It didn't take long before Iron Thread Grass brought back the information he wanted. Azure Wolf City had already disappeared. Azure Wolf City's original territory had been swallowed by Spirit Snake City. The reason why the Spirit Snake City-State was able to swallow the Azure Wolf City-State's territory was because they used a very simple plan. That was to surround a point and attack the reinforcements. And this point was actually Kaoshan City. Kaoshan City might not be very important to the Azure Wolf city-state, but for a city-state that only controls a few cities, Kaoshan City was very important. Because of this, as long as the Spirit Snake city-state surrounded Kaoshan City, the people from the Azure Wolf city-state would certainly come to their rescue. On the other hand, the Spirit Snake city-state's people ambushed the Green Wolf city-state's strongest cavalry on the way to the Green Wolf city-state's rescue. Then, they took down the Green Wolf city-state's most important city, Green Wolf city-state's most important city. Then, with Green Wolf city-state as a starting point, they took down the other cities of Green Wolf city-state. The reason why the Spirit Snake city-state's army attacked Kaoshan City with all their might was because Kaoshan City had lost its purpose. In other words, Green Wolf city-state was finished at that time. For Spirit Snake City's army besieging Kaoshan City, they could wait until Azure Wolf City was completely swallowed by Spirit Snake City. Then they could have Kaoshan City surrender. This was the safest method. However, for the Spirit Snake city-state's army that was surrounding Kaoshan City, the meaning was completely different. Once the army flattened the other cities and forced Kaoshan City to surrender, would their army still have a chance to perform meritorious deeds? If they didn't have a chance to make contributions, how could they get promoted and get rich? It was precisely because of this that the Spirit Snake City's army besieged Kaoshan City with all their might. In order to motivate the soldiers to take Kaoshan City in one fell swoop, the general even gave the order to attack for 3 days. He wanted to rely on this order to let the army capture Kaoshan City in one fell swoop. After entering the city, he would restrain the army to a certain extent. However, this would still give the army some advantages. But what he didn't expect was that his order would draw out Zhao Hai. And Zhao Hai just raised his hand and destroyed their army. At this time, Spirit Snake City had occupied all of Azure Wolf City's cities. Only Kaoshan City was occupied by Zhao Hai. Since Spirit Snake City was busy digesting those cities, they couldn't attack Kaoshan City in a short period of time. They could only watch as Zhao Hai took control of Kaoshan City. In Spirit Snake City's opinion, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to control Kaoshan City for a long time. As long as they digested Azure Wolf City's cities, they would be able to destroy Kaoshan City. But before that, Zhao Hai was indeed in control of Kaoshan City. This was something that even Spirit Snake City's people couldn't deny. And after hearing this news, Zhao Hai was finally certain that there would be a war in the future. Therefore, before the war, a stable rear was very important. How could he stabilize the rear? There was only one way, which was to let the people in the city recognize him as the city lord. At the same time, he had to let the people in the city understand that only with him as the city lord would they be able to live a good life. And to do this, it was actually very simple. He just had to formulate a tax policy and let the people in the city pay less tax. He had to let the people in the city feel the benefits. Kaoshan City's city lord's decree was finally issued. But when the people of Kaoshan City saw this decree, they were all stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would issue such a decree. In this decree, Zhao Hai specified in detail the taxes that the commoners and merchants had to pay, the duties of the officials, and the rights of the commoners. That's right, it was the rights of the commoners. In the spirit weapon realm, which was still under the rule of a city-state, Zhao Hai actually gave the commoners a certain amount of rights. In other words, when the commoners were truly bullied, they could use evidence to accuse the officials. Besides Zhao Hai, the commoners had the right to accuse the other officials of the city. This decree was the first time that Kaoshan City had issued such a decree since its establishment. The commoners in the city were stunned for a moment. They really didn't think that there would be such a decree. This was because this decree really cared for the commoners. The taxes that they had to pay were reduced by more than half, and they were also given authority. This made the commoners feel as if they were in a dream. The commoners didn't know what to do. This decree had a huge impact on them. They weren't able to adapt in such a short period of time. However, the commoners also saw the various officials appointed by the city lord's mansion. Kaoshan City wasn't a big city, so the commoners knew some of the basic officials. But when they saw the list of officials that Zhao Hai announced, they were still surprised. This was because the people in the city were familiar with the names of the officials. These people had good reputations in the city. When they saw the list of officials, the people in the city had some confidence in Zhao Hai. This was because they could see that Zhao Hai was still very attentive to the governance of Kaohsian City. In addition to these, Zhao Hai also announced the situation of the city's army. Zhao Hai didn't increase the number of troops. On the contrary, he reduced the number of troops. A lot of soldiers retired and returned home. Some entered the city lord's mansion and became bailiffs. The ones left behind were all elite soldiers. Moreover, their training had also started to change, and the military rules had also changed. Of course, correspondingly, their treatment had also changed. However, Zhao Hai's actions made the people in the city very worried. The people in Kaohsian City weren't fools. They quickly received the news that the Green Wolf City had been annexed. They also knew that the Spirit Snake City's next target would be them. At this time, Zhao Hai actually reduced the number of troops. This was too wrong. At this time, Kaohsian City had already accepted Zhao Hai as the city lord. And with Zhao Hai's decree, the people in the city had already accepted him as the city lord. If he was kicked out right after becoming the city lord, then it wouldn't be a good thing for Kaohsian City. Just as they were thinking about this, Zhao Hai made his move. Zhao Hai brought Stonemer and the others, as well as his plant army, and directly swallowed a nearby city. This city belonged to the Spirit Snake City. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai would make the first move at this time. The Spirit Snake City's strength had increased a lot after swallowing the Green Wolf City's territory. At this time, nobody would make a move against the Spirit Snake City. But Zhao Hai actually made his move. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Actually, there was a reason why Zhao Hai made his move at this time. In the eyes of others, it was best not to provoke the Spirit Snake City. They had just won a great victory, so their morale was at its peak. Attacking the Spirit Snake City at this time was definitely not a good thing. However, Zhao Hai saw the other side. The Spirit Snake City had just swallowed the Green Wolf City. Although this increased their strength, it would also cause them to be in a state of chaos for a short period of time. Naturally, this chaos could be controlled. If the Spirit Snake City were to settle this chaos, then they would have to face a flourishing Spirit Snake City, which would be even more troublesome. But attacking the Spirit Snake City at this time was a completely different matter. If the Spirit Snake City were to attack at this time, then the Spirit Snake City would have no choice but to respond. They might even send their army to deal with Zhao Hai. This was because if they couldn't repel Zhao Hai's attack and eliminate Zhao Hai's group, then the unstable elements in the city would come out. For the Spirit Snake City, this wasn't a good thing. It might even shake the foundation of the Spirit Snake City. Zhao Hai was very clear that attacking the Spirit Snake City at this time was very risky. The Spirit Snake City would certainly attack them. But if he blocked the attack, then the Spirit Snake City would be in danger. Don't forget where they were, this was the Soul Confusing Mountains. There were dozens of city-states here. If the Spirit Snake City couldn't deal with Zhao Hai for a long time, then how could the other city-states sit still? They certainly wouldn't sit still. When the time comes, they would attack the Spirit Snake City. At that time, the Spirit Snake City wouldn't have the time and energy to attack Zhao Hai. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai decided to attack Spirit Snake City State. Moreover, it didn't take long before he captured the city. There was no other way, the city originally belonged to the Green Wolf City. And the Green Wolf City's people did a good job here. They could be considered to have won the hearts of the people. Now that the city was suddenly destroyed by the Spirit Snake City, the people in the city would be disgusted with the Spirit Snake City. Moreover, the Spirit Snake City didn't leave a lot of troops in the city. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to easily attack the city. After capturing the city, Zhao Hai didn't stop and attacked another city of the Spirit Snake City. This time, the city he attacked was also a city of the Green Wolf City. After capturing 2 cities, Zhao Hai finally stopped. There were 2 reasons why he stopped. First, the Spirit Snake City had already reacted and was organizing an army to attack him. Second, the city he captured was a medium-sized city. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. Moreover, it was right in front of the other city and Kaohsian City. In other words, if the Spirit Snake City wanted to capture the other city and Kaohsian City, then they would have to capture this city first. Zhao Hai stood on the walls of this city called Chengdu. He looked at the streets that were slowly calming down. Then he turned to Stonemer and said, "Are there still people resisting in the city?" Stonemer shook his head and said, replying to the young master, "There aren't any. The people in the city are very obedient." "Young master, why do we still want to attack the Spirit Snake City? Could it be that the young master wants to establish a country here?" Zhao Hai bitterly smiled and said, "I didn't think about it before. To be exact, I still haven't thought about it. However, the development of the situation has exceeded my expectations. I can't just watch as the people of Kaoshan City die. The moment I took over Kaoshan City, I've already formed an enmity with the Spirit Snake City. If I can't defeat the Spirit Snake City, then I'm afraid that not many people in Kaoshan City will be able to survive. We can leave, but what about the people who have been living in Kaoshan City for generations? They have no way to leave. And with the attitude of the Spirit Snake City, I'm afraid that they will massacre the entire city. Therefore, we can only defeat the Spirit Snake City. As for what we will do after defeating them, that will depend on the will of the heavens." Stonemer said, "I think that it would be good if the young master could establish a country here. What kind of life are the ordinary people living here? If the young master has the ability to make their lives better, then why not establish a country and let everyone live better lives? I'm afraid that the people of this country would be grateful to the young master. Wouldn't this be good for the young master's cultivation?" When Zhao Hai heard Stonemer, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, he didn't think about establishing a country. This was because it was impossible for him to stay in the soul realm for a long time. And looking at the situation in the spiritual weapon realm, he was afraid that this place wouldn't leave the soul realm. In other words, he would leave sooner or later. After he leaves, what would happen to the country that he established? Zhao Hai really didn't want to think about it. Zhao Hai had established a lot of forces like this. But every time he ascends, he would lose one of them. He could even watch these forces fall apart through the space. To be honest, this wasn't a good feeling. Zhao Hai had already established a lot of forces. Stonemer had only recently followed Zhao Hai. Naturally, it was impossible for him to know what Zhao Hai had experienced. Therefore, he wanted Zhao Hai to establish a country. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "All right, let's take one step at a time. This time, the experts of the Spirit Snake City will certainly attack us. We need to be careful. You should go and prepare as well." Stonemer nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he looked at the people in the city and muttered, "My appearance was originally an anomaly. If I were to change the history of this world, then I really don't know what would happen in the future." Ever since Zhao Hai arrived at the Soul Realm, he didn't think about changing the history of the Soul Realm. This was because he always thought that he was just a passerby. He didn't want to change the history of the Soul Realm too much. But sometimes, there were things that he couldn't do just because he didn't want to. Although Zhao Hai considered himself to be ruthless, he still couldn't just watch countless people get killed in front of him. He could deal with an enemy by destroying a plane and turning all the people there into undead. But in Zhao Hai's view, becoming an undead was another way to live. It was just that they would listen to him more and become his subordinates. Even if they weren't turned into undead, he didn't feel anything because they were his enemies. However, the people of Kaoshan City weren't his enemies. If he just watched the people of Kaoshan City die, then he wouldn't be able to bear it. Therefore, he could only do it because he had the ability. But there are some things that you can't stop after doing it. Things will push you forward. Zhao Hai was currently like this. This matter was pushing Zhao Hai forward, making him unable to stop even if he wanted to. 10 days after Zhao Hai took control of Chengdu, the army of the Spirit Snake City State finally arrived. Looking at the black mass of troops outside the city, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he said, "The number of troops doesn't seem to be as much as I thought." "Iron Thread, do you know what's going on?" Iron Thread nodded and said, "I know, young master. The number of troops outside the city is less than 100,000. Half of these people were transferred from the original army of the Green Wolf City State. Because of the constant battles in the Lost Soul Mountains, the number of troops here is very small. Moreover, the Spirit Snake City State still needs to leave some troops to guard their hometown. Because of this, there weren't a lot of troops coming this time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like this. This means that these troops are the most that the Spirit Snake City-State can send. If we defeat this army, then wouldn't we be able to easily control all the cities of the Green Wolf City-State? Iron Thread nodded and said, yes, young master. That's pretty much it. I've also gone to the other cities to take a look. There aren't any troops left in those cities. If we defeat these troops, then we can take over the Green Wolf City-State's territory at any time. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, go and take a look at the barracks first. See if they have any experts. If they aren't strong, then just eliminate them. I don't want too many people to die. If too many people die, then even if we take over the Green Wolf City-State's territory in the future, we won't be able to use them. If we wait for the Spirit Snake City-State to attack, then they would certainly let the Green Wolf City-State's people be the vanguard. At that time, the ones who die would be the Green Wolf City-State's people. Stonehammer and the others nodded. Then they flew up and headed towards the barracks outside the city. Just as they moved, the barracks also started to move. Some of the barracks were in complete chaos. The people inside the barracks were running all over the place. However, the people inside the barracks weren't in chaos. Instead, they all came out of the barracks with weapons in their hands. It seemed like they were also in a mess. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from the barracks, quiet. If anyone runs around, then kill them. Along with this voice, several figures flew out of the barracks. These people had souls on their heads. There were both weapon souls and beast souls, a total of 7 people. Among these 7 people, the leader had a snake soul on his head. This person was very thin and had a pair of triangular eyes that emitted a cold light. It gave people the impression that it was a poisonous snake. The leader looked at Stonehammer and said, Kid, where did you come from? You actually dared to attack our Spirit Snake City-State. I think you're tired of living. I'll give you a chance. Surrender to us and I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, I'll make sure that you die an ugly death. Stonehammer looked at the person and said, the young master said that he doesn't want too many people to die. So if you come with me to see the young master, surrender to him, and hand over all your territories, then the young master might not take your lives. If you don't agree, then I can only kill you. Stonehammer looked at the person and said, yes. When the leader heard Stonehammer, he couldn't help but laugh and said, this is the first time that I, Ziyang, heard someone talk to me like this. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Kid, have you heard of the Xia family? Have you heard of the Yalong City-State? My Xia family is the #1 family in the Yalong City-State. You're talking to the Xia family right now. Kid, your courage isn't small, you actually dared to threaten the Xia family. This is the first time I've met someone who dares to threaten the Xia family. You really don't know life from death. If Shi Yang's threat was directed at the other experts of the spirit weapon realm, then his threat might still be effective. After all, the Yalong city was the biggest force in the spirit weapon realm. Although the Xia clan wasn't the biggest clan in the Yalong city, they were still one of the few great clans. Unfortunately, Ziyang was facing Stonehammer and the others. Although Stonehammer and the others had a certain understanding of the spirit weapon realm, they were still lacking compared to the locals. Not to mention, the Yalong city was thousands of miles away from the Lost Soul Mountain. They had never heard of the Xia clan. Because of this, after Ziyang threatened Stonehammer and the others, they didn't say anything and directly attacked. This time, Stonehammer and the others took out the weapons that Zhao Hai prepared for them and attacked Ziyang's group. When Ziyang and the others saw that Stonehammer and the others were attacking them with weapons and didn't turn into their souls, they felt angry. However, they immediately transformed. After all, they weren't bitter cultivators. If they wanted to deal with Stonehammer and the others, then they must transform. Ziyang turned into a 10-meter-long snake. As for his subordinates, some of them turned into weapons, while others turned into animals. They directly attacked Shi Chui and the others. Although Stonehammer and the others weren't in their strongest state, their strength wasn't weak. The weapons in their hands were refined by Zhao Hai, and they weren't ordinary weapons. Just like the Golden Shark Sword and the Jasper Golden Light Sword, all of the weapons refined by Zhao Hai had an offensive attribute. They had infinite uses. If one treated them as ordinary weapons, then they would suffer a lot. Obviously, Ziyang and the others had never seen such a weapon before. Therefore, they suffered a huge loss this time. When they first fought with Stonehammer and the others, they didn't seem to care much about their weapons. One couldn't blame them for doing so, because in the world of spiritual weapons, once one's strength reaches the void dance realm, those weapons would be infinitely weakened. So how could Ziyang and the others care about their weapons? It was precisely because they didn't care about their weapons that Ziyang and the others suffered a big loss. After being hit by Stonehammer and the others, all of them were injured. This time, the strength of Ziyang and the others wasn't much different from Stonehammer and the others. Stonehammer and the others were already at an advantage by using the weapons that Zhao Hai gave them. Now that Ziyang and the others were injured, Stonehammer and the others had an advantage. In just a few rounds, Stonehammer and the others had the upper hand. Zhao Hai has been observing the situation on the battlefield. When he saw that the other side only had 7 people, he knew that it was impossible for them to win against Stonehammer and the others. Although the other side's strength wasn't weak, if Stonehammer and the others revealed their true bodies, then they would lose. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't worry, he just quietly observed the battlefield. As for Ziyang's threat, although Zhao Hai also saw it, he didn't take it to heart. He was a cultivator, and the path of cultivation was about going straight to the heart. He didn't want to care about the soul realm, he just wanted to go home. Therefore, he didn't want to develop his own forces in the soul realm. However, this didn't mean that anyone could make a move on him. Don't forget that he still had the Hu clan behind him. Because of the Hu clan, Zhao Hai didn't develop his own forces. But at the same time, those who dared to oppose the Hu clan were all dealt with by Zhao Hai. It was the same in the Wenji continent and the Expert continent. In the Wenji continent, Zhao Hai dealt with the people from the chess hall. But in the end, both sides reconciled. As for the Expert continent, when Zhao Hai appeared, he already had an enmity with the Ant Kingdom. It was precisely because of this that he went to the Lone Dragon Ridge and directly faced the Ant Kingdom's army. In the end, he even threatened 3 Broken River experts. All of this was what he wanted to do. Doing what he wanted to do was to go straight to the heart. Only by doing this would one be able to go further on the path of cultivation. The same was true in the spirit weapon realm. Zhao Hai didn't want to see Kaoshan City being massacred. In the end, he became the city lord of Kaoshan City. After becoming the city lord, he had to bear the responsibility of being the city lord. Because of this, Zhao Hai made a move against the Spirit Snake City-state. Since he already made a move, then there was nothing to worry about. No matter who was behind this enemy, they must be defeated. Stonehammer and the others have been with Zhao Hai for a long time. They also learned Zhao Hai's style. Zhao Hai's style was very simple. He wanted to defeat all his enemies. Moreover, it wasn't as simple as defeating them. He wanted to make sure that they would never be able to recover. In other words, as long as it was an enemy, he would kill them without mercy. Although Ziyang's group wasn't weak, but when they faced Stonehammer's group and were injured, they weren't enough. It didn't take long before Ziyang's group was killed one after another. At this time, Ziyang also discovered that his situation wasn't good. He fiercely looked at Stonehammer and the others, then he roared, "Just you wait, I won't let you off." After he said that, a white light flashed from his body before he disappeared from the battlefield. Upon seeing Ziyang's disappearance, Stonehammer and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't know what happened, nor did they know how Ziyang disappeared. However, Zhao Hai knew that Ziyang didn't disappear for no reason. Ziyang used a transmission formation. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't expect the spirit weapon realm's formations to be this good. People were already using transmission formations. When Stonehammer and the others returned to Zhao Hai's side, they gave Zhao Hai a salute. Then Stonehammer looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I'm sorry." One of them escaped. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's fine, I don't blame you. I didn't think it through. Alright, you go down and take a look at the army below. See if there are people who are willing to surrender and those who aren't. Gather them up, take their weapons, and lock them up." Stonehammer and the others nodded and then went down to the army below. More than half of the army below had surrendered. However, there were still some who didn't. They resisted, but after Stonehammer and the others killed some of them, they had no choice but to surrender. This was because they were surrounded by all kinds of plants. They couldn't run even if they wanted to. Zhao Hai and the others also understood that most of the people who surrendered were from the Azure Wolf City-state. As for those who didn't surrender, they were from the Spirit Snake City-state. Although Zhao Hai and the others defeated the people from the Spirit Snake City-state, the Spirit Snake City-state still had a lot of troops that hadn't been mobilized. Because of this, the people from the Spirit Snake City-state weren't completely defeated. Therefore, it was understandable that they didn't surrender. Additionally, since they were from the Spirit Snake City-state, their families would certainly be in the Spirit Snake City-state. If they surrendered so easily, then their families would be in trouble. Therefore, they still resisted and surrendered. Zhao Hai was very relaxed when it came to the people from the Azure Wolf City-state. As for the people from the Spirit Snake City-state, he took their weapons and locked them up in the barracks, making the people from the Azure Wolf City-state keep an eye on them. In the spirit weapon realm, soldiers like this wouldn't transform into weapons on the battlefield. This was because these soldiers weren't very strong. If they transformed into weapons, they wouldn't be able to fight for long. In that case, they could only wait for death. Therefore, in the spirit weapon realm, ordinary soldiers would also use weapons. Their weapons would also contain a certain amount of gold. However, the ratio would be very small. If Stonehammer and the others were to use a 10:1 ratio of gold, then the amount of gold in the weapons of these soldiers would be a 1000:1 ratio, or even less. After using a day to deal with these soldiers, Zhao Hai sent the surrendered troops to take over the Azure Wolf City-state's territory. Naturally, the most important city was Azure Wolf City. The entire process went so smoothly that Zhao Hai was surprised. All the cities in the Azure Wolf City-state surrendered without any resistance. Moreover, the people from the Spirit Snake City-state had already heard the news and ran away. This allowed Zhao Hai to smoothly take over the Azure Wolf City-state's territory. This process didn't even take a month for Zhao Hai. What surprised Zhao Hai was that during this month, the people from the Spirit Snake City-state didn't attack Zhao Hai's group. This allowed Zhao Hai to smoothly take over the Azure Wolf City-state's territory. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. While Zhao Hai was reorganizing the Azure Wolf City-state's territory, he also sent his men to the Spirit Snake City-state to inquire about information. At this time, Zhao Hai already knew about the Zhe family's background. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai felt strange. The Zhe family was a big family in the Yalong City-state. How could they suffer such a loss and silently accept it? This was absolutely impossible. They must have other plans. But what was their plan? This was what Zhao Hai wanted to know the most. After Zhao Hai took over the Azure Wolf City-state, the first thing he needed to do was to reorganize the city's officials. Some unqualified officials couldn't be used, while some capable officials needed to be promoted. However, this wasn't an easy thing to do. The cities in the Lost Soul Mountains could be said to have been full of war. And in such an environment, clans were still able to form. This showed that they weren't simple. These clans were deeply rooted in the local area. If he couldn't deal with these clans well, then he wouldn't be able to deal with the city's affairs. However, Zhao Hai was also very clear that with these clans present, it was impossible for him to truly control the cities. Although he could collect taxes from the cities, the ones who truly controlled the cities were the local clans. If he wanted to control the cities, then he must first deal with these guys. But if Zhao Hai went all out to deal with these clans, then it would cause a backlash from the clans in the Azure Wolf City-state. Then the newly acquired Azure Wolf City-state would fall into chaos. This wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. On the contrary, he was very confident in dealing with these matters. If he wanted to control these cities as soon as possible, it would be very simple. He just needed to pull some people in, beat some, and then support some. This way, he would be able to completely control these cities. Zhao Hai was already very familiar with doing this. This wasn't the first time he did this. Because of this, it didn't take much effort for him to do it. Moreover, Zhao Hai had another advantage, and that was his armed forces. With Zhao Hai's current strength, it would be very easy for him to control the Azure Wolf City. Nobody would be able to contend with him. Time slowly passed, and soon, half a month had passed. Zhao Hai was now almost in control of the Azure Wolf City. Moreover, he had also supported a group of people that he could trust. It can be said that the entire Azure Wolf City was now under his control. At this time, Iron Grass, who went to inquire about the situation, had also returned to Azure Wolf City. After Zhao Hai gained control of the city, he decided to stay in the city. In any case, Azure Wolf City was the largest and most important city in the Azure Wolf City. As long as he controls this city, it would be equivalent to controlling the entire Azure Wolf City. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only stay in Azure Wolf City for now. Zhao Hai was reading a book in his study when Iron Grass's voice came from outside. "Young master, I'm back." Zhao Hai put down his book and said, "Come in." Iron Grass nodded and then walked in. After entering the room, he gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite with me. Tell me, what's going on with the Spirit Snake City? Why is there no news? Don't they want to deal with us?" Iron Wire replied, "No, young master, they still want to deal with us. However, they don't want to deal with us alone. They're preparing to join forces with the other city-states in the Soul Enchantment Mountains to deal with us. Moreover, I discovered that a lot of experts have arrived in the Spirit Snake City state. These people are very strong, their total number has almost reached 100. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "With so many coming, it seems like they've contacted a lot of people." "Right, it seems like the Zhe family has also sent people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made a move against us for so long." Iron Grass replied, "Young master, the number of troops they've gathered this time is very small. What should we do now?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he smiled faintly and said, "I found this place to be very interesting. The Soul Enchantment Mountains have undergone a long period of war, forming various city-states. However, the people in these city-states are very xenophobic, but they are also very accepting of outsiders. This is because it's best if you don't make a move against the people at the bottom. Otherwise, it would cause dissatisfaction. However, they don't seem to care about the changes in the higher-ups. In other words, regardless of whether the emperor is changed or not, the village head cannot be changed. This is actually very beneficial to us. As long as we get rid of the other city lords, then we would naturally become their city lords. They wouldn't oppose us too much." Iron Grass stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, what you mean is that we should directly deal with these people and attack the root of the problem?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, that's what I'm thinking. Since the people here don't care who becomes the city lord, then we can directly eliminate the other city lords. We don't even need to launch a large-scale war. How about this, call Stonehammer and the others over and have them explain their current tasks. After that, we'll go to Spirit Snake City State and take a look." Although Stonehammer and the others hadn't interacted with people for a long time, they still couldn't do complicated work. Otherwise, they would be killed by the old foxes. However, Zhao Hai still gave them some tasks to do. And the tasks that Zhao Hai gave them were very simple tasks. These tasks didn't require Stonehammer and the others to compete with others. They only needed to look at these people and make sure that they completed their tasks smoothly. This way, they would be able to interact with people and accumulate work experience. Stonehammer and the others might not be good at scheming, but in terms of execution, they were absolutely incomparable. They would meticulously complete the work that Zhao Hai gave them. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved when he handed over some simple tasks to Stonehammer and the others. Before long, Stonehammer and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's study. Zhao Hai asked them about their work progress. Stonehammer and the others answered one by one. And just as Zhao Hai thought, the progress was very good. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. After Stonehammer and the others finished speaking, Zhao Hai turned to Stonehammer and said, "All right, I got it. You've done well. Now go and explain your current tasks. Then we'll go out." Stonehammer and the others didn't ask where they were going or what they were going to do. They just nodded and then turned around to leave. Before long, they finished explaining their tasks and returned to Zhao Hai's study. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "All right, let's go. This time, we'll go to Spirit Snake City State and take a look. Didn't they find a lot of people to deal with us? Let's go to them now. I want to see if they can deal with us now." The others didn't say anything as they followed Zhao Hai out of the room and flew towards Spirit Snake City State. Naturally, they were led by Iron Thread Grass as they flew towards the main city of Spirit Snake City State. From Green Wolf City to Spirit Snake City, it wouldn't take a long time if they were to fly. It would only take a few hours. However, Zhao Hai couldn't wait that long. He directly exited the Golden Jade Light Sword and led the others inside. In less than an hour, they arrived outside Spirit Snake City. Zhao Hai didn't want people to know about the existence of the Golden Jade Light Sword. Because of this, they stopped outside Spirit Snake City. Then the group flew towards Spirit Snake City. Before long, they arrived above Spirit Snake City. Just as they arrived above Spirit Snake City, several voices were heard from the city. "Who's there?" Then a few silhouettes flew up from the city. Zhao Hai looked at the people who flew up, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, this one is Zhao Hai. Nice to meet you." When the people who flew out of the city heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then the leader looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, this one is Zhao Hai." "Mister, you are?" The leader smiled coldly and said, "This one is Zhiyu Jiao. I heard that when Mr. heard the name of my Zhe family, you weren't polite at all and directly tried to kill us. This one is very curious, who gave Mr. the courage to make a move against my Zhe family?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhiyu Jiao and smiled faintly, "Nobody gave me the courage. I was born with this courage. Recently, I heard that Mr. Zhe has been contacting people all over the place to deal with me. So I came to see how Mr. Zhe wants to deal with me." When Jade Flood Dragon heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he sneered and said, "Your disappearance is quite effective. But even if I know, what can I do? Originally, I thought that dealing with you would take a lot of effort. I didn't expect you to come here on your own. This has saved us a lot of trouble. As long as we kill you, Green Wolf City would naturally collapse." Jade Flood Dragon sneered. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Dealing with me isn't that easy. I don't know if you're strong enough. But if you fail to deal with me and end up being dealt with by me, then that would be too boring." Zhiyu Jiao sneered and said, "Kid, you think too highly of yourself. I didn't go and deal with you, but you really think that you're a big shot. This time, I wanted to deal with all of the people in the Lost Soul Mountain. Since when did you have the chance to be so rampant? Prepare to die." After he said that, Zhiyu Jiao waved his hand. Some people behind him immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai while Zhiyu Jiao just stood there without moving. Zhao Hai also didn't move, but Stonemer and the others had already rushed over. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt strange energy fluctuations coming from the Spirit Snake City. These energy fluctuations seemed to be from formations. It seems like the other party wanted to use formations to deal with him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, these people wanted to play formations with him. They really found the right person. When he was in the Soul Realm, Zhao Hai couldn't use a lot of formations, so he could only use some magic formations. But here, the energy wasn't natural energy, it was a kind of destructive energy, or Hell's energy. And this kind of energy didn't hinder the use of formations. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to use a lot of formations. Zhao Hai quietly stood there and looked at Zhiyu Jiao. Zhiyu Jiao was also looking at Zhao Hai. Stonemer and the others weren't too far away from Zhao Hai. They were fighting with the Sky Dance Realm experts outside of Zhao Hai. Stonemer and the others weren't weak. Although they couldn't deal with the Sky Dance Realm experts like they were chopping vegetables, blocking their attacks wasn't a problem. Upon seeing this situation, Zhiyu Jiao stared, then he said, "No wonder you're so rampant. You actually have some skills. But even if you're strong, it's useless. Die." After Zhiyu Jiao said that, the entire Spirit Snake City suddenly emitted a golden light. A huge formation rose up from the city and covered Zhao Hai inside. This formation was very strange. It looked like a huge skull, and the skull's mouth was where Zhao Hai and the others were standing. It looked like a huge skull had swallowed Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the formation and couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't know much about the formations of the spirit weapon realm, he still knew about the transmission formation. The reason why the formations of the spirit weapon realm were so terrifying was because they used Hell's energy. This way, it would be easier to gather Hell's energy. This wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai looked at the formation and couldn't help but smile faintly. After Zhao Hai went through a period of reverse analysis, he also understood the formations in the spirit weapon realm. If the Sky Sword Emperor didn't disappear, then the formations in the spirit weapon realm would be very difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, the Sky Sword Emperor had already disappeared. The news of the Sky Sword Emperor not only caused the spirit weapon realm to fall into a state of chaos, it also caused the formation civilization to stagnate. At this time, the formations in the spirit weapon realm were mostly left behind by their predecessors. They only knew how to use them, but they weren't very clear about the principles behind them. Therefore, they were very inflexible when using them. They were daydreaming. Zhao Hai still hasn't fully grasped the formations of the spirit weapon realm. However, Zhao Hai can proudly say that in the spirit weapon realm, there weren't many people who understood formations better than him. And as time passes, Zhao Hai's understanding of the formations of the spirit weapon realm would certainly increase. At that time, he would become the strongest formation master in the spirit weapon realm. Although Zhao Hai didn't dare to say that he was the strongest formation master, it wasn't a problem for these half-baked formation masters. This was because these people simply didn't understand the essence of formations. Zhao Hai looked at the formation that was slowly approaching. With a move of his hand, the golden shark sword stabbed into the formation eye. Then the formation suddenly paused before it turned into a golden light and disappeared. While Zhu Jiao and the others were surprised by Zhao Hai's method, another formation appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Then he activated the formation and threw it into the city. As soon as the formation fell into the city, it immediately emitted a black mist. Then the black mist covered the entire spirit snake city. Inside the black mist, there were also sounds of demonic artifacts. Zhao Hai's actions were also very fast. After the formation was completed, Zhao Hai immediately commanded the golden shark sword to attack the sky dance experts under Zhu Jiao. At this time, Zhu Jiao also discovered that something was wrong. He immediately sent a signal to the other sky dance experts in the city to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhu Jiao originally didn't want these experts to make a move. This was because these experts were invited by the Zhe family to deal with the experts of the other city-states in the soul-captivating mountain. He wanted to unify the soul-captivating mountain, so he didn't want to expose too many experts when dealing with Zhao Hai. But now, he couldn't. He didn't want to send those experts because if he didn't send them, then they would die. However, when these experts rushed out of the city, they immediately discovered that something was wrong. The entire Spirit Snake City was covered in a dark fog. One could say that the fog was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Moreover, they could also hear the sounds of ghosts crying. After hearing this, people couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Most importantly, they couldn't see anything around them. They also couldn't sense the existence of other people. It was as if they were locked in a dark room. At this time, Zhao Hai called Stonemer and the others to his side and gave each of them a small formation. This small formation was a pass to the formation. With this pass, they can pass through the formation unimpeded. Moreover, they wouldn't be affected by the formation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Naturally, Stonemer and the others were very happy. At this time, they were the only ones who could hit others, while others couldn't hit them. For them, this was very important. Zhao Hai led Stonemer and the others to attack the Sky Dance experts. How could these Sky Dance experts be a match for Zhao Hai's group? Before long, all of the Sky Dance experts were killed. There were a few smart Sky Dance experts who wanted to use their teleportation formations to leave. However, Zhao Hai already knew that they might have a teleportation formation on them. Therefore, even if they took out their teleportation formations, they wouldn't be able to use it. Zhao Hai had already sealed the area. Broken Jade Flood Dragon was also very anxious. He discovered that he had no way to contact other people. Moreover, he couldn't use his teleportation formation to leave. This made him panic. At this time, Broken Jade Flood Dragon suddenly felt a fluctuation in the black mist in front of him. Then a person slowly appeared in front of him. Upon seeing this person, Broken Jade Flood Dragon's eyes couldn't help but shrink. This was because this person was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Jiao and smiled faintly as he said, "City Lord Zhe, we meet again. I'm really sorry. I had to deal with your helpers, so I wasn't able to meet you immediately. I hope City Lord Zhe can forgive me." When Broken Jade Flood Dragon heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, Zhao Hai, what did you do to them? Let me tell you, if you dare touch them, then you're dead. The Broken family won't let you off. Zhao Hai looked at Broken Jade Flood Dragon and smiled faintly, you're a bit late. They should be dead by now. Do you think the Broken family won't let me off? Do you think the Broken family will let me off if I let them off? I'm not that naive. Zhu Jiao looked at Zhao Hai with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. He said, Zhao Hai, you're dead. You and my Zhe family have formed an irreconcilable enmity. This time, you are dead. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's not necessarily the case. Maybe I'll die, or maybe the entire Broken family will die. It's still unknown who will win. If you want to make a move now, then I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult. Alright, I'm telling you this because I want you to understand. Right, do you know why I used the black mist to cover this place? I'm afraid that you'll never understand. Broken Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai. Then his body suddenly moved and turned into a python. He rushed straight towards Zhao Hai. He didn't want to talk to Zhao Hai anymore. He wanted Zhao Hai to die. Zhao Hai looked at Broken Jade Flood Dragon and smiled faintly. Then he stretched out his hand and the golden shark sword appeared in front of him. At the same time, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the golden shark sword shot towards Broken Jade Flood Dragon. At this time, Broken Jade Flood Dragon seemed to have turned silly. He stood there and stared at the incoming golden shark sword. He seemed to have forgotten to dodge as the sword pierced through his chest. After his chest was pierced by the sword, Broken Jade Flood Dragon instantly turned back into his human form. After he turned back into his human form, there was a huge wound on his chest. He knew that he wouldn't be able to survive. However, he still looked at Zhao Hai in shock as he said, Sky Sword? How is this possible? How can it be the heavenly sword? Who are you? Why do you have a heavenly sword? Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Broken Jade Flood Dragon in confusion. Broken Jade Flood Dragon was already on the verge of death. After he said those words, his body fell down and he died. However, his words made Zhao Hai stunned. Zhao Hai looked at Broken Jade Flood Dragon and muttered, Heavenly sword? What heavenly sword? This is clearly the golden shark sword. No, could it be that Broken Jade Flood Dragon is talking about a flying sword? A heavenly sword is a flying sword. Was the heavenly sword empire established by a cultivator? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. However, it was a pity that nobody could answer his question. Zhao Hai waved his hand and retrieved the formation. At the same time, the black fog covering the Spirit Snake City also disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at the Spirit Snake City. The city guards were still on high alert. They couldn't see anything before, which made them very worried. But now that they could see, they felt relieved. However, when they saw the situation around them, they found that plants had appeared around them. These plants were shaking their branches and leaves as if they were about to attack them at any time. This shocked the guards. Zhao Hai looked at the city guards and said, The Broken Jade Flood Dragon has been killed by me. Now, I'm officially taking over the Spirit Snake City as the city lord. Is there anyone who objects? Zhao Hai floated in the air while Stonemer and the others floated by Zhao Hai's side. At this time, the city guards saw the corpse of the Broken Jade Flood Dragon on the ground. These city guards didn't know that the Broken Jade Flood Dragon was a member of the Broken Clan. Therefore, they only thought that the Broken Jade Flood Dragon was their city lord. Now that they saw that the Broken Jade Flood Dragon was killed by Zhao Hai, they naturally didn't dare to resist. Almost all of them put down their weapons. When Zhao Hai saw this, he said, All officials of the Spirit Snake City, report to the City Lord's mansion. Those who don't arrive within 100 breaths of time will be beheaded. Then he followed Iron Thread Grass into the City Lord's mansion. Inside the City Lord's mansion, there were only some servants left. Naturally, these people didn't dare block Zhao Hai's path. They all stood there and greeted Zhao Hai. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the City Lord's mansion. Then he looked at the servants and said, Which one of you is the one in charge? An old man came forward and gave a salute to Zhao Hai before he said, I have seen the City Lord. This old man is the City Lord's mansion's manager. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the others and said, "Who can tell me his identity? Is he someone from the city, or did he come with the broken jade flood dragon?" When Zhao Hai asked this question, the old man's body couldn't help but shake. Then his figure moved as he rushed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Give me back my young master's life." Unknowingly, the old man turned into a black rapier as he stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the manager and smiled. Then he waved his hand and punched the rapier. The rapier broke, revealing the old man's figure. However, he was already dead. Zhao Hai looked at the old man's corpse, then he turned to the others and said, "Point out the people who came with the broken jade flood dragon to the city. If you can also point out the officials who came with the broken jade flood dragon, then I will give you a reward." These people who worked in the city lord's mansion weren't fools. They were very clear that the broken jade flood dragon had already been destroyed by Zhao Hai. Therefore, the people who came with the broken jade flood dragon weren't Zhao Hai's opponents. However, Zhao Hai didn't know any of the broken jade flood dragon's subordinates. If the broken jade flood dragon's subordinates were still here, then it would be very troublesome. Therefore, Zhao Hai came up with this idea. Although this idea was very insidious, it was very effective. These people weren't loyal to the broken jade flood dragon. If they can get a reward, then for them, it would definitely be a good thing. After a while, these people began to identify the broken jade flood dragon. Sure enough, several people who came with the broken jade flood dragon were identified. When these people were identified, they wanted to resist. However, they were all killed by Xianxia and the others. Before long, all the officials in the city arrived, including the general of the garrison. After these people arrived, Zhao Hai used the same method to identify the broken jade flood dragon's subordinates. In the end, they were all killed by Xianxia and the others. After completing this purge, Zhao Hai also completed his control over the spirit snake city. The people in the city didn't dare to resist Zhao Hai. There were hundreds of corpses outside. These people weren't weak, but now they were all turned into corpses. At the same time, they also saw Zhao Hai's temper. Zhao Hai wasn't a kind person, he would really kill people. After taking control of the spirit snake city, Zhao Hai went to the other cities of the spirit snake city and killed all of the broken jade flood dragon's subordinates. After that, he began to integrate the spirit snake city. This wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai had done this. And with his experience with the Green Wolf City, it was very easy for him to do this. It didn't take long before he merged the Spirit Snake City and the Green Wolf City. Zhao Hai's actions attracted the attention of the other city-states in the Lost Soul City. The other city-states also began to unite in order to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, he didn't stop them. On the contrary, he was waiting for them to unite. This way, he would be able to deal with them in one fell swoop. Moreover, in Zhao Hai's opinion, if he wanted to control the entire Lost Soul Mountain, then he and Xianxia wouldn't be able to do it. He also needed some space dance experts. Relying on the plants and animals in the space to transform would take a long time. Therefore, it would be better for him to subdue these people. This way, his influence in the Lost Soul Mountain would truly be established. Under Zhao Hai's efforts, the Spirit Snake City and Green Wolf City's territories were slowly being controlled. The people also began to recuperate. Because of the low taxes, as well as Zhao Hai's new crop seeds, the people of the two city-states began to see hope. Their recognition of Zhao Hai also increased. At this time, the people of the other city-states in the Lost Soul Mountain began to unite. They also learned from Zhao Hai's move. They didn't send an army to deal with Zhao Hai. Instead, all of their space dance experts joined forces and headed straight towards Spirit Snake City. Because Zhao Hai wanted to control the Spirit Snake City, he had been staying in the city for a long time. These people naturally knew that Zhao Hai was here, so their target was Spirit Snake City. They wanted to be like Zhao Hai, they wanted to destroy Zhao Hai and then divide the territories of the Spirit Snake City and Green Wolf City. Naturally, Zhao Hai also heard this news. However, he didn't care about it. He was waiting for the other party to arrive in the Spirit Snake City. He wanted to subdue them while he was at it. This way, he would have enough people to control the entire Lost Soul Mountain. These people didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. 3 days after Zhao Hai received the news, these people arrived outside the Spirit Snake City. There were more than 200 people in total. These 200 people directly flew towards the Spirit Snake City. At the same time, Zhao Hai and Stonemer also flew towards the city. Both sides began to confront each other. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I heard that you wanted to deal with me together with the broken jade flood dragon. However, before you could make a move, someone else had already succeeded. Hee, I didn't expect that even without the broken jade flood dragon, you still managed to get together and came looking for me. This is good, it saves me a lot of trouble." The leader of these people looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, don't be so rampant. The Lost Soul Mountain isn't a place where an outsider like you can dominate. If you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, you might not know, but I really want to unify the entire Lost Soul Mountains. But you should also know that the Lost Soul Mountains isn't small. If you want to unify the entire mountain, then you would need to use underground warfare. However, this would cause a lot of people to die. But right now, there aren't many people left in the Lost Soul Mountains, so I couldn't bear such a huge loss. Therefore, I thought of a way, which is to directly attack the city lords of the cities. Do you know why I didn't do anything after knowing that you had joined forces? It's because I'm very clear that I was waiting for you to join forces. I wanted to see you join forces so that I can catch all of you in one fell swoop." At this point, Zhao Hai paused, then he looked at these people and said, "You actually made a mistake, a very serious mistake. This mistake is that you actually came to Spirit Snake City. Did you hear how I eliminated the Broken Jade Flood Dragon? The Broken Jade Flood Dragon had more than 100 Void Dance experts in its hands. What method did I use to eliminate them? Are you kidding me? I can tell you now, it's a formation." Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he paused, then he smiled faintly and said, "Formation, you might be unfamiliar with it. Perhaps you don't know how powerful it is. But today, you're lucky to be able to see how powerful it is. I can also tell you that you're now trapped inside. I'll give you two choices, either you die or surrender to me. When you understand, then tell me, I won't be accompanying you any longer." Then Zhao Hai led Shi Chui and the others towards the city. It seems like he didn't put these people in his eyes. These people were angered by Zhao Hai. They didn't believe Zhao Hai's words. They didn't believe that Zhao Hai knew about formations. They also didn't believe that they were already inside a formation. They thought that Zhao Hai was just deliberately mystifying them. When they saw that Zhao Hai was about to leave, they immediately attacked him. But when they transformed and rushed towards Zhao Hai, they suddenly discovered that the scenery around them had changed. It was completely different from before. It was as if they had suddenly arrived in a large forest. Everything around them was pitch black, they couldn't see anything. At this time, the sound of wolves howling could be heard. These people stared, they looked around and suddenly discovered that the people around them had disappeared. They were now standing alone in the forest. The people in the city were also paying attention to this battle. To be honest, the people in the city were now hoping that Zhao Hai would win this battle. This was because Zhao Hai had treated them very well. Just the tax reduction alone was enough to make the people in the city feel grateful towards him. Although they didn't believe that Zhao would give them a tax reduction, every month when they went to pay their taxes, Zhao really did collect the same amount as what he had set out, not even a single copper coin more. This made the people in the city go crazy and celebrate because they were too happy. Zhao Hai was the only one who could give them a tax reduction. Every month, when they went to pay their taxes, Zhao Hai collected the same amount as what he had set out. He didn't charge a single copper coin more. Zhao Hai didn't think that a simple tax reduction would be able to buy the hearts of so many people. At this time, there were a lot of people in the city who hoped that Zhao Hai would rule them forever. In the past, the people in the city had to pay a lot of taxes, which made them work hard. However, they could only eat their fill. But now, they still had to work as much as before. But they could save money. They could watch their families eat their fill, and they could even buy some meat to improve their lives. This made the people in the city feel a change, which made them very happy. Now that the other city-states wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, they were naturally paying attention. If Zhao Hai was defeated, then Zhao Hai would leave and the city would be ruled by someone else. They didn't think that other people would lower their taxes. Zhao Hai was the only one who could do this. But when they saw so many people coming towards Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel worried. But soon, they discovered something strange. They discovered that after the city lord said a few words to those people, he suddenly flew down from the sky. After those people transformed, they wanted to attack the city lord. But it didn't take long for those people to change their appearance. They seemed to have lost their direction, they didn't know where they were, they kept going in circles. Naturally, the people in the city didn't know that these people were hiding in an illusion formation. Therefore, they were just curious about what these people were doing and why they were going in circles. The people in the city didn't know what was going on, and Zhao Hai didn't want to explain it to them. He just led Stonemer and the others back to the city lord's mansion. Zhao Hai was very confident in the formation he arranged. He believed that these people wouldn't be able to come out of the formation because they would soon kill each other. However, their attacks wouldn't affect Spirit Snake City. This was because Zhao Hai knew that Spirit Snake City was already protected by a defensive formation. This wasn't a very strong defensive formation. However, as long as these sky dance experts couldn't break through, then they wouldn't be able to attack Spirit Snake City. They would just have to deal with the aftermath of their attacks. With this, the defensive formation wouldn't have any problems. Time passed by bit. The sky dance experts came to look for Zhao Hai in the morning. In the morning, they were circling around in the sky for a long time. By the afternoon, they had already begun to kill each other. When the people in the city saw so many experts killing each other in the sky, they were worried at first. But then more and more courageous people came out of their rooms and looked at these people, pointing at them and whispering among themselves. The people in the sky were all sky dance experts. In the Lost Soul Mountain, sky dance experts were peak existences. No matter which city-state it was, sky dance experts could rule a city. Now that so many sky dance experts were fighting in the sky, they didn't seem to have any injuries. This made the people in the city very excited. These sky dance experts continued to fight for the entire night. However, they couldn't do anything to each other. One must know that sky dance experts weren't uncrowned kings. It was very difficult for them to kill each other. Even if they were forced into a corner, as long as they put some distance between each other, then they wouldn't be able to see each other. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to fight. Because of this, even though they fought for the entire night, there weren't any casualties. However, this also made them more careful. The illusion formation was powerful in this aspect. Although these people were careful, they knew that they might have been schemed against. However, when they encountered other people, they couldn't help but attack. This was because in their eyes, other people had become beasts, enemies. They didn't know whether the other party was a real beast or an enemy. Therefore, they had no choice but to attack. Illusion formations were actually able to fully exploit the enemy's weakness. They trapped the enemy and killed the enemy. This was the most terrifying aspect of illusion formations. Selfishness was also a person's biggest weakness. These people were very selfish, so they were afraid that the other party would be their enemy. Therefore, they wanted to take the initiative to attack. Regardless of whether the other party was hostile or not, once you attack, the other party would naturally counterattack. The next morning, after Zhao Hai woke up, he looked at the sky dance realm experts in the sky. These people were still attacking each other in the sky, but it can be seen that they were very tired. Zhao Hai took out a small formation and said, "Listen, I'll give you a chance. If you surrender to me now, then I'll get you out of that place. If you don't, then I won't be polite. You'll just wait for your death. Let me tell you, there will be more and more enemies in that place, and their strength will get stronger and stronger. You're dead." Zhao Hai nodded and took out a small formation, then said, "I'll give you a chance. If you surrender now, then I'll get you out of there." The reason why Zhao Hai said this was to make these people think that they were no longer inside the formation. They were in another place, a very dangerous place. Just as Zhao Hai said these words, the people inside the formation stopped. They quietly listened, as if they could hear Zhao Hai's words. In fact, they could really hear Zhao Hai's words. However, after hearing Zhao Hai's words, they didn't know what to do. It was true that they were Sky Dance Realm experts, but this didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. In fact, the stronger a person was, the more afraid they were of death. Because of their strength, they can live longer than others. They can enjoy things that others can't. Because of this, these people began to hesitate. Zhao Hai looked at these people and knew that his words were effective. Some of them would certainly surrender, so he continued, "If you're willing to surrender to me, then I'll bring you out. But before that, I'll leave some restrictions on your body. If you want to surrender, then you just have to stand still." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." After Zhao Hai said this, some of these people immediately cursed. However, most of them were still hesitant. Zhao Hai didn't rush them. He just returned to his room and ate something before coming out. Sure enough, when he came out of his room, he discovered that these people didn't surrender. Zhao Hai also knew that although these Sky Dance Realm experts were afraid of death, their hearts were still as hard as stone. They wouldn't bow their heads so easily. However, he believed that in a day or so, there should be people who would surrender. Time passed little by little. Seeing that the sky was about to turn dark, the first Sky Dance Realm expert to surrender finally appeared. He no longer circled around, instead, he stood there motionless. At the same time, he loudly said, "I surrender, I surrender." Zhao Hai looked at this person and smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand as a formation appeared in the void. Then the formation flew towards the person and imprinted itself on his body. The person let out a pitiful scream as he kept rolling in the air. After a while, he stopped moving. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the stone hammer went forward and pulled the person out of the formation. Slave formation. The person who was hit by the slave formation wasn't completely sincere in surrendering to Zhao Hai. Therefore, when the formation touched his body, he felt a lot of pain. Because of this, he rolled around and finally fainted. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to fly in this situation. However, he didn't fall from the sky. Instead, he was lying in the sky, as if he was lying on the ground. Illusionary formations weren't that simple. Illusionary formations could create illusions. However, creating an illusion wasn't a simple matter. For example, if you see a tree, then in the eyes of ordinary people, the tree in the illusion would look like nothing. If that was the case, then who would be trapped in the illusion? The real illusion was that when you saw the tree was real. You could touch it or kick it. The tree was a tree and it would react like the tree. That was the real illusion. Of course, in general, the most common low-level illusion array, there might be a situation where the object was completely illusory and could be passed through. However, a truly good illusion array would not be like that at all. After the illusion array was formed, before you could think of a way to break it, the illusion array would become a real, shrunken world. Because of this, although the person fainted, he was still floating in the air, as if he was lying on the ground. This was all thanks to the illusion formation. Time passed by little. Several more people surrendered. They were also implanted with the slave formation by Zhao Hai. Naturally, they weren't completely sincere in surrendering to Zhao Hai. Because of this, they were in extreme pain after being hit by the slave formation. The night passed by quickly. In just one night, more than 50 people surrendered. When they were pulled out of the formation, almost all of them were unconscious. But when they woke up and saw Zhao Hai, they still wanted to resist Zhao Hai. However, when they had this thought, they suddenly discovered that they couldn't move. Moreover, their bodies were in extreme pain. They even had a strange feeling that if they wanted to harm Zhao Hai, then they would die immediately. Because of this feeling, these people quickly calmed down. They now understood why Zhao Hai said that they would be released after being implanted with something. They now understood how terrifying Zhao Hai was. On the second day, more people surrendered. This time, the city-states had gathered more than 200 sky dance experts. At this time, more than 50 of them had surrendered. On the second day, more than 10 sky dance experts had surrendered. At this point, the number of people who had surrendered had reached more than 100. As for those who hadn't surrendered, there were less than 100 people left. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting. He wanted to see how long these people could last. In these past few days, the people in the city had another entertainment. They stood on the ground and watched the sky dance experts perform in the sky. This had become a great entertainment for the people in the city. To be honest, after the sky dance experts surrendered to Zhao Hai, they stood in the city and looked at the sky dance experts tearing each other apart. It was as if they were acting out a play. The sky dance experts couldn't help but want to cut their own throats. They didn't think that the place they were in was actually the sky above the city. Moreover, there wasn't any forest around them. Everything was just an illusion. They were like clowns in a one-man show. But at the same time, they also felt how terrifying Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai was too terrifying. They came out of the illusion formation, so they were very clear about what it was like inside. Inside the illusion formation, you couldn't feel that it was a formation. Everything around them seemed to be real. They personally touched the trees and grass inside the illusion formation. But now, it seems like everything was fake. They were living in an illusion from the beginning to the end. How terrifying was this ability? Zhao Hai's ability was too terrifying. They were glad that they surrendered. Otherwise, they would have to perform in the sky for a long time. At the same time, they were also glad that they surrendered to Zhao Hai. This was because they could clearly see that Stonehammer could enter the illusion formation and was very close to the people inside. However, those people didn't seem to see Stonehammer. If Stonehammer wanted to go in and kill them, then those people would have already died. Another night passed. This night, more than a dozen people surrendered. At this time, the number of people who surrendered to Zhao Hai had reached more than 160. Only less than 50 people were still persisting. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He just waited quietly, just like a fisherman. He never worried about when the fish would bite the bait. This was because there was no need for that, the fish would definitely bite the bait. The next day, more than 50 people were still persisting. However, it can be seen that they weren't doing very well. The energy in their bodies had already disappeared a lot. It seems like they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. On this day, more than 30 people surrendered. Only a dozen people were still persisting. At this time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire these people. Zhao Hai was very clear that his illusion formation had its own attacking ability. In other words, in his illusion formation, you can't just stay still. Even if everyone in the illusion formation were to stay still, you wouldn't be safe. This was because the illusion formation would attack you. If you stay still for a while, then the illusion formation would attack you. The illusion formation wouldn't give you any time to rest. As for the people in the illusion formation, the longer they persist, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. This was because they had to maintain a high level of concentration. This was equal to tormenting their body and mind. Even an Iron Man wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of torture. But these people had already been in Switzerland for 3 days. This was truly amazing. Time passed by little. Finally, the dozen people couldn't hold on any longer and surrendered. When the last person surrendered, the entire Spirit Snake City burst into cheers. From this moment onwards, the people of Spirit Snake City recognized Zhao Hai. After forcing everyone to surrender, Zhao Hai began to prepare to take over the city-state in the Enchanted Mountain. This wasn't an easy thing to do. There were dozens of forces in the Enchanted Mountain. Some of these forces occupied several cities, while some occupied more than a dozen. There were big and small cities, but the difference in strength wasn't very big. Although Zhao Hai had captured all the higher-ups of the cities in one fell swoop, it still wouldn't be easy to take over these cities. Most importantly, they still had a big enemy, and that was the Zhe family. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Zhe family would let him off so easily. However, the Enchanted Mountain was too far away from the inferior Dragon City. It was impossible for the Zhe family to send an army to deal with them. It was most likely that the Zhe family would send experts to deal with them, or perhaps incite the forces around the Enchanted Mountain to deal with them. The Zhe family had the ability to do so. If they were to send experts to deal with Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid. Besides Broken River level experts, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of anyone. Even if it was a Broken River level expert, Zhao Hai didn't think that they would be able to deal with him easily. If they didn't send experts, then they could only incite the surrounding forces to deal with them. This was something that Zhao Hai had to guard against. If he wanted to fight against the outside forces, then he would need a stable and powerful rear. Therefore, the enchanted mountain needed to be unified as soon as possible and become his stable and powerful rear. The enchanted mountain was actually very big, and it was also very rich in materials. After all, there were countless treasures in the enchanted mountain, so how could their materials be lacking? However, the internal strife in the enchanted mountain was too serious, causing the economy to suffer a huge blow. At the same time, it also gave the outsiders a good opportunity. The people outside the enchanted mountain were doing business with the city-states in the enchanted mountain. This was because even if you don't do business with them, they can still do business with others. Because of this, the prices of the goods in the enchanted mountain were very low, and the people who came here to do business made a lot of money. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let this happen again. Now, he only needed some time to unify the enchanted mountain. When that time comes, those who want to buy the goods in the enchanted mountain would be able to set the price by Zhao Hai. This was because when the time comes, all those who want to do business with the enchanted mountain would be doing business with the same person, and that person would be Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have any competitors. If you want to buy my things, then sure, but the price isn't up to you. What? You think the price is too high? Well, if you think the price is too high, then don't do business with me. You're not the only merchant on the continent. If you don't want to do business with me, then others will. Zhao can use this method of dealing with other merchants in the same way he deals with them. Zhao Hai had chatted with the city lords of the other city-states. He also knew that there were many merchants who did business with the enchanted mountain. Behind them stood some great powers of the spirit weapon realm. Even among those who surrendered to Zhao Hai, there were some who were sent by those great powers. On the surface, they were the overlords of this place. But in reality, they were just spies that were placed here by those great powers. Just like how the Hu clan would prepare an escape route for themselves, the other great clans and powers would also prepare an escape route for themselves. The Lost Soul Mountain was very mysterious. For many years, no one had been able to unify this place. This had also become a good place for the great clans and powers to arrange an escape route. They would send a clan member and bring some people here. They would first occupy a few cities here and be the local tyrant for a period of time. When the clan was really in danger, they would immediately withdraw their people here. This way, their clan would be able to continue on. Now that Zhao Hai had unified the enchanted mountain, it was equal to offending those great clans. This was definitely not a good thing. He would certainly receive the retaliation of those great clans. Therefore, unifying the enchanted mountain and making it listen to him as soon as possible was Zhao Hai's top priority. What happened in the enchantment mountains was something that many people didn't expect. Zhao Hai's rise was too fast, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Starting from a small Kaoshan city, it was impossible for him to swallow the entire territory of Spirit Snake City and Green Wolf City in a short period of time. But then, he actually defeated the alliance of experts from all the other city-states. He even subdued those experts. Then, he easily controlled the entire enchanted mountain. This was something that no one had thought of. The situation in the enchantment mountains was very special. They didn't have any concept of a new ruler. But when this person accomplished what their predecessors couldn't and unified the enchantment mountains, the people in the enchantment mountains were startled. But then they calmly accepted Zhao Hai's rule. This was a terrible inertia. When the people of a region don't have any concept of a country, they don't care who ruled them. It can be said that the region has lost the qualifications to become a country. After Zhao Hai unified the enchantment mountains, he immediately announced that all the cities in the enchantment mountains would form an enchantment city-state. Then came the appointment and dismissal of officials, the transmission of decrees, the reform of taxation, and the reorganization of the clans. After obtaining more than 200 sky dancing experts, Zhao Hai finally had a group of loyal subordinates. He can now completely control the enchantment mountains. As for having the people in the enchantment mountains recognize his rule, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. In fact, ruling the enchantment mountains was very simple. The enchantment mountains had been in chaos for a long time. Now that the hearts of the people have settled down, Zhao Hai can slowly win over the hearts of the people in the enchantment mountains. The changes in the enchantment mountains also attracted the attention of the surrounding forces. One must know that the reason why the enchantment mountains weren't completely unified before was because the cities here were too scattered. The cities here were built around the enchantment mountains. Therefore, there were a lot of cities that bordered the enchantment mountains. Now that the city-states found out that the Soul Enchantment Mountain was unified, they were very surprised. At the same time, they felt threatened. However, they didn't act rashly. After all, if they were to scatter, then they wouldn't be a threat to them. But if they were to unite, then they would be a big threat. Just the Sky Dance Realm experts were enough to give them a headache. Then these people discovered that they had underestimated the Enchantment Mountain. Before the Enchantment Mountain was unified, the entire mountain was a mess. Nobody noticed how many experts there were in the Enchantment Mountain. Now that the Enchantment Mountain was unified, people discovered that there were a lot of experts in the mountain. Zhao Hai didn't let his guard down. He didn't declare war on the outside world. He even took the initiative to send people to the nearby city-states to pay a visit and start diplomatic relations with them. What Zhao Hai wanted was time. To be honest, because of the years of war, the economy of the Enchantment Mountain was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, the population here was a problem. There were too few young people here. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't only reduce taxes, he also encouraged the people here to farm, encouraged them to have children. If you don't have enough money, then the wasteland that you open up will be yours. Every year, you only need to pay a small amount of taxes and the rest of the land's output will be yours. If you open up a factory in the Enchantment Mountain, then you will be rewarded. At the same time, you can also reduce taxes. If you hire people in the city who have difficulties in life, then you can get even more rewards. Besides these, Zhao Hai also did something else, and that was to restore the transmission formations of the various cities. This was a very remarkable thing. In the past, when the Heavenly Sword Empire was at its peak, even a small city would have a teleportation array. However, after the Heavenly Sword Empire was destroyed, most of those teleportation arrays had lost their function. Teleportation formations were easy to use, but they had a fatal weakness, and that was the problem of consumption. The bigger the teleportation formation, the greater the consumption. Once the war came, all the energy stones that supported the teleportation formation became strategic resources. Nobody would put energy stones into the teleportation formation anymore. Zhao Hai also saw the energy stones in the spirit weapon realm. The energy stones here were actually low-grade crystals. In the past, Zhao Hai simply didn't use these crystals. This was because their grade was too low. Now that Zhao Hai was using law crystals, how could he take a fancy to these low-grade crystals? However, in the spirit weapon realm, there were only these crystals. Although Zhao Hai's space could produce these crystals, it was too difficult to use them to activate the transmission formations. At the same time, the consumption was too high. Zhao Hai's space could produce these crystals, but it couldn't support the consumption. In the end, Zhao Hai thought of a method, which was to use traction crystals to power transmission formations. Zhao Hai currently has a lot of traction crystals in the space. One of them was the traction crystal that was as big as Zhao Hai's fist. Once this kind of traction crystal had enough energy, it could become the power source of a city's defensive formation. However, using this kind of crystal for transmission formations was too wasteful. It felt like a big horse pulling a small cart. As for the traction crystal, it was much worse. It was the size of a finger. It was the traction crystal used in the Great Demon Blade. At this time, Zhao Hai had a lot of these traction crystals in the space. The reason why Zhao Hai had so many traction crystals was because he was afraid that he would need them one day. Preparing them when you're free and using them when you're busy, this was Zhao Hai's principle. Therefore, he prepared a lot of traction crystals. Zhao Hai experimented with these traction crystals and found that they could be used as the power source of a large transmission formation for hundreds of people. In this way, the problem of restoring the transmission formations in the cities would be solved. With this problem solved, the transmission formations in the cities could be restored very quickly. Regarding the restoration of the transmission formations, the people in the Lost Soul Mountains were very surprised. They didn't expect the transmission formations to be restored. One must know that the spirit weapon realm had been in chaos for a long time. People in the Lost Soul Mountains had never used a transmission formation in their entire lives. This was because transmission formations could only be seen in big cities. Moreover, there were very few of them that were activated. But now, the transmission formations in the cities were restored. Moreover, they were free for people to use. They could even transport goods. When the transmission formations were restored, people suddenly discovered that the entire Lost Soul Mountains had been connected by transmission formations. Perhaps ordinary people didn't know what was going on, but the officials were very clear. Once the transmission formations were restored, the entire Lost Soul Mountains would be under Zhao Hai's control. Because of the transmission formations, Zhao Hai's army could arrive at any city in the Lost Soul Mountains in the shortest time possible. Even if the transmission formation was destroyed, Zhao Hai would immediately know that the city was under attack. Then he could immediately send experts to quell the chaos. With the transmission formations restored, Zhao Hai would be able to control the entire Lost Soul Mountains. At the same time, there was another benefit to this. This made the people in the Lost Soul Mountains even more grateful to Zhao Hai. At the same time, it also made the transportation of goods in the Lost Soul Mountains faster. The prices of goods in the Lost Soul Mountains were unified in a short time. Moreover, the prices had fallen a lot. With the prices falling, people's purchasing power increased. Because of the tax reduction and various incentives, the income of the people in the Lost Soul Mountains increased. Naturally, their purchasing power also increased. With the increase in purchasing power, the taxes that Zhao Hai reduced before came back. It didn't take long before the officials discovered that the taxes they collected weren't any less than before. However, the living standards of the people had improved. The entire Lost Soul Mountains was thriving. This made the officials very surprised. Moreover, with the restoration of the transmission formation, the connection between the Lost Soul Mountains and the outside world had also increased. Additionally, Zhao Hai was now attaching great importance to the security of the Lost Soul Mountains. Therefore, he gave preferential treatment to those who came here to do business. Because of this, the number of people who came to do business in the Lost Soul Mountains had increased. And because of this, more and more people came to do business in the Lost Soul Mountains. This increased the number of people who came here to do business. Naturally, many people didn't believe it. This was because the Lost Soul Mountains had always been synonymous with chaos. Although there were still people who came here to do business, they still had to take a lot of risks. Now, someone suddenly said that the security in the Lost Soul Mountains was better than anywhere else. Moreover, all the cities had opened transmission formations, making it more convenient to travel. The taxes were also very low, and there were also all kinds of rewards. If this wasn't a lie, then what was? How could there be such a place in the world? Wasn't that a paradise? Many merchants didn't believe it. Naturally, there were also some who chose to believe it. They also wanted to take a risk in the Lost Soul Mountains. If the Lost Soul Mountains were really as good as the rumors said, then they could do business in the Lost Soul Mountains and make their businesses bigger. Yufeng was such a person. Yufeng was a medicinal herb merchant. In the past, he had done business in the Lost Soul Mountains. However, 5 years ago, he withdrew from the Lost Soul Mountains. At that time, he lost a lot of money and almost went bankrupt. Although he had recovered, he still couldn't recover to his peak. The reason why Yufeng went bankrupt was because of a war between two city-states. The city-state that Yufeng belonged to was defeated. Although the city-state that Yufeng belonged to didn't impose heavy taxes, the city-state that Yufeng belonged to started to deal with merchants like Yufeng, who didn't have any background. After occupying the city for a short period of time, the city-state that Yufeng belonged to was put into prison. Yufeng's family members almost spent all their wealth in order to bail Yufeng out of prison. After Yufeng was released from prison, he immediately took his family members away from the Enchanted Mountain and went to another city-state that was relatively safe to do business. Yufeng used the connections that he had accumulated in the past to slowly recover his business. Although his business had recovered a bit, it still couldn't be compared to his peak. Later on, Yufeng heard that the Soul Enchantment Mountains had been unified. If you open a shop there, not only would the tax be very low, no one would make things difficult for you. Moreover, the tax wasn't collected on a monthly or yearly basis, but on the basis of your transaction. In other words, if you didn't sell anything, then you wouldn't have to pay tax. But after you sell something, you would have to pay tax. However, the tax wasn't high. If you hire some local people to work for you, then you can pay less tax. Such a tax policy was something that the entire spirit weapon world didn't have. However, Yufeng didn't believe this at first. This was because he had stayed in the Lost Soul Mountains before. He was very clear about what the Lost Soul Mountains looked like. He had no way to connect the Lost Soul Mountains with the one he had heard about. Because of this, he didn't believe it. However, he wanted to go to the soul-captivating mountains to take a look. This was because he had no choice but to go. Recently, the price of medicinal herbs in the continent had decreased a lot. This had a big impact on his business. Moreover, he had 3 sons who were about to grow up. If he continued to do this small business, then his sons would only be able to be small peddlers. They wouldn't be able to develop much in the future. For the sake of his children's future, Yufeng decided to go to the Lost Soul Mountains to take a look. This was because Yufeng was very clear that even if the Lost Soul Mountains weren't as good as people said, doing business there would still make a lot of money. For the sake of his children, he decided to go all out. The city-state that Yufeng was in was called the Flowing Fire City-State. The reason it had such a name was because more than 1,000 years ago, a fiery light flashed in the sky. That fiery light was even brighter than the sun in the spirit weapon world. Therefore, this city-state was called the Flowing Fire City-State from then on. Yufeng's family's business wasn't very big. It was just a medium-sized pharmacy in the Flowing Fire City-State that produced some ready-made medicines. At the same time, there were 2 in-house doctors who could treat patients and prescribe medicine. However, recently, Yufeng's family's business had encountered a lot of trouble. This was because the price of the herbs had decreased, but the price of the herbs didn't decrease by much. After the price of the herbs had decreased, their profits had also decreased. This made the family's business even more difficult. It was precisely because of this that Yufeng wanted to go to the Lost Soul Mountains to take a look. He was very clear that the prices of the herbs in the mountains weren't high. Because of this, Yufeng wanted to go to the Lost Soul Mountains to take a look. Because of this, Yufeng wanted to go to the Lost Soul Mountains to take a look. He was very clear that the prices of the herbs in the mountains weren't high. And with the recent rumors, Yufeng wanted to go to the Lost Soul Mountains to take a look. However, after Yufeng told his family about this decision, he was met with opposition. This was because Yufeng's family wouldn't forget how they left the Lost Soul Mountains. In the past, Yufeng almost died in prison. Now that he wanted to go back to the Lost Soul Mountains, his family naturally wouldn't agree. Yufeng's wife and 3 children were all against it. But in the end, Yufeng decided to go and take a look. However, his family decided to have his eldest son go with him. After all, Yufeng was now 40 years old, almost 50 years old. Yufeng stood in the transmission formation and looked at his surroundings. He didn't say anything for a long time. Yufeng's son, Yuqing, was also looking at his surroundings. 5 years ago, they left the Lost Soul Mountains. At that time, Yuqing was already a young man. He was very clear about what the cities in the Lost Soul Mountains looked like at that time. There was only one expression on the faces of the people there, that was numbness. You couldn't see any other expression because the people there had been tortured by the war. This was their city. The cities in the Enchanted Mountains had one thing in common: it was dirty, chaotic, and dirty. These were the characteristics of the cities in the Enchanted Mountains. Because of the war, because of the death of a large number of young men, a lot of families in the city needed women to earn money to support their families. It was precisely because they were struggling to survive that they didn't pay attention to the sanitation of the environment. They couldn't even eat, so who would care about the cleanliness of the ground? But now, the city that they saw was completely different from the one in the Enchanted Mountains. This time, Yufeng wanted to do business, so he chose a place that he was familiar with. He used to do business in Spirit Snake City. Yufeng was very clear about what Spirit Snake City looked like in the past. It was precisely because his impression of it was too deep that he felt unreal. He felt as if he wasn't in Spirit Snake City. While Yufeng and Yuqing were in a daze, a voice was heard: "People in the transmission formation, please leave as soon as possible." People in the transmission formation, please leave as soon as possible. This voice was very old, but it still woke Yufeng and Yuqing up. They looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was an old man. He was wearing clean clothes and looked to be around 60 years old. His hair was already white, one of his arms was missing, his sleeves were empty. His other arm was holding a small red flag. Beside him was a child. This child seemed to be only a few years old. He was playing with a small wooden animal and was minding his own business. Although the old man was talking to them, his eyes would occasionally look at the child. It was clear that the child was his relative. However, when Yufeng saw the old man, he couldn't help but stare. He led Yuqing towards the old man. When they arrived in front of the old man, Yufeng carefully looked at the old man before he said, "Old Jiang, you're old Jiang?" When the old man heard Yufeng, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Yufeng. Then his face was stunned, then he immediately said, "Boss, is that you?" "It's really you. When did you come back?" Yufeng let out a long breath, he wasn't mistaken. This old man's surname was Jiang, he was a worker that Yufeng hired in the past. But because old Jiang was old, he could only look after the warehouse for Yufeng. However, old Jiang was very responsible, so he always followed Yufeng. Later on, when Yufeng had an accident, his family almost lost all of their wealth. Naturally, all of the workers in the store were dismissed. After Yufeng left, he didn't see old Jiang again. When he thought of this, Yufeng couldn't help but look at the child beside old Jiang. This child looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. He was somewhat thin, but his clothes looked pretty good. They were new clothes. At this moment, he was playing with a wooden pony. Yufeng knew that old Jiang had a grandson. Yufeng knew that old Jiang did indeed have a grandson. However, his son was already dead. He was conscripted and died in battle. When Yufeng was still in Spirit Snake City, old Jiang's grandson was just born and could be considered as a posthumous child. However, old Jiang's family's life was very difficult. His son died, and his daughter-in-law's health wasn't very good, so she couldn't earn any money. Old Jiang's wife did laundry and sewing to earn some money. As for old Jiang, he relied on looking after the warehouse to earn some money every month. Yufeng remembered that when old Jiang looked after the warehouse every night, he would prepare a lot of hay. Because it was cold at night, old Jiang would dig into the hay. At that time, old Jiang's face was ashen. He was clearly 50 years old, but he looked like he was 60 years old. He looked very pitiful. At that time, Yufeng took care of old Jiang. From time to time, he would give him some old clothes as well as some food. But even so, the old clothes that he gave old Jiang were never worn by old Jiang. As for the food that he gave old Jiang, he would bring it back home and give it to his family to eat. Yufeng thought that after 5 years, old Jiang might have already died. He didn't know if his family could survive or not. This was because in the city of the Lost Soul Mountain, people would starve to death every year. This wasn't a big deal. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect to meet old Jiang as soon as he arrived in Spirit Snake City. Moreover, it seems like old Jiang's life was much better than before. At the very least, his complexion was rosy. Moreover, his grandson's clothes looked new. Yufeng looked at the excited old Jiang and smiled, "I just came back. I didn't expect to see you through the transmission formation." "Old Jiang, it seems like you're living a good life." Old Jiang smiled and said, "Thanks to boss, my life is much better now." "Is this the eldest young master?" "I haven't seen you for several years." "The eldest young master has grown up. The last time I saw the eldest young master, he was still a young boy. Now, it seems like he's already a young master." Yufeng smiled and said, "All right, old Jiang, you don't need to be so polite. What are you doing? Are you working? Who arranged for you to work here?" When old Jiang heard Yufeng, a smile immediately appeared on his face as he said, "Boss, this job was arranged by the city lord. Every month, I get 10 silver coins to direct the transmission formation. Every time, there can't be too many people on the transmission formation. Moreover, as long as I work here for a few years, I can go home and retire. Every month, the city lord's mansion will give me a pension. My life is much better now." Hearing old Jiang, Yufeng was stunned for a moment before he said, "Going home and getting a pension? 10 silver coins a month isn't a small amount. Although it's not as much as now, it's still enough for me to live on. I can live on this money until I die. When I die, they'll even pay for my funeral expenses. If I get sick, I don't need to spend my own money, the city lord will take care of everything. This is a good thing. Boss, I think it's better for your family to move back to Spirit Snake City. Spirit Snake City is now very different from before. Even if you leave your door open at night, no one will steal your things. If you do business in the city, you'll also receive a lot of rewards, it's very worthwhile. Yufeng stared blankly at old Jiang. He didn't understand what old Jiang was talking about, but it sounded very good. However, Yufeng still couldn't believe it. In Yufeng's opinion, the other party might be deceiving old Jiang. They said that they would give him 10 silver coins a month, but in the end, they only gave him 8. However, Yufeng didn't think that this was a big deal. 8 silver coins a month was already a lot, it was even higher than the wages that he gave his workers. At this time, Yuqing was puzzled as he looked at old Jiang and said, "Grandpa Jiang, what do you mean by insurance?" Old Jiang said excitedly, "There are 2 types of insurance. One is pension insurance, and the other is medical insurance. Pension insurance is very simple. Every month, some of it will be deducted from my salary, and some of it will be paid by the city lord's mansion to the bank. After I retire, I will be able to go to the bank to get money every month. As for medical insurance, it will be deducted from my salary and sent to the bank. When I get sick, I can go to the hospital to see a doctor. Then I can take the doctor's bill and go to the bank to get money. The bank will give me all the money I need to see the doctor, not a single copper coin will be left behind." Yufeng understood, but he was still startled as he said, "Is it really like this?" "Old Jiang, they wouldn't be deceiving you, right?" Old Jiang shook his head and said, "No, absolutely not. A few days ago, I had a minor illness. After I went to the clinic gave me a bill for the consultation fee. I went to the bank and got the money back. I didn't miss a single copper coin. This is the first time an old man like me didn't need to pay for a consultation." Old Jiang nodded and said, "That's right." When Yufeng and Yuqing heard old Jiang, they couldn't help but be startled. Yufeng immediately said, "Old Jiang, is this true? Did they really give you the money?" Old Jiang nodded and said, "It's true, of course it's true. Boss, it's not just me, most people in the city are like this." "Right, boss, are you still running a clinic? If you do, you'd better move your clinic here. That way, you'll be able to make a lot of money. This is because there aren't many clinics in the city, but there are a lot of patients. The clinics in the city are all too busy. If you can come here, then the city lord will give you a lot of benefits. As long as you pass a few months of assessment, if you can become a designated clinic of the city lord's mansion, then people like us will be able to go to your clinic for treatment. At that time, your business will be much easier to do." Hearing old Jiang, Yufeng's eyes lit up. He looked at old Jiang and said, "Old Jiang, do you know what kind of test this is? What do you need to test in order to become a medical center under the city lord's mansion?" Old Jiang thought for a moment and said, "Boss, this is actually very simple. As long as you don't increase the price of your medicine is real, and your treatment is good, then you can pass the city lord's mansion's examination and become a designated medical center. But if your medical center is expensive, your medicine is fake, and it kills people, then not to mention the city lord's mansion's designated medical center, you won't even be able to open an ordinary medical center. You will be heavily punished and punished." Yufeng nodded thoughtfully. Although old Jiang had said so, he still wanted to observe for a while and understand the situation in the city. Yuqing looked at Yufeng and said with an excited expression, "Father, we should immediately move our family here. Look at this place, it's a lot better than where we came from." It wasn't strange for Yuqing to be this excited. He and Yufeng had been observing Spirit Snake City for several days now. At the same time, they also took the transmission formation and went to other cities to take a look. The other cities in the Lost Soul Mountains were similar to this place. All of their policies were the same. As long as you have a job, you would have insurance. Moreover, there were also banks in the Lost Soul Mountains, making it very convenient for you to deposit and withdraw money. Actually, Yufeng was very curious. He wanted to know how much money the city lord of the Lost Soul Mountains had. Yufeng was a merchant, so he calculated that the Lost Soul Mountains could be said to be a poor place. It was only after the city lord took office that these changes were made. But in just a few months, how much money did the city lord spend? It definitely wouldn't be a small number. However, this mysterious city lord who suddenly appeared seemed to have an endless supply of money. Not only did he make all the teleportation portals in the city work again in a short period of time, he also insured the people and built a bank. Thus, the enchanted mountain became what it was today in a very short period of time. However, in Yufeng's opinion, this wasn't a good thing. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Yufeng understood this principle. He was very clear that with the Lost Soul Mountains being so prosperous, the other cities would certainly know about it. If the other cities were to attack the Lost Soul Mountains, then would the Lost Soul Mountains still be able to defend their territory? If the Lost Soul City-State couldn't defend their own territory, then what was the point of having a good place? Once heaven was conquered by hell, then heaven would become hell. Yufeng admitted that the Lost Soul Mountains were very good. As long as one was willing to work, then one wouldn't have to worry about their income. Moreover, there would be people who would pay for one's life. It can be said that living here was like living in heaven. However, these things needed strength to maintain. If one didn't have enough strength, then these things would only become a death sentence. Think about it, in a society without laws, you were a rich merchant. You gave your servants the best treatment, but you didn't have any strength. At this time, a group of bandits came to your door. What would you do? He was afraid that there was nothing he could do. However, Yufeng also heard that Zhao Hai was able to unify the entire enchantment mountain in a short period of time. Such strength was very strong. If Zhao Hai was able to keep everything that he had, then living in the enchantment mountain would be the best decision. Seeing that Yufeng didn't speak for a while, Yuqing couldn't help but ask, "Father, what's there to think about? The environment here is so good. Isn't it good to move everyone here?" Looking at Yu Cheng's appearance, Yufeng couldn't help but sigh. There's nothing to say about the environment here, but Cheng, what kind of place is the Lost Soul Mountain? Previously, the dozens of small city-states had been fighting for who knows how many years. After so many years, how many youths were left in the city-states? These days, we've been looking around. You've also noticed that in the cities of the Lost Soul Mountains, there are more elderly, women, and children than young adults. Under such circumstances, if someone takes a fancy to the Lost Soul City-State and suddenly mobilizes their troops, do you think the Lost Soul City-State will be able to defend what it has now? Hearing Yufeng, Yuqing calmed down. He was already 20 years old this year. Moreover, he had been helping Yufeng with his business for several years. It can be said that his experience wasn't lacking. Because of this, he immediately understood the meaning behind Yufeng's words. Yuqing thought for a moment, then he said, "Father, I don't know if you've noticed the situation in Kaoshan City. I heard that city lord Zhao Hai started out in Kaoshan City. At that time, the city lord of Kaoshan City was from Green Wolf City. Later on, when the Spirit Snake City attacked, the city lord ran away. The Spirit Snake City's general gave the order to attack the city for 3 days. Because of this, city lord Zhao Hai took over Kaoshan City. With Kaoshan City as his foundation, he conquered the entire Lost Soul Mountain City. And all of this only took a few months." Yufeng looked at Yuqing in confusion and said, "Of course I know about this. But why are you saying this? When we went to Kaoshan City, didn't we already hear about it? The people in Kaoshan City treated this matter as a topic of conversation. They kept telling us about it. It's hard for us to not know about it." Yuqing nodded and said, "Yes. But father, have you heard about how city lord Zhao Hai defeated the Spirit Snake City-State's army in Leaning Mountain City?" Yufeng stared, then he thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he said, "You're talking about trees. I heard that city lord Zhao Hai released a lot of trees to help him in battle. Do you think it's true?" Yuqing replied, "Father, I think it's true. I asked a lot of people after the war, especially the soldiers who participated in the war. Some of them were too old or too young, so they retired and returned home. However, those people were very proud of being able to participate in the war. When I talked to them about this matter, they were very happy. It can be said that they didn't hide anything from me. I got to know about this matter from them. Yuqing nodded. Yu Feng's eyes lit up as he said, so you're saying that this matter is true? In other words, City Lord Zhao Hai can release a lot of plants to help him in battle? Yuqing nodded and said, it's 100% true. I've already confirmed this matter with more than one person. Moreover, City Lord Zhao Hai didn't try to hide this matter. I even heard that City Lord Zhao Hai's formation techniques are incomparably formidable. It was through his formation techniques that he was able to subdue those experts. Yuqing nodded and said, that's right. Yu Feng's eyes flashed as he looked at Yuqing and said, in other words, City Lord Zhao Hai definitely has the strength to protect everything he has right now? Alright, then let's go and see City Lord Zhao Hai. We need to establish a medical clinic in Spirit Snake City. Yuqing nodded, then he looked at Yu Feng and said, Father, I've seen a few properties in the past few days. These properties were left behind by the City Lord for the purpose of establishing a medical clinic. If our application is successful, then we might be able to obtain one of these properties. Naturally, we still need to pay the rent. However, with this property, it would be much easier to establish a medical clinic. Therefore, this matter needs to be done quickly. Otherwise, when those properties are gone, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for us to get another one. I've already inquired recently, the properties in the city are in high demand. Yu Feng stood up and said, alright, then let's go to the City Lord's mansion. Let's go. Then he led Yuqing outside. This time, Yuqing didn't say anything as he followed Yu Feng. Before long, the two arrived at the City Lord's mansion. In the past, merchants like Yu Feng didn't like to visit the City Lord's mansion the most. This was because every time they came, they would send money to the City Lord. Moreover, for small merchants like Yu Feng, even if they sent money, they might not be able to see the City Lord. However, things were different in Spirit Snake City. The City Lord's mansion in Spirit Snake City was an office. If you have any problems, you can go to the City Lord's mansion. Because of this, the City Lord's mansion wasn't much to the people of the Lost Soul Mountain. Before long, the two arrived at the City Lord's mansion. Although there were two guards standing in front of the door, they didn't make things difficult for them. They simply asked what they wanted to do before letting them in. After entering the City Lord's mansion, Yu Feng discovered that the City Lord's mansion was no longer the same as before. In the past, the City Lord's mansion was a private place. Once you enter the mansion, you would see the place where the guards lived. But now, although it was still the same row of houses, there was a sign hanging outside each of the houses. On the sign were words like tax office, application office, complaint office, and so on. In any case, there were a lot of them. When Yu Feng and the others saw this, they immediately headed towards the application office. When the two entered the room, they discovered that the room was surprisingly big. Originally, there were several rooms here, but now that they were connected, it became a large room. Facing the door was a large bar. Inside the bar were a lot of people, most of them were women. They wore the same clothes and were busy there. On the other side of the bar, there were also a lot of people sitting there. These people's clothes were both good and bad. However, they were all holding a piece of paper in their hands. They were either writing something or holding a piece of paper as they whispered something to the women. It was very quiet. Yu Feng and the other looked around and didn't see any empty seats. So the two found a place and casually stood there, waiting for the people in front of them to finish their business. The efficiency of this place was very fast. Before long, the people in front of Yu Feng were done. Yu Feng quickly went over to the woman at the bar and said, "Hello, I want to ask what kind of procedures I need to go through to open a clinic." The woman looked at Yu Feng and smiled. "May I ask if Mr. is a local?" Yu Feng replied, "I used to do business in Spirit Snake City before. But then something happened, so I moved away. I heard that Spirit Snake City is developing very well, so I wanted to come back and do business." Zhao Hai nodded. The woman nodded and said, "What kind of business did Mr. do before? Did you do business there?" Yu Feng quickly replied, "I opened a medical clinic in Flowing Fire City. I also did business in Spirit Snake City, so I'm very experienced. Moreover, I'm very honest when it comes to doing business. I absolutely don't cheat anyone." When the woman heard this, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Mister, Do you still have business in Flowing Fire City? If you do, then take this form and go to the Special Affairs Department. There will be people there who will ask you some questions. If there are no problems, then you can come back to me and do the procedures. Then the woman handed Yufeng a piece of paper. Yufeng looked at the paper and saw that it was an application form. However, it still hasn't been filled yet. Yufeng took the form and then led Yuqing out of the application room. Then they walked towards the back of the house. Behind this row of houses was another row of houses. It didn't take long before the two found a house with the name Special Affairs Bureau. Then they pushed the door open and went inside. What surprised Yufeng was that there was nobody inside the room. There was only a person sitting there, looking at a piece of paper in his hand. When the person saw Yufeng come in, he immediately looked at Yufeng. When Yufeng saw this person, he immediately felt that this person was an expert, an absolute expert. This was because this person's eyes were very sharp. Yufeng quickly took the form and went in front of the person and said, "Hello, I'm here to apply for a medical center." Then he handed the blank form over to the person. After receiving the form, the person didn't even look at it. He just pointed at the chair in front of Yufeng and said, "Please take a seat." Yufeng nodded, then he carefully sat down. The person looked at Yufeng and said, "Since you can come here, then it means that you have business in other cities. The reason why you came here is because of the city lord's order. The city lord wants to ask you if you're willing to work for him." Yufeng stared, then he looked at the person and said, "I asked the lord to speak clearly. This one doesn't quite understand what you mean." The person looked at Yufeng and smiled faintly. "Yufeng, you used to do medicine business in Spirit Snake City. But after the city lord changed, you were wrongly accused and thrown into prison. You can say that you spent all your wealth in order to get out. Later on, you went to Flowing Fire City and started a medical business there. Although your medical business isn't very big, it's still doing very well. Moreover, you're very honest when doing business, you're also very good to your subordinates. Am I right? Am I right?" Yufeng stared, then his expression changed. He suddenly stood up and looked at the person, then he said, "What does the Lord mean? Why are you investigating me?" The man smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to be nervous. You should know that our Lost Soul City is currently in a period of great development. It's inevitable that there will be dragons and snakes mixed together. Naturally, we need to pay attention. Your background is relatively clean, so you came to me. I'll say the same thing as before. The city lord wants you to work for him, are you willing?" Yufeng stared, then he looked at the person and said, "Please tell me, what kind of work do we need to do?" The man smiled and said, "I didn't intend to hide it from you. Don't you have your own business in the Flowing Fire City? We don't want you to stop your business there, and your application will be approved. You can bring your family here, but you can't stop your business in Flowing Fire City State. You need to send someone you trust to look after it. It's best if it's someone from your family. If Flowing Fire City State wants to gather forces to deal with us, then I hope that you can inform us in advance." Yufeng immediately understood what the man meant. He looked at the man and said, "Lord, you want me to be a spy?" The man smiled and said, "You're not a spy, you're still a merchant. As long as there's a large-scale military operation in the Flowing Fire City, we'll send you a message. Moreover, you don't need to send a message yourself. We'll give you a small transmission formation. You can write a message on paper and send it here through the transmission formation." Yufeng stared, then he couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons. After some time, he said, "If I'm the city lord, then what about my family? Will they be in danger?" The man smiled and said, "Not at all. Moreover, whether you want to do this is entirely up to you. You can disagree, but after you walk out of the door, you have to forget about this matter. If you agree to do this, then your family's medical center will immediately open. Moreover, it will become one of the designated medical centers of the city lord's mansion. Naturally, the city lord's mansion will inspect it. If you dare to pass off shoddy products as good ones or violate the rules, then your medical center won't be able to continue operating. Therefore, you can work for the city lord and the city lord will take care of you. Do you understand?" Yufeng nodded, he understood. If he works for the city lord, then his family will be taken care of. However, this didn't mean that he can run amok in the city. That was impossible. However, this made Yufeng believe the man's words. Yufeng looked at the man and said, "All right, I understand. I'm willing to work for the city lord. Please rest assured." The man nodded, then he looked at Yufeng and Yuqing. Then he said, "You can do this work yourself or let someone you trust do it for you. Remember, don't reveal your identity as the city lord. Don't tell anyone about this matter." Then the man picked up a seal and stamped the paper. Then he took out a small iron plate and gave it to Yufeng. "This is your small transmission formation. It seems like you're also a cultivator. When you use it, just input your energy. Take this paper and go to the application room to handle the procedures." Then he handed the paper and the iron plate to Yufeng. After Yufeng received the iron plate, he gave the man a salute. Then he turned around and left. The man said, "Remember, after you leave this room, don't mention this matter to anyone. Otherwise, you might have unexpected consequences." Yufeng stared, then he nodded and led Yuqing out. When the two arrived outside, they didn't say anything. Yufeng took the application form and went to the application room in the front courtyard. The procedures went smoothly, even the house was assigned to him. Moreover, once their family's medical center opens, it would be directly designated by the city lord's mansion. They wouldn't need to wait for a few years like other people. This was very important for them. As long as they become a designated medical center, they wouldn't have to worry about not having customers and not having to worry about not having money. After the two finished the procedures, they returned to their hotel. After arriving at their room, Yuqing couldn't help but ask, "Father, why did you agree? Isn't this very dangerous?" Yufeng looked at Yuqing, then he smiled faintly and said, "You're thinking too much. Actually, this matter isn't dangerous. I've already thought about it. Even if we move our business here, we can't stop our business in the flowing fire city. That place is a path of retreat. Moreover, we're just passing on a message, this isn't a big deal. If we agree, then our business here will be taken care of. Isn't that better? Alright, don't think about this matter anymore. Remember, don't tell your mother about this matter. Tomorrow, we'll go look at the house and prepare some things. Then we'll prepare to open the business." Yuqing nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Father, leave the flowing fire city to me. I'll leave this place to you." When Yufeng heard Yuqing's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He knew that Yuqing wasn't trying to seize power, but rather, he wanted to take on a dangerous mission. Although he told Yuqing that this matter wouldn't be dangerous, he knew that once this matter was discovered, they wouldn't have a good ending. Now that Yuqing said this, it was tantamount to taking on the risk. Yufeng looked at Yuqing and said, "Chener, think about it carefully. Although this matter won't be dangerous, it will still be dangerous. If you're discovered, then I'm afraid that only death awaits you." Yuqing smiled and said, "Father, you don't have to worry. You said it yourself. That there won't be any danger. I think so too. There really won't be any danger. Besides, even if there is any danger, it's better for me to stay there alone than for the whole family. If you stay with Lu Hua, then mother will have to stay there too. Little brother and the rest will also have to stay there. Then it will be even more dangerous. Moreover, our medical center has just been set up and there are too many things to do. It's better for you to stay here and take charge." Yufeng looked at Yuqing, then he nodded and said, "Alright, since you said it like that, then I won't say anything else. I promise you that you can go back. But first, you have to follow me to deal with the matters here. Then you can go back." Yuqing smiled and said, "Father, just relax. It won't take long to go to the flowing fire city from here. Don't forget about the existence of the transmission formation. If you want to go, then you can go anytime." Yufeng sighed and said, "Right, I'm still not used to it. Every city has a transmission formation. It's much better than the flowing fire city." Yuqing smiled and said, "Right. Now, aside from large quantities of goods, very few people would travel on the roads. I think that it won't be long before the roads here become barren." Yufeng smiled faintly and didn't continue this topic. Instead, he opened his mouth and said, "Right now, our medical center is about to open. What we lack the most is doctors. How about this, you go back tomorrow and tell your mother to recruit some doctors. Those who have clean backgrounds and good medical skills. It doesn't matter if you pay them a bit more, as long as they're willing to come here. Then you can come back. Right now, our medical center in Spirit Snake City has yet to open, so I won't be able to handle it all by myself. Yuqing nodded and said, all right, I'll go back tomorrow. Father, you can go take a look at the houses tomorrow. After I go home and talk to my mother, I'll immediately come back. We must make the medical center open as soon as possible. Yufeng nodded, then he turned his head and looked outside. Then he muttered, this place is full of vitality. If this place can continue to develop, then what kind of situation would it be? I don't dare to imagine it. It's precisely because of this that I accepted this mission. If I accept this mission, then as long as the Lost Soul City exists and our Yu family doesn't make any mistakes, then our Yu family will continue to exist. Maybe in the future, our Yu family will become a century-old family, or even a millennium-old family. Hearing Yufeng's words, Yuqing stared blankly. Then he looked outside with a face full of anticipation. His heart was filled with excitement. Any family would want to become a century-old family, a millennium-old family, so that their family could continue on forever. If a century-old family really started with them, then how glorious would that be? The next day, Yuqing used the transmission formation to return to Flowing Fire City. At the same time, Yufeng went to see the house that was given to him by the city lord's mansion. It was a very big courtyard, enough to build a medical center. If it was before, Yufeng would have thought that the place was too big. But after understanding the situation in Spirit Snake City, Yufeng didn't think so. He was very clear that as long as it was a medical center designated by the city lord's mansion, then it wouldn't be big enough. When Yuqing used the transmission formation to return to his family's medical center, he discovered that everything was normal. His two younger brothers had also started to help the family manage the medical center. And with his mother in charge, there weren't any problems with the medical center. Seeing Yuqing return, Xianxia, who was watching from the front, immediately came forward and said, "Big brother, you're back. Where's father?" Then he looked behind Yuqing and confirmed that Yufeng didn't return. Then he looked at Yuqing with a puzzled expression. Yuqing smiled and said, "Father is looking for a house in Spirit Snake City. We've already chosen an address and are preparing to open a medical center there." "Where's mother?" "I have something to tell her. Once I'm done, I'll return." Xianxia immediately led Yuqing to the backyard. Yuqing's third brother, Yu Liang, and Yuqing's mother were arranging medicinal herbs in the backyard. Recently, the business of the medical center wasn't very good. They could only resign from 2 jobs. Because of this, a lot of work could only be done by their family members. When Yuqing's mother saw that her son had returned, she immediately stopped what she was doing and said, "Chen'er, you're back. Did everything go smoothly? Where's your father?" Yuqing quickly replied, "Smooth, very smooth. Mother, you don't know what Spirit Snake City has become." "Right, this time we also met old Jiang, one-armed old Jiang. He's the old Jiang that used to look after the warehouse in Spirit Snake City. Good fellow, you're doing very well right now, you even drank with us twice." When he saw us, he was very happy. When Yuqing's mother heard this, she couldn't help but stare. Then she thought for a moment and said, "You're talking about Uncle Jiang? Ha, he's also a person with a hard life. His son died, and his daughter-in-law's health isn't good. It's been hard on him. You must be tired. Come in and drink some water. Then you can tell me more about Spirit Snake City." Yuqing nodded, then he followed his mother and his 2 brothers into the house. After drinking a cup of tea, he began to tell his mother about what happened in Spirit Snake City. After he finished, he said, "Right now, father is already tidying up the house. I also need to go back and help. This time, I came back to tell mother that you need to quickly recruit some workers as well as some doctors. We need to recruit some skilled workers. Spirit Snake City's requirements for this are very high." "Right, mother, you need to make it clear to them that if they want to work here, the salary won't be a problem, but they must go to Spirit Snake City." Yuqing's mother and his 2 brothers stared blankly at Yuqing's words. If these words didn't come from Yuqing's mouth, then they wouldn't have believed it. They didn't think that the situation in the Soul Enchantment Mountain would be better than what the rumors said. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room, frowning as he looked at the pile of documents on his table. To be honest, he didn't like to deal with these things. Moreover, this was inconsistent with his original intention. He didn't come here to be a tyrant, the power of this place wasn't attractive to him at all. What he needed to do right now was to cultivate and become stronger as soon as possible. When the time comes, he would be able to leave the soul realm and return to his body to see Laura and the others. But now, Zhao Hai discovered that he needed to deal with more and more things. Although it wouldn't take up his cultivation time, it still wasn't good for him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with these things right now. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to deal with these things first. Then he would find someone he could trust to take care of these things. He still wanted to explore the spirit weapon realm. While Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, someone knocked on the door. Zhao Hai said, "Come in." A person pushed the door and entered. After this person came in, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord, I just received news that the Skynet project is going smoothly. More than 100 lines have been released." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but nod. Then he said, "All right, 100 lines isn't a lot. You still need to work hard. Remember, try to protect every line as much as possible. Don't let anything happen to them." The person nodded before he turned around and left. The person who spoke to Zhao Hai was one of Zhao Hai's subordinates. His name was Che Ming, but he wasn't very strong. He hasn't reached the Sky Dance realm. However, he was very good at handling political affairs. The Skynet project that he mentioned before was actually about sending spies to the various city-states. Yufeng was a part of the Skynet project. Although Yufeng couldn't play a big role right now, after some time, Yufeng's power would be revealed. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted Che Ming to help him manage the Lost Soul city-state. However, Zhao Hai quickly discovered that this was impossible. This was because Che Ming's strength was too weak. He hasn't reached the Sky Dance realm. Even if his subordinates didn't say anything, it was hard to guarantee that others wouldn't say anything. Therefore, having Che Ming manage the Lost Soul city-state was impossible. Zhao Hai had to find someone else. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to use the City Lord of Hummingbird City-State to manage the Lost Soul City-State. At this time, the Lost Soul City-State was already on the right track. As long as these people take care of things, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about anything happening. At the same time, Zhao Hai also had a transmission formation with him. If anything happens, he can come back immediately. Naturally, there was no need to worry too much. The reason why Zhao Hai chose the City Lord of Hummingbird City-State to manage the Lost Soul City-State was because the City Lord was very capable. Another reason was that she was a woman. On the surface, these two things didn't seem to be related. However, this wasn't the case. If the City Lord of Hummingbird City-State was very capable, then she would be able to manage the Lost Soul City-State. Moreover, before the war with Zhao Hai, the Hummingbird City-State was the best managed city-state. Because of this, Zhao Hai chose her. At this time, the fact that she was a woman wasn't a weakness. Instead, it was an advantage. Zhao Hai made her manage the Lost Soul City-State. When other people see that she was a beautiful woman, they would immediately think that she was one of Zhao Hai's people. This way, they wouldn't say anything. Although this was unfair to the City Lord of Hummingbird City-State, Feng Lihua, it would free Zhao Hai's people. Moreover, Feng Lihua was now Zhao Hai's slave. It was normal for her to take the blame, so she wouldn't say anything. With Feng Lihua and the help of Zhao Hai's other slaves, the city would be able to operate normally. As long as it wasn't a war, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to worry about the city. He could just look around the spirit weapon realm and see what's going on. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the city. Feng Lihua was still managing the Hummingbird City-State. However, she was now very loyal to Zhao Hai. Moreover, she was a void dance expert. Her soul was a hummingbird. Don't underestimate her soul. When she turns into a hummingbird, not only was she very fast, her attack was also very powerful. Among the people subdued by Zhao Hai, her strength could be considered as one of the best. After some time, Zhao Hai transferred Feng Lihua to his side and taught her some methods to manage the Lost Soul City-state. After that, Zhao Hai called all the people in charge of the Lost Soul City-state and told them that he would be going into seclusion. The matters of the Lost Soul City-state would be handed over to Feng Lihua. Zhao Hai's approach didn't cause any backlash. First, it was because most of the people in charge were his slaves. They wouldn't oppose Zhao Hai's decision. They would only help Zhao Hai deal with his matters. Second, it was because of Zhao Hai's recent performance. When Zhao Hai transferred Feng Lihua to his side, there were all kinds of speculations about the relationship between the two. Now, with Zhao Hai's order, everything seemed to have been confirmed. Because of this, nobody disagreed with Zhao Hai's decision. In their opinion, whether Zhao Hai wanted to manage the Lost Soul Mountain or let his woman manage it, it was all the same. Moreover, it had nothing to do with them, they just needed to do their own things. Zhao Hai's decision didn't attract any attention in the Lost Soul City-state. Many people in the Lost Soul City-state didn't even know that their manager had changed. This was because when Zhao Hai made this decision, he told them not to spread this matter. Because of this, nobody talked about it. As for Stonemer and the others, Zhao Hai was prepared to bring them out. He didn't want them to stay in the Lost Soul City-state. Stonemer and the others' time in human society was too short. They weren't suitable for management work. If they were to stay here, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It would be better to have them follow Zhao Hai around and broaden their horizons. After taking care of everything, Zhao Hai prepared to leave. He knew that the spirit weapon realm wasn't very peaceful. This time, he wasn't prepared to be too low-key. This was because with the current situation of the spirit weapon realm, if you were too low-key, then you might be targeted by thieves. This would only make things more troublesome. Zhao Hai used a magic formation to change his appearance before leaving the Lost Soul City-state. This time, he brought Stonemer and the others with him. Everyone was riding a type of horse that was unique to the spirit weapon realm called the ring-eyed horse. This ring-eyed horse was named because of its large eyes. Because the spirit weapon realm was very dark, the animals here had large eyes. Although the people here had large eyes, compared to the animals, they were still far inferior. These animals were superior to humans in terms of physical evolution. Zhao Hai looked at these ring-eyed horses. To be honest, these ring-eyed horses didn't look any different from the horses on the ground. The only difference was that these ring-eyed horses had large eyes. They were at least a generation older than the horses on the ground. Besides this, there was nothing special about them. Zhao Hai and the others led the ring-eyed horses to the transmission formation. They were going to the nearby flowing fire city's Martian city. Then from there, they would begin their journey across the continent. When Zhao Hai and the others led the ring-eyed horses to the transmission formation of Martian city, Zhao Hai could clearly feel the gazes from all around. Zhao Hai also knew what these people were thinking. At this time, aside from the Lost Soul City-state, the other city-states didn't have the luxury of using transmission formations to transport goods. The other city-states' transmission formations had only one purpose, and that was to transport people. Moreover, they didn't transport people every day. Instead, it was like a ship. You had to buy a ticket first and the destination would be different every day. Generally speaking, one would go to Spirit Snake City and the next would go to Azure Wolf City. If you want to go to a city, then you have to calculate the day in advance and buy a ticket. When the day comes, then you can take the transmission formation and leave. At this time, the entire spirit weapon realm knew that the transmission formations of all the cities in the Lost Soul Mountains had been restored. Moreover, the people there could take the transmission formations anytime and anywhere. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai and the others leading the ring-eyed horses out, there was no need to ask to know that they were people from the Lost Soul City-state. Zhao Hai didn't care about these gazes. He mounted his horse and followed Stonemer and the others towards Martian City. Zhao Hai planned to stay in Martian City for a few days before leaving. Zhao Hai didn't know that there were people he was familiar with in Martian City, and that was Yu Feng's family. Yu Feng's family opened a pharmacy in Martian City. However, even if he knew, Zhao Hai wouldn't care. It was impossible for him to go to Yu Feng's pharmacy. After all, the difference between him and Yu Feng was too great. Zhao Hai and the others first found a hotel and booked a room. After storing the horses in the shop, they left the hotel and strolled outside. First, they went to a restaurant to eat something. Then, they went to a tea house to drink some tea before returning to the hotel. Zhao Hai went to these two places mainly to inquire about news. He wanted to hear if there were any new things happening in Martian City. Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed. When he was in the restaurant and tea house, he heard the people of Martian City talking about the Lost Soul Mountains. It couldn't be helped. This place wasn't far from the Lost Soul Mountains. It was normal for people to talk about the Lost Soul Mountains. After all, the Lost Soul Mountains had changed a lot recently. It would be strange if they didn't talk about it. These people talking about the Lost Soul Mountains was both a good thing and a bad thing for the people there. The good thing was that the Lost Soul Mountains had become famous. There would definitely be more people going to the Lost Soul Mountains. With people there would be business opportunities. The Lost Soul Mountains were still in need of various talents. If these people went there, they would be able to solve many of the problems in the Lost Soul Mountains, especially the problem of manpower. The bad thing was that this would make some people think about the Lost Soul Mountains. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried about this matter. The situation in the Lost Soul Mountains couldn't be hidden. Sooner or later, outsiders would know about it. It was good to let them know now. If these people really dared to make a move on the Lost Soul Mountains, then he would solve this problem. After Zhao Hai returned to the inn, Stonemer and the others went to Zhao Hai's room. After the group sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "We'll leave tomorrow. However, we need to find out the identities of the people who followed us. Iron Wire, I'll leave this matter to you. You keep an eye on them and see who they report to." Iron Wire nodded before he turned around and left. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he discovered that after they came out of Mars City's transmission formation, there were people following them. Moreover, when Zhao Hai and the others went out, those people didn't let them go. This made Zhao Hai unhappy. No matter why the other party was following them, Zhao Hai wanted to know who wanted to deal with them. Although Zhao Hai changed his appearance, Stonemer and the others didn't. Perhaps some people would recognize them. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a good thing. After Iron Wire left, Zhao Hai turned to Stonemer and the others and said, "After we leave the city tomorrow, we'll go to the nearby mountains. Our trip this time is mainly to collect plants and animals. Naturally, if there's a city, we'll go in and take a look. However, you should also pay attention, your appearances haven't changed. It's possible that some people might recognize you. If those people reach into the Lost Soul Mountain, then they might directly deal with us. After all, it's impossible for them to know about the slave formation. They might think that killing you is the same as cutting off my left and right arms. Therefore, we need to be careful." Stonehammer and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "After arriving at the spirit weapon realm, I can no longer communicate with the plants. Therefore, we aren't safe in the forest. If the other party sends experts to deal with us, then we need to be more careful." Stonehammer and the others nodded. Stonehammer and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. The plants that were taken into the space by Zhao Hai already had this characteristic. They didn't have any source of soul force. Therefore, Zhao Hai had no way to communicate with them. After Zhao Hai took the plants of the spirit weapon realm into the space, he wanted them to absorb the black crystal. This way, they would be able to establish their own source of soul force. They weren't like the plants outside that had their own source of soul force. This was what Zhao Hai found the most strange. He couldn't understand why the plants of the spirit weapon realm didn't have their own source of soul force. They were just like the stones outside. However, they could grow naturally like ordinary plants. This was the most strange part. Zhao Hai wanted to figure out what was going on. Seeing that Stonemer and the others were aware of the following arrangements, Zhao Hai waved his hand and had them leave. When night fell, Iron Wire came back and went to Zhao Hai's door. After knocking on the door, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "Come in." Iron Wire pushed the door and went inside. Then he gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I've investigated it. Those people are from the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord seems to have recognized us and had those people monitor us. They're preparing to deal with us. However, they don't want to deal with us in the city. They want to deal with us after we leave the city." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Good, it's almost the same as what I thought. It seems like we have work to do tomorrow. You should go and rest. I'm afraid that there will be a big battle tomorrow. Those people know your identity, so they should know your battle record. In this case, they still want to deal with you. It seems like they're very confident in their own strength." Iron Wire said, "Young master, they're preparing to use poison on us. After all, this is Martian City. We're staying in a hotel, but they want the hotel chef to poison us." The hotel chef wouldn't dare to disagree. Jiao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Poison? That's interesting. Although we're in the spirit weapon realm, the Sky Dance realm experts here are considered high-end combat strength. However, the number of Sky Dance realm experts here seems to be more than the Soul realm. It seems like there's a poison here that can deal with Sky Dance realm experts. We'll have to try it tomorrow." If these words were said by someone else, then Iron Wire would have thought that the other party was crazy. But since these words were said by Jiao Hai, Iron Wire thought that it was normal. Jiao Hai really wanted to test the composition of the other party's poison. Jiao Hai waved his hand, making Iron Wire withdraw. Then he entered the space. The golden book and golden pen were still floating in the space. At the same time, the stone tortoise and the others that he gave life to were now very large. Moreover, their fighting strength was also very formidable. The stone tortoise and the others weren't much worse than Stone Hammer and the others. This was because the stone tortoise and the others were much better than Stone Hammer and the others. The only bad thing about them was that they couldn't transform into human form. This made Jiao Hai somewhat surprised. Because of this, Jiao Hai didn't release the stone tortoise and the others to help him in battle. This was because the stone tortoise and the others weren't ordinary creatures. Releasing them would be too conspicuous. The next morning, Jiao Hai and the others woke up early. Then they packed their things and went to the hotel's restaurant to eat. While eating, Jiao Hai felt that the food in the hotel's restaurant was indeed poisonous. However, it was a slow-acting poison. However, with his understanding of poisons, Jiao Hai was able to understand the nature of the poison. This poison was a mixture of plants and animals. The poison's development was very slow, but its toxicity was very strong. If an ordinary Sky Dance realm expert were to be poisoned by this poison, then they would also be poisoned. However, this poison wouldn't cause Sky Dance realm experts to lose their fighting strength. Moreover, as long as Sky Dance realm experts were given time, they would be able to force the poison out of their body. However, when the poison flared up, the Sky Dance realm expert would have to use most of their strength to suppress the poison. If they don't suppress it, then the poison would enter their bone marrow, and they wouldn't be able to recover. In other words, this poison wouldn't immediately take a Sky Dance realm expert's life. However, it would reduce their fighting strength. It was a very insidious poison. Although Jiao Hai ate the poisoned food, when the poison entered his body, it was immediately absorbed by the destruction energy. It didn't cause any harm to his body at all. They pretended not to know anything and ate the food. After eating, Jiao Hai and the others returned to their rooms to get their things. After taking out their things, Jiao Hai and the others paid for their rooms and rode their horses out of Mars City. When they arrived outside Mars City, Jiao Hai turned to Stonehammer and the others and said, "How do you feel? Is there any residual poison in your body?" Stonehammer nodded and said, "There is. Young master, there is still some residual poison in our bodies. I didn't expect the poison to be this strong." Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, "Exchange energy with me and force the residual poison out of your body." The group nodded and immediately exchanged energy with Jiao Hai, allowing Jiao Hai to absorb the residual poison in their bodies. After dealing with the poison, Jiao Hai and the others looked around. It must be said that the environment of the spirit weapon realm wasn't any different from the outside world. There were even more plants in the spirit weapon realm compared to the outside world. Moreover, because of the special environment, the plants here weren't present in Jiao Hai's space. Before, Jiao Hai had collected a lot of plants in the Lost Soul Mountains. However, compared to the entire spirit weapon realm, the plants that he collected were just a drop in the ocean. Jiao Hai's main goal this time was to collect plants and animals. Therefore, when they arrived outside the city, they looked around and finally decided to enter the forest. The group rode their horses into the forest. After arriving, they dismounted from their horses. Then Zhao Hai received the ring-eyed horses into the space. After that, the group began to move forward in the forest. If it was before, Stonemer and the others would be willing to stay in the forest. After all, they were plants and could communicate with other plants. Therefore, they liked to stay in the forest. However, in the spirit weapon realm, they didn't like to stay in the forest. This was because they had no way to communicate with the plants here. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He opened his spiritual force. As long as he saw a plant that wasn't in the space, he would immediately receive it. The same was true for animals. However, the animals in the spirit weapon realm weren't weak. If he wanted to receive the animals, he would need to go through a battle. Fortunately, the animals here weren't very strong, so they didn't cause any trouble for the group. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that not long after they entered the forest, a group of people arrived outside. This group had a total of 30 people. The leader of this group was a 40-year-old man. This man was dressed like a scholar. The soul above his head was actually a book. He was actually a book spirit, a scholar. Although this person was a scholar, his aura wasn't weak. Moreover, his aura was very strange. One could feel a sense of righteousness from his body. It was as if his words were correct. It was as if he was a saint who cared about the country and its people. When the scholar arrived at the place where Zhao Hai entered the forest, he looked around and said, "They entered the forest from here? Are you sure that these people are the confidants of the city lord?" A person beside the scholar replied, "Yes, sir. They entered the forest from here. These people are definitely Zhao Hai's confidants. I've been doing business in Kaoshan City for a while and have just returned. When Zhao Hai and the Spirit Snake City State were at war, I saw these people. They are very strong, very strong." The scholar nodded and said, "It's good that it's them. If it wasn't for them, then we might have offended others. As for their strength, it doesn't matter. They shouldn't be able to display their strength right now. But it's strange, why are they riding horses into the forest? Let's go and take a look." The others nodded and then followed him into the forest. Zhao Hai calmly walked forward. At this time an eagle's cry was heard. When Zhao Hai heard this, he knew that enemies were coming. He turned to Stonemer and the others and said, "Enemies are coming. 30 people, pay attention." Stonemer and the others nodded but didn't show anything. Although Zhao Hai couldn't communicate with the plants around him, he still had 2 pairs of eyes in the sky. One pair was that of an eagle, while the other was that of a golden eagle. The golden eagle and the eagle had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. They were now able to transform. However, most of the time, they were still in the form of eagles. This was because most people wouldn't pay attention to 2 eagles. When Zhao Hai received the news, the scholar led his people into the woods. They followed the traces left behind by Zhao Hai and the others. Before long, they discovered that the hoof prints had disappeared. The scholar stared, then he stopped and looked around. Then he said, "Look around and see if there are any more hoof prints." The people following him nodded, then they looked around. However, they didn't find any hoof prints. After the scholar heard the report, he couldn't help but frown and said, "You didn't find anything? That's strange. Could it be that the horses can fly?" The others didn't know what to say. This was because they didn't find any hoof prints. It was as if the horses were flying. The scholar looked around and said, "What about the footprints? Did you find something?" One of the people beside the scholar said, "We found something. Sir, please invite me." Then he led the scholar forward. Sure enough, not far away, there were some messy footprints. After looking at the footprints, the scholar nodded and said, "All right, it's good that we found the footprints. Let's chase after them. There's no need to care about the horses. Maybe the horses ran to other places. Let's chase after them and kill them. This is what we should do." The others nodded and then chased after them. Zhao Hai and the others were still moving forward. Zhao Hai didn't use his natural energy to change the growth of the surrounding plants. This was because this wasn't an easy thing to do in the spirit weapon realm. This was because the growth of plants here didn't only rely on natural energy, it also relied on destruction energy. Natural energy and destruction energy needed to be transformed into hell energy. Zhao Hai didn't think about hiding from these people. Since they came looking for him, then he would deal with them. Hiding was useless. After more than an hour, an eagle's cry was heard from the sky. Zhao Hai said, "Get ready, those guys are coming." Stonemer and the other plants had already turned into their original forms. They stood there and compared to the surrounding trees, they didn't look special at all. When Zhao Hai saw Stonemer and the others, he couldn't help but smile. However, he didn't say anything. He just stood there and calmly waited for the other party. Before long, Zhao Hai heard footsteps, followed by the sound of rustling clothes. He was surrounded by people. Zhao Hai stood up and looked at these people. Then he was attracted by the soul on one of the people's head. It was a book soul. Moreover, it seems like this person's status wasn't low. The scholar looked at Zhao Hai, then he looked around and said, "What about the others?" Zhao Hai didn't move and didn't say anything. He just stood there and calmly looked at the scholar. Before long, a person came to the scholar's side and whispered, "Sir, I didn't find anyone else." The scholar stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "It seems like you already knew that we would come looking for you. Tell me where the others are and I'll give you a quick death." Zhao Hai looked at the scholar and coldly said, "You seem to be very confident. Are you sure that you can make us stay?" "Ah, right, you drugged us, didn't you? So you think that we can't run away?" When the scholar heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "What? You found out? Ha ha ha, isn't it a bit too late?" Zhao Hai looked at the scholar and shook his head. Then he sighed and said, "You found out now? I already knew that you would come looking for me. Do you think that I only found out now that you've poisoned me? Yesterday, when we appeared in the transmission formation, you sent people to follow us. Until this morning, you drugged us. You did it flawlessly. But since we already knew that you sent people to follow us, how could we not be prepared?" When the scholar heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're really powerful. So you weren't poisoned? But even so, so what? If you weren't poisoned, would it be hard for you to deal with us? We have 30 people. Aren't you too naive?" Zhao Hai looked at the scholar and said, "Is it that great to have 30 people? If we weren't sure about dealing with you, do you think that we would leave Mars City and not take the transmission formation? Of course, you might have already sent people to seal the teleportation formation, but have you seen us go there? Don't think too highly of yourself." Seeing that he couldn't suppress Zhao Hai, the scholar said, "Stop talking nonsense. Since you're so stubborn, then there's nothing more to say. Let's do it." After he said that, the scholar waved his hand and a book appeared in his hand. Then he opened the book and rows of words flew out from the book. Then the words surrounded the scholar and emitted a faint golden light, protecting him. Then the scholar closed the book and said, "All kinds of weapons, in my hands." Huh. Following that person's words, the words around him turned into weapons in the blink of an eye. These weapons were the size of normal weapons and emitted a golden light. Most importantly, these weapons were definitely not as simple as the 18 types of weapons. There were all sorts of weapons, including some very unpopular ones. Then the scholar waved his hand and the weapons went straight towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the other scholars also turned into their souls and went straight for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the courtyard and couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand and a book appeared in his hand. Then he opened the book and the figures inside the book rushed towards the weapons. These people didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a move. They stared blankly for a moment before they looked at the soul above Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai's soul was now disguised. It was no longer a blade of grass, but a tree. But even if Zhao Hai's soul was stored, these people were still very surprised. They couldn't understand how a soul plant cultivator could use a book soul that only scholars could use. Moreover, his book soul was very special. Other book souls can only take in weapons. Living things couldn't come out of the book. However, Zhao Hai's book soul could take in people. Moreover, these people were very strong. Zhao Hai stood there quietly. All of his enemies were blocked by the figures inside the book. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the scholar. At this time, the scholar's expression was ugly as he looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, the scholar coldly snorted and said, "You have some ability. But let's see how long you can last." Zhao Hai looked at the scholar and smiled. Then he waved his hand as Stonemer and the others turned back into human form. Then they went straight towards the scholar. When the scholar saw Stonemer and the others rushing over, he wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he sneered and said, "I already knew that you would come." Then he opened the book again as weapons flew out. These weapons blocked Stonemer and the others. Then the scholar turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "What other moves do you have? Show them to me." Zhao Hai looked at the scholar, then he smiled faintly and said, "I have a lot of moves. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to block them." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out the book again and opened it. His action this time attracted everyone's attention. While everyone was focused on the book in his hand, two wind-breaking sounds were suddenly heard. Then two shadows fell from the sky. The scholar stared, then he was startled. Then he immediately commanded the shield-shaped weapon that was circling around him to meet the incoming shadows. However, he only had one shield-shaped weapon. It was only able to block one of the shadows. A clang was heard as the shield-shaped weapon shattered. However, the shadow was also exhausted after being blocked by the scholar. It soared up and didn't attack again. Instead, the other shadow hit the scholar's body. The scholar wasn't able to defend himself against this move. He took the hit and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then his body fell to the ground. He was exhaling more than he was inhaling. It seems like he wouldn't be able to survive. When the scholar died, the weapons he released also disappeared. Only the people who followed him were left. But when the scholar died, these people were also stunned. In a fight between experts, this would be fatal. The golden silhouettes released by Zhao Hai didn't let go of this opportunity. Among the people who followed the scholar, some were killed on the spot while others were seriously injured. In short, none of them were intact. However, those who were injured immediately reacted. While they were supporting themselves, they looked at Zhao Hai and loudly said, "Madman, you're a madman. You actually dared to kill people from the sacred court. You're crazy. Aren't you afraid of the sacred court's retaliation? Do you want the entire Lost Soul Mountain to be buried with you?" When Zhao Hai heard these people, his complexion changed. This was because these people mentioned a name, the sacred court. Zhao Hai had read about the sacred court in the books of the spirit weapon world. It was an incomparably powerful organization. No, it could be said that it was an academy because it was an academy. However, it was an incomparably powerful academy. Its influence was so great that it could affect the entire spirit weapon world, as well as all the city-states. In the past, Zhao Hai felt that the spirit weapon world had more Wu Void Realm experts compared to the Soul Realm. This made him very puzzled. Although the spirit weapon world was more suitable for cultivation, there were still too many Wu Void Realm experts. This was very strange. Later on, he learned from the books that there was such an academy in the spirit weapon world. This academy would recruit students every 3 years. Every time, the number of students enrolled would only be 200 people. And among these 200 people, only 50 or so people would graduate from the academy. And as long as they graduate from the academy, all of them would be Wu Void Realm experts. And these Wu Void Realm experts who graduated would generally hold important positions in various city-states. Moreover, they would never mention the academy's teaching methods. But because these Wu Void Realm experts would hold important positions in various city-states, the academy's influence was spread throughout the continent. This was because all the students who graduated from the academy would always remember the academy's good points. They would even listen to the academy's words. Therefore, in the spirit weapon world, you could offend any city-state, but there was one force that you couldn't offend, and that was the sacred court. Offending the sacred court was tantamount to a disaster for a force. But this was also something that Zhao Hai didn't understand. The sacred court was indeed very powerful, but the sacred court generally didn't care about what the students who graduated from the academy did. This was because it was impossible for all the students who graduated from the sacred court to work for a single force. If they worked for different forces, then it would be hard for them to avoid killing each other. If the sacred court wanted to manage these people, then they wouldn't be able to do so. In fact, the sacred court was like an aloof paradise. The reason why they could maintain their status was because they didn't care about the affairs of other city-states. They didn't care about the internal affairs of the city-states, and they also didn't care about what the graduates did. Because of this attitude, the sacred court had always maintained a very high status. No one would dare to disrespect the sacred court. Even if that scholar was a graduate of the sacred court, there was nothing special about him. In the spirit weapon world, there were many graduates of the sacred court, so one more wouldn't make a difference. But why did those people say that he had offended the sacred court after killing him? Could it be that the scholar had a different relationship with the sacred court? Or could it be that the scholar was related to someone in the sacred court? After thinking about this, Xianxia couldn't help but coldly snort. Then with an intention, he attacked the remaining sky dance experts with his spiritual force. Just as these people felt dizzy, Xianxia's thoughts suddenly moved as several formations covered their heads. Xianxia was prepared to use the slave formation to deal with them. However, this was the first time that he used the slave formation to deal with people. This was actually very dangerous. This was because once the other party's spiritual force was very strong, then Xianxia's slave formation wouldn't have any effect on them. It might even backfire and injure Xianxia's spiritual force. But now, Xianxia had no choice but to do this. This was because he wanted to know the identity of the scholar from the mouths of these people. He wanted to know why these people said this in order to be prepared. As soon as the slave formation touched the bodies of these people, they immediately felt a resistance. Xianxia knew that these people were resisting. However, Xianxia didn't give up. He mobilized his spiritual force and attacked them wave after wave. Using spiritual force to fight was the most dangerous thing. If something went wrong, both sides would suffer. But fortunately, the people here were still very primitive when it came to spiritual force. They simply couldn't compare to Xianxia. Therefore, in the end, the winner was Xianxia. As the resistance disappeared, the few people stopped completely. Then, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted on the ground. Xianxia looked at these people and then took back the golden silhouettes. Then he had Stonemer and the others deal with the corpses. Then he went to the unconscious people and used natural energy to treat their injuries. The effect of the natural energy wave was very good. However, the injuries of these people were quite heavy. Because of this, Xianxia was only able to heal 50% of them in a short period of time. The rest would need to wait for some time before they could be healed. Because their injuries were healed, it didn't take long for these people to wake up. When they woke up, they immediately stood up and gave Xianxia a salute. "We have seen Master." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Just call me young Master. Tell me, what is the relationship between that scholar and the sacred court? Why did you say that the sacred court would deal with me after I killed him?" One of the people replied, replying to the young Master, "That scholar is the child of a teacher of the sacred court. This time, he came out of the sacred court to train. After that, he would return to the sacred court. But before that, he was dealing with some matters in the city. Perhaps he was bored, so he came out to train. Moreover, his first task was to deal with the young Master." Xianxia nodded and said, "In other words, I offended a teacher of the sacred court. How much do you know about the Sacred Institute?" The person who spoke before replied, "Young Master, we are indeed students of the Sacred Institute. The strength of the Sacred Institute is unfathomable. They accept disciples every 3 years, but among these disciples, only about 50 people can successfully graduate. The others can only stay in the Sacred Institute and may never graduate. However, the Sacred Institute seems to have a way to deal with these students. In any case, these students disappear every once in a while. Although these students haven't reached the sky dance realm, their strength isn't weak. The teachers of the Sacred Institute also have a lot of authority. They can mobilize the students who haven't graduated to do things for them. If these students do well, they can make an exception and graduate. Moreover, the teachers of the Sacred Institute are all experts. They have a lot of students who have graduated from the Sacred Institute. These students can form a network, and the teachers can mobilize this network. Young Master, the person you offended this time is a teacher surnamed Wen. That scholar is the son of this teacher, and he's also his favorite son. Therefore, young Master, if Teacher Wen wants to retaliate against you, he will certainly be very fierce. He might even retaliate against the Lost Soul Mountain. Although the reputation of the Sacred Institute is very good, the teachers there aren't necessarily good people. Zhao Hai nodded and said, in other words, Teacher Wen will certainly deal with me. And if I fight with Teacher Wen, then it would be tantamount to offending the entire sacred court. What a good sacred court, it's really overbearing. The person who spoke to Zhao Hai before replied, yes, young master. The sacred court won't easily make a move. But when they do, they will do it in a very overbearing manner. They will directly kill those who dare to oppose them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I understand. Will the teachers of the sacred court make a move? Also, does the sacred court have any breaking river level experts? The person shook his head and said, young master, we really don't know about this. But in general, the teachers of the sacred court won't make a move. They also rarely leave the sacred court. But I heard that there are breaking river level experts in the sacred court. Young master, although we have studied in the sacred court, we don't know much about it. The sacred court is very big, and people like us can't leave our school district under normal circumstances. We won't leave until we graduate. Because of this, we really don't know much about the strength of the sacred court. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's fine if you don't know. It's just an academy, no matter how strong it is, it's still an academy. There's nothing special about it. I don't believe that this Zhao Hai can't afford to offend an academy. The person quickly said, young master, you mustn't take it lightly. The sacred court has a very high status in the spiritual weapon world. A lot of city lords graduated from the sacred court. Moreover, when they established their city, they received some help from the sacred court. Although the sacred court won't help them openly, it's still very easy for them to help them with their connections. Therefore, on the surface, the sacred court doesn't seem to be involved in the matters of the spiritual weapon world. In fact, the sacred court's roots in the spiritual weapon world are very deep. Young master offending a teacher of the sacred court is equivalent to offending the sacred court. If you don't be careful, then it would be too dangerous. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I got it. You don't need to worry. After he said that, he turned his head to look at Stonemer and the others. After they returned, Zhao Hai turned to Stonemer and said, the plan has changed. We'll go back to the Lost Soul Mountain to make some preparations. Then we'll leave. All of you, change your appearances. Don't let anyone know that we're going back to the Lost Soul Mountain. Stonemer and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai took out several formations and gave them to Stonemer and the others. After Stonemer and the others activated the formations, their appearances changed. When the people who surrendered to Zhao Hai saw Stonemer and the others' performance, they were startled. Although the spiritual weapon realm already had formations, their development wasn't very high. Moreover, they were somewhat biased. The spiritual weapon realm's transmission formations were pretty good, they had already developed portable transmission formations. Although they weren't as good as Zhao Hai's formations, they still weren't bad. However, their research on formations was very poor. How could they compare to Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai didn't say anything to them. Instead, he gave them a transmission formation and then activated it. In the next moment, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the Spirit Snake City Lord's mansion. The place where Zhao Hai and the others appeared was the courtyard of Spirit Snake City Lord's mansion. When they arrived, Zhao Hai immediately had someone call Feng Lihua over. When Feng Lihua arrived, Zhao Hai immediately said, send a message to the other city lords. Tell them to come see me immediately and tell them what I said. Feng Lihua nodded and said, don't worry. Feng Lihua nodded and then immediately went to arrange it. When the sky turned dark, the other city lords had already arrived at the Spirit Snake City Lord's mansion. After they arrived, Zhao Hai called them to a large conference room inside the city lord's mansion. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai waved his hand and had Shi Chui and the others come in. Each of them had 2 bags in their hands. Zhao Hai pointed at the bags and said, these bags contain black crystals. Take 2 bags each and go back inside the city or outside the city. Find a forest and place these crystals on a tree. Then use your energy to stimulate the crystals. Once you stimulate the crystals will explode. You don't need to worry about this, this is a normal phenomenon. After you do this, you don't need to worry about it. Just place the transmission formation in the forest. Remember, find a mature tree, the bigger the tree, the better. Be careful. Although the people in the room didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, they still nodded when they saw how serious Zhao Hai was. Then they turned around and left the conference room. Outside the conference room, there was already a large pile of bags. Each of them took 2 bags before they left Spirit Snake City and returned to their own cities. Naturally, Zhao Hai had his reasons for doing this. He wanted to make a bunch of mutated plants and have them help him defend the city. Although he had a lot of plants inside the space, he was only one person. If a war really broke out, it would be impossible for him to run back and forth between the cities. Therefore, he gave them some black crystals and had them bestow their origin soul force to the trees. Then he could go through the transmission formation and turn those trees into mutated plants. Zhao Hai had no choice but to do this. Although he had a lot of plants inside the space, he was only one person. If a war really broke out, it would be impossible for him to run back and forth between the cities. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also preparing to refine some mutated seeds in case of an emergency. However, the mutated seeds in the soul realm weren't very useful right now. This was because those seeds needed natural energy to be activated. However, there wasn't any pure natural energy in the spirit weapon realm. In other words, only Zhao Hai himself could use those seeds. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to make mutated seeds that could be activated by the people in the soul realm. This way, the safety of the cities could be guaranteed. The benefits of being a leader could be seen at this moment. As long as Zhao Hai gave an order, his subordinates would immediately help him. This was much better than him doing things himself. No wonder there were so many people who wanted to be a leader. Zhao Hai stayed in the Lost Soul City for a few days. After confirming that the people had used up all the black crystals, he went through the transmission formation and went to the various forests. He exchanged energy with the plants there and then used natural energy to turn those plants into mutated plants. Only then did he leave the Lost Soul City. It must be said that using pure natural energy to turn the plants in the spirit weapon realm into mutated plants was something that Zhao Hai discovered recently. In the soul realm, mutated plants could only be made from mutated seeds. It was impossible to directly turn an adult tree into a mutated plant. At most, one could only turn the tree into a demonic tree. However, this process was very energy-consuming. Even if it was Zhao Hai, he wouldn't be able to make a few in a day. But the special situation in the spirit weapon realm saved Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. In the forest outside the Martian city, Zhao Hai and the others appeared once again. After looking around and seeing that there was nothing special, Zhao Hai continued to move forward. At this time, the matter in the Lost Mountain was almost settled. The trees that were supposed to be bestowed with soul force had already been bestowed with the black crystal. Moreover, these trees had all turned into mutated plants. Although they still couldn't reach the standard of magic plants, their fighting strength wasn't weak. This was because Zhao Hai had used mature trees this time. As long as they turned into mutated plants, their fighting strength would be greatly improved. Now that Zhao Hai had done what he needed to do, nobody knew what would happen next. The sacred court was definitely not easy to deal with. Zhao Hai was very clear that the sacred court was able to exist in the spirit weapon world for such a long time. There must be a reason behind this. After so many years, their connections had already reached a terrifying level. Moreover, the sacred court had been secretly controlling some city-states. It can be said that making an enemy of the sacred court was the same as making an enemy of the entire spirit weapon world. Zhao Hai was afraid that he would slowly reach this point. Zhao Hai had already changed the soul object on his head into the golden book. For Zhao Hai, this was a very simple matter, he only needed to bring along a magic formation. Zhao Hai and the others continued to move forward in the forest. What they didn't know was that at this time, the Martian city was already in an uproar. The city lord of the Martian city was naturally aware of the scholar's identity. Therefore, although the scholar said that he came out to train, he was still able to sit around in the Martian city. Even the city lord was very obedient to him. This time, when the Martian city wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, it was unknown how the scholar found out. Perhaps he was tired of staying in the city, so he wanted to come out. The city lord was afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai and the others. Therefore, he first had people poison the food of Zhao Hai and the others. Then he sent 30 people to follow them. This way, the city lord only needed to deal with a dozen people in Zhao Hai's group. Naturally, he thought that it would be foolproof. But now, they had gone out for several days and still hadn't returned. They didn't even contact the city lord. This made the city lord very worried. In the end, he couldn't help but send people to chase them into the forest to see if they could find any clues. Zhao didn't know what the city lord of Huixing City was thinking, but he knew one thing. Huixing City had sent people into the jungle. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them entering the forest. However, he knew that it wouldn't take long for the scholar's death to be known. When that time comes, it would depend on the sacred court's reaction. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. He didn't care about how the sacred court would react. What he needed to do was to continue collecting plants. If the sacred court really wanted to deal with him, then it would depend on whose fist was harder. After traveling for more than 10 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally came out of the forest. When they arrived outside the forest, Fei reported to Zhao Hai that there was a city not far in front of them. Zhao Hai immediately released the ring-eye horse. Everyone rode the horse and rushed towards the direction Fei pointed out. In less than an hour, the group arrived at a small city. This city wasn't very big, it wasn't much different from Kaoshan City. It was called Forest City. Zhao Hai and the others rode their horses into Forest City. Then they found an inn to stay in and went out to gather information. There were a few places that were most suitable for gathering information. One was a tavern, the second was a tea house, and the third was a brothel. No matter where it was, there seemed to be a brothel. No wonder people said that brothel was one of the oldest industries. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't go to a brothel to gather information. This was because the brothel was the most well-informed place. Generally, it was the prostitutes. Moreover, that kind of place was filled with crooks and honest folk. It was very likely that they would get into trouble. Therefore, Zhao Hai would usually go to a tavern, restaurant, or tea house to gather information. This time, Zhao Hai and the others split up to gather information. They formed groups of 2 and went to the taverns, restaurants, and tea houses in the city to see if they could gather any information. After everyone returned at night, Zhao Hai gathered everyone in his room and listened to their reports. In the end, the conclusion was that the matter of the scholar hadn't spread in the spirit weapon world, and no one had attacked the Lost Soul City. Zhao and the others relaxed a little. After resting in the city for a day, they left the city and entered the mountains. Perhaps it was because the city was relatively small, so no one recognized Stonemer. Naturally, no one came to find trouble with Zhao and the others. Zhao and the others were riding ringed horses, so they didn't look like people who were easy to provoke. Naturally, no one came to provoke them. Zhao and the others were riding ringed horses, so naturally, no one came to provoke them. After leaving the city, Zhao Hai and the others directly went up the mountain. At this time, Zhao Hai had collected a lot of plants and animals in the space. Even the stones, water, soil, and other things were collected by Zhao Hai. At this time, there was a place in the space that was dedicated to the spirit weapon world. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. However, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. In any case, everything inside the space was still under his control. Now, he just wanted to collect some animals and plants in order to make the space's spirit weapon realm more perfect. Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. After staying in the forest for a few days, Zhao Hai and the others came out. At this time, they had collected almost all of the plants and animals in the spirit weapon world. It can be said that 80% of the plants and animals in the spirit weapon world had already entered the space. The remaining ones were precious things that could only be collected in special environments. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. After coming out of the forest, Zhao Hai and the others went to the nearest city. This was a small city, so Zhao Hai and the others didn't stay there for long. After a day, they went to a large city nearby. Zhao was very clear that in every realm, not only were there animals in the wild, there were also a lot of animals in the city. In addition to collecting some animals in the city, Zhao also wanted to see the city's situation. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at a large city. This large city was called Boulder City, the capital city of Boulder City. Boulder City wasn't very far from Lost Soul City. It can be said that they were neighbors. However, the area between the two cities wasn't very big, so there wasn't any conflict of interest. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others entered Boulder City, they were immediately greeted by a group of cavalry. Everyone in this group of cavalry was riding a ring-eye horse and wore armor. Even the horses were covered in armor. On the hooks of the horses, there was a lance and a saber hanging from their waists. In the spirit weapon world, after years of war, no city could be considered rich. Ordinary soldiers, being able to hold a wooden spear was already considered good, not to mention any defensive equipment. However, any city would have some elite troops, and these elite troops' equipment was definitely the best. Among their equipment, the gold content was also the highest. In the spirit weapon world, people could turn into spirit objects, so they shouldn't need too many weapons. However, in fact, this wasn't the case. In the spirit weapon world, under normal circumstances, there were only two kinds of people who didn't use weapons. One was like Bao Shadow and the other mountain people. They couldn't afford to use gold weapons, so they didn't use weapons. The other was the experts who had reached the consolidated equipment level or the Skydance level. The energy in their bodies was incomparably powerful and could support the consumption after turning into a weapon, so they didn't use weapons. Like ordinary soldiers, they all used weapons. When using weapons, their attack power was much weaker than when they turned into weapons, but at the same time, their consumption was also relatively smaller. Therefore, ordinary soldiers in the army usually used weapons. Unless it was some suicide squad, no one would not use weapons. Now, such an extremely well-equipped cavalry with spears and lances suddenly blocked in front of Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai knew that the news of their arrival was probably already known by the other party, so they sent people to invite them over. As for whether it was a Hongmen banquet or not, it was really hard to say. Zhao Hai looked at the group of people with a calm face, but Stonemer and the others all showed their weapons. Zhao Hai didn't stop them, this was their duty, and he had no reason to stop them. When the cavalry arrived about 50 steps away from Zhao Hai and the others, they stopped. Then the general in front of the cavalry cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Are you a guest of Lost Soul City?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist and said, "I'm from Lost Soul City. May I ask if the general has any orders?" The general replied, "I wouldn't dare. The city lord has invited Mr. to the city lord's mansion. Mr., please." After he finished speaking, he turned his horse around and opened up a path. The cavalry behind him also turned their horses around and opened up a path in the middle. However, the entire formation was not messed up. They looked like soldiers who were about to be inspected. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Since the city lord has invited me, how could I not go? General, please." Then he urged his horse forward and headed towards the city. The general followed behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the general, then he smiled faintly and said, "General, may I ask why the city lord has summoned me?" The general's face was indifferent as he replied, "The city lord only sent me to receive Mr. He didn't say anything else. Mr. will know when you see the city lord." When Zhao Hai saw the general's expression, he didn't ask anything else. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of the general. The general was a true soldier, it was impossible for him to say anything that he shouldn't. At the same time, it was impossible for someone like him to be bribed. This was because he was the city lord's confidant. If he was bribed, then it would mean that the city would have a different master. The group arrived at the city lord's mansion. Outside the mansion was a large decorated archway with the words 1,000 feet of wall written on it. Then there was a square, and behind the square was the city lord's mansion's main entrance. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the square, they jumped off their horses and walked towards the mansion. When Zhao Hai's group arrived in front of the city lord's mansion, a person immediately came out of the mansion. This person looked to be around 60 years old, he had a head full of white hair. He looked very spirited, giving people a calm and astute feeling. There were 2 guards in front of the mansion. When the 2 guards saw this person, they immediately gave him a salute and said, "We have seen Steward Qi." The general beside Zhao Hai also gave a salute to the old man and said, "We have seen Steward Qi." The old man nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You must be a guest from Lost Soul City, right? Mister, please come in, the city lord is waiting for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I have seen old Mr. This one is Tian Cranegrass. The old man quickly said, so it's Mr. Tian. Mr. Tian, please come in. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed the old man into the mansion. As for Stonemer and the others, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. This was because Zhao Hai knew that these people would certainly settle them down. Zhao Hai followed Steward Qi into the mansion and went straight to the second door. Then they stopped in front of a study room. Then Steward Qi came out and said to Zhao Hai, Mister, please come in. The city lord invites you in. Zhao Hai nodded and entered the study room. Upon entering the study room, Zhao Hai saw a person. This person was standing there and looking at Zhao Hai. He looked to be around 40 years old. He was wearing a navy blue robe. This robe didn't look very gorgeous, but when it was worn by this person, it gave off an extraordinary aura. This robe looked like a warrior's robe, but it was much more beautiful and smooth compared to ordinary warrior's robes. One could see that the material was very good. Zhao Hai gave a salute to this person and said, Tian Cranegrass has seen the city lord. The city lord said in a deep voice, forget it. Mister, there's no need to be so courteous. Please take a seat. As he spoke, he pointed at the resting area next to him. At that time, his voice was a little low. Coupled with his tall and sturdy figure, he gave off a very calm and imposing feeling. He was like a mountain. He might not be dangerous, but he was very tall. After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, he went to the resting area and sat down. The city lord also went to the resting area and sat down. Manager Qi immediately served tea to the two before he retreated to the back of the city lord. After the city lord took a sip of tea, he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Mister, what is your position in the city of lost souls? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. I'm just a consultant in Lost Soul City, I don't have any actual duties. When the city lord heard Zhao Hai, he didn't show any disappointment. Instead, he said, I don't know why Mr. came to Boulder City this time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's nothing, we're just traveling. Our city lord has a bad habit, he likes to collect all kinds of plants. This time, we came out to collect plant seeds for the city lord. We just came down from the mountain, and since Boulder City is nearby, we wanted to take a break here. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. The city lord looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, so it's like that. Although our Boulder City and the City of Lost Souls don't have much interaction, I still want to congratulate the City of Lost Souls for unifying all the cities in the Lost Souls Mountains. This is a good thing for the people in the Lost Souls Mountains. When I heard that Mr. came to Boulder City, I wanted to invite Mr. to come over and chat about the matter of establishing diplomatic relations between our two cities. I want to establish diplomatic relations with the City of Lost Souls. I don't know what Mr. thinks about this. When Zhao Hai heard the city lord, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at the city lord and said, naturally, we welcome you. Being able to form an alliance with a city-state like Boulder City is a good thing for us. I'll write a report and have my subordinates bring it back to the city lord. I believe that the city lord will immediately reply. Zhao Hai nodded and said, when the city lord heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, it seems like Mr.'s authority as an advisor isn't small. Will city lord Zhao Hai really listen to Mr.'s opinion? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the power of an advisor is sometimes very big, sometimes very small. However, the city lord is a person who recognizes people and is willing to listen to their opinions. Now that Lost Soul City has established diplomatic relations with another city, I believe that the city lord would be very happy to establish diplomatic relations with Lost Soul City. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the city lord is very happy. The city lord smiled and said, unifying the Lost Souls Mountains and restoring the transmission formation in the shortest time possible. This is something that many city-states want to accomplish. Although the City of Lost Souls has just been established, in my opinion, its potential is limitless. Forming an alliance with the City of Lost Souls is a win-win situation. Naturally, I would agree. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's good that the city lord thinks this way. However, there are a lot of people who don't think this way. In the eyes of these people, the City of Lost Souls is a piece of fat meat that everyone wants to take a bite of. There aren't many people who think like the city lord. The city lord shook his head and smiled, those people are just short-sighted people. City Lord Zhao Hai was able to conquer Lost Soul City in such a short period of time by relying on a small city like Mountain City. This isn't something that an average person can do. In this case, they actually thought that Lost Soul City was a piece of fat meat. They were simply courting death. I'm the opposite of them. In my opinion, Lost Soul City's development is limitless. I heard that they have implemented a set of policies that are different from ours. I've also done some research and found that the policies implemented there are very good. Unfortunately, my Rock City's financial resources are limited. There's no way for us to implement those policies. What a pity. Zhao Hai thought that the city lord's words might be true. However, it could only be considered half true and half false. He might have seen the benefits of the policy, but it was impossible to say that he didn't have the strength to implement it. In fact, in the spirit weapon realm, the strength and financial resources of the various city-states weren't weak. If they were willing to implement the same policy, it would be possible. However, in the spirit weapon realm, the people of the various city-states didn't have a sense of security. They all wanted to keep more money in their hands. This way, even if one day they would be kicked out of the city lord's position, they would still be able to rely on the money to survive. It was precisely because of this mentality that the city lords of the various city-states were doing their best to earn money. A city-state like the alternative Dragon City that had existed for more than 1,000 years was already an anomaly in the spirit weapon realm. Therefore, when he heard the city lord's words, Zhao Hai only faintly smiled and didn't express anything. He only smiled and said, "The city lord just happened to be here at the right time." The city lord still wants to focus on cultivation. If the city lord didn't receive news that the Spirit Snake City's general wouldn't have sealed his blade for 3 days, then the city lord wouldn't have made a move. However, after asking Leaning Mountain City for help, he offended the Spirit Snake City. If he couldn't deal with the Spirit Snake City, then it would be very troublesome. Therefore, the city lord occupied the Spirit Snake City's territory. Originally, the city lord was satisfied with this and didn't want to manage things. However, he didn't expect that the other city-states in the Lost Soul Mountains would attack the Spirit Snake City. In the end, the city lord could only counterattack and swallow the entire Lost Soul Mountains. Now, the city lord still wants to focus on cultivation. The city lord looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So it's like this. Then why didn't city lord Zhao Hai leave the Lost Soul City's affairs to Mr. to manage?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't have that kind of ability. I'm already very happy to be able to help the city lord. Managing a city-state? I don't even dare to think about it." The city lord smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to Manager Qi and said, "Manager Qi, is the banquet ready?" Manager Qi nodded and said, replying to the city lord, "It's already prepared. The other sirs are also waiting for you in the dining hall." The city lord nodded, then he stood up and said, "Mr., please. I've arranged a banquet in the dining hall to welcome Mr. I hope that Mr. will do me the honor." Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't have any reason to refuse. He quickly stood up and expressed his thanks before following the city lord to the dining hall. The dining hall of Boulder City's city lord's mansion was very big, perhaps more than 1,000 square meters in size. There were a lot of small tables in the dining hall. Aside from the main table where the city lord sat, the other tables were smaller than the main table. When Zhao Hai and the city lord entered the dining hall, the people in the dining hall gave the city lord a salute. The city lord also nodded to those people, then he went to the main seat and invited Zhao Hai to sit on his left side. After Zhao Hai sat down, the city lord turned to his subordinates and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. This is Mr. Tian Cranegrass. He's the consultant of the Lost Soul City-State. This time, he just happened to be traveling to our Boulder City-State, so I invited him to sit down." These people looked deeply at Zhao Hai, but they still saluted Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai could see a trace of coldness in some of these people's eyes. On the other hand, there was a trace of joy in some of their eyes. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. He didn't offend these people and didn't have any friendship with them. So where did the hostility and joy come from? Is there something that I don't know about? Although he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai's face was still very calm. He smiled and cupped his fist to return the greeting. Then everyone sat down and the servants brought in food and wine. Once everyone was seated, the Boulder City Lord glanced at them, then raised his wine cup and said in a deep voice, "Today, Mr. Tian has come to our Boulder City. This is a joyous occasion. Come, let us raise our cups to Mr. Tian." Everyone nodded and raised their glasses to give a toast to Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't object. He also raised his glass and said, "The city lord is too polite. To receive such treatment from the city lord is an honor for Tian Cranegrass. I should be the one toasting the city lord." The mayor of Boulder City laughed heartily and said, "Mister, you don't have to be so courteous. Come, let's drink this cup together." He then raised his cup to the crowd and said loudly, "Come, everyone, let's drink to victory." He drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. The other people in the dining hall naturally raised their wine glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. After that, they put down their wine glasses. A servant poured wine into their glasses and then retreated. The city lord looked at everyone and smiled, "I'm in a good mood today. Everyone doesn't need to be so formal. Be casual, be casual." Then he picked up his chopsticks and ate a mouthful of food. When the others saw the city lord like this, they felt relieved and also ate a mouthful of food. Zhao Hai looked at the city lord and then looked at the people below. He felt that something was strange. This was because he discovered that although the city lord seemed to be able to control everyone, in fact, the people below were divided into two groups. One of the groups had more people. Zhao Hai looked at it and saw that this group should be the people who were hostile to him. The other group had fewer people who were kind to him. It wasn't as simple as being kind, it should be a kind of joy. This was what Zhao Hai didn't understand the most. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He also ate a mouthful of food. Then he turned to the city lord and said, "City lord, what is this? It's so delicious." Zhao Hai said while pointing at the dish that he just ate. Looking at the dish that Zhao Hai was pointing at, Boulder City's lord laughed and said, "Mr. really has good taste. This is one of the mountain treasures of Boulder City, called rock mushroom. This mushroom grows on rocks and absorbs the essence of rocks. Its roots can break through rocks, but because it is difficult to grow, there are only a few of them. But this rock mushroom's taste is really good. Not only is it delicious, it also has a very good strengthening effect. It is one of the most famous mountain treasures of Boulder City. It's the most famous rock mushroom in Boulder City." Zhao Hai quickly said, "So this is the rock mushroom. I've heard of its name before, but this is the first time I've eaten it. I didn't expect it to be so delicious. I thank the city lord. If it weren't for the city lord's hospitality, then I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to eat such delicious food in my life." Then he raised his glass and said, "I'm borrowing your flowers to offer Buddha. Let me propose a toast to the city lord." The city lord laughed and was about to raise his glass when a voice suddenly sounded, "It seems that Mr. Status isn't high enough. Although this rock mushroom is a rare item, it can still be eaten by ordinary big families. It's just that the price is slightly more expensive. However, Mr. hasn't eaten it before. It seems that Mr. Status really isn't high enough." When Zhao Hai heard this, he smiled faintly. Then he turned to look at the person who spoke. It was a man in his 30s, dressed in gorgeous clothes. He was sitting opposite Zhao Hai and was the third seat on the city lord's right. It seemed that his status wasn't low. The people sitting at the two tables beside him were looking at Zhao Hai with ridicule. The hostility in their eyes couldn't be concealed. The governor of Boulder City glanced at the person who spoke and said, "Xiaolong, how can you be so rude to a guest? Have you forgotten your manners?" When he said this, the governor of Boulder City's expression darkened. It was obvious that he was a little angry. Zhao Hai slowly put down his glass and looked at the person who spoke. Zhao Hai knew that what was to come had come. It seemed that this group of people was really his enemy. If it was a normal situation, then when a subordinate heard their leader say this, they would immediately give a salute. However, this person didn't. When he heard the Boulder City Lord, not only did he not give a salute, he even looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Mr. Tian Cranegrass's previous status wasn't high, right?" Zhao Hai looked at the person, then he smiled faintly and said, "My previous status wasn't high. Not only me, even City Lord Zhao Hai's status wasn't high. But now, I'm a consultant of Lost Soul City while City Lord Zhao Hai is now the city lord of a city-state. There's really no place to look at this person. When Zhao Hai said this, the person's expression changed. Zhao Hai's words didn't seem to have any problems, but in this situation, everyone could hear that Zhao Hai was mocking him. The person's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's mouth would be this sharp. The Boulder City Lord looked at Zhao Hai with some surprise. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he raised his glass and raised it towards the Boulder City Lord. Then he said, "Sir City Lord, this one would like to propose a toast to you." The City Lord also smiled faintly, then he raised his glass and said, "Mister, please." Then he drank the wine in his glass. Naturally, Zhao Hai also drank the wine in his glass. Just as the City Lord put down his glass, a person stood up and raised his glass towards Zhao Hai. "Mr. Tian, I heard that Mr. Tian is a consultant of the Lost Soul City. What does Mr. Tian do? What do you ask about?" Zhao Hai looked at the person. He could see that the person's eyes were filled with hostility. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to deal with him easily. He smiled faintly and said, "If there's anything that needs my attention, then I'll take care of it. If there's anything I can't stand, then I'll ask about it." When the man heard Zhao, he said, "Then I don't know what Mr. has taken care of. What did you ask about?" Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "This one doesn't take care of many things, nor do I ask about many things. I don't know what Mr. wants to know." The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm just curious. In the past, there was a city called Tiger's Might City in the Lost Soul Mountains. And Tiger's Might City has always had a good relationship with our Boulder City. Moreover, they had a lot of business with us. But recently, we haven't seen them doing business with us. I don't know what's going on." When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood why these people were hostile towards him. Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled faintly. "So Mr. is talking about this matter. It's actually very simple. Before the Lost Soul Mountains were unified, everyone was doing their own business. However, before doing business with others, everyone didn't have a unified price. When doing business with others, everyone would lower the price. In the end, the ones who suffered losses were the ordinary people of the city. Therefore, the City Lord took back the rights of the cities to trade, especially the specialties of the Lost Soul Mountains. Because of this, if Mr. wants to do business with Tiger's Might City, then you must first get approval from the City Lord's mansion. However, City Lord Zhao Hai still welcomes other people to do business with the Lost Soul Mountains. Therefore, if Mr. wants to do business with Tiger's Might City, then you must first get approval from the City Lord's mansion. However, City Lord Zhao Hai still welcomes other people to do business with the Lost Soul Mountains. Therefore, if Mr. wants to do business with Tiger's Might City, then you must first get approval from the City Lord's mansion. However, City Lord Zhao Hai still welcomes other people to do business with the Lost Soul Mountains. Therefore, if Mr. wants to do business with Tiger's Might City, then you must first get approval from the City Lord's mansion. When the person heard Zhao Hai, he wasn't happy at all. Instead, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So that's how it is. But I heard that the City Lord of Tiger Might City is Tiger Might City. I had some friendship with City Lord Tiger Might in the past. But recently, when I sent people to see City Lord Tiger Might, they didn't even see City Lord Tiger Might's face. Why is that?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood what the person meant. It was obvious that Tiger Might City was supported by them. However, it wasn't possible that they were the only ones supporting it. It was possible that it was supported by the people who were hostile to Zhao Hai. However, Tiger Might had already been subdued by Zhao Hai. Naturally, he wouldn't listen to them. When they sent people to look for Tiger Might didn't give them a good look. When they discovered that they had completely lost control of Tiger Might City, they became anxious. One must know that if they can continue to control Tiger City, then they would be able to obtain the specialties of the Lost Soul Mountains. And the specialties of the Lost Soul Mountains were very popular in some places, which represented benefits. But Zhao Hai subduing those people was tantamount to cutting off their benefits. Because of this, when these people saw Zhao Hai, they were filled with hostility. It turns out that this was the root of their hostility. Zhao Hai looked at the person, then he smiled faintly and said, "I don't know about this, but I think this isn't difficult to explain. City Lord Tiger Mite was originally the City Lord of Tiger Mite City, so naturally he can make his own decisions. But now that he's the City Lord of Lost Soul Mountains, he still has to follow Xiao Hai's orders. Since City Lord Xiao Hai didn't allow him to do so, then naturally he can't do so. As for the relationship between Mr. and City Lord Tiger Mite, I really don't know about it. Maybe the relationship between Mr. and City Lord Tiger Mite isn't that deep. Maybe City Lord Tiger Mite thinks that he can no longer cooperate with you, so he doesn't have the face to see you. Everyone knew that Xiao Hai was talking nonsense. This was because they knew that Tiger's family was still in Boulder City. In this case, Tiger's sudden betrayal was too unexpected for them. They really didn't understand what kind of power made Tiger betray them. Tiger's family was still in Boulder City. Tiger's sudden betrayal was too unexpected for them. They really didn't understand what kind of power made Tiger betray them. The person gritted his teeth in anger, but he couldn't do anything to Xiao Hai. This was because regardless of whether Xiao Hai's words were true or not, they still had to listen. If Xiao Hai didn't want to speak, then they couldn't force him. This made them very angry and resentful. Mr. is right. Tiger Mite is now City Lord Xiao Hai's subordinate. Naturally, he has to listen to City Lord Xiao Hai's orders. If a subordinate doesn't listen to his superior's orders, then what's the point of having him? The City Lord suddenly opened his mouth. When Xiao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then Xiao Hai suddenly thought of something. He turned his head to look at the City Lord and saw a flash of coldness in the City Lord's eyes. Xiao Hai understood, then he smiled faintly and said, City Lord is right. If a subordinate doesn't listen to his superior's orders, then there's no point in having him. Moreover, if things go wrong, he might even betray his superior at a critical moment. That wouldn't be good. Xiao Hai's seemingly unintentional words made the City Lord's eyes even colder. However, the coldness in his eyes only flashed for a moment before it disappeared. Then the City Lord chuckled as he raised his glass and toasted Xiao Hai as if nothing had happened. Although Xiao Hai was drinking with the City Lord, he still noticed the gazes of those who were hostile towards him. These people's hostility towards him was even stronger. At the same time, their eyes were also flashing with cold light. Moreover, their cold light contained killing intent. Just as Xiao Hai drank a cup of wine with Boulder City's City Lord, a voice was suddenly heard, Mr. Hello. I wonder if Boulder City would like to cooperate with Lost Soul City. Would City Lord Xiao Hai agree? Xiao Hai looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that the person who spoke was one of the people who had good intentions towards him. This person was sitting right below Xiao Hai. It was clear that his status in the city wasn't low. Moreover, his words attracted the attention of many people. These people all turned their attention to Xiao Hai, wanting to see how he would answer this question. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, Of course I can. In fact, the Lost Soul City State has many things to do. City Lord Xiao Hai welcomes anyone who wants to cooperate with the Lost Soul City State. However, general cooperation can only be done with the ordinary merchants of the Lost Soul City State. If you really want to cooperate with the Lost Soul City State, then you must be the City Lord. I'm afraid that ordinary people don't have the qualifications to cooperate with the Lost Soul City State. As soon as Xiao Hai's words came out, Boulder City's City Lord's eyes flashed with joy. As for those who were hostile towards Xiao Hai, the hostility in their eyes became even stronger, some even had hatred in them. Xiao Hai was very clear that his words were tantamount to cutting off the possibility of these people cooperating with the Lost Soul City State. This was because although their status in Boulder City wasn't low, they weren't city lords. Xiao Hai's words were tantamount to telling them that they weren't qualified to cooperate with the Lost Soul City State. Xiao Hai had his reasons for doing this. He had already offended these people, so naturally he would offend them even more. Then he would think of a way to deal with them. After offending them, then he would think of a way to repair it. Xiao Hai generally didn't do this kind of thing. Even if he wanted to do it, he would need to see if the person was worth it. At the same time, he would also need to see how much he offended them. If it wasn't worth it, then naturally Xiao Hai wouldn't be polite. If it was like the scholar, then Xiao Hai wouldn't think of a way to repair it. This was because such a huge enmity simply couldn't be repaired. They could only fight to the death. These people in Boulder City weren't worthy of Xiao Hai repairing his relationship with them, but they were also Zhao Hai's mortal enemies. In this case, Zhao Hai didn't need to repair his relationship with them. He would offend them and wait for the other party to deal with him. Then he would take his revenge on them and beat them until they couldn't pose a threat to him. Only then would he be finished. Zhao Hai didn't need to repair his relationship with them. Instead, he would offend them and wait for the other party to deal with him. At this time, the person who spoke to Zhao Hai before said, "Mr. Tian, I'm Yan Quan. I'm currently in charge of Boulder City's business cooperation. I wonder if Mr. can pay a visit to City Lord Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to meet City Lord Zhao Hai. This is because the City Lord has been focusing on cultivation. I heard that he recently went into seclusion, leaving the city's affairs to City Lord Feng Lihua. If Mr. wants to cooperate with Lost Soul City, then you can only look for City Lord Feng Lihua." I believe that City Lord Feng Lihua would agree. If Mr. thinks that this isn't enough, then I can write a letter to City Lord Feng Lihua. When the time comes, you can show the letter to City Lord Feng Lihua. I believe that she would agree. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Boulder City Lord and the others glanced at each other. This time, the Boulder City Lord was the first to speak. "Sir, are you telling the truth? If you write a letter to City Lord Feng, she will do business with us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "That should be possible. I still have some influence with City Lord Feng." Although Zhao Hai was speaking to the Boulder City Lord, he was still paying attention to the reactions of the people who were hostile to him. At this moment, a person dressed like a servant sneaked over to the person who had questioned Zhao Hai and whispered a few words into his ear. When the person heard the servant's words, his eyes slowly lit up. Then, he glared at Zhao Hai with a murderous look in his eyes. Besides the murderous look, there was also a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the expression in that person's eyes. Then, he thought of a possibility and his expression slowly changed. Although he was still chatting with the Boulder City Lord on the surface, he was actually paying attention. Suddenly, the person who had been hostile to Zhao Hai stood up and said to the Boulder City Lord, "City Lord, I have something to say." The Boulder City Lord saw that he was about to speak, so he didn't stop him. "City Lord Yu, just say what you have to say." City Lord Yu glanced at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, you guys have been to the Huixing City before, right? What did you guys do there?" When Zhao Hai heard this, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. The outcome he had guessed had indeed come. Zhao Hai glanced at City Lord Yu and said, "You want to talk about the Huixing City Lord sending people to kill us, right? Why? Do you want to get involved?" City Lord Yu looked at Zhao Hai, then with a sneer on his face, he said, "Of course I don't care. Mister, do you know the identity of the person who chased after you?" At this point, City Lord Yu's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Zhao Hai glanced at City Lord Yu and nodded. "I know." "You know? How could you possibly know?" City Lord Yu stared at Zhao Hai in disbelief. He really didn't believe that Zhao Hai knew the identity of that person. If Zhao Hai really knew that person's identity, how could he still be drinking so calmly? He wouldn't have gone home and slit his own throat to avoid implicating his family. Zhao Hai looked at City Lord Yu and said, "Of course I know. I know that he is the son of the Sacred Institution's teacher Wen. This time, he is specially sent to the Huixing City to train. I even know that he is the most beloved son of teacher Wen. Am I right? Are you sure? If you know, why are you still sitting here? You, what exactly are you thinking?" City Lord Yu looked at Zhao Hai with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to know about this matter. Zhao Hai looked at City Lord Yu and said, "Why wouldn't I dare to sit here? So what if he's the son of the Sacred Institution's teacher? If the son of the Sacred Institution's teacher wants to kill me, do I have to wash my neck and wait for him to kill me? If he wants to kill me, then I will naturally resist. In the process of resisting, I will kill him. What's so great about that? So what if the Sacred Institution is powerful? Let them send people to kill me. Before they kill me, before they destroy the Lost Soul City, Crane Field Grass, will still be Crane Field Grass." When Zhao Hai's words came out, the entire hall turned silent. To be honest, they were frightened by City Lord Yu's news. The sacred courtyard was a place that nobody in the spiritual weapon realm would dare to offend. And now, Zhao Hai actually killed a person from the sacred courtyard. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the surprised Boulder City Lord, then he smiled faintly and said, "City Lord, I think that today's banquet will end here. If the City Lord still wants to cooperate with the Lost Soul City State, then please send someone to find me. I won't be staying in the City Lord's mansion any longer." Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards the City Lord. Then he looked at City Lord Yu and the others before turning around and walking out of the hall. When City Lord Yu and the others saw Zhao Hai's expression, they couldn't help but be startled. Zhao Hai's expression didn't have any trace of killing intent. However, his expression still scared them. This was because there was no emotion in his eyes, only indifference, absolute indifference. When he looked at them, it was as if he was looking at air. It was as if they had completely disappeared from his eyes. When the City Lord saw Zhao Hai walking out of the hall, he wanted to call out to Zhao Hai several times. But in the end, he gave up. This was because he was very clear about the status of the sacred institution in the spiritual weapon realm. Zhao Hai offended the sacred institution this time. Not to mention him, the entire Lost Soul City would be implicated. If he wanted to cooperate with the Lost Soul City, then he would be courting death. After thinking about this, the City Lord couldn't help but sigh. He wanted to cooperate with the Lost Soul City and suppress the forces that were at odds with him. But he didn't think that in the blink of an eye, something like this would happen. This made him feel very surprised and disheartened. Zhao Hai didn't know what the City Lord was thinking. When he left the dining hall of the City Lord's mansion, he called a servant and had the servant take him to Stonemer and the others. Stonemer and the others were well arranged. They were eating in a small hall next to the dining hall. Moreover, the food they ate was very good. Moreover, there were people accompanying them. At this time, seeing Zhao Hai suddenly appear, Stonemer and the others quickly stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute, "Young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's go. We'll find a hotel to stay in first." After he said that, he turned around and walked out. Stonemer and the others quickly followed. The people accompanying Stonemer and the others stood there in a daze. They didn't know what was going on. Under the guidance of a servant, the group left the City Lord's mansion and found a hotel to stay in. After the rooms were prepared, Zhao Hai called Stonemer and the others to his room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Stonemer and the others and said, "Today, Boulder City's City Lord called me over to cooperate with Lost Soul City. However, halfway through, we were destroyed. Someone told everyone that we killed Saint Master's son. It seems like a lot of people already know about this matter. We need to make some preparations." Stonemer and the others nodded and said, "Today, Boulder City's City Lord called me over." Stonemer stared, then he said, "Young master, what do we do now? Will the people of Boulder City deal with us?" Zhao Hai replied, "The City Lord shouldn't. Although he won't cooperate with us, that doesn't mean that he wants to be a puppet of the Holy Court. However, there are some people who will deal with us. Although these people are also from Boulder City, they don't get along well with the City Lord. Therefore, they will certainly deal with us. This will eliminate the possibility of us cooperating with the City Lord. Secondly, they will take credit from the Holy Court." Stonemer said, "Young master, what you mean is that we might be hunted down?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Certainly. The child of a teacher of the Holy Court was killed by us. Teacher Wen wouldn't let this matter go. Moreover, the people who are related to the Holy Court would certainly help us. I'm afraid that the enemy we're facing this time wouldn't be weak." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Iron Wire said, "Young master, should we go back to the Lost Soul City? That place is our territory. If we go back, we'll be safer." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We won't go back. What's the point of going back to the Lost Soul City? If we go back now, then they'll have an excuse to attack us. When that time comes, we'll be in more trouble." Iron Wire and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Not only will we not go back to the Lost Soul City, we'll also be wandering outside. We want the people from the Holy Court to chase us. We want them to focus all their attention on us. This way, the Lost Soul City won't be implicated. As long as we're safe, those people won't have an excuse to attack the Lost Soul City." Safflower opened her mouth and said, "But young master, if they use the Lost Soul City to threaten us, then what should we do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they won't for the time being. This is because they are the holy courtyard, they still have their face. If they don't deal with us before dealing with the Lost Soul City state, then they would lose their face. Therefore, before they deal with us, they wouldn't deal with the Lost Soul City state. If they do, then we'll return to the Lost Soul City state. When the time comes, I'll go all out and fight to the death. I want to see how strong the holy courtyard is. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's fine. I want to see how strong the holy court is. Stonehammer and the others didn't say anything. They knew that they couldn't change Zhao Hai's decision. Moreover, they didn't want to change it. They were very clear about what Zhao Hai meant by going all out. If Zhao Hai were to go all out, then his strength would be too astonishing. Even the holy court wouldn't be able to deal with him. Zhao Hai looked at Stonehammer and the others and said, you can go back and rest. We'll be staying here for the next few days. I don't want to leave Boulder City for the time being. I'll wait here for them and see how they react. Stonehammer and the others nodded and said, you can go back and rest. We'll be staying here for the next few days. Stonehammer and the others nodded. Then they stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Then they turned around and left Zhao Hai's room. Stonehammer and the others didn't have anything to worry about. They had confidence in Zhao Hai. At the same time, they were also very loyal to Zhao Hai. In their opinion, the worst-case scenario would be a fight to the death. There was nothing to worry about. Zhao Hai looked at Stonehammer and the others leaving. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a cold light. In fact, if he were to enter the river-breaking realm, then this matter would be solved. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to do so. He wanted to use this matter as a whetstone. He wanted to sharpen the things inside the space and make them sharper. When the time comes, they would be able to display even more power. The reason why Zhao Hai believed that once he reached the breaking river level, he would be able to solve this problem was because he knew that in the spirit weapon realm, a breaking river level expert was very rare. If there wasn't a need, nobody would dare to offend a breaking river level expert. Even if they were at the same level, they wouldn't easily provoke a breaking river level expert. If Zhao Hai really reached the breaking river level, then even if the people from the Sacred Academy wanted to make a move on him, they would have to think twice. Offending a breaking river level expert for a teacher was not worth it. But if Zhao Hai really reached the breaking river level, then he believed that even if the people from the Sacred Academy wanted to make a move on him, they would have to think carefully. Offending a breaking river level expert for a teacher was not worth it. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early and walked around the hotel. Then he ate something with Stonehammer and the others. Afterwards, they left the hotel and walked around Boulder City. They really wanted to know what Boulder City was like in the end. After walking around Boulder City, Zhao Hai roughly understood why the city lord wanted to cooperate with him. He looked around the city and saw that among the 10 shops, 5 of them had badges that belonged to those who didn't get along with the city lord. There was also a floor that didn't have any badges. It should be a small business. Of the remaining 4 floors, 2 of them had badges that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. The last 2 floors had badges that belonged to those who were close to the city lord. It was no wonder that the city lord wanted to cooperate with the Lost Soul City State. Cooperating with the Lost Soul City State would bring about huge benefits. It was obvious that this was very important to the city lord. But now it seems like this cooperation was impossible. It can be said that it was over before it even started. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. People still didn't understand what an economic blockade was. Even if they wanted to do something about it, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. There were a lot of good things in the Lost Soul City State that people outside needed. However, there weren't many things that the Lost Soul City State urgently needed. Behind the Lost Soul Mountain was an endless treasure trove. In the past, the people in the Lost Soul Mountain would buy salt, iron, and other metals from the outside. But now, they no longer needed it. Zhao Hai discovered several huge salt mines in the Lost Soul Mountain. Moreover, iron, copper, silver, and gold mines were also discovered. Because of this, the people in the Lost Soul Mountain were now completely self-sufficient. There were very few things that they needed from the outside. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the economic blockade. Although Zhao Hai and the others were strolling around Boulder City, they could feel that there were people following them. Zhao Hai wasn't worried, he was now in the city. If the other party wanted to deal with him, then they could follow him. If they wanted to deal with him in the city, then they wouldn't need to send people to follow them. After strolling around the city for a while, Zhao Hai and the others found a restaurant to eat. In the afternoon, they looked around the city again before returning to the inn. On this day, whether it was Boulder City's city lord or city lord Yu, none of them came to look for Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai feel less worried. But Zhao Hai also understood that those people didn't come to look for him. This meant that his cooperation with Boulder City was completely over. The fact that Boulder City's city lord didn't directly send people to deal with him was already giving him a lot of face. After thinking about the inn, Zhao Hai decided to leave Boulder City and directly enter the forest. If the other party wanted to send people to deal with him, then they would certainly want to know his whereabouts. He wanted to stay in the forest and see how many people the other party would send for him to kill. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and the others had breakfast, they packed up their things and left the inn. They rode their ring-eye horses out of Boulder City. The time they entered Boulder City was different. When they left, no one came to see them off. Zhao Hai didn't think about having those people send them off. What he was thinking now was that after they leave Boulder City, there might be people who would try to kill them. Even if Boulder City's city lord didn't do so, city lord Yu and the others might do so. When Zhao Hai and the others left Boulder City, he felt that someone was following them. When he saw the situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He turned to Stonemer and the others and said, "Let's go, into the mountain." Stonemer and the others complied, then they turned their horses and ran up the mountain. Before long, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain. Outside Boulder City, there was a mountain called Boulder Mountain. The reason for this name was because the mountain's terrain was very steep. Everywhere, one could see incomparably huge rocks. Not only were these rocks large, they were also very hard. They were the best building materials. This was how Boulder Mountain got its name. Boulder City also got its name because of Boulder Mountain. When Zhao Hai and the others turned towards the mountain, they felt that the number of people watching them not only didn't decrease, but instead increased. Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Interesting, they actually knew that I was going to enter the mountain. It seems like there are a lot of people coming this time. Stonemer, get ready, it's time to fight." When Stonemer and the others heard Zhao Hai, they also nodded and became alert. Sure enough, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they were surrounded by a lot of people. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there were more than 1,000 people surrounding them. Zhao Hai calmly looked at these people. None of the people surrounding Zhao Hai were weak. This made Zhao Hai understand that the people who came to deal with him were the people from City Lord Yu's group. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to gather so many strong people. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai with a calm expression. Zhao Hai knew that these people weren't weak. Zhao Hai looked at these people and suddenly smiled. Then he said, "Leader, come out and talk. City Lord Yu didn't come personally, right?" As soon as Zhao Hai's voice came out, a person immediately snorted and said, "Cranegrass, you're still so arrogant. Today will be the day you die." Zhao Hai looked at the person who spoke. This person was the one who looked for trouble with him on the day of the banquet. He was wearing a luxurious robe, but there were two people beside him. These two people were both Void Realm experts. Zhao Hai looked at the two people and smiled faintly, "So it's you. Right, I still don't know your name. Can you tell me your name?" The person looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Alright, I'll be kind and tell you. My name is Qiu Ren. I'll let you be a ghost who understands." Zhao Hai looked at Qiu Ren, then he smiled faintly and said, "Be a ghost who understands? Hee, I just want to know the name of the person who died in my hands. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Forget it, with so many people surrounding me, it seems like you don't want me to live. But do you really think that you can deal with me like this?" Qiu Ren sneered and said, "Whether or not we can deal with you will depend on whether or not you have the ability." Then Qiu Ren waved his hand, causing the people around him to attack Zhao Hai. Some of these people directly flew up while the others attacked Zhao Hai from the ground. Zhao Hai knew that these people who flew up were afraid that he would fly away. After all, he was also a sky dance expert. If these people didn't fly up and let him escape, then it would be very shameful. Zhao Hai didn't care about this, he also didn't want to fly right now. His mind moved as he took out soybeans. Then he immediately scattered the beans, followed by green beans, red beans, black beans, and broad beans. Zhao Hai threw the beans one by one. When these people saw Zhao Hai's actions, they didn't understand what he was doing. However, they also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't do something like this for no reason. Therefore, they were very careful. At this time, they suddenly discovered that the beans that Zhao Hai threw were rolling towards them. Some of the beans even flew towards the sky dance experts in the sky. These people stared, but they also knew that these things weren't good. Therefore, they immediately released their energy in order to prevent the beans from surrounding them. But even with this method, there was no way to stop the beans. At this time, Zhao was still throwing out a handful of beans. These people didn't see that Zhao had these beans on his body, but the beans on Zhao's body seemed to be endless, and he was constantly throwing them out. Anything, as long as it reached a certain number, would become a very terrifying thing. A small ant could be easily dealt with by people, but when tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of ants appeared at the same time, it would be an ant disaster. When a locust appeared, it was just a child's toy. However, when countless locusts appeared, it would become a locust plague. This was the case for Zhao Hai. This was the first time he used bean soldiers to fight. These bean soldiers were all consumables, so there were a lot of them in Zhao Hai's space. As for how many there were, Zhao Hai had already lost count. This was because these bean soldiers had already piled up like a mountain in the space. There were so many that he couldn't even count them. At this time, the bean soldiers had already come into contact with these people. As soon as the bean soldiers came into contact with these people, they immediately exploded. One by one, energy balls exploded around these people. The weakest of these energy balls was equivalent to a consolidated equipment stage powerhouse's full-strength attack. In such a situation, how could these people possibly withstand it, even for the sky dance stage powerhouses in the sky? After they destroyed some of the bean soldiers, they were surrounded by more and more bean soldiers. Soon after, the bean soldiers began to explode. When countless bean soldiers exploded, even the sky dance stage powerhouses couldn't withstand it. Several of the sky dance stage powerhouses were killed on the spot. Those who didn't die were severely injured. As for the people on the ground, their strength was just too weak. However, this time, the bean soldiers exploded almost at the same time. Zhao Hai didn't expect it to be so powerful. Although they only exploded after the bean soldiers were some distance away from them, the aftermath of the explosion still directly killed the ring-eyed horses. Zhao Hai and the others were also shaken to the point that their blood was boiling. Xianxia and the others were even shaken to the point that blood was flowing out of their mouths. They actually suffered internal injuries. As soon as he saw this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He muttered to himself, "Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. How could I have forgotten about that? Sigh, this time it's really unjust." As he said that, he waved his hand, and all the dust around them dispersed. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and the others and said, "Enter the space first. Heal your injuries first before coming out." Xianxia and the others didn't say anything, and were very cooperative as they were sent into the space by Zhao Hai. After putting Stonemer and the others into the space, Zhao looked around. There were no living people here. Zhao's figure moved and disappeared into the woods. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the mountain. There was a reason why Zhao Hai did this. He blew up these people and caused a huge commotion. And since this place wasn't far from Boulder City, the people of Boulder City would certainly know about this matter. When the time comes, they would certainly send people to check the situation. Zhao Hai didn't want them to see him, so he directly entered the forest. In fact, Zhao Hai's guess was right. After causing such a huge commotion, the people of Boulder City would certainly know about it. Moreover, the explosion caused the walls of Boulder City to shake a few times. How could the people of the city not know about it? The Boulder City Lord personally led people to investigate the situation. However, in the end, they didn't find anything. There was no other way. These bean soldiers had the purest form of destruction energy inside their bodies. Although the effects weren't very fast, it was still very astonishing in this environment. Only a few people were killed by the explosion. Some of their corpses were found, but most of them died without leaving behind any ashes. Looking at the situation, the Boulder City Lord couldn't help but frown. He had never seen or heard of such a large-scale attack before. He really didn't understand what happened here. At this time, Xianxia arrived at the Boulder City Lord's side and said, "City Lord, I've inquired about it. It was done by City Lord Yu and the others. They brought some elites and experts from various clans, about 1,000 people. Then they went out of the city in batches and set up an ambush here. They might have known that Mr. Cranegrass wanted to enter the mountain, so they waited here for Mr. Tian's group. However, we don't know what kind of technique or weapon Mr. Tian used, but in the end, all of them died." "Right, City Lord, the leader this time was Zhou Ren. His corpse was also found, but only half of it was found." The Grand Cliff City Lord had an ugly expression on his face as he said, "They are really willing to pay a heavy price. It seems like they really want to replace me." Sacred Institute, Sacred Institute, I was also a member of the Sacred Institute in the past. However, after my teacher died, the people of the Sacred Institute began to suppress me in many ways, supporting those fellows to seize power. Isn't it because their teacher is still alive? Now, they actually want to destroy my foundation. That is the foundation that my one clan had fought for countless generations, and they actually want to take it away from me. Xianxia looked around and quickly said, "City Lord, lower your voice, don't let others hear you. Otherwise, there will be trouble." "City Lord, what should we do now? We just found Mr. Tian's horse, but we didn't find them. They might not be dead, they might have already entered the mountain. What should we do?" The Boulder City Lord thought for a moment, then he coldly snorted and said, "Go back, organize some people and go into the mountain to kill Mr. Tian. But remember, send some people we can trust and tell them that even if they see Mr. Tian, they have to act as if they didn't see him. Once Mr. Tian leaves our territory, we won't be able to do anything. We can only help Mr. Tian this much. Doesn't the Holy Court want to deal with Mr. Tian? I want to help him. I want to see what the Holy Court will do." Xianxia nodded and then went to prepare. End of chapter 3597. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.